Chapter 1 Transfers and Cards. Bump. Boom. Boom. What sound? Could it be that someone is renovating it next to it? Well, don't they check the time? It's vacation time, and it's still so early. They are going to heaven. Hey, what's the nuisance complaint number? A teenager stood up cursingly, and reached out to pick up the mobile phone that he was used to putting aside. However, the boy felt a loneliness. In the palm, there are only some subtle sharpness. And very rough sand, and slightly wet soft. The boy's face froze, and his hazy eyes widened. He quickly checked the surrounding situation. It turned out to be a grassland with a lot of big trees around it. Forest? Here is the forest? No, am I sleeping at home? How did you come to the forest? It's a joke made by those bastards. The young man was very surprised, and shook the sand on his right hand. Quickly thinking about how to deal with the situation I am encountering now. Boom. At this moment, the boy heard a loud voice again. He felt the ground shaking slightly. This voice? Is behind. The boy turned around suspiciously. What was in front of him suddenly made the boy's pupil shrink. What did he see? A huge wooden man with a size of 10 meters was slowly waving his fist at him. What the hell? What kind of monster is this? Gan, it's definitely not a prank. My special meow may be time traveling. The terrified boy's legs tensed instantly. It will jump off the spot in the next second. He didn't know if he could avoid it. But I know it, if I don't avoid it. There is a good chance he will die here. However, the boy's avoiding movement froze suddenly. The whole person froze in place in a daze. The hands just maintained a parry posture. Is he stupid? Not really. It was just the moment before the boy was about to dodge. In his senses, a strange feeling suddenly appeared. At that time, he actually felt that even if he didn't move, he would survive. In that emergency, even dodging may not be able to dodge the situation. The boy chose to believe in his sudden feeling. Boom. The giant wooden man's fist landed straight on the boy's arm. Boom. In the next second, the soil behind the boy seemed to have been hit hard and was blown away. The boy's body was very stable, and he didn't seem to have been hurt at all. Surprised, he looked at his hands, and then looked up at the huge wooden man above his head. I feel like something swam through my body once, and then went out on my heels. The boy's eyes lit up, and he muttered to himself. At this time, the giant wooden man seemed surprised that the boy was not knocked into the air. Confused, the giant wooden man waved his fist again. Facing the protruding fist, the boy did not panic at this time. He even smiled sharply. Seriously put on the blocking posture just now. Boom. Without any hesitation, the giant wooden man hit the young man hard again. Yes, that's how it feels. Its power has entered my body. I seem to be able to control where these forces are released. Try it out, what will happen if you let this power go out of your hands? Without any hesitation, the boy directly transferred the external power in his body to his own hands. Boom. In the next second, the wooden dummy whose fist was still on the boy's arm was directly blown away. This is turning stars? Ah bah, bad drama. Could it be that I can absorb the kinetic energy that falls on me and then release it? Isn't this the ability of the Black Emperor in the X-Men? Suck. You know, that guy, the Black Emperor, not only became a super mutant by relying on his own ability. Moreover, he can still maintain a long life. The boy looked at his hands, and the corners of his mouth couldn't help but raised. Wow, after time travel, there will be some differences. Could it be that this is my golden finger? However, this golden finger is quite difficult to deal with. You even have to analyze and find it yourself. The thinking in his mind was extremely active, but it didn't delay the boy's thinking about his golden finger. He tried his best to maintain a calm state. After all, the monster in front of him seemed to stand up again. The next punch is coming. Looking at the fist that was hitting him straight, the boy didn't have any fear in his heart. On the contrary, because of the little confusion of time travel. In addition to the danger encountered when crossing over. This caused the teenager to be very excited at this time. Generally speaking, this state would only appear when he met acquaintances. That is to say, people come crazy, carelessly. Boom. The wooden man's fist landed on the boy's hands, and in an instant, the wooden man was sent flying again. Haha, that's true, I can absorb the kinetic energy of damage and then send it out. The boy said with a big smile. In fact, he doesn't need to be in a parrying position, just standing. The enemy's damage can't affect him, let alone be able to hurt him. Just, why does it feel a little strange? After finding out the situation of his golden finger, the boy was very satisfied. Because he knew that as long as he could fully test the condition of this golden finger, then no matter which world he is in, he doesn't need to worry about his own safety. Come on, I'll wait for you. The boy grinned provocatively and pointed his fingers in the direction of the wooden figure. Afterwards, the boy continued to pose, waiting for the wooden man's fist to fall. Although it's okay not to show it off, but no one is willing to take other people's fists in their own face. Such a metamorphosis. Of course it is impossible for teenagers to do it. Boom. Another punch landed on the boy's hand. This time, the boy wanted to store up these injuries, and release them later when he stored more. However, can't do it. The young man only felt that the power in his body was as wild as a wild horse, and he didn't want to stay with him at all. Gan, isn't my ability to store energy? Chapter 2 I don't have a father. The boy complained angrily, and at the same time controlled the power in his body to rush towards his hands. Boom. Once again, the wooden man was sent flying. Damn it. My ability doesn't seem to be the same energy storage as the Black Emperor guy at all. It's an ability that can transfer damage. Tisk, it seems that there is no way to kill this wooden monster now. The young man muttered unhappily, let's leave first. Well, what's that? Just when the boy was about to escape, he suddenly found out. There is a small hole under the foot of the giant wooden man. Very strange. Because the wooden man only has the right foot, not the left foot. Out of curiosity, the boy decided to give it a try. Anyway, with the ability to transfer damage, he really didn't die so easily. Without hesitation, the boy rushed towards the wooden man. Then he began to move around the wooden man. Finding the right opportunity, he came to the bottom of the wooden man's right foot, and put on a parrying posture. In fact, the so-called parry posture. Not qualitative. With the ability to transfer damage, the boy can do whatever he wants. Just like now, the teenager is pointing to the sky with one hand and pointing to the ground with the other. What a posture of being the only one in heaven and earth. That is to say, there is no one now, otherwise, the boy would definitely not make such a second-guess move. Boom. As the boy's fingers touched the small hole under the wooden man's right foot, a wave of injury circled around the young man's body before hitting the sole of the wooden man's right foot. And the wooden man turned into a card with a soft sound? Wadafa. The boy shouted out friendly words from other countries. Then, he picked up the card from the ground and looked at it carefully. 800 Forest Ranger E100. This style, this number, this level, this kind of card, why do I look so familiar? The boy held the card in his hand and muttered with a strange expression on his face. Okay. Suddenly, the young man covered his head with one hand, with a look of pain on his face. The pain in his brain made the boy shake a little. This forced him to sit down cross-legged, with his hands supporting his head. And as the pain in the boy's head appeared, there seemed to be some more pictures in his memory. Seeing this, the boy guessed. This should be the memory information of his body. I didn't get it before because I didn't have an introduction. Now when I see that card, this introduction appears. Time passed slowly. After a while. Only then did the boy shake his head in a trance, and managed to get over. At this time, he also knew his identity. Momu Eve, 16 years old, from Greed Island, and her mother is Catherine Eve, from Greed Island. There is no father, according to Catherine, that is, she is going to borrow a seed to have a child. The reason why he appeared here was because he wanted a boat ticket to leave Greedy Island and see the outside world. But the family did not have such conditions, so he could only work hard on his own. Working hard, the predecessor Momu died. After learning about these memories, Momu was in a daze at the moment. Momu's memory is fine, everything is normal. However, when Momu analyzed the plot of the Hunter x Hunter anime that he knew in his previous life together, that situation is different. Greedy Island people? Isn't that the Neon Beast NPC of Jin's group? At first Momu thought so too. However, he quickly reacted. Because his mother Catherine was a player. Although it's just a third-rate nun who strayed into Greed Island. However, she is indeed a player. Momu thinks that she should be born of Catherine. So, without father's words, Momu thought of a magical prop in Greed Island. 007 Pregnancy Stone S10. He carried this 3 kg stone with him for a month as if he never left his body. After success, 1 week later, both men and women must be pregnant. There are 2 types of male stones and female stones. Bring the stone of the gender you want to give birth to, and you will conceive and give birth to a baby. It is this kind of prop, and it is this kind of prop that Momu thought of. But the problem is, this is a difficult card that has reached S level in collection difficulty. May I ask how his mother's third-rate level was collected? Well, no, not necessarily collected. It may also be provided by the official people of Greedy Island. Maybe as long as the player proposes to live here for a long time. In order to increase the population here, they will make such a request. Momu thinks this is the truth, apart from this, he can't think of anything else. But, Mom, she never even thought about teaching me Nen. Trouble. Living in this kind of place, if you don't learn Nen, you really plan to be a civilian for the rest of your life. Then struggle for 3 meals a day? Mu mourned silently for what happened to her predecessor. Holding the card, Mu doesn't intend to stay here any longer. Now, the most important thing is to go back to my mother and learn Nen. Other than that, other things. It's all false. Mu started to run towards the city, which was called Rabbi Sofu. That's right, the city where Razor is located. Trotting, Mu is not worried that the card in his hand will become a real thing in a minute. Because, Mu knows clearly that this situation will not happen. Because of the identity problem, when the NPC holds the card, it will maintain the effect of the player's card book. On this point, Mu confirmed it by comparing her own situation with that of her own mother. After trotting for a certain distance, Mu finally saw the shadow of Rabbi Xiaofu. His eyes brightened slightly, and he quickened his pace. After a while, he ran into the Xiaofu Rabbi. Rabbi Xiaofu is a coastal city because of its proximity to the ocean. So the humidity here will be heavier than other cities. Moisture resistance is something that people living here must do. Because of this information in memory, Mu is not surprised. Instead, he ran towards a building with ease. That is not Mu's house, but the exchange in the city of Rabbi Sofu. Although the forest ranger's hunting level is only E level. However, even so, Mu's mother still has no way to hunt. It can be seen that the difficulty of collecting gadgets is actually quite difficult. Chapter 3 Mu's thoughts. This also explains the purchase price of the forest ranger card. Definitely not too low. Soon, Mu walked out from the exchange. The cards in his hand have become 5 renunciation cards with a denomination of 10,000. 607 10,000 JH. A special coin on Greedy Island. This should be the least difficult card to collect on Greedy Island. The forest guards sold a total of 200,000 monks. Mu didn't take out all of them, and it was not convenient to carry. He only took 50,000 ring nuns, and the rest was stored in the exchange. Putting the card into his trouser pocket, Mu walked towards home. He wasn't worried about being robbed. Because, in Xiaofu Rabbi, there is no such setting. Generally speaking, players rarely stay with Rabbi Xiaofu. They stayed more in the reward city of Andanibal. Or it's over there at Marthadora. Because only there is the place with the most tasks. Marthadora is just a city that replenishes cards. One more thing, that is. In Greed Island, NPCs do not know the existence of spell cards. Because they can't use it. It doesn't work either. In this regard, Mu is no exception. Without the ring, even if he was alone, he would not be able to use spell cards. Because his identity does not allow him to do so. After confirming this matter, Mu felt that it was outrageous. However, it can be justified. After all, strictly speaking, this is a game. Although it is fake. Soon, Mu returned home. It was a one-story house. The house inside has only 1 hall and 2 rooms. In addition, there is a kitchen and bathroom integrated room. This is Mu's home, a home that has not been changed for 16 years. 1234, 2234. As soon as the door was opened, the familiar sound of aerobics came out. Hearing this, Mu shook her head helplessly. Then stepped in. Mom, didn't you go out today? Mu asked melancholy. No, I'm not going out. Responding to Mu was a dejected female voice. After closing the door, Mu walked through the hallway. At a glance, I saw my mother, lying on the sofa and watching other people doing aerobics on TV. Wearing casual home clothes, watching and eating snacks. As the name suggests, this is using spiritual exercise. Watch other people's acrobatics and lose their own fat. However, Mu knows. It's just that my mother has some social fears and dare not go out easily. It's just an excuse that I just want to stay at home, but I don't want to be worried by my son. When Mu was young, Catherine would go out and do missions to make money. However, as time went by, Catherine's social fear became more and more serious. In Mu's memory, Catherine hasn't been out for half a year. Before Mu wanted to leave Greed Island. In addition to looking at the outside world. What's more, he wanted to find a doctor for Catherine. Now Catherine is less than 40 years old, and there is still a lot of time in the future. If you stay at home and don't go out. Mu was afraid that Catherine would suffer from some kind of illness. It is precisely because of this that Mu's family became poor. But to be honest, it is wrong to say that you are poor. At least Mu's family won't starve to death, and they will have a place to live. Mu feels that his family is poor. It's just because their family can't even afford a boat ticket. Oh, forget it, I won't persuade you anymore, it's living expenses. Mu sighed helplessly, and handed the money to Catherine. Hee, My MOMU is amazing, Mom loves you. Catherine took the money and said with a smile. MOMU was not bluffed by Catherine's performance, but became even more melancholy. It's so easy to communicate, why do you become socially afraid? MOMU said, just keep in this state and contact people outside. Catherine hurriedly shook her white arms as slender as lotus roots and denied it. No, no, I'll be scared outside, and I won't be able to speak. I know, so I didn't force you. MOMU pressed his temple and said. He accepted it very quickly, probably because of his deep memory. But now that he has taken over someone else's body, he has some responsibility to do. MOMU doesn't want to deny it, and doesn't need to deny it. Okay, I need to learn then, don't tell me you can't, I know you can. MOMU restrained his expression, looked at Catherine and said seriously. This time back, MOMU's main purpose is Nen. If Catherine said no now, he dared to tie Catherine and take her out for a parade. Fortunately, Catherine is not so crazy. I don't know how to Nen, I can only think about Qi, my level is very limited, son, why don't you find someone else to teach you, I'm afraid I will ruin you. Catherine said with some hesitation. MOMU said angrily, then tell me, who else can teach me here? Listening to what MOMU said, Catherine froze for a while. Then he nodded helplessly and worriedly, okay. Nen is the ability to manipulate life energy, because it can freely manipulate the life energy emitted from the body, that is, the aura, so it is also called Nian Qi. Catherine raised her finger, looked at MOMU and said seriously, let me tell you, I heard that learning this skill is also a prerequisite for becoming a real hunter. But after I learned it, I'm still not hunter, which is really annoying. By the way, don't worry if you can't learn Qi. Anyone can learn this kind of thing. It's just that the learning time is different. Catherine thought very unwillingly. At the beginning, she also believed that her talent was very strong. However, the fact is that she is heartbroken. Even because of the previous words, I suffered from social phobia. I'm not worried. Don't talk about other things, just tell me how to practice. MOMU looked at Catherine with a headache and said. Oh. Catherine said dissatisfied. He wanted to say something, but saw MOMU's eyes that had begun to change. Catherine, who was worried that MOMU really tied herself up and took her out, hastily began to explain the awakening of mind and energy. Chapter 4 Mindfulness Practice. After a while, Catherine finished introducing the practice of awakening mind and energy. After listening to the information, MOMU didn't find anything strange. Because of what Catherine said, in MOMU's memory, it has also appeared. It's just that, at the time of the plot, it was disassembled by Wing and explained, but also included other statements to mislead. The so-called spiritual awakening practice is actually very simple. It is to concentrate the heart on one point, gaze at oneself, calm the mind, and stabilize the emotion. And when that little thought in the heart is strong enough, you can feel your life energy. At that time, let this mind get through the aura nodes all over your body. Finally, let the spiritual will bind the life energy to form entanglement. In this way, Nian Qi is awakened. Now you know how difficult it is to awaken Nian Qi. Catherine said with an expression of MOMU, don't worry, take your time. Thoughts? What is that? Maybe it was a concentrated idea of the kind of exercises I secretly practiced in the second year of middle school. Whether it is or not, try it and find out. MOMU calmed himself down calmly. Then the mind straightened up. Then quickly stopped at the eyebrows of the brain. In this state, MOMU's thinking was directly calmed down. All his mind was focused on the little magical idea between his brows. MOMU tried to control the thoughts starting from the center of her brows and wandering towards all parts of the body. After swimming a little distance, a smile suddenly appeared on MOMU's face. It's really a thought. MOMU grinned and muttered. Then without hesitation, he directly let that thought go to open the aura nodes in that place. Son, don't worry, let's take our time, there will always be. Before Catherine finished speaking, she was startled by what happened to MOMU. What is that? No way. It can't really be life energy, can it? How is this possible? How long is this? Has it been half an hour yet? Catherine watched in a daze as the aura nodes on MOMU's body opened up one by one, and the life energy on her body was also increasing. Ah, no, son, hurry up and gather these life energies and let them flow along your body, hurry up, hurry up. Catherine suddenly came back to her senses, her expression panicked, and she shouted at MOMU at a loss. Catherine's words brought MOMU, who was obsessed with opening aura nodes, back to his senses. Seeing this, his complexion also changed. Then quickly enter the peaceful state of thinking. Then, he began to let his thoughts drive the life energy around him and circulate around himself. Hey, my son is a genius. I, Catherine, have terrible talent, but I gave birth to a genius son, he. Catherine seemed to be caught in some kind of fantasy, the corners of her mouth curled up in a silly smile. In less than 3 minutes, not only did I directly turn on the aura nodes, but also quickly learned rap, he, I'm really good. Looking at Momu who was getting more and more stable around her, Catherine smiled from ear to ear. Regardless of Catherine's silly smile, Momu focused on her hands and body. It never occurred to me that the exercises I practiced before were actually effective. The reason why the previous life did not directly become very strong is definitely because this world has aura nodes and meridians. And the world before me didn't. It's no wonder why life energy is this kind of energy. It was let out so easily. Shaking his head, Momu threw away these unnecessary things. Then continue to pay attention to the state of mind in your body. Relying on the state of mind, Momu is not only amazingly talented, but also a strong cheater. Catherine put away her smile, coughed a few times, then looked at Momu and said seriously. Son, listen up, I don't know much about Nen, I can only tell you what I do. After that, you can only find it yourself. In the application of mindfulness, there are 4 basic skills, which we call the 4 great actions. Entangling is the technique of entangling life energy around the body surface for defense and enhancement of physical attacks, which is your current state. Absolute means to tighten and isolate the chi and breath of the whole body, so that one's sense of existence becomes weak. However, in the extreme state, the defense against mind attacks is close to 0, so use it sparingly. However, entering an absolute state in a state of fatigue can help restore physical strength. The practice is to send out the chi extracted from the body from the aura nodes together, releasing more chi than usual. The last is hair, which is the master of Nen, and it is the free manipulation and use of one's own chi. Then, develop your own nirvana, and each person's ability varies from person to person, because the development involves the 6 systems of reading. Don't ask me what my Nen is, it's a very taboo thing. Well, I haven't developed my own Nen yet. After listening to Catherine's words, Momu pressed her forehead and said, having studied Nen chi for so many years, have you never thought about developing your own Nen? Impossible not, after all, that is a means to obtain very magical abilities. Catherine said helplessly, I also want to develop it, but my energy of thought is not up to the standard, and every development will fail. Then don't work harder. Momu growled angrily. You hate me. Catherine stared at Momu and said, but no matter how hard I try, the growth rate of my Nian chi is still very slow, and it is useless at all. In this regard, Momu has no choice. After all, talent determines that Catherine really has nothing to do. In less than half an hour, he awakened his thoughts and completed the practice of entangling. There are thousands of people like Gon and Chia who are able to awaken themselves and complete the practice of entanglement in a week when they have not been exposed to spiritual meditation. If Momu hadn't been able to meditate long ago, he probably would have reached this level. And Zoisai, with 1 out of 100,000 talents, also spent 3 months awakening the mind. In another 3 months, complete the practice of entangling. That is half a year. Such a genius takes so long. Chapter 5 Nen's General Route. Ordinary people don't need to think about it. In just a few years, I'm afraid I can't even finish entangling. Such a long span is enough to overwhelm most people. Let them lose the mind to continue practicing. Catherine is no exception. Looking at Catherine, who is also very depressed, Momu no longer asks her to practice. There is this time, perhaps. It would be better for him to help Catherine become stronger when he finds something good in the future. After driving Catherine back to the sofa, Momu started the practice of the 4 lines. In fact, there are mainly 3 skills of rapping, absolutely, and practicing. For the words, Momu didn't think about developing it in such a hurry. Nen is so important to an Nen person. If you develop rashly, you will only regret it in the future. In the next half month, Momu has been practicing at home. After waking up, wash and eat. Afterwards, it was all time to practice mindfulness skills. During the period, you may need to drink some water and solve personal hygiene problems. Momu has been well rewarded for such a desperate practice. Entangling, extremely and practice are all proficient in the 3 skills. Although he is not proficient, he seems to have been immersed in this way for a long time. At least, for now, even without the ability to transfer damage, Momu can easily defeat his mother. It's amazing, it's only been half a month. This shows how talented Momu is. And such a high talent also played a very good role in the hands of Momu. At this time, Momu also knew that it was time for him to start the development of Nen. For my own Nen, when I knew at the beginning that my golden finger was damage transfer. Momu already had an idea. However, at that time, because his mind system was not clear yet, he could only think of a general direction. The injury transfer means that Momu is almost impossible to be injured. Therefore, the most important thing for him is to enhance his attack power. For this point, Momu has already had an idea. It is nothing more than a direct enhancement or an indirect increase. Direct enhancement is to develop a move with super attack power. The indirect addition is to develop an that can store those damage. As long as he can store the damage that goes into him, Mu can have a strong attack power. This ability seems to be inferior to the energy absorption of the Black Emperor in the X-Men. However, after comparison, Mu knows one thing clearly. My own damage transfer is a passive skill, and it is also a concept skill. But anything related to injury will be included in it. The reason why there is such a conclusion is that Mu has tried to suffocate this kind of injury, and it can also be transferred away. This is outrageous, outrageous. It seems that as long as Mu's damage transfer limit can't be broken at once, then it is absolutely impossible to hurt his appearance. This point is much better than a coin taking his life after the Black Emperor was mentally controlled. Of these two methods, Mu finally chose the method of indirectly increasing his own attack power. Because, he knew that only in this way would he be able to achieve the Black Emperor's ability to live forever by absorbing energy. Looking at all energy systems, Mu discovered a strange phenomenon. That is, all energy systems capable of longevity have one characteristic. That is, energy can be stored. Energy systems that cannot store energy are almost impossible to live forever. Therefore, most of the energy systems of the flower growers can live forever, because the energy system of the flower growers can all store energy. Whether it's internal force, true energy, spiritual energy, mana energy, immortal energy, or energy, it's all the same, without exception. And the chi in the Dragon Ball is extracted during the battle, and those longevity species are themselves longevity species. If you want to live forever, you have to elevate your realm and evolve. The same is true for chakra in Naruto, which can be extracted at any time, but cannot be saved. Therefore, the lifespan of the people there is very short, and only Tsunade, who has stored chakra by relying on the yin seal, can gain longevity. Orochimaru's situation doesn't count, it belongs to genetic modification, and he almost transformed himself into the Otsutsuki clan. And the Nyankai on the side of Hunter x Hunter is the same. Nyan Chi can be extracted at any time, but there is no way to keep it for long. Even the most powerful Nai Chi can't keep the mind energy that has been extracted for several hours. Because the vitality of living beings is always being lost. And these vitality, together with the will of the naughty, become thoughts. The same will continue to be lost. Even through various methods, hundreds of years is already the limit that a ninja can achieve. Therefore, Mu intends to develop an that can store the damage it intercepts. He didn't think about storing thoughts, because he felt that in the entire history of Nin, no one had done so. Then it's not that this approach is not good, it's that this approach can't actually achieve longevity. Because, he chose another energy. It may be troublesome for other people to collect energy, even relying on Nin to collect it is troublesome. However, Mu is different, he can collect these energies 100%. Then he only needs to develop an that can store these energies, and it will be considered complete. Thinking of this, a smile appeared on Mu's face. What's wrong? Catherine put away her eyes from watching TV, looked at her son worriedly and asked. It's okay, I just plan to develop my own Nin. Mu waved his hand casually and said. After finishing speaking, he strolled towards the kitchen. When he came out, there was already an extra glass of water in his hand. Are you going to use the water view to check the nomenclature? Catherine said curiously. After she finished speaking, she couldn't sit still anymore, and hurriedly stood up from the sofa. Then he came to the side of Mu with a curious expression on his face. Chapter 6 Mizumi Style. What are you doing? Haven't you already used Mizumi Style? Why are you so curious? Mu said angrily. Catherine smiled indifferently, and began to urge Mu to start quickly. Hurry up, I can't develop Nin, so what's the use of knowing the reading system? Mu rolled his eyes. Then, at Catherine's urging, she put her hands on both sides of the glass. Then, start pouring thought energy into the water cup. With the infusion of Mu's thought energy, he also found some changes in the water glass in front of him. I saw that the water in the glass was originally clear water, but at this time, it had slowly turned into blue water. Water C-type gas identification method. It is a diagnostic method to identify one's mind and energy system, created by the Zenyuan Liu boxing method. The method is just like what Mu did just now, put a leaf on the cup full of water, and then surround the cup with both hands to generate thoughts. Then, there will be corresponding changes in the water glass. Enhancer's thoughts will increase the amount of water. Conjurer's thoughts will change the taste of water, and different people will change to different tastes. And manipulator's Nian Qi is something like crystals that will appear in the water. Transmuter's thought energy is to change the color of water, which is the current situation of Mu. As for emitter's thoughts, it can make the blades move on the water. The last one is the trait system, which is a relatively special concept system. Almost all phenomena that occur differently from the other 5 systems belong to the trait system, which is a very wide and complex concept system. In the trait department, Kurapika's trait department ability can be used to 100% in the other 5 departments, and the Mizumi effect is the phenomenon of the 5 departments at the same time. The Chimera ant's Neferpitua's Mizumi style is that the leaves wither, which is also a trait. But after all, none of this has anything to do with Mu. All he knew was that his mind system was actually from Transmuter. This is incredible. How could a person like him belong to Transmuter? At least he is a trait type, isn't he? Mu, who was very upset, thought of what Hisoka said about the character analysis of non-people of different schools of thought. The principle of character discrimination and aura analysis. Most of the non of Enhancer are simple-minded, single-minded, and very simple existences. The representative figure is gone among the 4 protagonists. In addition, there are Yuvajin from Phantom Troop, Wing, the mentor of Zenyu and Liu, and Doru Hawashi who went out of the route. The non of Conjurer are almost all capricious and liars. Among the representative figures, there is also one of the 4 main protagonists, Chie. And Fiden in Phantom Troop, Hisoka, Maki, and the old-fashioned biscuit with heart. The non of Transmuter are all careless, quick-tempered, impatient people. Mu didn't trust this very much. How could he be a careless person? And the representative figure among them is Leorio, one of the 4 main protagonists. Then there's Franklin from Phantom Troop, and Razor from the Isle of Greed. And that Bokuer who will become the pioneer of Chimera ants entering the non system in the future. The non of Emitter are almost all those who do their own way and love to be reasonable. This kind of people can be terrible when they are bad, but they have a bottom line when they are good. Representatives of these are Shulnark of Phantom Troop, and Ilmi of the Zaldik family. Also Shiapoof from the Chimera ants and Zoisai, the psychic apprentice. Most of the non of Manipulator are very nervous. Representatives include Kurapika, one of the 4 protagonists, Shizuka from Phantom Troop, and Ganshu, the bomb demon in Greed Island. The final traits are nervous, all of whom are individualists and charismatic characters. Representatives of them are Kurapika in the Red-Eyed State, Krollo, the head of Phantom Troop, and Neferpitu, the Chimera ant. Hey, son, your reading system is from Transmuter. It's amazing. Wouldn't it be possible to have one more helper? Catherine said enviously. Mu held her forehead helplessly and said, if possible, I still want the trait system. Hey, why? Catherine asked puzzled. Does it need to be said, of course he is handsome? Mu said angrily. Catherine looked at Mu with a smile, and said comfortingly, don't be angry, in fact, Transmuter is also very handsome. You don't understand, that was my dream, now the dream is shattered, and you are still annoying me here. Mu said with an expression that you don't understand me. This performance made Catherine stunned, staring blankly at Mu. Looking at her mother's situation, Mu doesn't need to ask or guess, she can know that Catherine's reading system must be Enhancer. Are you going to start developing Nen? Catherine was not angry at Mu's words, but looked at Mu curiously and asked. Mu paused, then looked at Catherine suspiciously and said, you can guess this, your reaction is really fast. No, it's just that I thought the same way after knowing my school of thought before, so I think you think the same way. Catherine smiled proudly. My thoughts are actually the same as that of Enhancer? Could it be that I'm the Enhancer, not the Transmuter? Mu was thinking about wanting to cry without tears, and her heart could not be calm for a long time. I'm in the room. Mu left a sentence and walked into her room. Seeing her son like this, Catherine also smiled happily. After laughing for a while, Catherine happily sat back on the sofa and continued to follow the drama. From time to time, there will be an unknown laugh. In the room, listening to Catherine's laughter outside, Mu also laughed helplessly. Afterwards, his expression froze, and he began to seriously carry out his own development plan. Since I am a follower of Transmuter, the best development direction is Neon Beast. Neon Beast doesn't need hands and feet, and it doesn't need it to fight. And I also need Neon Beast to be able to absorb energy and store it, and also be able to stimulate it. If it is feasible, it would be best if Neon Beast can process these energies and do other things. Chapter 7 Universal Elixir. With the expectation of her own Nen, Mu started her own Nen development. Developing Nen is a process that tests one's own imagination. It is also a boring process. This kind of work cannot be developed and completed with a slap of the head. It requires Mu to spend time, trial and error again and again, before it can be developed slowly. In the end, an embryo Nen is developed first, waiting for the next step to slowly load the conditions and effects it needs. It is precisely because of this that Enhancer Nen users will always have a lot easier when developing their own Nen. Although good Nen development is very difficult. But it's okay. Mu's talent is indeed very strong. It took 3 days to develop Lenovo. He successfully developed his own Nen 1.0 version. It may be revised, and it may be the final version. Everything depends on future development. Nen, Universal Elixir. A golden Cornean beast that can store energy. 1 energy storage, it can store the energy from MOMU, and it can only store the energy from MOMU. 2 energy return, return the stored energy to MOMU, and it can only be returned to MOMU. 3 the upper limit of stored energy is directly proportional to the upper limit of mined energy. The above is the NAN developed by MOMU in the past 3 days. Originally, I wanted to add a condition to adjust the energy, but MOMU's mined energy is still too low to do it at all. Now, it can only be developed later. At this moment, behind MOMU, there is a golden neon beast floating. Neon beast is the size of a watermelon and is golden in color, looking like gold. This is MOMU's neon beast, a round golden pill. Controlling the golden core neon beast to turn in front of him. I'm going, it's so darn dazzling. MOMU wiped his eyes stung by the reflection of gold, and hurriedly turned the golden core neon beast who had glanced behind him. Tisk tisk, it's so dazzling, if it is summoned suddenly during a battle, wouldn't it blind the enemy? Thinking of this, MOMU couldn't help showing a weird smile on his face. I never thought that the neon beast developed by myself would have such a side effect. NAN has been developed, and now MOMU has to find an opponent to test it out. Catherine? Forget it, with her strength, it's probably impossible to test my upper limit. MOMU shook her head and muttered without thinking. Since Catherine can't do it, of course the target has to be placed outside. Forget about the players, it's not a good thing to provoke some players for no reason. Although his strength doesn't have much to do with Nian Qi. However, this will also waste MOMU's long time. Moreover, when he left Greed Island, Catherine might encounter danger. In order to avoid these unnecessary troubles, not only can MOMU not make trouble at this time, but also try to make Catherine as strong as possible before leaving. Thinking of this, MOMU is also very helpless. This world is like this, full of dangers, let alone Greedy Island, a place where cards are snatched from each other. I'm afraid that even in places outside that seem to be safe, they may encounter battles from NAN. Then he was killed by the aftermath of the battle. Such things are not uncommon. With luck, you won't encounter it for decades. But if the luck is a little bit worse, it will happen once every 3 days. MOMU even wants to take Catherine with her if possible. In this way, he can guarantee Catherine's safety. However, Catherine never thought about leaving Greedy Island at all, and this was what made him feel numb. He was very reluctant to let MOMU live on Greed Island. Even with the combination of Golden Finger and NAN, I can gain longevity. However, MOMU still wants to see the situation on the Dark Continent. Get the kind of rice that will live longer. Not for myself, just for my mother, Catherine. Oh, he sighed helplessly. MOMU opened the door and walked out of the room where she hadn't been out for several days. As soon as I went out, I saw Catherine sleeping on the sofa, and the TV was still not turned off. It's obviously not that Catherine watched TV too late and then made do with falling asleep here. Because MOMU knows that Catherine is a person who can't sleep well without getting into bed. Now I can fall asleep on the sofa here. It can only be explained that Catherine was overtired and fell asleep unknowingly. And it can make Catherine so tired that she doesn't go to sleep. In this family, only a son like him could cause Catherine to act like this. Seeing this, MOMU didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Shaking her head helplessly, MOMU stepped forward, carried Catherine into her room and continued to sleep. After leaving a note, MOMU then left home. As soon as he went out, MOMU walked towards the suburbs. Boss, that's him. I saw him come out of the exchange half a month ago. When MOMU was walking towards the outskirts, in that hidden place, several figures were pointing at MOMU and talking. Third brother, you have really found out. Is his family really rich? Yeah, third child, don't make any mistakes, if you make a mistake, our work will be in vain. Hearing the question from the elder brother and the second brother, the youngest patted his chest proudly and said, Don't worry, elder brother, second brother, I have already checked it out. That kid is definitely lucky and got a huge sum of money. You know, their family hasn't come out to make money for more than half a month. Think about it, in their family's situation, let alone more than half a month, even for 5 days, they have to drink northwest wind. So, I'm sure they still have a lot of money. Besides, even if there isn't one, isn't there that little girl? According to what I heard, that little girl seems to be a chick. The boss and the second brother also heard the same reasoning, and they were very excited when they thought of Catherine's figure that they had glanced at before. In this place, where even the NPCs in the City of Love are unwilling to spend Wushan with them, this matter is too attractive. Chapter 8 The Three Who Killed. No, that chick, even the child is so old, how could she be a chick? The second child discovered the blind spot. Although he didn't care about this, he was very dissatisfied with his third brother's deception. Hey, I didn't believe it before, but I only found out about it after I asked another female player who stayed behind. The third child said proudly. If you want to stay and live on Greedy Island, you need to have children, regardless of gender. We men are okay, we can find NPCs to do it, but among those female players, there must be some who don't want to be touched by others, so they used the pregnancy stone. The boss and the second exclaimed, you mean, that chick used a pregnancy stone? That's right, it's definitely like this. The third child said excitedly. In my heart, I have already started to think about the good things that I can gain both people and money. Very well, that woman's strength is not strong, and she will definitely not be our opponent. The boss nodded in satisfaction. It's just that Greedy Island has a rule that people in the house cannot be shot, so we can only lure her out. The second child answered, and her son is the best bait. As long as we catch him, we can do whatever we want. Hey, the third child nodded and smiled, as if he couldn't wait. Tisk tisk, it's indeed a good idea. Just when the three of them were caught in the imagination of the future, a young voice rang in their ears. Of course, who is it? The boss was about to respond, but suddenly realized that this was not his brother. Seeing the boss who put on a good posture, the second and third children also came to their senses. He hurriedly approached the boss and assumed a fighting posture. Taking a closer look, I saw that the target person they were discussing just now, Mu, was standing not far from them, with the corners of his mouth slightly raised, but his eyes were looking at them sternly. Seeing this, the three of them suddenly relaxed. No matter how terrifying Mu's eyes were, they were not as nervous as before. Obviously, in their opinion, Mu? Nothing to worry about. So it's you kid, heh, since I heard it, why don't you hurry up and get over here? The third child said to Mu disdainfully. That tone seemed to be commanding a dog. Hearing this, Mu's eyes became even colder. He didn't speak, and walked over with his legs. Ha, it turns out that you are a coward. In this way, you still dare to scare us, boy, what is your purpose? The second child asked with a big laugh. The third child said with an expression that I knew, I see, this kid is itching to hear that we are going to attack his mother. He wants to take this opportunity to succeed. Ha, I can meet this kind of thing. It seems that this kid has been spying on his mother for a few days. The boss paused and said with a big smile. Snap. 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 Mu, who came to the front of the three, listened to the words of the three, his expression froze, and he slapped him 3 times. For a while, the laughter stopped directly. The three looked at Mu blankly, as if they hadn't expected that Mu would dare to attack them. Time was silent for a few seconds. BD, let me die. The boss gathered his thoughts violently, and punched Mu with a fist. Seeing this, Mu casually raised her left hand and opened her palm. Snap. Mu caught the boss's fist steadily, and took advantage of the opportunity to call out the golden Cornean beast, turning the energy in his body over. That's it. Didn't you eat? Mu looked at the boss and said with a sarcastic look on his face. The boss, who was still surprised that Mu was able to block his attack, heard this, the trigeminal nerve on his forehead jumped out directly. It looks as if it will explode at any time. Okay, sharp teeth, sharp mouth, let me see if your fists are as hard as this. The boss shouted angrily. After finishing speaking, Nianqi raised it again, and the right fist wrapped around Nianqi hit Mu again. Snap. With ease, Mu caught his fist again. At this time, Mu's expression became even more mocking. I don't know if my fist is very hard, but I know your fist is really soft. Mu laughed mockingly. Ah, go to hell and pay for your words. The boss's anger surged out. Waving his fist, he frantically attacked Mu. For a powerful person, it's okay to be afraid. But the kid in front of him, why should he? Slap. Slap. Facing the boss's attack, the sarcasm on Mu's face remained undiminished, and her hands waved quickly to catch the boss's attack. So weak. Mu said suddenly. The tone was very emotional, as if he was feeling emotional that he had become so strong in this short period of time. But in the ears of the boss, he felt that Mu was mocking himself. And this ridicule, the boss had to admit it. Because he found out that he is no bigger than Mu. Damn, this kid has a problem, you two hurry up. The boss shouted angrily. The second child and the third child also recovered from their absence, hurriedly nodded and rushed over, joining the team beating Mu. Boy, although I don't know why you have become stronger, but even if you learn none, on the side of the three of us, you can only die and pay the price for your arrogance. The second child shouted loudly rode. While speaking, he condensed a mind bomb and shot it towards Mu. Faced with this kind of attack, the boss of course attacked Mu frantically, making it impossible for Mu to dodge. As for this, Mu paused for a moment, and then showed a sarcastic smile. Tilting his head back slightly, he directly used his head to fight the chanting bomb and picked it up. Seeing this, the wretched trio immediately smiled triumphantly. It seems to have seen the dawn of victory. Snap! However, in the next second, the faces of the three of them were as ugly as if they had eaten shit that had been left for 2 days. The pupils of both eyes constricted rapidly, as if they were frightened by something. I saw that Mu smashed the thought bullet with his head without any damage, and stabbed the hearts of the three of them fiercely. Chapter 9 Only 160 punches? At this time, in the hearts of the wretched three, it was already as rough as the sea surface of the 12-level storm. Run! The next second, the three shouted out loudly. Then they turned to 3 directions at the same time. Obviously, they planned to escape separately, rather than being caught in a catch. Run! It's late. Mu grinned and punched the boss in front of him. Boom! Obviously, this was not a simple punch, but a punch that carried the strength of the boss's 10 punches. He knows his own affairs, although his capacity for reading has grown quite quickly. One's own reaction speed has also been greatly improved. However, in terms of strength and running speed, Mu is actually not enhanced. Therefore, he directly used a relatively decent attack power. 10 times the strength of the fist is not something that the boss can support. In addition, on Mu's own fist, there is still a package of thoughts condensed by condensation. This punch is very strong. But he saw that the head of the boss who had been punched by Mu was directly smashed in. Although it didn't explode, it was impossible to live again. Without hesitation, Mu flicked vigorously under his feet. Boom! With a whoosh, he quickly came to the second child's side, punching him 10 times as hard as the eldest. Also, it wasn't that he could resist. Less than a second. The second child is also on the road that the eldest brother wants to go. There is only one person left. Knowing that there was no time to waste, Mu muttered, delivering impact damage to her feet again. Bang! Relying on the reaction force, Mu chased the third child who ran the farthest like an arrow. Yes, energy can not only be used to attack. It also has a unique advantage in promoting one's own actions. Because, Mu doesn't care about the size of the reaction force at all. The reaction force can only push Mu forward, but it can't hurt Mu at all. This is very strange. Mu has absorbed the kinetic energy, why can it still act? Mu couldn't figure it out, so he had to attribute the reason to air propulsion. The third child, who was walking quickly, heard the voice behind him, and turned his head to look in panic. At this glance, it was as if he would never meet in 10,000 years, and strong emotions appeared in the eyes of the third child. Don't come here! The third child shouted angrily and terrified. I want to use this to dispel Mu's idea of chasing him. However, boom! It was another forced acceleration relying on reaction force. Mu caught up directly behind the frightened third child. The right hand enveloped the third child like an inescapable 5-finger mountain. Looking at the palm stretched out towards him, the third child seemed to be hallucinating, only feeling that the palm was as huge as a mountain peak. Look at the palm prints that are as clear as palm prints. The third child fell into deep regret. Regretting that I was so obsessed with ghosts that I actually paid attention to Mu's family. He wants to repent, he wants to be a new man. He must be a good person in the future. So, the third child turned around and shouted loudly to Mu, I vote. Bang! The slap that blessed the boss with 15 punches directly blasted the third's head into the ground. Boom! The powerful kinetic energy smashed the ground into a not-so-small pit. As for the third child who fell among them, his head was already broken and scattered all over the ground. You still want to surrender? You're so meow, the one you just said is the one you love the most, it's a joke to want to live like this. Mu said cursingly. After finishing speaking, he no longer paid any attention to this matter which was nothing more than a trivial matter to him. The strength of the three of them is too bad. Until now, he has not even seen the upper limit of the energy he can store. Now I can only find a place where I can look at the monsters, and then try to resist the pressure. Brush! Suddenly, the corpse lying in front of Mu disappeared, as if there was no him. Turn your head and look away. Sure enough, the 2 corpses before also disappeared at this time. After the player dies, there is no way to stay here, and they will all be teleported to the game console. No, rather than sending the body back, it is better to say that the ring was sent back. After all, if you can't send the ring back, those game consoles outside have already become decorations. After thinking about this point, Mu didn't think too much about it. Lift your feet and continue walking towards your destination. There is not much distance from the outskirts itself, and soon Mu also came to an area with many monsters. Looking at the group of huge wooden figures in front of him, Mu nodded in satisfaction. Then rushed up without hesitation. Come on! Roared, attracting most of the wooden figures. Bang bang bang! Then, in less than 2 seconds, Mu received more than a dozen punches. Although Mu's reaction speed has indeed become faster. But he couldn't use two hands to resist more than a dozen fists at the same time. Even if he uses both feet, he can only resist 4 punches at the same time. If there is no harm to divert this golden finger, it is absolutely impossible for Mu to do such a thing. Before the wooden man's fist arrived, he had already dodged. Then put all the wooden figures into cards. It's just that now, not only can he not do this, but he has to continue to endure all kinds of punches. After resisting it a few times, Mu simply stood still, allowing the wooden figures around him to punch him violently. Fist to the flesh, but can't shake Mu in the slightest. Maid, people who don't know, think I have masochism. Mu, who stood still, pressed her temple and muttered. Bang bang bang. Another dozen punches landed on Mu's body. Well, the upper limit has been reached. Mu raised his eyebrows and said. Bang bang bang. Mu directly returned the damage, and sent all the wooden people around her flying. Well, a total of 160 punches total damage. How come, it shouldn't be the only thing like this. My potential energy has reached at least 16,000 points. With such strength, with the wooden man's fist strength, shouldn't it be only 160 punches? Is there something I overlooked? No, I have to try again. Chapter 10, 160 times is the upper limit of energy storage times. Bang bang bang. Anxious in his heart, Mu didn't want to stay here any longer, and launched a rapid foot-poking attack directly at the dozen or so wooden figures around him. Less than 15 seconds. In Mu's hand, there were more than a dozen forest ranger cards. Although it seems that there is no need to shoot these wooden men. However, Mu, who is short of money, is still very greedy for these cards. The recycling price of an E-grade card is 200,000 kyo. And a dozen E-rank cards, that's millions. If there were millions, Catherine's life on Greedy Island would be much more relaxed. No, it can even be said to be rich. At this moment, Mu is thinking whether he will continue to earn more money for his mother. After all, more money can also bring a better quality of life. Forget it, if there is too much money, my mother might waste it. Mu shook his head and said. While thinking and muttering, Mu has already come to another place. It's still this kind of forest, but it's not the domain of the forest rangers. Here, there is another kind of monster. 825 Anhinga D75. A small snake-like creature with the head and wings of a bird. Their speed is extremely fast. Although their attack power is not strong, they are really dangerous if they are hit. And most importantly, for this monster, their bird pecks are poisonous. It won't cause death, but it can cause an unbearable pain to the injured creature. Now, the monsters Mu is looking for are exactly them. To test the storage limit of his golden Cornean beast, he needs various data. The Anhinga happened to be in two extreme situations with the wooden man. The former is faster and less powerful. The latter is slow, but powerful. It's a nice contrasting combination. Once here, Mu started messing around. I saw him holding the branch of the tree he picked up on the ground, and knocking on the tree beside him. Boom boom boom. A series of blows sounded, which also attracted the attention of the Anhingas in this area. In less than 10 seconds, a large number of Anhingas flocked to Mu from the outside. That scene was as terrifying as a creature attacking a city. Faced with this incident, Mu also felt dizzy. Gah, why did I come to these guys? In the rocky area between the bounty city of Andanibal and the magic city of Mathadora. Isn't there a faster mouse ball? Wouldn't it be better to find those rat balls, at least not so disgusting? Now that things have come to this, Mu can only sigh to welcome the Anhingas in front of him. There are so many enemies, and the speed is still so fast. He only has 2 hands, so he can't defend at all. Spreading his hands, Mu looked up at the sky, waiting for the impact of the Anhinga. Slap! In the next second, Mu was hit by dozens of bird pecks. In an instant, Mu was allowed to store energy dozens of times. After the impact, the Anhinga found that its prey was still safe, so it flew away, turned its head and rushed towards Mu again. Slap! Another dozens of energy storages. All of a sudden, it reached the number of times the wooden people beat up before. 87. 137. 160. Counting the number of times, Mu's face suddenly revealed an expression of surprise. Still 160 times. Mu muttered to himself, so, my golden core has a limit on the number of times it can store energy, not a limit on energy intensity. No way. Mu muttered in disbelief. Boom. In an instant, Mu blasted out all the energy stored in him. In an instant, the snake birds around Mu were directly sent flying. Bang bang bang. In the next second, almost all the Anhingas were turned into cards. In an instant, MOMU produced dozens of degrade cards. Putting the card away casually, MOMU ran quickly without stopping. He is not a player and cannot use spell cards. If you want to hurry, you can only rely on your own walking. This is very troublesome. However, MOMU did not choose a place far away. He was just going to another area of this forest. There's another monster out there to experiment with. Soon, MOMU came to this area. I used the same method again and tried to experiment. Soon, the energy storage of 160 times was reached. Obviously, MOMU once again failed to break through the 160 storage limit of Jindan. The trial is here, and MOMU is fully confirmed. His Neon Beast Almighty Golden Elixir is indeed counted by number of times. However, the number of times is about the same as my potential energy. From this point of view, as long as my potential energy increases again, the number of times that can be stored should increase. MOMU rubbed her chin and thought. It's just that, for the upper limit of the strength of this stored energy, I may need to test it again. If this upper limit is the fist strength of those wooden men, that would be sad. Looking for someone to fight? Forget it, it's better to do less on Greedy Island. Tisk. Why doesn't my mother go out with me? If we go together, there is no need to care about the problems here. If you can't find someone, you can only rely on other methods. Let me see. Greedy Island has no minefields, no volcanoes, and no powerful monsters. In the entire Greedy Island, the strongest person seems to be Razor from Rabbi Xiaofu. Tisk, it's difficult. MOMU muttered unhappily. After scratching his head, he took dozens of cards and left the forest. MOMU, who is only worth hundreds of thousands of nuns, is worth tens of millions after a trip. Rounding up, it's almost 100 million, right? Although it can only be used on Greedy Island, it is indeed just right for Catherine. It can be seen that if a person can have strong strength, money comes really fast. Maybe I can try to go to the coast and pretend that I want to leave by boat. While walking, MOMU muttered. I don't know if doing this will attract Razor to send me a mind bomb. It should be. Phantom Troop was driven away when he tried to sneak ashore. I want to escape from Greed Island, so I should do something. Chapter 11, A Failed Plan. As a transmuternan, although MOMU himself is not very willing to admit it. However, in terms of character, he is indeed a little short-tempered. So after the thought of going to the coast and trying to get Razor to take a shot at him, he came to the beach on the coast non-stop. When we came to the coast, MOMU didn't take off his clothes either. Just like that, he jumped into the sea with his clothes on. Then, it began to swim frantically towards the outside. After swimming for a while, MOMU stopped. Turned around and looked towards the sandy shore. Eyes full of anticipation sank all of a sudden. Razor, who was supposed to stop him on the beach, didn't show up. Seeing this, MOMU also laughed helplessly. Tisk, I really thought too much. Greedy Island may refuse intruders to land on the island, but it will not restrict the Icelanders from leaving. As for the way to leave, whether to buy a boat ticket or swim out by yourself, that's all possible. Obviously, MOMU's previous plan failed. But he couldn't forcefully provoke Razor. That would bring a lot of unnecessary trouble to Catherine's life. Shaking her head lightly, MOMU swam back to the beach, pulling her hands together. Drenched clothes sticking to the body, this feeling is really uncomfortable. Feeling that she was clinging to her clothes, MOMU looked unhappy, and she kept pulling her clothes with both hands. While talking, MOMU walked towards Rabbi Xiaofu. He intended to go home and change into a suit of clothes. After a while, MOMU came to the front of the house. I'm back. Opening the door, MOMU shouted into the house, and took off her shoes. He didn't think he would disturb Catherine, because he had already heard the sound at home. Obviously, Catherine is now awake. Without shoes, MOMU just walked on the ground of the house with bare feet. Step by step, he walked quickly towards the bathroom at home. When passing the hall, MOMU saw Catherine looking towards her. Don't worry about it, I just went to test my Nan. MOMU could feel Catherine's worry when she saw that she was soaking wet, so she also explained and said. Experiment Nan? What are you, Nan? You let yourself fall into the water. Catherine shouted in surprise. MOMU rolled his eyes and said, I didn't fall into the water, I walked in by myself, understand? Forget it, let's not talk about it, I went to take a shower first, and now all the clothes are sticking to my body, it's really uncomfortable. After speaking, before Catherine could reply, MOMU went directly to the room, picked up her clothes and went into the bathroom. When MOMU came out of the bathroom, it's already 10 minutes later. But at this time, his whole body was dry and comfortable. Drying her hair with a towel, MOMU walked over to Catherine and sat down. Then, he handed the card out of the wet clothes to Catherine. Here, put it in your card book. When you have no money in the future, Cell 1. Mu glanced at the TV series in front of him, and the corners of his mouth twitched involuntarily. Mad, I just can't watch this kind of TV series. The bloody plot, I don't know why so many people watch it. So many. Catherine exclaimed after receiving the card from Mu. She visually estimated the cards in her hand, which were at least nearly 50 cards thick. I thought there would be some F-level cards, although they could only sell for 30,000 rings, but after dozens of cards, there are millions of them. But when Catherine saw that the above cards were all E-level cards, she was very surprised. If nearly 50 cards are all grade E, the selling price of one card is 200,000. That's close to tens of millions. Converted into Ruinmei coins, it is about 280,000 yuan. Although it doesn't make their family life worry-free. However, at least it has solved the living expenses for a few years. Ah, there are still D-level cards, and there are still so many. Suddenly, Catherine exclaimed again. Obviously, she discovered the dozens of D-rank and hingas under the stack of cards. Hey, the recycling price of D-grade cards is 1 million. If there are dozens of cards, our family can have tens of millions of nuns. Catherine smiled happily and said, that's great, so we don't have to worry about running out of food. If you are willing to go out and work harder, we don't need to worry about not having friends to eat. Mu said angrily. Also, you should put it away quickly, if it materializes, you can go hunting by yourself. Catherine was taken aback for a moment, and then hurriedly called out her card book. Ah, that's right, it can't be wasted. Seeing Catherine happily putting the card into her card book, Mu hesitated for a moment. He wanted to stay and continue to take care of Catherine. However, for the sake of future development, Mu knows that it is better for him to start faster and make himself stronger. Especially the opportunity to go to the Dark Continent in the future. He has to get it. Not only for Catherine, but also for herself. The time now is 1998. He knew that in the next few years, there would be an unprecedented change in the pattern of the world. If you can't master powerful strength within this time, when the accident comes, he may be able to protect himself, but it is difficult for him to protect Catherine. I'm going to challenge the boat ticket after a while. Mu said suddenly. Hearing this, Catherine paused, then continued to look at her card book, as if she didn't hear it. You know, I've always wanted to venture out, this time it's inevitable. Mu continued. Unlike before, Catherine was sure that it was impossible for Mu to leave Greed Island. That's why I support Mu's decision. Because, I want to challenge the boat ticket, or buy a boat ticket. The difficulty is simply too great. Chapter 12 The Goals of the Three Kinds of Cards. What Catherine never expected was. In less than a month, Mu already possessed the ability of outlying islands. Although having such strength and talent for her son made Catherine very proud. However, this also made Catherine feel lost and lonely. She herself does not want to suffer from the mental illness of social fear. But she couldn't control herself. These years, if it weren't for the son Mu, Catherine didn't know if she could persist. She even had some doubts about whether she would be there one day. I starved myself to death. This is also uncertain. Now she doesn't go out anymore, and even the meals are called directly to have them delivered from nearby restaurants. It's okay when Mu is around, she still has someone to talk to, and she can show various gestures. But what if Mu left? Thinking of this, Catherine felt chills all over her body, and she shrank involuntarily. Feeling this, Mu is also very helpless. He knew that Catherine's situation was very bad, but he didn't expect it to be so bad. It is no longer a question of social terror. Looking at the situation, maybe during the time when he is no longer, even depression can be cured. However, the way to leave with Catherine. Not only would Catherine not agree, but even Mu herself would not dare. Catherine was afraid of strangers. This has already been decided. Even if Catherine leaves with him, she can only stay in the rented house and wait for him. But the outside world is no better than Greedy Island. Because of Greed Island's hard and fast rules, no one hurts the people who stay in the house. And outside? Who knows if he will meet the gangster who breaks the door, if he is not there at that time. Mu couldn't even imagine how Catherine would be treated. Leaving is to leave, but before leaving, I will help you improve your strength before leaving. By the way, the card with the specified serial number, what do you want? Feeling the dull atmosphere of the scene, Mu had no choice but to interrupt first. Number 004, Skin Beautifying Hot Spring. Hearing Mu's question, Catherine, who was still silent just now, said without thinking. Clam? Mu stared blankly at Catherine. And Catherine also paused, and then looked at Mu with a dry smile. Although I will be very lonely if you leave, my son, but if there is a skin beautifying hot spring, I should focus on my own skin. This can be regarded as a diversion of attention. Catherine explained with a sneer, however, you can't go there for too long, otherwise I don't know if the skin beautifying hot spring is still useful. Hearing this, Mu rolled her eyes speechlessly and said, you don't look like social terror at all. Okay, besides the beauty spa, what other cards do you want? It's gone, it's gone. Catherine waved her hands and said, although I really want the witch's rejuvenation drug, it's an S-rank card. It's too difficult, so I don't want it. Understood, skin beautifying hot springs and witch's rejuvenating medicine, right? Mu nodded. Ah, I didn't ask for the witch's rejuvenation medicine. Catherine explained anxiously. Mu ignored Catherine's explanation, touched his chin and said to himself, in addition to these two, you also need a muscle enhancer of Dr. Crazy, which can make your strength much stronger, and I can rest assured. No need, I don't want to become that kind of muscular girl. Catherine said very conflictingly. If you can't do it, you have to. This potion is not only for you, but also for me. Besides, it's just a little more muscle. It can make the strength stronger. It's so worth it. Mu nodded Catherine's forehead, said angrily. Also, listen to me clearly, the potion cannot be stopped, don't think that you can secretly stop drinking it after I leave. If I find that you haven't finished drinking when I come back. Humph. You will be miserable then. Listening to what Mu said, Catherine said with a sad face, I see, why are you so fierce? Seeing Catherine's performance, Mu had a headache for a while. Pressing his own temple, he began to complain about his insufficiency. This is not a mother, this is a girl who has not grown up. But yes, Catherine couldn't even take care of herself. Where else can I take care of Mu? Speechless Mu decided to start collecting those 3 cards now. 004 Beautiful Skin Spa A15. A hot spring that can solve any skin problem. Soak for 30 minutes a day and your skin will become smooth as a baby. 065 Witch's Rejuvenation Drug S10. Take a pill that will reduce 1 year old. The effect of this drug is only physical, knowledge and memory will be preserved. It should be noted that if you eat more than your own age, you will die. One of the bottles contains 100 capsules. 070 Dr. Crazy's Muscle Enhancer A16. Drink 1 bottle a day for a week to build strength. There are 7 cases in total with 10 bottles in each case. A total of 70 bottles. 3 cards, none of which are easy to collect. The lowest level is A-level collection difficulty, and even S-level collection difficulty. One can imagine how difficult it is to collect these 3 cards. And, most importantly, time is running out for Mu. He wanted to take part in the 1999 Hunter test. But now it is late 1998. It's not long before the start of registration. If the collection of cards cannot be completed before this time comes, that would be a waste of time. Taking the Hunter test is mandatory. This is his ticket to the Dark Continent in the future. It might be feasible to simply participate in the form of mercenaries, but it would cause too much trouble. Mu doesn't want to do that. Being able to find teammates and then let them go on top is the best situation. Thinking like this, Mu also quickened her pace. The witch's rejuvenating medicine can be put aside for a while. For the other 2 cards, the priority is skin beautifying hot springs. The increase in strength can be slowed down, but the mother's condition is difficult to deal with. Chapter 13 Looking for Bad Players. After leaving home, Mu's goal was very clear, heading to the reward city. He is not a player and cannot use spell cards. As a result, Mu is completely unaware of the location of the beauty spa. In this case, it would be quite difficult for him to collect the card of beauty spa. Therefore, Mu decided to go to the reward city and unable to find a way. It's rare to see an aborigine born on Greed Island like him. However, there are quite a few players who are not strong enough and can only be bad. It doesn't matter whether these people are strong or not, as long as they can use spell cards. With this thought in mind, Mu ran fast throughout the journey. Not long after, they came to the reward city of Andanibal. Before Mu got close, he could feel the excitement here. It was a kind of liveliness that Rabbi Shaufa could not compare to. After entering the reward city, Mu saw a lot of paper stuck to the surrounding walls. If you take a closer look, you can see that it is full of rewards. The content of the rewards is varied, and there are even things like finding cockroaches. In this regard, Mu is puzzled. Is this also a bounty? Mu looked suspiciously at the reward list in front of him. It's probably possible to post it here. Mu said helplessly. Suddenly, Mu's footsteps stopped, and his eyes followed a huge billboard not far away. There are some event plans written on the billboards. Andoni Bal's schedule for the monthly meeting, October just happened to be the high jump competition, do you want to participate? Mu muttered while rubbing his chin. Let's participate, it's not too late. It just so happens that this month's prize is an improvised book, which is just right for my mother. After thinking about it, Mu made such a decision. 023 Impromptu Book B30. Every time I read it is a book with a different story. When not looking, it is best to clip a special bookmark. Otherwise, when it is opened next time, its story will become another story completely, which needs to be paid attention to. All kinds of different stories are enough for Catherine to pass the time. Mu thought about it, and walked directly to the event registration place. Find applicants and register. Sir, the game time is at noon after 3 days, please don't be absent at will. After signing up, Mu also got the time for his upcoming competition. Okay, on that day, I will come. Mu made a promise, and then left the registration place. Next, he needs to find a partner. A particularly frustrated, obedient coworker. Such people are actually quite hard to find. Especially when he was just an NPC, even if he took the initiative to look for it, those guys would not come out. Moreover, in Greed Island, the situation between the NPC and the player, except for the card book, is really too difficult to find if you don't pay attention. The most important thing is, don't look at the plot when there seem to be a lot of players. But in fact, there are only a few hundred back and forth. As for the truly bad players, Mu estimates that there are only a dozen or so. The rest of them will more or less think about clearing customs to make money. Although expectations are far away. However, it is impossible to say that there is no ambition at all. Even a salted fish wants to turn over, let alone a human. In the vast sea of people, it is really very difficult to find such a person. However, the reason why Mu came to the reward city Andanibal at this time, of course, has his own way. For players who can't even hunt monsters. The bounty mission in the bounty city Andanibal is the basis for their money. The easiest way to get money is also the most suitable task for some bad players to complete. This task is nothing else, as long as you can eat. That's right, this is exactly the challenge task of the big eater in the noodle shop that Chia and Gon went to in the plot. For ordinary people, with such a big noodle bowl, it is really inconceivable to succeed in the challenge. However, for those who are Nen, it is really not difficult. Nen's thoughts, even if it is not enhancers Nen, can strengthen the body's functions. Of course the stomach is in it too. Therefore, this kind of challenge, in the eyes of some suitable Nen, as long as they are not afraid of getting fat, then you can make it vigorously. Soon, Mu came to that noodle shop. Upon entering the noodle shop, Mu is greeted by the owner and chef of the shop. And the manager of this store is a cat orc, who looks a little fat. I'm afraid it's not because I usually eat too well, but also because I don't exercise too much. Welcome, would you like to have a meal or a challenge? The cat manager asked Mu who walked into the pastry shop. Mu looked around, but didn't see the person he was looking for. After thinking about it, I decided to wait here for a while. Challenge, store manager, I want to challenge. Mu said to the cat store manager. It's okay to wait, just try the challenge. He only knew that there was such a challenge before, but he never tried it once. Because, he knew that he didn't have much appetite. If the challenge is not successful, it will cost a fortune. Obviously, the situation of their family can no longer support this kind of expense. The top speed of the cat manager is quite fast. After Mu ordered, in less than 10 minutes, the huge bowl of noodles he was about to challenge was brought up. After the face was healed, Mu also cleaned his hands and face, ready to start his challenge. At first Mu was still very reserved and slowly ate the noodles in front of him. However, seeing the time running out, he couldn't help speeding up. If I eat like this, I shouldn't swallow it, right? Mu thought about his performance of sucking noodles in a big mouth at this time, and he was very puzzled. In fact, Mu's worries are unnecessary. Not to mention swallowing, he didn't even drink a glass of water halfway. With a strengthened stomach, he doesn't need to worry about eating too much. In this way, there will be no so-called feeling of being unable to eat. Chapter 14 Found the target. Soon, Mu put down the bowl and chopsticks in his hand, and successfully finished the noodles in front of him before challenging the time. However, Mu at this time was very speechless. Made, although it is true that he can strengthen his stomach with Nian Qi to strengthen his digestion ability, so as to complete the challenge of the Big Stomach King. However, with so much energy, go for a bowl of noodles and a card. It's not worth thinking about it. It is estimated that only those players who are bad at such things will be willing to do such a thing. Okay, you won, this is your prize, please accept it. At this time, the cat manager came over with a card and congratulated Mu. Thank you. Mu said politely. 1217 F185, delicious fish. Mu raised his eyebrows and said, I don't know if this thing is really delicious. A fish worth tens of thousands of monks, I have only heard of it before, and now I finally have the opportunity to taste it. Putting away the multi-flavored fish in his hand, Mu looked around again. Looking at the time, he decided to wait. So I asked the cat manager for a drink. Time passed slowly. Not long after, a person Mu had been waiting for a long time appeared in the noodle shop. Watching the middle-aged man walk in with a sad face, Mu smiled. It's not that he is gloating, but that he is just happy that he has found someone. However, Mu did not go forward directly, but sat in place and waited for the middle-aged player to complete the challenge. At this time, the middle-aged player who was being watched had already started frantically pulling the noodles in front of him. That speed is like the reincarnation of a starving ghost who hasn't eaten for 10 days. Seeing that Mu clicked his tongue very much. Hey, what kind of life has to be forced to make this happen? As an in-person, among the many ordinary people in the outside world, he can be regarded as an outstanding person. Why do you want to come to Greedy Island to find sins? That ability, not to mention being in a big city, can it be useful? At least in some small cities, there are almost no none. This middle-aged man can live a life like a local emperor. Money, status, and beautiful women can all be owned. After all, an in-person can resist the impact of several tons of force just by maintaining a coil. How can ordinary people do such a thing? In any case, it is better than being on Greedy Island. Mu shook his head with emotion, then got up and walked towards the middle-aged man who had finished eating the noodles. After getting closer, Mu realized that the situation of the middle-aged man at this time was much worse than he imagined. As if to save energy, the middle-aged man was trying to finish the noodles. A typical person who wants to make money but is afraid of death. After a pause, Mu walked up to the middle-aged player and sat down. Excuse me, what's the matter? Feeling the pressure from Mu, the middle-aged man asked timidly. Now there are tens of millions of cooperations waiting for you, do you want to think about it? Mu didn't mean to go around, and asked straight to the point. Hearing Mu's question, the middle-aged player was taken aback for a moment, and then looked at Mu in surprise. Without hesitation, he nodded directly and asked, Excuse me, what should I do? In this regard, Mu grinned and said, It's very simple. Now you use the road sign number 1030 to search for the whereabouts of the beauty spa. It's that simple. The middle-aged player looked at Mu in surprise and asked. Of course not. In addition to this, you also need to find the location of the crazy doctor's muscle enhancer. Mu shook his head and said. The middle-aged player still asked in disbelief, Is it alright to help you find those positions? What do you think? Mu looked at the guy in front of him speechlessly. If he just found the location, then he can just let Catherine not find it. To cooperate with others is not because someone needs to complete these tasks with him. He is an NPC himself, so there is no way to trigger this kind of mission. That is to say, he can participate in some activities. Facing Mu's rhetorical question, the middle-aged player laughed a few times. Obviously, he also knew that this kind of thing couldn't be so simple. After all, with his luck, how could there be a pie in the sky? No, I'm too weak to help you. The middle-aged player waved his hand and said without thinking. In this regard, Mu rolled his eyes and said, Of course I know that your strength is weak, do you really think that I am looking for you because I want to fight with you? Of course not. If you want to find a capable player, I'll just call out. It's your turn. However, you don't have to belittle yourself. Your bad posture is indeed the person I need. You don't need to fight, you just need to help me trigger the mission. When I get the skin beautifying hot spring, you can get half of the labor fee. How about it, isn't it very exciting? Indeed, as Mu said, after the middle-aged players listened to what Mu said. It's more than just a heartbeat, it's just that I can't wait to start working together immediately. As for the fact that this task was triggered by him, he had to get the card. Middle-aged players never even thought about it. Because he knows that once he has such an idea, it is very likely that it will become flower fertilizer on the side of the road. He doesn't want to die. Even if it's bad, it's just wanting to live a leisurely life. Very good, since that's the case, why don't you act quickly, get the card quickly, and you can get the money quickly, right? Mu laughed as he looked at the expression of the middle-aged player. Hearing the urging, the middle-aged player hastily called out his card book. Then he found the card road sign from his spell card bag. It really is one of the easiest cards to collect, even middle-aged players can have it in their hands. Road mark on Myshan Hot Spring. As the middle-aged player's game spell fell, the location of Myshan Hot Spring appeared on his card book. It's here, it's in the City of Love. The middle-aged player looked up at Mu and said. After finishing speaking, he asked with some confusion, Well, I don't have flying spell cards, and these spell cards can't be brought to NPCs, so we need to walk over by ourselves. Chapter 15 Flying Skills? I know, but it's not surprising that the beauty spa is located in the City of Love. Mu nodded after glancing at the middle-aged player. After finishing speaking, without waiting for the middle-aged player to speak, he said directly, "Let's go, go early and return early." After finishing speaking, Mu raised her feet and walked outside. "Ah, this." The middle-aged player froze for a moment, then hurriedly followed. "The distance of more than 100 kilometers is not too far. Let's try to get there in half a day, no problem." Mu stretched his body, relaxed his muscles, and said without turning his head. "What? How is that possible? Such a long distance can only be achieved by running alone. It will take at least a few days." "Well, I might not." "Okay, let's start." Mu interrupted the middle-aged player and said. After speaking, his right hand directly touched the back of the middle-aged player. "Then, keep your balance," Mu said with a grin. Just when the middle-aged player didn't know what happened, Mu's thoughts moved, and a wooden fist punched out directly. Bang! The powerful force directly blasted the middle-aged player into the air, and the whole person threw a parabola towards the distance. Ah! The sudden change made the middle-aged player scream involuntarily. Tang! Mu also jumped out immediately after the middle-aged player. Boom! After tens of meters, the middle-aged player hit the ground heavily. Just when he thought he was going to be killed, he was surprised to find that the shock he received was still within his tolerance. For a while, the middle-aged players were overjoyed and surprised by Mu's strength. With such a powerful force, it can be retracted freely, and it also guarantees that he will not be injured and die. This kind of control made the middle-aged player's unwillingness and resentment just risen, and was thrown to the end of the world at this moment. Enmity with such a person? Trouble. If you really think you can't die fast enough, you can commit suicide. Instead of coming to the door to seek guilt. Snap. At this moment, Mu also fell next to the middle-aged player. Hurry up! Mu urged, ignoring the guesses of the middle-aged players. Hearing Mu's urging, the middle-aged player quickly stood up from the ground. Take the initiative to set up a good posture, so as not to face the ground again. Seeing this, Mu also paused, then nodded in satisfaction. Bang! Another shock. In the next second, the two only crossed a distance of tens of meters once. So and so. Mu took the middle-aged players on a dozen bounce-like rushes. In 10 or so seconds, the two had already advanced hundreds of meters. No, even if I recover a lot of impact every time I drop it. But according to this kind of development, my 160 times wooden figurine power. I guess it won't last long. It is also impossible for me to go to the monster to gather energy after I have used up the strength of the wooden man's fist. Mu became entangled. He hadn't thought about this kind of thing before. But now when I was on my way, I discovered it. There are still such disadvantages. The middle-aged players on the side, watching Mu's jinxy appearance, did not dare to disturb him. He hurried to the side and rubbed his painful part that had been hit on the ground many times. He had to take advantage of this opportunity to let himself recover properly. Otherwise, he would really be thrown into the city of love like this. Suck. The middle-aged player couldn't help but gasped, as if thinking of how miserable he would be. Here, Mu's pensive expression suddenly paused. Wait, I can transfer energy from any part of my body. Then can I exert force on the back of my hands and feet like that guy in Iron Man? Is it feasible to fly in this way? Thinking of this, Mu's complexion was slightly happy. In addition, among the 6 naval styles of One Piece, the moon step is a means of stepping on the air. If I use damage transfer, I will increase the pedaling force on the soles of my feet. Am I able to jump in the air too? By the way, since I can exert force everywhere in my body, then maybe I don't need ordinary fighting methods. Body-to-body combat may be my strongest fighting method. Thinking of this, Mu couldn't help thinking of the scene where he was fighting the enemy. I saw that his enemy was a tall and strong man. Forget it, don't fight anymore. Mu shuddered, and quickly threw out the imagination that had just arisen in his mind. The woman is okay, but the fight is also a disadvantage for the other party. But if it is a man, it's impossible for Mu to be happy. After throwing away these disgusting thoughts, Mu started to work on the 2 damage transfer techniques that he had just thought of. The first is Iron Man style flying. Thinking like this, Mu pointed his palms at the ground, and with a thought, a wooden fist force spewed out from the palms of both palms. Touch! In an instant, a powerful reaction force pushed Mu to rush towards the sky. It wasn't until he rushed to a height of more than 10 meters that he slowly stopped. However, this is not yet flying. At most, Mu has an extra jumping method. Mu, who was hovering in the air due to inertia, adjusted his center of gravity and posture slightly. Touch! In the next second, a wooden man's fist force spewed out from his palm again. This fist force pushed him to rush elsewhere horizontally. Let him leap hundreds of meters in a parabolic state. Yes, with the same power, if it is only used for bouncing, Mu can only span tens of meters. But when he set his position higher by more than 10 meters, when charging with a flying attitude, but he covered a distance of hundreds of meters. All of a sudden, the speed was raised several times. Touch. When he was about to hit the ground, Mu adjusted his posture again, turned around, and rushed towards the original position. Because of not being very proficient, Mu's flight path is particularly crooked at this time. Very uncomfortable. But, it does fly. And there is no need to borrow power from both feet. Looking at it this way, Mu's flying skills at this time are somewhat different from Iron Man's. On the contrary, it is more like the flying skills of Sawada Tsunayoshi, the 10th generation leader of the Vongola family in the Tudor. Chapter 16 Jet Flight and Moon Step. The flying skills of the two are very similar. It's just that Tsunayoshi Sawada relies on the kinetic energy of flame jets. And Mu is just the energy obtained by the transfer of damage. There is a little difference between the two, but they are indeed very similar. Who am I? Where am I? What am I going to do? The middle-aged player who was pinching the painful part at this time was looking at Mu dumbfounded. The movement of the hands had already stopped. At this moment, his mind is full of the image of Mu flying in the sky just now. He knows that Nen is amazing, and he knows that many amazing Nen can be developed. But he just saw that Mu's Nen is not flying. Now it is able to demonstrate the ability to fly. This made the middle-aged player realize once again that he has really lived in the stomach of a dog all these years. As an Nen person, I won't talk about Nen even being able to develop it. He even performed so poorly. Middle-aged players feel quite ashamed. At the same time, he also hates the injustice of God. Mu, who didn't know what the middle-aged player was thinking, stood still and fell into another thought. My special meow uses both hands, how can I bring people to fly together? Is it possible to clamp him with both feet? Thinking of this, Mu couldn't help but look at the middle-aged player beside him. I couldn't help but think of that picture in my mind. In an instant, cold sweat broke out on Mu's forehead. Mad, if this is the case, then he might as well follow the method just now, at least simply. No, this method will not work. It seems that we can only use other methods. I can't bear to use my thighs to clamp a man with a flying Mu. I put my mind on the technique of moon steps. Do what comes to mind, this is the practice of transmuternan. The eager Mu is no exception. Without any hesitation, he jumped directly into the air. Without the assistance of the wooden man's fist, Mu can only jump to a height of 3 meters. The gap is so huge, which makes Mu very helpless. However, he was not bothered. I have only just learned Nen for a long time, and I have already caught up with many people who have been immersed in this way for several years. He was about to laugh too. And, this is just the beginning. Next, he must be able to reach a higher level. Then hovering in the air with inertia, Mu stepped on the air below with his right foot. Taking advantage of the trend, a wooden man's punch also spewed out from the sole of his right foot. Touch. With a muffled sound, Mu's figure swayed and shot towards the sky. Very unstable. However, he did fly in the air. Mu, who was flying, didn't care about his own situation. Instead, he touched his chin and muttered, "It's too much power for a wooden man's fist. It's already equivalent to flying." Saying this, Mu also knew what he was going to do next. It is nothing more than controlling a single energy output. First of all, it is half of the wooden man's fist power. Touch. Mu's figure rose again, but this time the height of the rise was much lower. There is drama. Mu grinned, and then slowly reduced the output intensity of the wooden man's fist. Mu officially completed the development of the moon step until the wooden figure's fist power was divided into 20 parts. For him now, every step he takes in the air will only raise him by about 30 centimeters, giving himself time to cope. Bang bang bang. Mu, who was a little proficient, began to walk back to the middle-aged player step by step. At this time, the middle-aged players have already lost their 3 views. The talent shown by Mu. Make them feel cold. Once again, I realized the horror of the talent of genius. How long did it take? Less than half an hour. Mu has developed 2 application techniques that seem to be related to her own Nen. Let's go. After landing, Mu directly grabbed the belt of the middle-aged player. Then, without waiting for the middle-aged player to react, he ran up to the sky with all his strength. Bang bang bang. The soft sound made Mu feel as if he was walking on the ground even if he was leading an adult. Seeing myself getting further and further away from the ground, I felt the pain in my waist. The middle-aged player dared not speak out, but gritted his teeth and persisted. This speed is much faster, and it also saves a lot of energy. Mu, who is walking in the air, can clearly find this. It took the same amount of wooden man's fist power as before, and the distance between the two of them was nearly 20 times different. I tried my best before, but I only ran a few hundred meters. Now it is already tens of kilometers. According to his current energy reserves, Mu can guarantee that they can reach the city of love. That's enough, the rest will wait until they get the skin beautifying hot spring. Time flies. In the blink of an eye, the two of them covered a distance of more than 100 kilometers and came to the sky above the city of love. The city of love is a very magical city. The entire city is full of sweet buildings, and if you walk here, it's like stepping into some kind of love game. And above the city, there are pink peach hearts floating, symbolizing the rich atmosphere of love here. In any corner of the city, there are all kinds of beautiful encounters. Once the strategy is completed, the relationship between male and female friends can be determined. Then step into the palace of marriage and have children. This is where Mu is at its absolute most outrageous. Jin's group of people, except for their lack of intelligence, all show that they are creating people. Without any hesitation, Mu landed with the middle-aged player. Ah, let me go quickly. After a while, Mu saw a beautiful girl in school uniform being pulled by a wretched man. As a man, if he sees this situation, if he doesn't save him, is he still human? However, this kind of thing can be done elsewhere. In this place, it is better to do it by necessity. Unless you want to fall in love with the beautiful girls here. Even love that can marry and have children. Obviously, Mu didn't want to do this kind of thing. After all, he really didn't intend to live with the NPCs from the city of love. Let her go. At this moment, a righteous voice sounded in Mu's ear. Chapter 17 Love in the City. Mu turned his head to look, but saw the middle-aged player who was like a dead dog just now, standing straight and pointing at the wretched man in front of him. Maybe it's because of his body shape, which makes the middle-aged player feel that he is strong enough to suppress the wretched man. Or maybe it was because Mu was on the side, which gave the middle-aged players a lot of confidence. Anyway, the middle-aged player knew that he was in charge of today's matter. Thinking of the next scene, the corners of the middle-aged player's mouth drooled. Snap! Mu slapped the middle-aged player on the back of the head unceremoniously. Give me something serious. What you want to do next is your own problem. Now, put away your disgusting face and wipe your saliva. Mu looked at the middle-aged player and said seriously. Okay, okay. The middle-aged player looked at Mu's eyes, swallowed involuntarily, and hurriedly nodded in response. Without saying much, Mu stepped forward and walked forward. By the way, he waved to the middle-aged player, signaling him to hurry up and follow. What are you doing? If you don't go away, I'll call. A white-collar woman shouted at a short man holding a bouquet of flowers. Ah, come quickly, help me, I don't know them. When passing by an alley, there was a cry for help that made the man's desire to protect rise in a straight line. Oh, you don't have eyes when you walk. Didn't you see anyone in front of you? A girl with glasses fell to the ground after bumping into a middle-aged player, looking for her glasses while being rude to the middle-aged player. Scolded. Hey, brother, can you help me zip up the back, I can't reach it. A sister you said to Mu with a embarrassed face. Then he turned around and exposed his smooth back, wanting Mu to help her zip up. Grunt. Seeing this scene, the middle-aged player swallowed involuntarily. Regarding this, Mu looked at it twice, then pressed his forehead with a headache. He still underestimated the number of encounters in the city of love. After walking less than 50 meters, they encountered no less than 10 contacts in total. And every time is different, it seems to say that there is always one that suits you. If anyone doesn't mind who these women are, then in this city of love, even if he opened a harem, it probably wouldn't be difficult for him. Mu ignored Sister Yu's words and walked over directly. The middle-aged player on the side hesitated for a moment. With a certain expression on his face, he trotted behind Yuji, and made a swipe sound with the zipper. Just zip up. Thank you, little brother, I don't know how to thank you, how is it you, where is that little brother? Sister Yu turned around and looked behind her, just about to thank Mu for a wave, and then asked Mu has a meal and goes deeper. But in the end, it was discovered that the person who zipped himself turned out to be a middle-aged player. This pd her off. He lifted his foot and kicked it out. Boom. In the next second, the middle-aged player flew upside down and hit the far wall. FKU, you don't go to attack so many women, you come to spoil the good things of the old lady, why are you so old? Sister Yu cursed at the middle-aged player who was so stupefied that he vomited blood. Didn't you hear me? Am I talking to this little brother? Am I calling you? Let's do it. You really think that my mother can't reach the girl behind me? The zipper won't work. The movement behind him caught Mu's attention. Turning around to look at Yuji who was cursing, Mu was completely dumbfounded. He never expected an NPC with this attitude. There is even an NPC who chooses who to meet. Okay? What is that? Suddenly, Mo discovered the problem. He looked at the ring on Sister Yu's right hand, but he understood why Sister Yu behaved like this. Maid, turned out to be a player pretending to be. I said how can I choose the object by myself? It turned out that I wanted to rely on the particularity of the city of love to hunt. Seeing Mo staring blankly at her, the cursing Sister Yu restrained her expression. Recovering the smile he had just kept, he said to Mo, brother, I recommend you, why don't you give it a try, there is a reward. While speaking, Yuji blinked at Mo, and seductively lifted her short skirt with her right hand. If such a thing happened to a young man who was not well versed in the world, he would have been so fascinated that he couldn't find his way. But, who is Mo, as a time traveler? He has never seen anything, and he has seen all kinds of battles on the internet. When seeing Yuja's gesture, the first thought in my mind was, how many people has she killed now? And then there is, I don't want to be part of this women's card book. Ignoring Yuja, Mo turned to look at the middle-aged player standing up with difficulty. Is it dead? If not, then hurry up and follow. Mo felt a little regretful about finding a middle-aged player who was so badass. Let you ignore these things, you really owe me a lot of hands. I'm fine, I can do it. The middle-aged player hurriedly said, my lord, I'm sorry, it's my obsession. Mo nodded and said, let's go. Looking at the situation of the two people in front of her, Yuja let out a tisk in displeasure. I felt a pity in my heart. Especially when she saw Mo's appearance, she was almost overwhelmed by the association. Giving up such a handsome little big brother is something she feels very angry about. All because of that disgusting man. Thinking of this, Yuja glared at the middle-aged player. The sight behind him made the middle-aged player feel chills all over his body. Regardless of the pain in his body, he hurried to catch up with Mo, the boss who could give him a sense of security. After going through all kinds of situations, Mo and Mu finally came to a hot spring. Go, what to do, you should know. Mo signaled the middle-aged player to step forward to activate the task. This is something Mo can't do by himself. Okay, my lord, I'll go right away. The middle-aged player said very humbly. After speaking, after getting a response from Mo, I hurried to the hot spring hall and found the front desk to have a conversation. Chapter 18, The Power of 10,000 Snakes. My lord, I already know that if you want to get the beauty skin hot spring, you need to go to the nearby beauty skin mountain to find a delicious skin beauty stalactite. After bringing back the stalactite, drop it into the hot spring, and you will be able to get the skin beauty hot spring. There is no chicken mountain? There is such a mountain? It's never seen before. Mo was stunned, and said with emotion. The middle-aged player looked at Mo puzzled, wondering what is wrong with the important materials of Miji Hot Spring in Miji Mountain. He was preconceived, but he didn't know what Mo was thinking at this time. Or it didn't respond. As for this situation, Mo didn't say much. Just wait for me here, don't go anywhere. Mo told the middle-aged player. After speaking, without waiting for the middle-aged player to reply, he ran directly into the air and flew towards the beautiful muscle mountain that he asked about earlier. It is impossible to bring middle-aged players, and Mo has already known it the previous time. Now I just need to find some materials. No need to carry a burden. Seeing the disappearing figure of Mo, the middle-aged player put down his hand helplessly. He knew he was being looked down upon. However, he also knew his situation. Don't say that others look down on him, he himself sometimes looks down on himself. It's just that what I have done is too deceitful, and I don't look like a man at all. Not to mention the situation of the middle-aged players, the progress on Mo's side was beyond his expectations, unexpectedly smooth. Miji Mountain is easy to find, and the stalactite cave in Miji Mountain is also easy to find. In the stalactite cave, those stalactites are spread all over the place. Mo just held the cup quietly for a while, and he filled a whole big cup. Its difficulty is simply sorry for the so-called A-level collection level. Happy, this so-called A-level collection level is probably due to the mountain climbing road and the steep terrain around the stalactite cave. Mo ran out of the stalactite cave, looked at the geographical environment of the stalactite cave, and said with a smile in his heart. The environment here is quite a difficult challenge for most Nan people. Not only do they have to deal with various monsters on the mountain, but they also have to climb such a steep position. If you want to collect stalactite here, if you are not careful, you will be angry on the spot. But, be silly, I can fly. Muttering, the smile on Mo's face never stopped. The ability application that has just been developed is applied here. This made Mo a little thankful that he couldn't use spell cards anymore. Otherwise, how could he have the mind to develop the application of various abilities? After laughing for a while, Mo slowly restrained her expression and planned to go back. Well, boa constrictor. When passing by the mountainside, Mo suddenly found many huge boa constrictors below. When seeing these pythons, Mu thought of one thing. The previous wooden man's fist strength, and the rest of the Anhinga's pecking strength, all deal damage in an instant. But pythons are different, they will wrap and squeeze their prey first, and then swallow them. Mu wants to know whether the power generated by this kind of winding and squeezing will be accepted by Jindan. Thinking of this, Mu couldn't sit still. He quickly landed directly on the mountainside. Yo, you guys go together, I'm in a hurry. As soon as he landed, Mu loudly attracted the attention of the surrounding pythons. Here, the boa constrictors who heard the movement on Mu rushed towards Mu one after another. After a while, Mu's whole body was entangled by several pythons. Afterwards, it began to exert strength slowly. Mu, who was standing in it, didn't move at all, letting the somewhat icy snakes wrap around him to exert strength. As the python continued to exert its strength, Mu's complexion gradually became better. The corners of his mouth kept rising, obviously something good happened. And this kind of thing is really a good thing for Mu. Because he discovered that with the continuous exertion of the python, his damage transfer golden finger did not escape. Instead, it began to accumulate slowly. This means that Mu's damage transfer ability can be counted together for continuous damage. Suddenly, Mu's face froze, thinking of something. If the damage transfer will count continuous damage as one damage calculation, so should he develop an that can deal continuous damage to himself? In this way, he will be able to continuously accumulate strength, and when the time comes, he will smash the planet under his feet with one punch. One Punch Man, the real One Punch Man. However, the damage transfer ability has no way to deal the damage in stages, it can only be done together. In this way, after Mu punches, he will lose this ability. If you want to accumulate the power to blow up the planet with one punch, I'm afraid that the time will not be too short. In this way, the almighty golden elixir is more suitable for Mu. The number of times increased, and the continuous damage is the upper limit of the increased stored power. In addition, Jindan allows me to divide a portion of energy into multiple segments. As far as the application effect is concerned, it is much more beneficial than One Punch Man. Besides, it's not that I can't be a One Punch Man with the almighty elixir. He can even become a One Punch Man who never stops. The strength can also be very strong. Thinking of this, Mu's expression finally calmed down. My own situation is still there, not a big problem. It just takes longer to accumulate strength. But that's not a big deal. As long as it can be done, it is considered a success. Besides, he still doesn't know the upper limit of damage transfer. Thought of trying it out. Mu struggled pretendingly so that the python would not let go of its entanglement. He directly turned these pythons into his own tool snakes. Time flies. In a blink of an eye, Mu stayed on the mountainside for most of the day. The energy index accumulated in the body has at least reached the power of 10,000 snakes. If this strength is converted into the fist strength of a wooden man, it is afraid that it has reached the fist strength of 50,000 wooden figures. It is very domineering. After this period of testing, Mu has a greater understanding of the upper limit of his cheating. Chapter 19, Skin Beautifying Hot Spring Succeeded. Bang bang bang. Although the increase in strength makes Mu feel very happy. However, there are still business matters to be done, and Mu can only temporarily abandon the situation here. He directly knocked down several pythons around him, and then flew down the beautiful muscle mountain with the card. At this time, such a power of 10,000 snakes has been stored in his almighty golden elixir. When Mu returned to the city of love. But in front of the hot spring, a middle-aged player was squatting next to the gate of the hot spring like an old dog that no one liked on the street. Looking back and forth, he was obviously looking for someone. This performance made Mu startled. There are many things in my mind. It seems that no matter which world you are in, there are always such a group of humble people. It can even be said that this is the life of the general public. If he hadn't crossed over in his previous world, I'm afraid there was only such a person. Thinking of this, Mu's eyes hardened. He must be strong. Only in this way can he control the rhythm of his own life. What are you doing? This is the stalactite. Take it. Hurry up and collect the cards for the beauty spa. We have other places to go. Mu landed next to the middle-aged player, and then threw the stalactite past, urging. Hearing Mu's words, the middle-aged player, who was delighted to see Mu just now, also nodded hurriedly, and then hurried into the hot spring hall. Under the gaze of Mu, the middle-aged player left under the leadership of a maid. I also know that Mu is waiting for his middle-aged players outside, and he is worried that if he spends too long, he will be fed. It doesn't mean to stop doing things at all. Hastily came to a hot spring. Then he poured the stalactite on his hand into it. Time passed slowly. By the time the middle-aged player came out of the hot spring and stood in front of Mu, it was already 15 minutes later. My lord, this is the skin beautifying hot spring card I just got. The middle-aged player handed over 2 cards respectfully with both hands. 2. Mu took the card in surprise and said. Yes, my lord, there are 2 in total, and they are all here. Okay, I thought there would be more, but it seems that those guys are not too bad. 13 of the 15 cards have been obtained by the players. Mu put away the cards and said with emotion. Now, he was worried that all of the crazy doctor's muscle enhancer would be gone. If that's the case, it's not like he won't be able to get the crazy doctor's muscle enhancer. However, it cannot be turned into a card, it can only be held in both hands. Just took it home and it was really bad. The middle-aged players were also surprised by Mu's words. He knows how good the other players are. However, it was the first time he knew that other players were so much stronger than him. I always feel that I have lived my life on dogs. Thinking of this, the middle-aged player glanced at Mu from the corner of his eye. Then it got even sadder. It feels like I shouldn't live in this world. Even before they reached adulthood, they possessed such strength. Middle-aged players can't imagine how rich Mu's life will be in the future. Where is it like him? It's just a pool of stagnant water. Snap. Seeing the dazed look of the middle-aged player, Mu snapped his fingers casually. After waking up the middle-aged player, he said slowly. Go ahead, use the signpost to see where Drive Mad Doctor's muscle enhancer is. The middle-aged player paused, then hurriedly responded, oh, yes, my lord. Same operation, same sound effect. Soon, Mu and the middle-aged player got the location information of Drive Crazy's muscle enhancer. Delia's? Why is it in that kind of city? Mu asked strangely. He couldn't help being surprised. As a researcher of Brother Yu, he actually stayed in a gambling city. He couldn't think of anything in common between the two. After thinking about it, Mu still couldn't figure it out, so he stopped thinking about it. With the middle-aged player, he rushed towards Doliasi. At this time, the middle-aged player was being led to run in the air. Surprisingly, Mu's running speed in the air has become faster. Moreover, their bounce distance has also become lower. Before, he looked at least as tall as a human head. That is about 30 centimeters. But now, it's only half of what it was before. From the above things, the middle-aged player can only draw one conclusion. He became stronger again? How can that be? No matter how talented he is, it is impossible to become stronger so quickly. The middle-aged player, who was so shocked in his heart, looked at Mu who was leading him on the road with difficulty from the corner of his eye. Full of envy, wanting this unreasonable talent. But he also knew that this was impossible. In the end, I can only suppress this envy in my heart and keep envious. Even if he thought in his heart that he couldn't think about it anymore. He couldn't control it either. After all, let go? How could it be that easy? I don't know Mu who thinks so much about middle-aged players. It quickly brought people to the gambling city of Doliasi. Go and ask someone, see if you can find out the location of Dr. Crazy. Mu said to the middle-aged player who was still a little unsteady on his feet, after 15 minutes, we will meet here again. After all, without waiting for the middle-aged player to reply. He found a direction and left alone. There are not many people on the street, most of them are in the surrounding casinos. Mu didn't search too much, chose a casino and walked in directly. As soon as he entered the casino, Mu could feel the enthusiasm of the atmosphere here, which was really a bit intrusive. Gambling, that is a big pit. Who is really able to win money in this regard? Except for the banker, everyone else is impossible. Tisk tisk, these people are useless. Looking at the fanatics in front of him, Mu smacked his lips and shook his head. Even so, Mu found the most fanatical looking guy and walked over. It will be easier to ask for information, or those who have no scruples, or those who want something. Such people only need the money, and they can almost even ask if they ate shit last night. Chapter 20 Need to buy a card? Man, how's your luck today? Mu came to a gambler and said when the gambler won a small win. Ha ha ha, small win, small win. The gambler laughed and said. Then do you want to make some more money? Of course, why? Do you have a way? Mu smiled and said, Dr. Crazy, do you know where he is? I know, wait, why are you asking this? The gambler looked at Mu suspiciously and asked. I have something to ask him. Go, I'm not free but your intelligence element. After all, the gambler wants to ignore Mu and continue to gamble. Don't worry, there are intelligence fees, how about 500,000? Mu stopped the gambler and said. The gambler hesitated for a moment, and said, 800,000, buy it now. It was a pleasure chatting with you, and we will talk again next time. Mu stood up gently and said. After speaking, I wanted to go outside. Wait, 500,000 is 500,000, but I want to see the money first. The gambler shouted anxiously at Mu. No, it's only 400,000 now. In response, Mu stopped and said with a grin. But... The gambler was a little unconvinced and wanted to say something more. But after seeing Mu's expression, he stopped. He knew that if he said another word, he might not even have 400,000 yuan. The position of Dr. Crazy is on Duliasi's side, although it is not a well-known fact. However, there are quite a few people who know it. He is just one of them. Relying on this information to earn 400,000 precepts, it is already a big profit. In this normal world where the salary is only around 50,000 ringgis. Most of the family has only 2 people working, that is 100,000 monks. If the family is bigger, better. A family of 4 works together, that is 200,000 ring nuns. If this is the purchasing power of Ruin Mi coin, then Mu thinks it is not a big problem, and can even live happily. But in this Hunter x Hunter world where a bottle of soda costs 152 kids. 200,000 can buy more than 1,300 cans of drinks. To make a comparison, I converted the value of the nun and soft sister coins. It can be easily found that there is a price difference of 35 times. In other words, 35 rings are equal to 1 soft sister coin. The average family has an income of either 100,000 or 200,000, or even better, 300,000. Calculated, 200,000 has the purchasing power of less than 6,000 soft sister coins. If there are only 3 of them and they have their own house, then forget it. But there are 6 people in a family, and that is rent, food, and various books and miscellaneous expenses for reading, and scattered expenses. In this world, it is good for a family to survive. It is almost impossible to live well. And now, without doing anything, he can get 400,000 ordinances. How could this not be tempting? If he hadn't been so talkative and greedy, it would have been 500,000. All of a sudden, 100,000 was lost, and the gambler was also extremely heartbroken. Okay, but I want to see the money first. No problem, this is 400,000 renunciation, so let's talk about it now. Mu took out a few cards and handed them to the gambler and said. Looking at the 400,000 nuns in front of him, the gambler's eyes lit up. Very anxiously reaching for it, wanting to get it. 1 pump. Unable to draw, the card was firmly held in Mu's hand. The gambler was taken aback for a moment, and looked up at Mu. Hey, I'm just a little anxious. The crazy doctor you're looking for is just 2 streets away from here. He's the one who opened the grocery store you saw. The gambler said with a dry smile. Mu stared blankly at the gambler, then let go of his fingers. It went smoothly, it went so smoothly that Mu was a little bit tongue-tied. I thought it would take some effort to find the location of Dr. Crazy. But now it seems that the location of the crazy doctor is not very secret information. For this, Mu is also very surprised. After leaving the casino, Mu returned to the agreed position with the middle-aged player. Walked in and took a look, but there was no middle-aged player. After waiting for a while, I saw the middle-aged player running back in a hurry. My lord, I can't find out. These people are very snobbish, and they don't want to talk about it without paying them. The middle-aged player said angrily. Mu waved his hand casually and said, okay, I guess I'm making some money by relying on this little news. I've already found out. Hurry up and don't waste any more time. After all, Mu took the lead and walked towards the position pointed by the gambler. The distance was not far, and soon Mu found the grocery store opened by Dr. Crazy. Looking at the dilapidated house in front of her, Mu looked strange. Then he shook his head and walked in. And soon, Mu walked out with middle-aged players. My lord, don't take that kind of card. The middle-aged player walked beside Mu, and said with an exaggerated expression, A-level cards cost 500 million to buy, why didn't he grab them? Mu pressed his forehead with a headache and said, he is robbing now, and it is more useful than robbing. It's just that I never thought that there are such A-level cards that can be bought with only money. Although 500 million is needed, the situation is not bad. That's what I said, but Mu also knows a little bit. If he wanted to earn 500 million rings, he needed to collect 5 A-level cards, or 50 B-level cards. As for cards below the C-level, Mu doesn't consider them at all. That was a waste of time. While talking, Mu took out the 2 Skin Beauty hot springs on her body. This is 200 million. I'm at least 4 short. 5 for money, 1 for keeping. Mu had another headache. Now, Mu just wants to know that which is rejuvenation drug won't be bought with money. If not. According to the recycling price is 1 billion, if the purchase price soars 5 times or 10 times. He needs to collect 50 to hundreds of A-level cards. With such intensity, Mu doesn't even want to do it anymore. It's just too annoying. With this in mind, Mu left Doliasi with the middle-aged players and returned to the City of Love. Chapter 21. I am not even a player, how can I grab it? They're really cheating. Mu held two crazy doctor's muscle enhancer in his hand, and said very displeased. He put the card in his pocket casually. Mu greeted the middle-aged players and left the place. The signpost explored the way, and then flew to a place called Wenqian. The position of the witch is here. Traces of the witch can be found as well as Dr. Madness. However, after the understanding of middle-aged players, only then did Mu realize that the witch's card collection is much more troublesome than that of the crazy doctor. No money, just need Mu to find all the medicinal ingredients of the witch's rejuvenation medicine. Hehe, it sounds so simple. But, who can tell me? Why are these medicinal materials located all over the entire greedy island? And there are several medicinal materials that need to be obtained at a specific time. Of these specific herbs, the rest are fine. Why must the medicinal material called spring grass juice be picked in spring? There are still a few months until spring. And now, Mu just lacks these time. Forget it, let's call it a day. Your mission is over, and this is your reward. Mu thought for a while, and finally decided to temporarily abandon the collection of the witch's rejuvenation medicine. After giving the money to the grateful middle-aged player, he watched him fly away. After the middle-aged player left, Mu did not act directly, but stood where he was, looking at the sky peacefully. In a few minutes, Mu looked around helplessly, and urged, if you don't make it, I will leave. Someone? This is inevitable. After all, why did Mu collect two kinds of A-level cards? For many players, this is a good fortune. Originally, I wanted to find a better timing, but now it has been punctured. The players who were staring at Mu also showed their heads. As players appear one by one, Mu couldn't help raising her eyebrows. He found that among the people surrounding him this time, there were many familiar faces. Most of them are people I have seen in the plot. There are small teams in 2s and 3s, and there is also a large raider group of players. That's right, it was the idiots of the clearing team who were wiped out by the bomb demons. I didn't expect your perception to be so strong, but facing so many of us, it's impossible for you to run away. Theft on. A player wanted to act first, regardless of other people's thoughts, and directly took out a C-level spell card, intending to steal the card from Mu. The face that was bound to win suddenly froze. The rest of the players who hadn't reacted hurriedly took out their cards and shouted at Mu. However, after a few seconds, these players also stepped into the embarrassing scene of the previous player. A group of people stood beside Mu in a daze, holding a card in their hands. The actions are almost the same, but they have not been used for a long time. Is it that they don't want to use it? Or did they realize that they didn't want to rob? Oh, how is this possible? Even if it is believing that night will not come, it is better than believing that they will find out with their conscience. The reason for this is now. That's just because they don't know Mu's name at all. In addition, they did not find Mu's name in their card book. For this, Mu kept smiling flawlessly, the smile was so sarcastic. He wasn't even a player, and he wanted to snatch cards from him with spell cards. That was nothing short of a joke. If he wanted a card, on his side, he could only grab it hard. And hard grab? That's not something Mu worries about. Not him blowing. Just beat the tomato eggs in front of him, and he wouldn't be afraid of 1,000 more. Injury can't hurt him, and injury is not his opponent. Why do they fight with themselves? Based on their shamelessness? It's not a player. In other words, he is an NPC. Some players said in disbelief. NPC can also collect cards. Impossible. Silly, where did you get the cards in your hands? Well, as soon as these words came out, everyone shut up. Because they discovered that almost all the cards in their hands were taken over from NPCs. After understanding this point, many players looked helpless. Then turned and left. After working for so long, I was looking at an NPC collecting cards. Where is this going to make sense? They don't want to grab the cards directly, but just want to complete the card collection through the game. Of course, not everyone thinks so. For example, some players rely on this method to collect cards. Instead of leaving. Instead they surrounded Mu. Obviously, this is to focus on Mu. GGG, those idiots, don't they know that in this game, there are still a group of NPCs born by players? Such a person, although he is not a player, his IQ is better than those NPCs. And most importantly, these people are not important NPCs. In other words, the cards in their hands can be snatched. Boy, blame yourself if you want to blame. Now, it's you who takes out the card we want, or we grab it ourselves. Looking at the guy in front of him who seemed to want to eat him, Mu couldn't help raising his eyebrows. The cards on my body are also limited, even if I give them all to you, who will take them? Mu said with a blank look. Tisk tisk, kid, although you still have some ideas, but if you want to use this trick to stir up our emotions, it would be a little naive. Oh, really, then I'll give you the card. Mu raised his eyebrows and said. After all, it was as if he was about to take out the card and give it to him. Seeing this, the player who spoke before couldn't help showing ecstasy in his eyes. The rest of the players beside him frowned. Ahem, you don't need to give it to me, just put the card on the ground. No matter how you say it, he is an N with reasonable strength, how could he not be able to control his emotions? I really want to tell myself directly, but... Chapter 22 Killing? No, I'm just protecting my family. The group of players around him who faintly want to surround him will not let him succeed. It is even said that it is very likely that the moment he reached out to get the card, there will be scrutinized attacks falling on him from around. Gambling a few cards with his life was not what he wanted to do. It's better to put it on the ground. Although after leaving the NPC's hand, the card will materialize after a minute. However, there is still a minute. It is enough to decide the ownership of the card. Mu is quite surprised by the IQ and patience of these players. I was almost fooled by the anime plot. However, you still want his card? How is this possible? Troublesome, I don't even want to cause trouble, but there are always some people who don't know how to live or die to make trouble, which is really annoying. Mu scratched his head helplessly and said. Okay, let's do it. There are 13 players in total, which is not too many. Kill them or just beat them up. While talking, Mu turned her wrist to let her body relax. On the other side, the players who heard what Mu said. His face was stunned, as if he hadn't thought of it. Mu actually said such words at this moment. This performance surprised them. At the same time, it is also very disdainful. Among the 13 players, there are more than half of the players. They all showed mocking smiles, looking at Mu as if they were looking at a fool. For this sight, Mu ignored. Because, he decided. The 13 people in front of me must be killed. It's not that his murderousness is so huge. It was because he was worried that after he became enemies with these 13 people, he would not kill them. When he left Greed Island, these 13 people would shoot Catherine. It doesn't need many, just one person has such an idea. That Catherine is dangerous. How could Mu just watch this kind of thing? He also didn't want to bet on the goodness of human nature. I also don't want to gamble on the character of these people. If you want to protect Catherine when you are not around, you must kill those people who have caused problems for you. Only in this way can he leave Greedy Island with peace of mind and go outside to seek higher development. Boom. Mu's hands shook back. In an instant, his figure moved rapidly. It is better to act first, and to carry out the things that have been decided to the end. In an instant, he came to the guy who talked the most, and put his hand on his temple. Such a person can tell at a glance that if they are escaped, revenge is the fastest. He wasn't worried about those guys who were hiding, because they were also hiding, and the more he could be sure of Catherine's safety in the future. Only such impulsive people are what Mu doesn't want to see. Because he is such a person himself, he knows what people like them think. Boom. In an instant, a force directly penetrated the player's mental membrane and poured into the player's brain. The tofu-like brain broke into tofu flowers without being able to hold on for a second. After doing this, Mu didn't stop there. The figure flashed again. He came to another player next to him. The right hand climbed up to the man's eyes as if stroking a lover. Boom. Puff. In an instant, the player's eyes and brain were shattered together, and blood flowed from his eye sockets. Before the two dead fell to the ground, Mu's figure continued to flash rapidly. Puff puff. Every pause is a key frame for the disappearance of a living life. In this case, some players finally reacted. His complexion suddenly changed, and cold sweat instantly flowed down like someone pouring water from his head. Run. This was the player's first thought after he reacted. Yes, take the card. Then he thought of getting the card and using the spell card to leave this hell. Without hesitation, he reached out to his card book in panic. Players, feel the speed of their movements at this time. I just feel that my speed is so slow and so tiring. Quick, quick. In the player's mind, crazy hair urges his body, and the thought flashed through countless times in an instant. At this time, Mu, who was killing the player at high speed, caught sight of the player's movement from the corner of his eye. His face was slightly taken aback, and he was about to pounce on a player's movement, when he turned around in the air. Want to run? There are no doors. I saw that Mu in the air, with his left hand facing the player he was about to kill before, suddenly had a thought. Boom. A shock stronger than any action just now spewed out from Mu's left hand. This force not only pushed Mu to the player who wanted to escape quickly. And by the way, he killed the player who was about to be killed before. Snap! The powerful force instantly shattered the player's body into pieces like building blocks. This is something Mu didn't want to do in the first place, just to catch up to the player who was trying to escape. Mu took a little more energy. Boom! Boom! Instantly, at the same time, two voices sounded from the scene. The sound is small and loud. If the ears are not sensitive enough, you can only hear that huge sound. And ignore the fact that Mu killed the excitedly laughing player with the spell card in his hand. Landing on the ground, Mu turned and looked behind her. Suddenly, a huge pothole with a diameter of 50 meters appeared there. In the pothole, there is still a little bit of human dregs. Obviously, the energy used by Mu just now is extremely powerful. Brush! At this moment, 12 in a pile of player corpses disappeared in front of Mu in an instant. Obviously teleport away. After calming down the killing intent in her heart, Mu turned around and flew towards Andanibal. Among Andanibal, he still has a game to play. This point, Mu will not forget. The game was very simple, and Mu easily won the final championship. The impromptu book was successfully taken by Mu. They are already able to fly, such as high jump competitions. For others, there is no fairness at all. After getting the impromptu book, Mu nodded with satisfaction, and then flew to Rabbi Xiaofu's home. This time, he had been away from home for a few days. It is estimated that Catherine has been anxious for a long time. It's good to be able to fly. It may have been a long journey before. It was directly shortened for a long time. Chapter 23 White-Eyed Wolf? Not long after, Mu returned home. Opening the door, the sound of the TV was heard. It seems that there is no problem with Catherine. Mu thought with a sigh of relief. Remove your shoes. He also walked into the hall. Mu won't want me anymore. Catherine, who didn't hear Mu coming back, stared at the TV in front of her with absent-minded eyes, and she muttered to herself unwillingly. Clam? What the hell if I don't want you? When Mu heard Catherine's words, her body froze involuntarily, and the corner of her mouth twitched as she looked at Catherine not far away. No, Mu just delayed collecting cards. She will be back in a while, and she will never leave her mother behind like this white-eyed wolf. Catherine stared red-eyed. The TV in front of me whispered. White-eyed wolf. Mu looked at the TV thoughtfully. Suddenly, he laughed helplessly. From Catherine's words, he was certain. Mom's worry is definitely because of such a scene in the TV series. Then she substituted herself, and found that it was similar to the situation at home. That's when I began to have such thoughts of worrying about gains and losses. In the final analysis, I just think too much and I am idle. I said, Mom, you should be enough, don't take the plot in the TV series as a real existence. Seeing that Catherine's words were getting more and more exaggerated, Mu also hurriedly said. Ah. Mu, it's great that you're back. Mom thought you were going to abandon Mom. Mu's words seemed to have no effect. After Catherine turned her head and saw him, she rushed towards him crying. Hey, be careful, don't fall. Mu raised his foot and was about to go to the sofa and sit down, but he stopped quickly, with his hands wide open, and shouted. Please, although Catherine is according to her words, she is. Maintaining entanglement was so tiring that Catherine didn't even maintain entanglement when it was not fighting. As for her fighting, since she stayed at home and didn't go out very much, she didn't do anything. Where is there such an exciting thing as fighting? This also leads to, in terms of defense. At this time, Catherine is no different from ordinary people. Catching Catherine with both hands easily, Mu looked helplessly at the crying mother in her arms. Gently pushing Catherine away, Mu wiped Catherine's tears with a tissue. Didn't you say that? Those are all fake plots, you have to have some confidence in your son. Mu pressed his forehead and said melancholy. However, you have been out for several days. Normally, you would not leave for so long. Catherine cried and said, besides, the plot of that TV series is so touching, I could easily put our family's relationship into it. In response, Mu could only roll his eyes. I can't say more on this topic, I have to change the subject. Mu knew that if she still followed Catherine's rhythm, it would be difficult for Catherine to get out of her emotions. Now, Catherine needs a little stimulation to activate her curious emotions. Let's not talk about that, come and see what I brought back. Mu took out the 3 designated cards on her body and stood up and said. As expected, Mu's topic diversion works well. After hearing what Mu said, Catherine directly threw the TV dramas she had watched before into the back of her mind. With a wave of both hands, he took the card from Mu. Ah, this? Seeing Catherine's actions, Mu froze for a moment. Then he relaxed and didn't care about what happened next. Wow, son, you are too good. In just a few days, you have collected 2 A-level cards and 1 B-level card. Catherine looked at the cards in her hand and said in surprise. Hey, that's not right, son, you are not a player, how can you collect cards? Suddenly, Catherine reacted, and asked Momu suspiciously. Yes, because someone is unwilling to go out, I have to find a bad player to act as a task activation tool. Momu said angrily, otherwise, I wouldn't be able to collect these designated cards. After speaking, he glared at Catherine. Facing Momu's words, Catherine gave a dry laugh. She also didn't expect such a thing to happen. If she knew, she would never bring it up herself. It's all right now, let yourself be so embarrassed and feel dry. It can't go on like this, Catherine thought to herself. Then I wanted to change the subject. Stop trolling yourself on this topic. Touch. At this moment, the card in Catherine's hand had already passed a minute. The cards in Greedy Island, after passing through the player's hand, were not included in the card book or returned to the NPC's hand within 1 minute. Will manifest directly. Right now, the card in Catherine's hand is exactly like this. With a few soft sounds, white smoke filled the air for a while. There are already several things piled up around Catherine. First up is Drive Mad's Muscle Builder, which is the most stuff of the 3 cards. For each card, that's 7 boxes of items. Although each box is only about the size of an ordinary medicine box. However, 2 copies of Dr. Crazy's Muscle Enhancer, that's 14 boxes. This is no small amount. Then there is the Beautiful Skin Hot Spring, which is not a pool of hot spring water as Momu thought. It is a hot spring outlet. Or the style of a lion's head. Not big, just the size of a child's swimming ring. Then comes the impromptu book. It's the smallest thing, and it's really just a book. It's just that this book is a bit magical. Ah, it's broken, I forgot to put it in the card book. Catherine looked at the objects around her and said very distressed. Then he turned to Momu and asked, what should I do now, these things can no longer be turned back into cards. Speaking of this, Catherine was very anxious. Although she really wanted these, she really let her use items worth hundreds of millions. That is simply too extravagant. Chapter 24 The young eagle has grown up and must learn to fly by itself. It's okay, I need to use it anyway. One of these muscle enhancers is yours, and the other is mine. There is also this skin beautifying hot spring, which can be placed in the bathroom. Momu waved his hands and said with a smile, in this way, you can soak in the hot spring every day. There is also this impromptu book, which can also pass the time for you. Although what Momu said was very good, Catherine didn't show much smile on her face. On the contrary, sorrow is the most. In this regard, Momu asked in confusion, what's wrong? Mom. After you come back this time, you are going to challenge the boat ticket to leave the island. Catherine said with her head down. Momu paused, and also knew why Catherine was depressed. But, as was the case with him now, these plans had to be carried out. For all kinds of changes in the future, he must hurry up to make himself stronger, and it is also necessary to make Catherine stronger. Mom, you also know that this matter is imperative, didn't you agree before? Momu said helplessly. Of course I know it's an agreement. Do you think I'm going to stop you from leaving the island? Catherine suddenly raised her head and said to Momu. I want to confirm your itinerary. If you are not in a hurry after you leave the island, I will help my mother to visit your grandparents. I've been away from home for so many years, and I haven't gone back to take a look. I don't know how they are doing. After you go back, help me see them. If life is good, then don't bother. If life is not good, then help mother take care of them. Ah this. I thought Catherine was trying to stop herself. But it never occurred to him that Catherine just wanted him to find his grandparents, that is, Catherine's parents. As for why mother's parents are also called grandparents? It's not because, Momu doesn't even have a father. There is no father, how can the distinction be so clear? Okay, Mom, tell me the addresses of your grandparents. After I leave the island, I'll go and have a look as soon as possible. Momu hurriedly agreed to avoid any accidents. Catherine seemed to have made a decision long ago. He took out a note directly from his trouser pocket. It was the address that Momu needed, as well as the names of Catherine's parents, and the phone number of the second elder. After writing down the information, Momu solemnly put the note close to her body. Then he looked at Catherine, hesitating a little, not knowing how to speak. Okay, you go challenge the boat ticket, you don't have to worry about me here. Catherine waved her hand, picked up the beauty spa and trotted away with the impromptu book. On the ground, there were only 14 boxes of Drive Crazy's Muscle Enhancer left. After thinking for a moment, Momu opened a box of muscle enhancers. But it was discovered that most of the potions inside were only the size of a little pinky finger. There are 10 bottles in total. Such a volume of potion, but a medicine box is used to store it, which is really too big. One medicine box is okay, but if you want to carry 7 boxes, it will be too much trouble. He looked at the medicine box in front of him, and the small potion. Mu thought for a while and began to transform. Relying on the blessing of Nian Qi, his nails are like extremely hard knives. Easily drilled 25 potion holes on the potion placement board in the medicine box. Although it is tightly closed, 35 medicines can be placed in one plate. Then, open another medicine box and take out that version as well. In the same way, 25 potion holes were drilled. Then, Mu reinforced the medicine box and remodeled it. Now, one medicine box can put down 2 boards. One up and one down, 35 pieces per board. It happened to be a serving of 70 sticks of Drive Crazy Muscle Enhancer. These medicines can only be taken once a day. It takes a week to take effect. If it stops halfway, it will fail. 70 sticks, just enough time for Mu to eat for 10 weeks. That is exactly 2.5 months or so. 2.5 months to make myself stronger is really a good deal. Carrying this remodeled medicine box, Mu casually stuffed a muscle enhancer into his mouth. Starting today, he will drink a potion for the next 69 days. For this matter, Mu is a little skeptical. Is it possible to persevere? Don't let yourself forget about it because you are busy with other things. Thinking of some things, Mu shook her head with a smile. Then he raised his head and shouted in the direction of the bathroom, "Mom, you have to remember to drink these potions, 1 a day, don't forget." "Understood, let's go quickly, don't make your grandparents wait too long." Catherine's voice sounded from the bathroom, and there seemed to be no problem with her tone. In this regard, Mu also relaxed. He opened the door and left the house. Looking back at the door behind her, Mu cheered up and started to run towards the port. He holds the medicine kit in his hands and cannot use the airplane mode with both hands. He hasn't practiced other modes yet, so he chose the method of running in the air. The port is the port where you leave the game and return to reality. It is located 50 kilometers west of Marthadora. It is the only port in the game. If you want to leave the island, you only need to defeat the director of the port, and then get the ticket to leave the game and return to reality. That is to say, but for players who know that this is not a game, but the real world. This so-called boat ticket is actually just a passport. Just a moment after Mu left home, Catherine, who was staying in the bathroom, suddenly sank. Where is the joy of getting good things before? Sitting on the edge of the bathtub, looking at the lion outlet attached to the wall, which continuously flows out hot spring water. Catherine unconsciously stroked the hot spring water in the bathtub with her right hand. Obviously, her emotions were not as calm and indifferent as she showed. All the emotions were just performed by her to appease her son Mu. Very disappointed, but she also knew that when the young eagle grew up, he had to learn to fly by himself. Chapter 25, The Port. Catherine stared blankly at the water in front of her. There seemed to be some panic in my heart. There is really no one at home now. Moreover, it may take a year or so before Mu can come back. Thinking of this, Catherine didn't know what to do for a while. Time passed slowly. The hot spring water in the bathtub is full, and the water outlet of the lion has stopped flowing. Seeing this, Catherine took off her clothes in a daze, and then walked into the bathtub to soak. Ah, is this hot spring water so comfortable? Suddenly, Catherine's eyes lit up, and she looked at the hot spring water in surprise. Well, if you soak like this every day, it seems that it won't be a big deal if your son is no longer. Catherine said happily, leaning against the wall of the bathtub. She closed her eyes and enjoyed the feeling of hot spring water. Mu, who didn't know Catherine's situation at this time, was still a little worried about Catherine's emotional problems. Thinking, he ran to the front of the port. It wasn't until meeting the director of the port that Mu sighed heavily and said, "It shouldn't be a big problem. I'll go back and have a look after I get the boat ticket later." Cleaning up her mood, Mu said to the director, "Let's get started. You have 2 options. The first is to buy the ticket directly with money. The second is to beat me to get the ticket," the director said confidently while looking at Mu with his arms folded. "By the way, today's market situation, if you pay, you need to pay 100 million Qin. 100 million? Are these guys crazy about money?" Mu looked at the director in front of him strangely. "I choose the second one." Mu made the most correct choice without any hesitation. "Very good, let's start." The director put on a posture when he heard Mu's words, and shouted loudly to Mu. Boom! Today, in the sunny harbor, there was a shocking sound suddenly. With an amazing shaking sensation, it looks dangerous. Pretend to be a big-tailed wolf with me, and pay 100 million ring nuns? You can't take advantage of me. Mu left the port with a freshly baked ship ticket card, muttering in his mouth. Looking behind Mu, a huge deep pit appeared in the port at this moment, Looking at the diameter, it seemed to be about 50 meters in diameter and 8 meters deep. This deep pit is the same as the energy intensity emitted by MOMU's miss before, that is to say, the previous movement is caused by the effect that MOMU deliberately limited. Not bad, although it can be made stronger, but that is not necessary. This level is already enough. With this level of energy intensity now, he doesn't need to use hard to strengthen his attack, that's unnecessary. And if you add your current strength and use your fists to attack, maybe I can still play a stronger power, it is already very strong. MOMU looked at his right hand and thought with a smile. In the past, MOMU, how could he have imagined that he could reach this level with a single blow? After getting the boat ticket, MOMU returned to Rabbi Xiaofu non-stop, and returned to her home. He opened the door and walked to the bathroom door. Just about to knock on the door and talk to Catherine. Ah, it's so comfortable. It feels so good to soak in this hot spring. Oh, my skin seems to have become smoother. Is the effect so fast? It's decided, I will soak twice a day, once early and once late. No, 3 times, and once at noon. I should never have come back. MOMU complained expressionlessly. Then turned around and left the house. Then came to the port again. Holding the ticket, MOMU took the boat to the exit point not far from the port. After going to the island, MOMU looked at the medieval-style building built of stones in front of him. Without thinking too much, he walked into the building. As soon as he entered the building, MOMU saw a lot of strange symbols in front of his eyes. The black walls, together with the blue symbols, make it look like a game. In this regard, MOMU kept nodding, and even wanted to take out a pen and paper to make a rubbing and take it away. He felt that these runes were definitely important things. It's like in the plot, Wing's vow to Gon is on the line, it's all these things. However, he didn't have a pen and paper with him, so he could only think about it in his heart. Keep going. Welcome. The expressionless Elena said softly, are you going to leave the island, then please decide where to go. Is there any in Linglong town? MOMU asked. He wasn't sure if he could reach it, but for the next task, he still chose this city for the first time. Yes. It's all there, you don't need to choose, that's where it is. MOMU raised his eyebrows in surprise and said. No problem. Elena quickly pressed the keyboard in front of her a few times with both hands and said. Then he stopped what he was doing, looked at the medicine box in MOMU's left hand and said, if you leave this island, the card data in the free card bag and the props you carry with you will disappear immediately. If there is no problem, may I ask whether the order to leave the island should be implemented now? The props you carry with you will also disappear. MOMU asked strangely. MOMU looked at his left hand and felt quite a headache. In memory, MOMU has never seen this crop. Why is this happening now? Yes, the crazy doctor's muscle enhancer you are carrying will disappear, so there is no problem. Elena explained. Difficult to do. If I can't take it out, then my idea of strengthening myself while developing the plan in my plan is impossible. MOMU, who was thinking like this, continued to look at his left hand. Shaking his head lightly, MOMU casually threw the medicine box on Elena. Here you are. Although disappointed, MOMU said casually. Afterwards, he also took out the nun on his body, and threw them to Elena together. Fortunately, I don't have much money with me, otherwise, it would be a real loss. Chapter 26 Outlying Islands. What's more, if he returns now, he needs to challenge the director again. However, there is a catch. The port was almost bombed by him. MOMU finds it hard to believe that this group of developers would kindly ignore this behavior. Worried about leaving, MOMU will be stumbling. I chose to save money and prevent disasters. Elena took back those props easily, and then said softly to MOMU, then I look forward to seeing you again. Drop. With a crisp sound, MOMU's body disappeared instantly. When MOMU appeared again, he had already arrived under the sign named Linglong Town. Standing under the signboard of Linglong Town, MOMU looked puzzled. After more than 10 seconds, he muttered with emotion, this is it, the ability of teleportation is really amazing. But to be honest, this kind of ability is the specialty of transmuter ability users. As a transmuternan, I have developed a similar ability, so there should be no problem. Well, maybe there's no problem. Thinking about it, MOMU shook his head with a smile again. Forget it, it's better not to die. If you become the fool who is clearly an enhancer but develops a clone, then the fun will be great. Putting aside these things and not thinking too much, MOMU took out the address note from her arms. Well, number 66, Ashley Road, where is this? MOMU muttered. Then he raised his head and looked around. Suddenly, his gaze fixed. The corners of his mouth raised. Stepping over there, there is a bus stop there. However, although this bus station looks very new, it is very deserted. Very little popularity. No, to say the least, there is no popularity here at all. It can be seen how infiltrating the situation here is. The scenes here do not need to be processed, just adjust the filter, and it can be used as a horror movie scene. But think about it, after all, this is under the city's signboard. Generally speaking, if you are not going out of the city or entering the city, it is almost impossible to pass here. People who live in the city, some of them have never left in their entire lives. Standing in front of the bus stop sign, Mu checked the stop on the stop sign. He wanted to see if he could find the street he was looking for. If so, just take the bus there. If not, the only option is to fly to the city center and take a taxi there. To be honest, Mu didn't want to be so high profile when she first arrived. Yes, Isley Road Station, I can go there. Mu quickly found the station she was looking for, and she was also very happy. The bus is also divided into routes, and now in front of Mu, there are 3 routes that can go to the side of Isley Road. 3 routes, which one to choose? Of course, which route bus comes the fastest, so take that one. After memorizing the line numbers of the 3 routes, Mu walked to the waiting area and sat down. He stared blankly at the empty street ahead, quietly waiting for the bus to arrive. Time passed slowly, and only 1 or 2 cars passed by on the street for a long time. It was even said that there would be no cars passing by. In this boring situation, Mu gave birth to the idea of flying directly there several times. However, it was cancelled in the end. Fortunately, he didn't just stay where he was and do nothing. You can't do practice with big movement and stillness, but you can do practice with little movement and stillness. In this way, Mu is also a practice of mindfulness application skills. In general, it is mainly to practice flow, so that one can control the energy of thoughts more finely. Beep beep. At this moment, a bus suddenly approached. Mu carefully observed the numbers above the front window of the bus. Seeing that it was the route he needed, Mu also stood up. Then stood in front of the bus stop, waved, and waited. Soon, the bus turned around, returned to the front of the bus stop, and opened the door. Mu also took advantage of the opportunity to get into the car, and then took out a little nun from her arms that she carried before going out. He picked out a 100 denomination coin and stuffed it into the coin box on the bus. Yes, Mu has a real nun on him. It's not just the kind of card ring in Greed Island. The reason why there are these nuns is entirely because of Catherine. After entering Greed Island, Catherine's own ring nun, of course, cannot be used. However, she also thought that one day she would leave Greed Island, so she kept these nuns well. Now, it's ready for Mu to use. Although not many, there are only tens of thousands of nuns. However, it is enough to be used as a startup fund for Mu. Otherwise, after Mu left Greed Island, he would have gone to the Sky Arena to make money instead of looking for grandparents. After getting on the bus, the driver glanced at Mu, and then at the empty bus stop. He also closed the door directly, and continued to drive the car, following the route the bus was going to take. And Mu walked to the second half of the bus, found a seat and sat down. The speed of the bus is not fast, and it has been traveling at a relatively fixed speed. And during the period, when I didn't pass a bus stop, someone would always come up. Then after a few stops, I will get off again. This point has nothing to do with Mu, he has been staring at the bus route map on the top of the bus. Listening to each stop called by the bus broadcast, he has to estimate how many stops he still has to get off. 14. 10. 3. And all the way to the last one. Isley Road is here, please get off through the back door. Hearing this, Mu also stood up directly, walked off the bus. After getting out of the car, Mu had to walk straight away. There are too many people here. There was simply nowhere for him to stop and think. Avoiding passers-by, Mu walked out of the bus stop and stopped under a tree on the side of the street. There are fewer people here, just enough for him to have a foothold. Chapter 27 Bad Thoughts. Well, here is number 34, and this side is number 36, that is to say, I need to go to the other side. Mu stood in front of a shop and looked at the house number on the side of the gate and muttered. What I'm looking for is number 66, that is to say, there is still a distance. While talking, Mu also acted. And his actions, of course, also attracted the attention of the waiter in the shop just now. I thought I was going to come in to buy something, but I didn't want to stand outside the door to have a look and left. This made these waiters secretly scold the poor ghost. That is to say, Mu doesn't know what the waiters are thinking. Otherwise, he would have to say something. Now he is really a poor ghost. There are tens of thousands of nuns all over the body, which is less than 1,000 yuan when converted into soft sister coins. Although it sounds like a lot. But that's all he has. The distance between number 36 and number 66 is very close, and it didn't take much time for Mu to walk to the target he was looking for. This is also a small building with 4.5 floors. The first floor is the same as other houses, which are rented out to other merchants. He had inquired about the rent here before, and it cost 200,000 ring nuns a month. This is enough for the living needs of the two old people. This also allows Mu not to worry about the quality of life of grandparents. After thinking about it, Mu didn't go directly into the cake shop number 66. Excuse me, is there anything you need? You can come in and have a look before making a decision. Mu didn't enter the cake shop, the waiter came out by himself and greeted her warmly. There are too many people doing business like this, and they can still be so deserted. Mu has every reason to wonder how bad the cakes in this shop are. Miss, don't worry about me, I'm waiting for someone, thank you. Mu explained with a smile. Seeing Mu's smile, the maid couldn't help feeling emotional. Without any dissatisfaction, I just stood in front of the store and looked at Mu. His eyes gradually became infatuated. Seeing this, Mu was also speechless for a while. However, he couldn't say much, he could only keep smiling. Now, he has the phone numbers of his grandparents, but he does not have a mobile phone. And if you want to buy one, it will cost too much money. It is not conducive to Mu's next actions. It's almost December now. He still has a month at most. After that, you need to sign up and take the hunter test. But now he doesn't know how much the ticket to the Sky Arena will cost. If you can't fly to the Sky Arena after you buy the phone because you don't have enough money to buy a plane ticket, it will be a waste of time. Instead, he might as well wait until he completes the challenge of the Sky Arena and gets the 400 million rings before buying it. At that time, he had a lot of spare money. Therefore, now he only needs to borrow a mobile phone and call his grandparents. This is not difficult. If he wants to borrow it, the maid in front of him is a good choice. However, Mu doesn't feel very good about the maid, so he doesn't really want to have too much relationship with the maid. Situation, Mu looked to the side of the shop. Then walked to a small shop. Welcome, what do you need? The cashier of the small shop asked Mu with a smile. Borrow the phone. Mu said. After finishing speaking, he took out a coin and placed it on the cashier's counter. The cashier, who wanted to refuse Mu's request, also gave up the idea when he saw the 100 denomination nuns on the counter. Okay, please use it. The cashier smiled and took out a landline and said. How much is a phone call, and it's only 1 Buddhist nun per minute. With such a price, even if Mu made a 10-minute phone call, she would earn money. Although there are not many, mosquitoes are still meat no matter how small they are. After answering the phone, Mu also took out the note in his arms, and dialed the number on it. Soon, the phone was connected. Hello, who is it? Hello, is this Mr. Kent Eve? Mu asked directly. You made a mistake, I don't have this person here. Hearing this, Mu was taken aback, frowned and said, sorry for the trouble. Fine. The other party hung up the phone, but at this time Mu was very puzzled. There's no such person? Could it be that my mother misremembered the phone number? No, this should be impossible. It is almost impossible to remember the parents' phone number wrongly. Especially Catherine is still so careful to memorize. But now the phone is connected, but they say that there is no such person. What can cause this situation is that the person changed the phone number. Second, something may have happened to this person. With a bad thought in his heart, Mu continued to dial grandma's phone number. Sure enough, the person who spoke on the other side would not know Mu's grandma. It is possible for a person to change his phone number. However, it is almost impossible for two people to change phone numbers together. Therefore, Mu can conclude that something really happened to her grandparents. This is troublesome. Mu pressed his forehead with a headache and muttered. After hanging up the phone, Mu pushed the landline back, thanked him politely, and left the small shop. Back to the front of the 66th. Mu found the maid who just made a fool of herself. Hi, may I ask, do you have the contact number of the subsequent landlord here? I have some personal matters to ask him. Mu said straight to the point. Ah, you are looking for a landlord, do you want to rent a house? The maid asked curiously. Mu looked at the wrong maid in front of her with a headache. What exactly are you looking for from the landlord? I think you have been in front of the store for a long time just now. Just as Mu was thinking about sacrificing his hue, the store manager beside him interjected and asked. Hearing this, Mu breathed a sigh of relief. It's like this. This house belongs to my grandfather. I lost contact with him for several years. This time I came to visit relatives, but I found that the phone couldn't be reached. So, I want to ask what's going on. Mu thought for a while, and explained like this with. Chapter 28 I'm Gon's cousin? The landlord is your grandfather. The store manager was stunned by Mu's words before he realized it. Oh, sorry, I was taken aback by your words because I met the landlord, who was only a middle-aged man. By the way, I happen to have the landlord's phone number. Let me make one for you. The store manager is very nice, he seemed to feel that his reaction just now was a bit impolite, so much so that he even thought of calling for help. For this, Mu is also grateful. Soon, the call got through. After a few words with the landlord, the store manager handed the mobile phone to Mu. Taking the phone, Mu nodded to the store manager before answering. Hello. Ha ha ha, I just heard that Uncle Kent actually has a grandson. I was taken aback for a moment, thinking it was some kind of liar. However, thinking about the current Uncle Kent, there is nothing to lie to, then I will know, you boy, maybe it is really possible to be Uncle Kent's grandson. That girl still has a little conscience, but she still wants to transfer a child to come over. Mu didn't interrupt, just quietly listening to the person on the phone. And from the man's words, Mu can be sure that the man is an acquaintance of the mother. My grandfather's house is now someone else's. And this person is an acquaintance. Mu couldn't help thinking of the conspiracy to defraud the family property. However, he dismissed this thought in the next few minutes. Because, the person on the other end of the phone clearly explained the situation of his grandparents to him. It turned out that the person on the phone was from the generation of Catherine's uncle, although he was only a few years older than Catherine. However, where is the identity? And Mu's grandparents have passed away at this time. After Catherine entered Greed Island, she couldn't be reached by phone because it was too long. Grandparents thought Catherine was missing. Alarm is selected. However, the police did not get very good help, and Catherine could not be found for more than half a month. At that time, Mu's grandparents were in a hurry. Start a large area of advertising to find Catherine. Promise that as long as there is relevant news, he will pay a lot of money as a reward. For a while, it cost a lot, and finally had to sell the house. A few years ago, they got news that Catherine was overseas. Eager to find a girl, they packed their bags and boarded a rented boat without thinking too much about it, and headed overseas. It's just that the sky is unpredictable. Going to sea is more or less risky. And Mu's grandparents also spent their luck this time and died in a shipwreck. Fortunately, the body was finally found, and was collected by one of Catherine's aunts, and buried in a place called Whale Island. Whale Island. When hearing this, Mu was very surprised. It never occurred to him that his grandparents would be related to the people of Whale Island. Of course, if it's just like this, Mu will just feel a bit of a coincidence. But, when he learned the names of his mother's aunt and cousin, only then did Mu realize that the world is so small. Leaving aside the name of the cousin, she never appeared in the plot. However, the name of Catherine's cousin will be familiar to anyone who has watched the anime Hunter x Hunter. Mito Freaks. Yes, the last name is Freaks, and I still live on the Whale Island side. It is Gon's Mito aunt, one of the 4 protagonists of Hunter x Hunter. Mito is Catherine's cousin, that is to say, Kim Freaks is actually Catherine's cousin. In other words, Mu has to call Mito as cousin and Jin as uncle. That is, Gon is his cousin. This is incredible. Unbelievable. Mu hung up the phone and muttered in disbelief. At the same time, I was also worried about the situation of my mother. If she knew that her disappearance indirectly killed her parents, Catherine must have collapsed. No, don't let Catherine know about this for now. At least not to tell Catherine until the final situation is determined. Heartbreak is also mortal. After returning the mobile phone to the store manager, Mu also left the number 66 building. Standing outside, Mu couldn't help thinking. So, where to go next? Are you going to the Sky Arena, or are you going to see your grandparents' graves? If he went to the Sky Arena, he would have to stay there for at least a month. Only in this way can you get the bonus of all Sky Arena. More than 400 million startup capital, Mu does not want to give up so casually. Even if you can make a lot of money through other things later. But those things are not as easy as the Sky Arena, and they can also exercise themselves. The time is too short. After going to the Sky Arena, there is no way to go to Whale Island. After more than a month, he will go to the Hunter test. After thinking about it, Mu finally chose to go to Whale Island first. Thinking like this, Mu took the car and came to the train station. Then, he bought a ticket to the nearest port. I plan to go to the nearest port first, and then transfer to Whale Island. It is not possible to take an airship. There is no airport on Whale Island, and there is no airship to fly there. Tisk, I don't know if my tens of thousands of nuns can make it to Whale Island. Mu pressed his forehead with a headache and muttered. This is not Greedy Island, there are no wild monsters to fight for him, and then sell them for money. Money, of course, is getting less and less the more you use it. Of course, there is no need to think too much about money. When it's time to come back naturally. Now he only needs to visit the graves of his grandparents. When he came to the port, Mu also bought a boat ticket to Whale Island according to his own ideas. However, Whale Island is only a small place, and there are not many ships going there at all. However, he was lucky, there happened to be a fishing boat going there, and Mu warmly invited him to board the boat when he heard that he was going to look for relatives. Chapter 29, Whale Island. Oh, I didn't expect Mito to have such a big nephew. Who says it's not? For so many years, I thought they were the only 3 orphans and widows in their family. What about orphans and widows? Gon is not Mito's child, but that BD Kim's. Tisk, this gaijin is really not a thing. After giving birth, I didn't care about it, and threw it to my cousin to take care of it, which delayed Mito's youth for so many years. On the fishing boat going to Whale Island, the fishermen discussed the situation of Mu. As we talked, we started talking about Lujin freaks. But think about it, when the parents are not at home, and the uncle and aunt are not there. He didn't take care of his elderly grandma at home, and threw all the burdens on his cousin. This kind of behavior, to put it mildly, is yearning for freedom and wanting to do one's own thing. To put it bluntly, it is irresponsible. If it weren't for Jin sending money back every month, people thought that this BD had died somewhere. Listening to these words in the ear, Mu raised her eyebrows slightly. There was no objection to this. Because he thinks so too. The discussion soon stopped. Then the fishermen went about their own business. In this case, Mu also found a seat by himself and sat down. Time flies by with the sound of boats scratching the water. In a blink of an eye, Mu knew that he was almost there. Because he had already heard the words of a fisherman shouting, "I saw Whale Island. Walk to the bow and look around." Sure enough, he saw a green whale standing on the sea. This is how Whale Island got its name. Because it is shaped like a whale, it is named Whale Island. Soon, the ship arrived at the port of Whale Island. After getting off the boat, Mu thanked the captain. Then he walked over to the location pointed by the captain. Along the way, there were not many pedestrians. Obviously this is not a time to rest. Climbing the stairway is not difficult for him. After a while, Mu came to his destination this time. It was a small house with a tavern sign on it. At this time, the front of the tavern was very deserted, and there were not many voices inside. Apparently, this was because it was not time for get off work and no one went to the tavern for a drink. Lifting her foot, Mu walked into the tavern in front of her. "Welcome, what do you want to drink?" The woman who was wiping the bar counter reflexively said someone was coming. After finishing speaking, he raised his head and looked outside the door, wanting to see who was coming at this time. "Hello, sit here, please." Seeing that the person was someone he had never met, Mito was also taken aback for a moment, then reacted, and directed Mu to sit down. Mu didn't directly say his identity, but nodded and walked over. He sat down where Mito pointed. "I don't drink, do you have a drink?" Mu couldn't just sit like this, so he wanted a drink to see. Mito was taken aback for a moment, then hurriedly nodded and said, "Yes, yes." After all, she walked under the bar to look for it. After a while, a glass of orange drink was placed in front of Mu. Before leaving, Mito looked at Mu's face with some surprise and curiosity. She always felt that Mu's face looked familiar. However, the lack is not very sure. With doubts, Mito went inside the house. "Mom, come out and help me see, I feel that the person outside is very familiar, but I can't tell where." Mito said to his mother. Hearing her daughter's words, the old woman looked up at Mito suspiciously. "So nervous, is some acquaintance here?" Mito's mother said with a smile. The gentle voice made Mito's emotions calm down a little. "I don't know, but I think he might be an acquaintance." Mito shook his head and said. What he said made the old woman very puzzled. Out of curiosity, he got up and walked outside. At this time, Mu was thinking about how to speak, taking a sip of the drink on the table. "Catherine." Suddenly, a word came from the inner hall not far away. Looking around, I saw an old woman walking over excitedly. "Son, is your mother Catherine Eve?" Walking in front of Mu, the old woman asked excitedly. Hearing this, Mito, who was following behind the old woman, couldn't help covering his mouth, and looked at Mu in surprise. At this time, she also remembered why Mu looked so familiar. It turned out to be her cousin's child. "I can tell." Mu nodded and said. "That's right, my mother is indeed Catherine Eve, and my name is Mu Eve. I am here this time mainly to see the graves of my grandparents." Listening to Mu's words, the old woman covered her mouth in tears, and kept saying, I knew it, my sister, how could they have such a hard life, leaving without leaving a single descendant already? It's okay, they still have a grandson. By the way, kid, where's your mother, why didn't she come over?" After finishing speaking, he looked left and right, as if he wanted to find Catherine. After finding it out, he scolded him severely. For so many years, I have never gone back to see it once, nor have I contacted it. Letting my sisters lose their lives because of her, this is really not a son of man. My mother, she must be trapped in one place. Mu thought for a while and replied like this. What? Trapped somewhere, why can't get out for so long? The old woman and Mito looked at Mu in shock. They thought about many things, but they never thought that this would be the case. Some people have been trapped for more than 10 years and have not been rescued. This situation is really confusing. Greedy Island, a game created by the Hunter group, my mother is not strong enough, so she is trapped inside. Mu said slowly. That's right, I don't know anything about Hunter either. The old woman said with emotion. Chapter 30 Mito and Aunt. Wait, this is wrong. Since Catherine is trapped and can't get out, why are you able to get out? Mito looked at Mu puzzled and asked. Yes, we were actually trapped before, but now we can get out. Mu nodded and said. Mito asked suspiciously, then Catherine? She doesn't want to come out. Mu said shaking her head. Without waiting for Mito to ask questions, Mu continued, I suggested to let her leave Greed Island. There are some dangers there, but she has suffered from social fear for more than 10 years, the most advanced kind. Hearing this, Mito and the old woman couldn't help but looked at each other. Yes, my mother doesn't even want to leave the door now. Seeing this, Mu confirmed with a nod. Then how does she usually buy food? How does she solve the material problem of life? Mito asked anxiously. Mu said slowly, don't worry about it. Before I left, I had already left a huge sum of money. In addition to the various merchants I have contacted over the years, they will all provide door-to-door delivery services. So, my mother has no problems with her life. After listening to what Mu said, Mito and the old woman also breathed a sigh of relief. That's okay, at least it's not a bad thing. Although that is the case, it is still not acceptable not to go out like this. It will suffocate people. The old woman said worriedly. I also have the same worries, so I came out to look for props that can help my mother. Mu said with deep emotion. The old woman nodded in satisfaction and said, good boy, Catherine is lucky to have a son like you. By the way, where's your father? Yes, I have been talking about it for so long, but I have never talked about Mu's father. Mito is also very curious about this. Curious who took Catherine. I don't have a father, my birth is a bit special. Mu explained. Ah this? Mu's words made the old woman and Mito look at each other involuntarily. They don't know how to comfort Mu anymore. After all, his father is gone, so how can he comfort him? That, festival. Advertisement. Don't get me wrong, I don't have a father, but my father is dead. I just really don't have a father. My mother gave birth to me with a special prop. Seeing Mito's expression, Mu knew how much she was thinking. Yes, quickly interrupt her comforting words. You child, how can a person be born without a father? The old woman said very worriedly. Yeah, even though you may not have met your father, it doesn't mean he doesn't exist. Mito said earnestly. Mu looked at the two people in front of him who cared about her, not knowing whether to laugh or cry, and she didn't explain too much about her lack of a father. Son, what's your name? The old woman realized that she didn't know Mu's name yet. My name is Mu, Mu Eve. Mu said his first name, and clicked his last name by the way. Eve? After hearing Mu's words, the old woman and Mito couldn't help but looked at each other. Then calmly ignored the matter. Regarding this, Mu, who saw the expressions of the two, was also speechless for a while. Okay, then your aunt will take you to see your grandparents. The old woman changed the subject and said to Mu. Mu nodded and said, all right, this is also the purpose of my visit this time. Wait for me for a while, I'll bring something over there. Mito said. Mu nodded without saying anything. Sitting in place, talking about various things with the old woman. Not long after, Mito came out with a small basket. Mu glanced at the things on it, and was slightly taken aback, but found that those were some sacrificial items. Seeing this, Mu also reacted. I came here this time, because I ignored those things. Let's go, I'm ready. Mito said with a smile. Mu responded, and then followed Mito, walking towards an unknown location. Stopping along the way, the two passed a flat dirt road and crossed a muddy path. Finally, climbed the mountain. Obviously, Mu's grandparents were not buried in a short place, but in a high place. Who? Although it is indeed a good thing to be buried in a high place. Advertisement. However, the problem now is that you know that you will be so tired when you get up, so don't bury it so high. While climbing the mountain, Mu looked ahead at Mito, who was panting and climbing slowly. Can't help but feel helpless for a while. Although, such a big pair of meatballs vibrating in front of him is very eye-catching. However, at this speed, if it is only a round trip, the sky will be dark. Mu doesn't care about being in the company of animals in the forest. But he doesn't want to sleep with snakes, insects, rats and ants. After all, Mito is just a businessman who runs a tavern in Whale Island. The usual amount of exercise is definitely not too much. Even if it is better than ordinary people. But now to climb such a high mountain, you still need to climb with both hands and feet. It was too exhausting. Aunt Mito, why don't you tell me the location, and I'll go up by myself? Mu hesitated for a moment, and suggested. No, there are too many graves, I have to take you to your grandparents. Mito panted and rejected Mu's suggestion. Seeing Mito's insistence, Mu is also very melancholy. After thinking for a while, he asked tentatively, how about I carry you up, it will be faster. Hearing this, Mito couldn't help but look back at Mu. At this point, she also found a problem. After walking for so long, and climbing mountains for so long, Mu's body, let alone panting. Not even a drop of sweat came out. It's completely different from her situation where her body is already covered with fine sweat. Looking at the sky, Mito was also worried. It was getting dark, and she had to take Mu to find his grandparents' graves within 2 hours. Then I have to take Mu back to the tavern. Chapter 31. That's up to you. Mito hesitated for a moment, but finally agreed to Mu's suggestion. Hearing this, Mu also breathed a sigh of relief. If Mito disagrees, he will propose to go back today and come back tomorrow. Or let Gon lead the way. However, now that Mito has agreed, things will be much easier. He walked a few steps quickly, came to Mito, and turned his back to Mito. Come up. Looking at the not-so-big back in front of him, Mito struggled for a while. I was very conflicted about this kind of thing, and felt very embarrassed. But, it's all here now. She really didn't want to climb again tomorrow. Strengthening his belief, Mito slowly fell on Mu's back, and then hung on it. The moment the two touched each other, both of them felt the strangeness of the contact position. Didn't wear it. Oops, I'm wearing no trace today. Mu and Mito had different thoughts in their minds. Feeling the softness of the back, Mu stood up calmly. Then he started running and jumping up the mountain, planning to go to the cemetery quickly. He could have been able to fly, however, Mito is obviously not an person, not very suitable to know so many things. It's not good to know too much, it will lead her into unnecessary thoughts. Mito was very embarrassed at this time, and kept cursing himself for his poor memory, for forgetting such an important thing. However, even if he knew, Mito never thought that he would be carried by Mu. Now she can't get off the ground casually, otherwise, she will be even more embarrassed. As it is now, neither of them should have this matter. At least the senses are much better. But, even though Mito thinks so. But, when Mu flew up with her on his back. Her body bounced off Mu's body and pressed down. This made her feel even more ashamed. Mu was also very embarrassed about this. He swore it wasn't intentional. He obviously just wanted to get to the cemetery quickly, but who knew it would cause this situation? It's difficult, I really don't mean that. Advertisement. It's numb, if my mother finds out about this. Why don't I feel ashamed of being counted down by her? Thinking of this, Mu hastened to speed up. It was impossible to stop and walk slowly. Now, the only way to make this embarrassing atmosphere disappear is to cut through the mess quickly and reach the cemetery as quickly as possible. For the rest, that's all talk. Taking your time will only lengthen the feeling, which is more awkward. The two were silent, and Mu quickly arrived at a fork with Mito on his back. Aunt Mito, where are we going? Mu asked without stopping. Left. Mito was taken aback, then pointed to the left and said. This is too fast. Mito was startled by Mu's speed. At this time, Mu has no time to care about her thoughts. After knowing the direction, he rushed out directly. The sudden action caused Mito, who was not mentally prepared, to lean back involuntarily. Then, under the will to survive, Mito directly hugged Mu's neck with both hands. Pulling myself hard towards Mu. In an instant, Mito pressed on Mu's back and performed a meatball impact. It feels stronger. Mu couldn't help but rolled his eyes. And Mito is also very ashamed, but she dare not let go. I can only hug Mu tightly and hide my head. What am I doing? Mito wished he could dig a hole and bury himself. At the beginning, I still thought about being a gentle person, but I didn't want to, but I became like this when I thought about it. Fortunately, this time of embarrassment and shame will soon be over. Mu's footsteps were fast, and he came to a cemetery in a short time. Aunt Mito, is this here? Mu stopped, looked at the small hills of dirt bags in front of him and asked. Yes, it's right here, right in front, please let me down. Mito glanced around and said. Mu also followed the trend and put Mito down. After putting his feet on the ground, Mito also breathed a sigh of relief. Come on, this way. Mito led Mu to a larger grave. And on the tombstone at the head of the grave, the names of Mu's grandparents are written. Advertisement. Seeing this, Mu also breathed a sigh of relief. At least, the mission is complete. However, how to tell Catherine now is a problem. The time was when Mu trimmed the tomb, worshipped, and said something about Catherine. Going by quickly. In a blink of an eye, I saw that the sky was about to darken. Mito also couldn't help but asked, Mu, how much more do you have to say? The sky is getting dark soon. If it gets dark, it will be troublesome for us to go down the mountain. No, let's go down the mountain. Mu stood up, shaking his head at Mito and said. Mito breathed a sigh of relief, followed Mu and began to descend the mountain. There is a saying that it is easy to go up the mountain and difficult to go down the mountain. And Mito, who was originally difficult to go up the mountain, now it is even more difficult to go down the mountain. However, she still gritted her teeth and persisted. I didn't think about letting Mu carry it. Because in her opinion, it's fine to be embarrassed once, but if you continue to be embarrassed, it's a bit unacceptable. It's just that it's getting late, and the situation is really beyond her control. If no decision is made, they will have to stay here tonight. As a last resort, Mito had to make Mu memorize it again. In order to get down to the mountainside faster, Mu did not choose to walk step by step this time. Instead, with Mito on his back, he made a big jump and jumped down the mountain. What? Why do you want to jump? Alas, no, we are going to die. Mito, belatedly, grabbed Mu's neck tightly and screamed at the top of his voice. It's not her fault. Anyone who jumps off a cliff while being carried by others will probably do the same. Even said, not as good as her. Listening to the deafening cry, Mu felt very helpless. But now he also knows that if he wants to appease Mito, it will be impossible. I can only wait until the ground, and then go to appease. With this in mind, Mu silently controlled her body position. Slowly exert force on your feet, controlling your own falling speed. Chapter 32 Mom Won't Mind. Duan. When it hit the ground, Mu was bounced again. Then he stood up straight. Auntie Mito, it's all right now, you can relax, everything will be fine. Mu then began to comfort Mito and said. However, at this moment, Mito's body is weak, and he has no way to answer Mu's comfort. He could only roll his eyes and stare at Mu, the nephew whom he met on the first day. It's so hard, it's really, really hard. Why did she suffer from such a thing? One mistake, every step is wrong. If I had known earlier, I would not be offering sacrifices today. Mito felt regretful in his heart. But it couldn't be said. If asked, she even needs to smile and say it's okay. This is even more difficult. In this regard, Mito could only allow Mu to carry himself all the way, and was let down after returning home. It's not that she doesn't want to go. Just after putting it down, her feet were so weak that she couldn't stand up. In order not to waste time, Mito can only let Mu carry on. When they returned home, the old woman and Gon were anxiously waiting for the two of them to come back. What's the matter? The old woman asked. Mito aunt, are you all right? Gon was also very anxious, rushed up, looked at Mito and asked. Faced with the concern of the two, Mito is a little hard to say. Say you're weak-footed because you're scared? That is really hard to say. She didn't know, because her performance had misunderstood the old lady. The old woman looked at Mito thoughtfully, and glanced at Mu again. Okay, Gon, you aunt she may be tired, let her go back to rest. The old woman comforted Gon and said. After finishing speaking, he turned his head to look at Mu and said, Mu, can you please help me carry Mito back to her room? Advertisement. Yes. Mu was stunned for a moment, then nodded and said. The old woman smiled and said, I'm sorry, I, an old woman, really don't have the energy to do this kind of thing. Grandma, I. Gon raised his hand aside, wanting to show that he could hold Mito too. Gon, why don't you hurry up and take a shower, don't you have to get up early to go fishing tomorrow? Gon was interrupted by the old woman before he finished speaking. It was useful to divert the subject. As soon as Gon heard about it, he immediately became anxious. Leaving a word, he ran away in a hurry. At this time, Mito, who was picked up by Mu, stared at his mother with wide eyes. A shameful thought came to her mind. And this idea, after returning to her room, after her mother settled down to eat MOMU, she got confirmation. Daughter, did something happen to you in MOMU? Although you are a whole round older than MOMU, if you really agree, Mom can accept it. The old woman looked at Mito and said seriously, at least, this is much better than watching you become an old girl without getting married. From the words of the old woman, it is not difficult to hear that it is in the country on the Whale Island side. The law does not limit the marriage of consanguineous relatives. If you count it seriously, the old woman and MOMU's grandma are sisters. And Catherine and Mito are cousins. MOMU and Mito are aunt and nephew. Not 3 generations apart. Mom, are you crazy? Why do you think that MOMU and I have such a thing? Mito looked at the old woman with an absurd expression and said, also, I don't have such thoughts either. No? Impossible. If not, how could you have become like that before, daughter? I know that you are in such a situation, it must be after you have tasted the taste between men and women. The old woman said with an expression that I was someone who came here, although I didn't expect MOMU to be so strong, but don't lie to me, I didn't say that I disagree with you being together. Looking at the mother in front of him, Mito also knew that if he didn't make this matter clear today, I and MOMU will definitely be crazily suspected and even labeled in the end. As a last resort, Mito told what happened to him today even if he was ashamed. After speaking, Mito looked at his mother expectantly. I hope the old woman can clearly know that she really has nothing to do with MOMU. However, Mito looked at the old woman's expression of make it up at this time. She knew that what she said was useless at all. Undeterred Mito, he will continue to explain. Advertisement. Okay, how you want to hide it is up to you, but I have to say something. The old woman waved her hands and said, you are not young anymore. When MOMU becomes an adult, you can get married directly. Don't delay too long. After speaking, without waiting for Mito to reply, he walked out of Mito's room. Judging by her expression, it was obvious that the old lady was very happy at this time. On the contrary, Mito was completely dumbfounded. Without doing anything, I was given the impression that I was on good terms with MOMU. This development shocked Mito greatly. Forget it, time will give the answer. Mito finally said with a sigh. Mito waited in the room for a while. In the end, he endured the weakness of his legs and walked out. It is impossible for her to watch her mother drag her old body to arrange a room for MOMU. It is also impossible to watch my mother manage the tavern by herself. However, Mito, who walked out of the room, discovered it. She doesn't need to care about this matter at all. It is indeed the old lady who is arranging MOMU's room. However, it is the old woman who is talking, and MOMU is doing it. It's the tavern business, which MOMU can't help with. Because he doesn't know how the tavern works. Also don't know which drinks. With Mito taking over, MOMU discovered that drinking in the tavern is not a simple matter. Time flies. In a blink of an eye, MOMU was lying on the bed. As soon as I closed and opened my eyes, it was the next morning. Apart from sleeping so well with MOMU, Mito's sleep quality is much worse. Shouting MOMU's name and don't stop all night long. This made the old woman smile knowingly when she heard it. But the reason why Mito did this was because she dreamed of the scene where MOMU jumped with her on his back. Chapter 33, A Little Dispute. MOMU, it's all right, let's have dinner together. Seeing MOMU, the old woman immediately greeted with a smile. Mito on the side also nodded with a smile. And Gon, who was helping to place it, looked at MOMU curiously. He already knew the identity of MOMU. Gon was very curious about the fact that he had a cousin. The 3 people in front of him made MOMU feel a little dazed. Especially when seeing the familiar face of Gon. He is even more so. Even if you already know that this world is the Hunter x Hunter world. He still couldn't help but think about it. I was very emotional, but MOMU didn't slow down, and followed the old woman's guidance, came to Mito and sat down. Yes, originally MOMU wanted to sit next to Gon. However, the old woman lured MOMU to Mito intentionally or unintentionally. This performance made Mito very ashamed. But you can't point it out directly, and you have to keep smiling. By the way, MOMU, what are you going to do next? The old woman asked at the dinner table. Me, I plan to participate in this year's Hunter test. MOMU said without hiding. Quiet. After MOMU's words came out, everyone present was silent for a while. Mito's face turned cold in an instant. Apparently, this guy Kim Freaks came to mind. Most importantly, during this time, Gon also often talked about going to the Hunter test to find his father. Cousin, you have to take the Hunter test and become a hunter. Gon said excitedly. MOMU nodded and said, yes, I will participate in this Hunter test. Then when the time comes, I'll be with you. Boom. Before Gon could finish speaking, he was interrupted by a heavy slap on the table. Everyone looked around, but saw the source of the sound, Mito looked at Gon seriously and said, Gon, you can't participate in the hunter test. Why, this is the only way I can find my father. Gon asked anxiously. Mito was stunned for a moment, and then said firmly in his mind, if you can't, then you can't, then the hunter test is too dangerous, you can't go there. After finishing speaking, Mito turned his head to look at Momu and said seriously, although you are very welcome to come, please don't say such unrealistic words in front of Gon. Do you know how many people died during the hunter test? Knowing that many people become bad after they become hunters. Why do you have to take the hunter test and become a hunter? What's so good about a hunter? No, this person must not be allowed to stay here for long. I have to drive him away. Otherwise, Gon's desire to participate in the hunter test will definitely not be suppressed. Mito was very nervous. Looking at the serious Mito with some anxious emotions in front of her, Momu can also understand her situation. Although it may be different from Catherine, the basic situation is similar. It's all about being reluctant and afraid of losing. Otherwise, I wouldn't point out how dangerous the hunter test is many times. Now it's almost time to point to Momu's nose and say, don't spoil Gon. Sure enough, when faced with this kind of thing, the previous shame is not a thing at all. The hunter test is not dangerous for me. Momu put down the chopsticks in his hand, looked at Mito and said. Impossible. Mito yelled in complete disbelief, the hunter test, which claims to have tens of thousands, or even hundreds of thousands of deaths every year, you say it is not dangerous to you, it is absolutely impossible. Momu calmly stretched out his hand to press the compressed air and said, let's analyze why the hunter test is so dangerous. One is that the hunter test is to screen out the strongest people in the world. If they are not strong enough, they will be in danger. Secondly, generally speaking, in the hunter test, you will go through forests and oceans, and you will deal with monsters or institutions, as well as candidates themselves. As long as you are strong enough, you can almost ignore them. Third, the hunter test stipulates that people over the age of 12 can participate in the hunter test. This means that in the perception of the Hunter Association, there are many people in this world who have shown great strength at the age of 12. It is estimated that to find these people. Advertisement. Looking at these points, the hunter test, as long as the strength is in place, there is almost no danger at all. Having said so much, let me ask again, what do you think of my strength? After listening to Momu's words, Mito paused slightly. She was also stunned. Thinking about what Momu said, she thinks there is no problem. Everything is because of a strength issue. And as far as she knows, Momu is very powerful. After all, they were able to jump from such a high place, and they still brought her down unharmed. It is enough to see how strong Momu is. You are very strong, that's your business, Gon is not strong, so you can't go. Mito admitted that Momu is strong, but still won't let Gon to participate in the hunter test. I'm all for Gon's good. Only by staying away from hunter, Gon can live a life without fear. I didn't let him go with me. Momu nodded and said. I'm going. Gon said firmly to Mito. No. Mito looked at Gon and said seriously. Gon said with an unchanged expression, I'm going to find my father, I want to see why he can abandon me because of hunter. Hearing this, Mito's complexion changed drastically, and then fell silent. The old woman sighed helplessly. You have to prove your strength to me and catch the Swamp Lord, and I will allow you to participate in the hunter test. Mito was silent for a while, and finally said with Gon looking at him seriously. Instead of directly agreeing, such a request was made. Yes, the Swamp Lord is that heavy and that big. Gon is absolutely impossible to catch. As long as you can't catch it, Gon won't talk about taking part in the hunter test. Mito secretly thought, obviously, this is an attempt to stop Gon in this way. Chapter 34, Fishing Time in Advance. Okay, it's settled. Gon said with a happy smile. After speaking, I started to eat breakfast. I'm going out. After leaving a word, Gon picked up the fishing rod and ran out in a hurry. Today, there are still more than half a month before the registration time for the hunter test. Gon started the challenge of catching the Swamp Lord a week earlier than in the plot. Regarding this, Momu raised her eyebrows, but she didn't expect it. The emergence of oneself will also cause this kind of development. However, even if this is the case, it has little to do with Momu. When he appeared, the plot of this world had already changed. What's more, if he ended up in person, the plot would still be exactly the same, which is almost impossible. Of course, even if the plot has changed, where is the relationship between the characters? At this point, it still has little effect. You, Gon, how could he catch the Lord of the Swamp? Aren't you giving him an impossible task? If Gon hates you in the future, it will be troublesome. The old woman looked at Mito helplessly and said. Mito was silent for a moment, and then said, Mom, even if Gon hates me in the future, I will do the same. Look at Jin, since he became a hunter, he has lived a terrible life. He can't even take care of his children. Yep, I was right. Gon will never hate me in the future, but will thank me. Mito thought comfortingly in his heart. Although it is very shocking, I have to remind you, Aunt Mito, that the Hunter Association needs people like Gon. MOMU is going to make a psychological preparation for Mito in advance. The kind of swamp master you mentioned has a high chance of being caught by Gon. Mito retorted anxiously, impossible, the weight of the swamp lord has already reached several tons, how could Gon be able to fish with this weight? Yet, MOMU, could it be that you think too much? Does the old woman really believe this statement? MOMU looked at Mito next to him and the old woman in front of him, touched his chin and asked, what do you think the power of human beings can achieve in this world? Clam? Why are you asking this again? A few hundred catties, at most 1 ton. Mito said hesitantly. As far as I know, a child who is about the same age as Gon, his strength has reached 12 tons at this time. MOMU said slowly. What? Impossible. Mito exclaimed. Advertisement. Lie, this is definitely lying to me. I didn't expect that MOMU, who looks so honest, would lie. I misunderstood him. Haven't you seen my behavior before? What do you think my behavior is? MOMU said helplessly. Hearing MOMU's words, Mito's expression froze for a moment, and then he fell into deep thought. Compared with the strength of more than 10 tons, it seems that MOMU's performance of jumping from a height of hundreds of meters without any damage seems even more outrageous. Moreover, at that time MOMU still danced with her behind her back. Not only was MOMU okay, she wasn't affected by the shock either. This discovery kept Mito silent for a long time. She had to admit, perhaps, the final situation was really like what MOMU said. Gon is sure to succeed this time, and then embarks on the journey of the hunter test. For a moment, Mito felt that the delicious breakfast in front of him was tasteless. She got up and went back to her room, shutting herself in the room. Oh, Mito, I just can't let go of him. The old woman said helplessly. In this regard, MOMU didn't know how to interrupt and chose to continue eating breakfast. After breakfast, MOMU didn't know how to help. I asked and said that I don't need to help myself. Hearing this, MOMU stepped aside temporarily and continued his practice. He intends to live here for a while, after the hunter test registration. Board the boat directly on the Whale Island side and go to the hunter for testing. During this period of time, he planned to carry out practice in order to increase the upper limit of his thoughts. By the way, practice your fighting skills again. He is able to exert strength all over his body, so, as I said before, ordinary fighting skills are not suitable for him. However, I don't want to fight. Once, MOMU thought of irregular fighting techniques. It's very simple, that is to only practice basic skills, and then use whatever is available when fighting. Time flies by. During the period, Mito also came out of the room and started today's work. She needs to prepare all kinds of materials that will be used in the tavern tonight. Advertisement. MOMU is exercising, of course Mito saw it. Really didn't bother. Unlike Gon, MOMU is just a nephew she just met and can't control too much. Very good, judging from the current situation, my fighting style does not require too much skill. As long as you can let any part of your body touch the opponent. If it weren't for the fact that fighting is too cheating, then this fighting style is really suitable for me. Pity. Still, it's okay for now. Basic attack skills, coupled with the imitation of the principle of shaved, achieved by kinetic energy ejection shunpo. Enough to enhance my mobility. This skill spans tens of meters in an instant. It seems that few people can avoid it. Unless the opponent is particularly strong, or has some special man. MOMU, who is practicing, is very satisfied with his current progress. From the corner of the eye, he saw Mito trained by MOMU, but at this moment he was terrified. That kind of speed that you can't even see clearly is really scary. Where has she seen such a situation? While being surprised, I also understood how confident MOMU is when he is going to take the hunter test. Looking at MOMU, Mito fell into deep thought. She was worried about Gon's safety, and didn't know what danger Gon would encounter if he went to participate in the hunter test. If only at this time, there is someone who can help her watch Gon. That should be a wonderful thing. Thinking of this, Mito couldn't help but smile. But, then Mito restrained himself again. No, although it is true that he is his nephew, MOMU and Gon have not known each other for a long time after all. It is really unreasonable for him to risk his life to look after a familiar stranger. Chapter 35, Deep Sea Practice. Mito, who was thinking about MOMU's situation, became entangled again for a while. She didn't know how to speak. This entanglement has been directly entangled for several days. In this regard, MOMU is also unaware. Although it can be seen that Mito seems to have something on his mind. But I just think that Mito is worried that Gon will catch the swamp master. It has little to do with myself. After practicing honestly for a few days, after getting a little familiar with the fighting skills of pointing, and raising the upper limit of Nian Qi a little bit, Wu Shi started a new practice method. He needs to accumulate his energy. Before, he relied on the boa constrictor to improve himself. Now, on Whale Island, there are no such monsters. If it is collected in the usual way, then Mu's strength will be greatly reduced. Mu doesn't want this. So he needs to find another way. After searching, he really found a good way. That is going to sea. In seawater, the deeper the place, the higher the water pressure. As long as Mu can solve his breath-holding time problem, he can use the water pressure of the powerful deep sea area to allow himself to reach the time to collect super energy reserves. In order to carry out this plan, Mu came to the edge of a cliff on Whale Island. Looking at the sea below, he jumped in without any hesitation. With a splash, a huge splash was splashed on the sea surface, and Mu disappeared above the sea. In this situation, it seems that Wu Shi is throwing himself into the sea. Fortunately, no one saw it at this time, otherwise, today's Whale Island would be lively. Falling into the sea, Mu didn't have any intention of staying. He needed to stay as deep as possible before his own oxygen ran out. Advertisement. Yes, Mu is not stupid. Why can't he use some tools when his breath-holding ability is not strong? Oxygen cylinders may be difficult to buy on Whale Island, but a sealed iron barrel is easy to find. Mu uses the principle of the diving bell to achieve his own goals. The principle of the diving bell is like a glass cup buckled upside down in the water. There is always a certain amount of air in the cup for the diver to breathe, so that the diver can stay underwater for a long time. This approach requires a certain amount of strength to be successful. As for the protection issue, what Mu needs is the pressure of these water pressures, and there is no need to think about it at all. He just needs to keep his oxygen supply going. Relying on this method, Mu slowly fell to the bottom of the sea near Whale Island. Not high, only a few hundred meters. And the more it is like traveling abroad, the deeper it will be able to descend. As Mu went deeper and deeper, more and more energy was stored in his body. In the sea as deep as an abyss, Mu's sight is greatly restricted. But it gave his circle a good workout. And this also made Mu discover a surprising problem. Fish here are plentiful. In addition, there are many particularly large fish swimming by. One of them even chose to attack Mu because he was curious about the iron bucket that Mu brought down. She didn't have the habit of going inside the belly of the fish, and Mu also directly used the energy stored in the golden elixir. In an instant, the bow of the boat smashed the head of the fish, killing this mighty big fish on the spot. This fish is very big, at least 18 meters in length, weighing tens of tons. If it can be sold, it will definitely get a good value. It also happens to be able to solve the problem of spending his time during this period. It's just that he still has to continue to practice deep sea pressure. For a while, you can't leave at will. And if you want to find someone to help carry it, but such a heavy fish is no longer able to be carried by anyone in Whale Island relying on physical strength. If you want to move this fish, not even Gon can do it. But if Mu relies on the energy in the golden core to push, then he doesn't need to call someone. Advertisement. In this case, Mu might as well cheat by transferring his own damage. Hold it directly above your head, use your ability to absorb the pressure of the big fish's injury, and then take it back by walking. But if you do this, it will be too slow. What a waste of time. With this time, he might as well stay in the sea for a while longer to increase the upper limit of energy storage for this deep sea practice. It's troublesome, what should I do now? Staying in the diving bell, Mu stared at the big fish he was pulling casually in his hand, feeling helpless for a while. It's not a matter of me practicing here and pulling this big fish all the time. Moreover, this big fish is still bleeding, and it may attract the surrounding meat-eating fish at any time. Although I'm not afraid, I can't transport so many fish. Glancing at the air volume in the drum, Mu estimated how much time he could remain underwater. I soon came up with this method of relying on the air of the diving bell to breathe, and then holding my breath in the water. At least you can let yourself stay underwater for 1 hour. His current breath holding time is about 3 minutes, and the air in the iron bucket can at least allow him to take more than 50 breaths. Even if you don't take the maximum time to hold your breath, it only lasts for 2 minutes. More than 50 air changes can also allow me to last for nearly 2 hours. The reason for estimating to stay in the sea for 1 hour is just because we need to reserve some time to deal with accidents. In other words, Mu is a small iron drum. Thinking, Mu senses to look around. If you are not under siege, then wait another hour. With this in mind, Mu did not leave the sea directly, but chose to continue practicing. His luck was good. During this hour, he was indeed not besieged by fish. This may be because the bleeding hole on the big fish is relatively small. This is also good, just happy and relaxed. Seeing that there is not much air in the iron bucket, Mu took the iron bucket and the big fish and swam towards the surface of the sea. There is no way to go up this side of the cliff. Although he himself is indeed able to ignore the damage caused by the weight of the big fish, but he has no way to remove the weight of the big fish. Chapter 36 Cheap Sail? Wanting to rely on the stored energy to push himself and the big fish up a cliff more than 10 meters away is really a waste of energy. It's better to go to the port, so that you can spend a small amount of energy to bring the big fish back. Moreover, he was able to sell the big fish by the way at the port. It's definitely a good thing to do a lot of things in one fell swoop. At 10 o'clock this morning, a large number of fishermen in the port were busy sorting the fish they caught. Some buyers who came to buy sea fish are also wandering around at this time, choosing the sea fish they can see. As for those who have a cooperative relationship, the seller and the buyer are not considered here. Because, after they salvaged the sea fish, they sent them directly to the place where the acquirers were. The place is not far, just in a few nearby cities. Otherwise, the fishermen on Whale Island would not have delivered. Look, what is that? At this moment, a fisherman pointed at the sea and exclaimed. Following these words, almost all the fishermen meowed over there. Whatever it is, it's not a big deal to catch a glimpse. If there is an accident, it is better to let yourself get a faster reaction time. At this glance, all the fishermen's eyes widened. Because in front of their eyes, a huge fish slowly floated up from the sea. Ah, this. Sperm. Run fast, waiting for the big fish to come and eat you. Yeah, hurry up and call your family, and the others will prepare the boat. Damn it, you guys just run away, don't you plan to resist? Maybe we can win. Yeah, maybe we've fed that big fish, and the others don't have to die. Hey, what are you talking about? Wait, look. Just when the fishermen were about to escape, someone noticed something wrong on the sea. Under the big fish, there seemed to be something else. Everyone fixed their eyes and saw a young man covered in water droplets, with his hands raised high, holding the big fish, moving slowly towards the port while shaking his body. Advertisement. Look, that big fish is dead. A fisherman also discovered the dead fish. As fishermen all their lives, how could they not check whether the fish is dead or not? Obviously, the big fish in front of him is already dead. This is the general of the He family, unexpectedly, so brave. At this time, in the fisherman's mind, there is only such a surprised thought. They stared blankly at the boy carrying the huge fish onto the open space of the port, and they were stunned for a moment. Brother Mu. At this moment, one of the fishermen who brought Mu to Whale Island shouted unexpectedly. Hey, Lao Wen, do you know him? The fishermen around asked in surprise. Of course, Brother Mu came here on our boat before. You would never have guessed that he is a relative of the Freaks family. Ah, you mean Sister Mito's family? Yes, Brother Mu is the nephew of Sister Mito. I really didn't expect this little brother to be so strong. Yeah, that fish, by visual inspection, has exceeded 15 meters, and weighs at least 20 tons. Suck with such a weight, you can still lift it up and walk. This little brother's strength is amazing. No, I'm afraid if you touch us casually, we will all have to be hospitalized for a few months. Putting down the big fish that was lifted casually, Mu also breathed a sigh of relief. This time he was playing big, even though he could really ignore the weight of the big fish. However, his strength is still insufficient. It is impossible to support and lift this big fish. Yes, he couldn't walk with the big fish easily as he thought. He still needs to use the stored energy to assist himself to be able to do this. From here he also came to a point. Hitting and lifting are two different things. Strike shock, his damage transferability, seems to have no upper limit. However, lifting is not enough, this thing has something to do with his own strength. Mu should have thought of this a long time ago. After all, if it is true that one can lift a big fish even when one's own strength is insufficient, can the planet under his feet be lifted up for the same reason? Advertisement. Obviously, Mu couldn't do this. Otherwise, the planet under his feet would have already stopped moving. And once the planet stops moving, according to the inertia of the planet's rotation, except for him, other objects on this planet have long been thrown into the universe. Very helpless, I lost a domineering means. Of course, Mu quickly dismissed the matter. It's good to have a golden finger, and I'm still picky. That would be too greedy. Slap. Mu clapped his palms twice, attracting the attention of everyone in the port. Then he said, Everyone, you have all seen this big fish beside me, right? It is obviously impossible for such a big fish to stay and eat by itself. You are all acquaintances of the Freaks family, this time, I will take it as a favor for everyone. 1,000 nuns and 1 caddy of fish, I think everyone is very interested. Hearing Mu's words, the people around immediately stood up in awe. It's not that Mu said the price is too expensive, but that Mu said the price is too low. This is a huge sea fish that you may not see once in decades. If this kind of fish is sold seriously, it will be sold at a low price if it does not cost 35,000 ducati. Therefore, the 1,000 ring nuns offered by Mu is really a free gift. Even if you buy it, you don't want to eat it yourself, as long as you can prove it's the meat of a big fish. If you resell it, you can earn 35 times more. This kind of thing is crazy when you think about it. No one can bear it. You can make a lot of money without taking any risks. Who can refuse such a good thing? Of course, because it's too ridiculous. Not everyone is convinced either. The only thing is that Mu is joking with them again. After all, if it were them, they would never do this. Chapter 37 It's just a reward. Little brother, since this is the case, why don't you just sell this big fish to me directly? Our company will definitely be able to eat this big fish. Seeing that the rest of the people were silent, a purchaser who came to buy seafood left first come out and say. The first thing he said was to buy the big fish in Mu's hand, and he didn't mean to give the fisherman of Whale Island a drink of soup. No, little brother, sell it to me, and we will pay you 1,500 quats per catty. However, at this time, the rest of the seafood buyers were not happy. Everyone is here to buy seafood, why should you take advantage of it? Immediately, almost all the acquisition personnel began to join the bidding. He didn't even mean to ask Mu. Obviously, in their view, it is absolutely impossible for Mu to refuse such a big offer. After a while, the price of these purchasers has been pushed up to 30,000 ring nuns. It is almost close to the lowest price of the acquisition. However, just like that, no one stopped. In a blink of an eye, this price was pushed up to 50,000 ring nuns. Apparently, for a fish this nearly 18 meters long, it was worth the price. 50,000 ducati, this big fish weighs about 20 tons. 1 ton is 1,000 kilograms, or 2,000 catties. 20 tons, it is 40,000 catties. In other words, if Mu directly sells this big fish now, he can get an income of 2 billion quat. How? Say more and say more, say less and say less. The reason for saying too much is that this amount of money is enough for a person to live a prosperous life for a lifetime. To say the least, because the money is not even a fraction of a greedy island game console. This is outrageous. It can also be seen that for the rich and the low-level people, the gap between them is really too big. Just when everyone thought Mu would agree to sell the big fish. But I saw Mu rubbing his chin, smiling at the purchaser who offered 50,000 rings a catty and asking, "Are you from Whale Island?" The man was taken aback for a moment, then shook his head to indicate that he was not from Whale Island. "Then I'm sorry. Although it is indeed very profitable to sell it to you, I have already said that this big fish is for the welfare of the Icelanders of Whale Island. If I sell it to you, I will become a fisherman. The kind of person who has no credit." Mu shook his head and said, "So, among those who just bid, is anyone from Whale Island?" Hearing Mu's words, the acquisition personnel looked at each other in dismay. Advertisement. Obviously, there is no such person among them. In this regard, Mu expressed regret and said, "Then there is no other way. I will sell it to the Icelanders of Whale Island. Go and buy it from them yourself. Fathers and elders, I will leave this fish to you. How much it sells for is up to you. I only need 40 million ring nuns here. Just take it as your reward for helping to collect the corpses of my grandparents." This sentence Mu did not say it. Because there is no need to say it. And this is why Mu sacrificed so much of his economy to sell big fish cheaply. Because he is giving back to these Icelanders, helping his grandparents to pay back. Although I haven't seen them before, they are at least my mother's real parents. Others can help after their death without any pay. That's it, enough for Mu to pay off. If they didn't know that they didn't want anything, maybe these Icelanders would still refuse. Mu doesn't even want that 40 million. After all, with his strength, if he wanted to make money, it was so easy. During this time, I was poor and had no money. That's just because time doesn't allow it. Seeing Mu leaving, the fishermen present couldn't help but looked at each other. "Brother, are you really planning to leave this money on Whale Island?" "It seems so. Although that's what I said, it's really tricky for me to hold such a large sum of money." "Who said it wasn't? Let's ask the island chief to see how to deal with the money. There will be a clear statement on whether it will be distributed door to door, used to build facilities on the island, or returned to that little brother." "Yeah, that's a good idea. No, just do it like this." Mu stopped Mito's words and said. As for what she said about returning the money to herself, Mu never thought about getting it back. All have been handed over. If you take it back, it's not appropriate. Moreover, this is what he used to thank others, and now he wants to come back. Advertisement. It's really too cheating. Okay, I understand. Mito nodded and did not continue to ask. She also knows what Mu is thinking, and she has a particularly good sense of Mu at this time. If you can think about rewarding those who have helped you, no matter how messy you are, it will not be a bad thing. The appearance of Mito did not stop Mu's practice. Although as long as he can endure the feeling of suffocation, he can stay on the bottom of the sea and complete super-intensive energy collection. After all, he can only suffocate, but he will not die from the suffocation damage. But, Mu didn't want to do that. The feeling of suffocation, after he tried it once, he didn't want to try it again. Therefore, if conditions permit, he will always go to sea with oxygen. Whether it is carrying an iron bucket, or an oxygen cylinder, scuba, and the like. It will be all right. As long as oxygen is available. On the contrary, the bottom of the sea is very dark. If a person stays in a claustrophobic place for a long time, more or less there will be some psychological problems. Those who say no, simply because they have not experienced such a thing. It is the fear that this will happen to me. So, Mu he made a decision. It will only take half a day on the bottom of the sea at most. This time is over. Either way, he's leaving. In this case, unless he can find electronic products to take into the sea. Otherwise, it's really hard for him to do it. It's not that he doesn't want to explode with one punch, it's just that the price is a bit high. At the cost of becoming a lunatic, even if he can blow up the planet with one punch. I guess there won't be any excitement. After practicing for a while, Mu took the iron bucket to the edge of the cliff again. Chapter 38, A Book of Journeys to the New World. In the past few days, Mu is not only practicing and strengthening his energy reserves. For the rest of the time, he didn't relax. For this world, Mu knows too little. Everything I've seen and heard is just what I've seen in anime. It is even said that even the information encountered in anime is actually very little. Many species have only been seen, but do not know their information. In this case, it can be said that Mu's understanding of the world is blank. In order not to let myself be so ignorant. During this period of time, Mu also bought a lot of books about exotic animals and various encyclopedias in the bookstore on Whale Island. After buying these books, Mu spent nearly 100,000 ring nuns. If it weren't for the 40 million ring nuns earned by that big fish some time ago, Mu would have a lot of headaches now. Among these books, the one that makes Mu most curious is the book Journey to the New World. Yes, it is the book that introduces the Dark Continent. According to the introduction in the book, on the side of the Dark Continent, the most dangerous things to humans are not all kinds of large creatures. Rather, those poisonous insects flying all over the sky. And all kinds of strange creatures with strange abilities. From this point of view, no matter whether it is an army or an individual, as long as it enters it unprepared. All kinds of strange creatures, poisonous insects, and strange plants in the Dark Continent can definitely teach him to be a man. While practicing, Mu read various books including Journey to the New World. For a while, I was immersed in the wonderful introduction of the book. These books are all encyclopedia-type books. Even Journey to the New World is not a novel. It is an encyclopedia book about some animals and plants, insects, minerals, water sources, ruins, etc. on the Dark Continent. It can be regarded as an encyclopedia around Lake Mobius. On the above, various graphic introductions are clearly visible. Mu doesn't know, what are the strange shapes of the animals and plants on the Dark Continent. Or Dong Freaks has a problem with his personal style of painting. In this Journey to the New World, Crusoe's style has a strong sense of sight. Advertisement. Weird, scary, scary. When I saw this, an idea even emerged in Mu's heart. Couldn't it be, on the Dark Continent, there really is the existence of Crusoe Feng? It's not surprising that Mu would have this idea. Even through some understanding of anime, he discovered that in the world of Hunter x Hunter. About this kind of existence, it seems that there are not a few. After all, this is a fantasy world. There is a strangeness that can respond to the heart. People's hearts are complicated, and no one knows what is going on in that person's heart. This point is only in the Hunter x Hunter New World chapter. The princes in that country, their neon beasts are more weird than the other. The style catches up with Crusoe, making those who see it fearful. Hey, this world is so wonderful that I can hardly imagine. Mu casually closed the books in his hand, and said with emotion. The book Journey to the New World is not too thick, not even half of the Encyclopedia of Warcraft on the side. And most of it has pictures on it. So, it doesn't take long to watch it once. However, in order to deepen the impression, I watched Mu several times. Hey, Miss Mito, Mrs. Freaks, come on, boy gone, he actually fished up the Lord of the Swamp, and he's at the port now. At this moment, Mito and the old woman who were preparing the materials to be used in the evening, and Mu who had just put down the books in their hands, heard such an excited shout together. For a moment, the emotions of the three of them underwent three different changes. Mito is jittery. The old woman is proud, none of the men in their family is weak. Mu is relieved, the time has come to this time. Clang clang. Mito dropped what he was doing, and rushed directly to the port pier. The old woman's legs and feet are inconvenient, so she can only focus on Mu. Advertisement. Mu, quickly help me watch Mito. The old woman pointed to the direction where Mito disappeared and said anxiously. No problem. Mu nodded and said. After speaking, Mu also chased after her. Mu is much faster than Mito. It only took 10 seconds. He has already come to Mito's side. Such a hurry can't change the fact that Gon hooked up the Swamp Lord, let him go to the hunter test, is it really that scary for you? Mu has also gotten to know Mito a lot these days, talking, no longer the kind of politeness before. Mito said with a serious face, what do you know, I will not stop Gon from participating in hunter now, but he is still too weak, at least I have to have your strength so I can rest assured. My strength? Do you want Gon to be the president of the Hunter Association? Mu rolled his eyes and said. Even if you don't have such strength, you should at least have half of your strength. Mito was stunned, and then said seriously. It's not that she's falling too fast. It was because she remembered the perversion of Mu's strength. Mu shrugged and said, then work hard. After finishing speaking, Mu stopped talking, and slowly followed Mito to the port pier. As soon as he came to the port, Mu saw the big fish that was fenced in at first sight. The master of the swamp, this is a big fish with a body length of 4 meters and nearly 5 meters. The color of the whole body is extremely bright. On the swamp lord's abdomen, there were more than a dozen pairs of slender and pointed feet of shrimps. Slap. Because he is not dead yet, the swamp lord is currently jumping around actively. However, in Mu's view, this is because the swamp lord is a little lack of oxygen. Because Gon was going to take part in the hunter test, Mito and Gon had an argument. However, Mito who had promised Gon earlier. But it is very passive. Just because, she herself said, she can't break her promise. Once she refused to allow Gon to take the hunter test, after that, she would have no credit for speaking in front of Gon. Chapter 39 Temperament Near 30? Please. Looking at the woman standing in front of her, bowing to her begging, Mu felt a headache. I thought that I was staying at Mito's house, that is, waiting for the time to go to the hunter test with Gon. Now, he's all signed up with Gon. But never thought of it. The day after he signed up with Gon, Mito came to his door. Straight to the point, I gave him this one. Please what? What else could it be, not just let him train Gon and let Gon become stronger during this period of time. But obviously, in only 1 week. If you want to make Gon stronger. That is only to practice mindfulness. But there is also a problem. Although Gon's talent is indeed very high. In a week's time, you can definitely master entangling. It seems that everything can be taught. But in fact, Mu knew that this would not work at all. It's not that Mu doesn't want to teach. Rather, Gon simply cannot learn. At least, during this period of time, he must not learn this stuff. For what? That's right, it has something to do with the hunter test. Through the plot, Mu doesn't learn much about the world of Hunter x Hunter, though. However, he knows those people quite well. When Gon was not an. Then during the hunter test, Gon showed a strong talent. In fact, it will be noticed by the hunter examiner. Advertisement. If it is really in danger of death, examiners will provide limited help. After all, once they make a shot, it is equivalent to saving a future star for the Hunter Association. No force will really push a genius out. Even if the so-called conditions are fair, they will not. In the entire human world, there are only a few hundred hunters. One can imagine how rare hunter is. And rarity means that this force will value geniuses more. Otherwise, how would the Hunter Association develop? But if Gon learned to read Qi, all this would be different. It doesn't matter if you only studied for a week, or a year, or 10 years. This all means that Gon is a person with a self-cultivated mind. It is very likely that it is not from the Hunter Association, but from other forces. Whether it's true or not, the people of the Hunter Association will take it for granted. Just like Hisoka and Yamai, they were not really regarded as their own by the hunters from the beginning to the end. Without the support of the examiner, Gon's safety rests entirely on Mu. If at some point, he and Gon separated, then, Gon was cheated to death for no reason. That would be bad. In order to avoid this situation, it is absolutely impossible for Mu to let Gon learn Qi before Hunter's test. He can only be taught by the people of Xinyu and Liu. Only in this way can he be regarded as one of Xinyu and Liu's own people. Not outsiders like Mu. If you don't need mind energy to make a person stronger, what else can you do? If it takes longer, MOMU has plenty of solutions. But now there is 1 week left. This time, it gave MOMU a headache. I had to press my head to make myself feel better. Seeing MOMU's embarrassment, Mito was also embarrassed. Advertisement. She also knew that she was a little overpowering. However, she was really worried about Gon's safety. Even if she is whimsical, she still wants to make Gon stronger within a week. This will also give the Gon a higher chance of survival. Aunt Mito, I won't lie to you, I do have a way to make Gon stronger many times in a week. MOMU looked at Mito and said seriously, but, I can't teach Gon. Hearing MOMU's words, Mito was stunned for a while, and then said disappointedly, it's okay, it's already good if you promise to help me watch Gon. Saying that, Mito wanted to smile to face MOMU. Listen to me first. With my method, once Gon has learned it, he will lack the protection of the examiner in the next hunter test. After all, I have to test, and it is impossible to watch Gon all the time. MOMU shook his head lightly and said, so, in my suggestion, I still think it's better for Gon not to learn this method. After all, there is too much time. If there is a year, I don't need to be so entangled. Why is that? Mito also didn't expect such a statement. For example, take fishing for example. You said, those fishermen will accept some apprentices who know the basics and are destined to be on their side. Or, they will accept some apprentices who apply with a little skill, and may come to compete with themselves in the end. Of course I know the basics. Wait, you mean, the situation in the hunter test is also the same? Mito paused and said thoughtfully. MOMU nodded and said, that's right, the method I said is exactly what you must learn after becoming a hunter. Once Gon learns a little bit in advance, his value will be greatly reduced, because his cousin's attention will also be affected. Much less. It's actually not good for Gon. Sorry, I misunderstood you, please forgive me. Mito was not as tough and serious in front of MOMU as he was in front of Gon. The attitude of admitting mistakes is very good. This also has some reasons for MOMU's temperament. Although MOMU's face is indeed very young, with collagen on his face. However, his mature temperament makes people who get along with him often think that MOMU is a young man who is approaching 30. Mito is also one of them. During this time, she often ignores this point. This made her heart flutter from time to time. Then after he realized it, he had no choice but to scold himself in his heart for wanting to be crazy about men. It's okay, I can't help you much. MOMU shook his head and said. Then I won't disturb your practice. Mito again ignored the age of MOMU. MOMU looked at Mito who left, and suddenly shouted, wait, I thought of a way to make Gon stronger in a short time. Chapter 40 Official Boarding. Time flies, in the blink of an eye, days have passed. Today is exactly the time for MOMU and Gon to participate in the hunter test and board the ship. Because of this, MOMU woke up early this morning. After washing up, he went directly to the kitchen and ate the breakfast that Mito had prepared earlier. Beside him, sat Gon who was eating food fast. After breakfast, MOMU and Gon bid farewell to Mito and the old lady. Then the two walked towards the pier. After arriving at the pier, MOMU discovered an unexpected situation. The pier, which is usually bustling with the fishing season, lacks fishing activities today. Although there are still many people, the atmosphere is different. MOMU guessed that this should be because today is the day that hunter test boards. The elders on Whale Island made a decision in order not to affect the smooth progress of the exam. However, this is obviously not a spontaneous action by fishermen. After all, life is so stressful, no one will lose a day of money because of a hunter test that has little to do with him. For a family that is not rich at all, who knows how much it will lose if they stop fishing for a day? If anyone stops, it won't be all fishermen. It can allow fishermen to stop working during this fishing period and have nothing to do for a day. Among these, there is only one case where it can be done. That is money. Only when the money is in place, people don't care what holiday it is today. Therefore, the Hunter Association, in order to allow the hunter test to be held smoothly in the entire human world, they give large financial subsidies to places where they can land. Among them, Whale Island is one of these subsidy points. This has long been used as one of the regular landing sites for hunter tests. Of course you can have this benefit and want to become the condition of the landing place. It's actually really easy. Only one of the following conditions must be met. One is that the population density must be large, therefore, places where many people gather will be set up as starting points for hunter testing. Advertisement. The second is that areas with a high degree of prosperity, in the human world, almost all large cities have the starting point of the hunter test. 3. In that place, a powerful hunter appeared, and this is the only condition that Whale Island can meet. 4. Extremely steep areas, such as cliffs and the like. In fact, such conditions are rarely used, because few candidates will start from this starting point. This kind of condition is a willful condition proposed by the chairman of Netero and negotiated by the 12 earthly branches. Among these conditions, Whale Island only meets the third one. There have been powerful hunters in the region. This mighty hunter is none other than Gon's father, Kim Freaks. He is also the 12 earthly branches of the Hunter Association. Hunter test starting points will have their own conditions. The conditions on Whale Island are very simple. Candidates need to board the ship within 15 minutes of the stipulated time. Candidates who cannot board the ship within this time will directly lose their qualifications as candidates. In fact, this is not so strict. There are also some starting points, and candidates will be required to search for beans in a short period of time. If you find it, you pass the level. If you can't find it, you fail. Don't think it's easy, because this thing is going to be done in the sand. Hey, in a pile of sand, quickly find some beans. If there is no knowledge in it, almost impossible to do. However, if you think about it carefully, in recent years, there have been millions of candidates applying for the Hunter test. For the Hunter Association, if there are no screening activities, just relying on hundreds of hunters, how can there be so much effort and venue to conduct hunter tests together? It is precisely because of this that, in the Hunter x Hunter plot, when Gon and the others went to the hunter testing site, there are only 406 candidates on site. That's where these screening campaigns come in. Of course, fishermen don't work, but they come to join in the fun. Today is the day for MOMU and Gon to participate in the hunter test. Advertisement. As part of Whale Island, they all have to come and witness. Yes, MOMU has been incorporated into the Whale Island in disguise. Regarding this, MOMU also looked confused, but didn't say much. Amidst the greetings of the Icelanders of Whale Island, MOMU and Gon walked quickly towards the test boat that Hunter was testing. As soon as they boarded the ship, MOMU and Gon were stared at by candidates on the deck. Because of the lively situation on the pier just now, these candidates paid great attention to MOMU and Gon. Everyone looks very vicious. From their eyes, it can also be seen that they are very confident in themselves. It seems that this hunter test is bound to win. These people looked at MOMU and Gon with vain eyes, and their contempt was about to show. When seeing the situation of MOMU and Gon, many people even laughed with disdain. Taking advantage of the trend, it also put MOMU and Gon in the ranks that are absolutely not a threat to themselves. After all, in their opinion, MOMU and Gon might not even be able to pass the first test. Where is the threat at all? Since there is no threat, the candidates on the ship no longer spend more time paying attention. Just think of MOMU and Gon as the air that can be seen everywhere. MOMU grinned, also enjoying herself leisurely. Standing on the edge of the ship, watching the people on the pier who have not yet dispersed. Boom boom boom. Gon ignored the people around and hurried to MOMU's side. Taking a deep breath, he shouted loudly to the pier under the boat, "Everyone, take care. I will definitely come back as an excellent hunter." The voice was so loud that the candidates on the side looked over one after another. And MOMU, who had known about this for a long time, let go of his hands covering his ears. "Gon, this kind of thing, you can talk to Aunt Mito down below and then come up." MOMU glanced at the eyes of the group of candidates behind him, and said indifferently. "It's nothing useful, but it's going to be annoying." "Ah, I'm sorry, cousin MOMU." Gon looked at MOMU and said apologetically. Chapter 41 The Storm Strikes. Tisk tisk, become an excellent hunter. Children are ignorant, so what they say is a little louder, so it is understandable. Understood, I can't understand this. On our side, there are quite a few candidates who have the strength to become hunters. Calculate the powerhouses from all over the country. There are so many people who can become hunters. He is a brat, and he even said wildly that he would become an excellent hunter. Little ghost, your words really make people angry. Gon's words obviously caused dissatisfaction among many people on board. These people kept attacking Gon and MOMU with sarcasm. The malice in the eyes could not be concealed at all. Keep staring at Gon and MOMU. No way, who let MOMU and Gon be together? For the matter of being stared at by so many people, both MOMU and Gon chose to ignore. Anyway, there will be no contact in the future, so why care about their opinions? Gon is too restless, and MOMU doesn't want to move very much. So, MOMU watched Gon running around, found a random place and sat down. The ignorance of the two made the other candidates very angry. However, here is the boat going to the hunter test site, surrounded by candidates. Therefore, no candidate is the first to act. For a moment, the surroundings of MOMU also fell silent. At this time, in the distance, flocks of seagulls appeared. Most people can hear the calls of these seagulls. Candidates didn't know why, so they glanced at it, and then looked away. There were only MOMU and Gon, one nodded knowingly, and the other cautiously jumped in front of MOMU from a distance. "Cousin, there is a storm coming." Gon looked at Mu and said seriously. Well, let's get closer to the cabin. Mu stood up, patted his clothes, and beckoned Gon to the cabin. Gon shook his head and said, I'm going to inform the captain. Understood, just come back quickly. I don't want to fish you out of the sea. I didn't bring much clothes when I came out this time. Mu waved his hand and said. Yes, I understand. Gon nodded with a smile. After speaking, he ran away directly. Obviously, this is to inform the captain. Soon, all the candidates were rushed into the cabin. Advertisement. Boom. Not long after the candidates entered the cabin, there was a loud thunder outside the ship very suddenly. Call. Then, a gust of wind began to blow. The extremely strong wind directly whipped up waves on the calm sea, and ships sailing safely on the sea. It was also seriously affected by these waves, and on the sea surface, it rose and fell with the sea water. Anyone who has taken an elevator knows, but when the elevator goes up and down too fast, the people inside will have a feeling that they are about to leave the elevator floor. In fact, that is not an illusion. Because, as long as the elevator is faster, people will leave the elevator floor. At this time, the ups and downs of the ship on the sea are suffering from this kind of encounter. Lead to various items and people in the cabin. Because of inertia, it was also randomly thrown into the air. Everyone knows it, but people shake a bottle with quite a few items in it. The items in the bottle will definitely collide with each other in the bottle wall because of the inconsistent movement routes. At this time, the situation in the cabin is no different from this one bottle. Puff. Bang bang bang. Clatter. Ah ah ah. In the cabin, a large number of items were rolling and colliding up and down, left and right. Candidates who grabbed onto the fixed objects just staggered to and fro. Candidates who did not grasp the fixed object were miserable. At this time, they either hit the left wall all at once, hit the top of their heads, or hit other candidates. The pain from the collision made these candidates gnash their teeth in pain and feel dizzy. However, the most uncomfortable thing is that they have never been on a ship and experienced such a storm. Already starting to vomit. This is not a good phenomenon. Vomit. Puff. As the first test taker started vomiting, the rest of the candidates vomited as if it was a competition. Advertisement. For a while, in this cabin, the stench of various stomach acids and food residues began to spread. People who can ignore the shaking caused by the wind and waves at such times, stay in the cabin safely, and even walk around. It seemed extraordinarily eye-catching. Gon and Leorio and Kurapika and the sailors, too. Of course, Mu is also one of them. It is even said that Mu's situation is better than everyone present. If it weren't for worrying about not being able to find the ship, Mu would have wanted to go to sea, or go to recruit Thunder. That's all energy. Sitting on a hammock, Mu looked at Gon, who was constantly busy. Gon, you really love to help people, but in fact, as far as their situation is concerned, it doesn't matter whether you help or not. But this way, they will feel better. Gon replied with a smile. While talking, Gon's figure didn't stop, running around in the cabin, just to help those uncomfortable candidates pass water and hot towels. This kind of helpful good boy behavior, and what Gon just said, makes Mu hard to identify with. Only, Gon is now his cousin. Thea decides the head, no matter what, Gon is one of his own. And, while Gon can be troublesome, it's actually looking pretty good right now. It can even be said that people like Gon, when they live in peaceful times, are the children of other people's families. Most importantly, in the plot, Gon is hated by some people. That's just because Gon's strength is not enough. If Gon can overwhelm her and save Kate when encountering Neferpitou, then other people's perception of Gon will be different. For example, Jackie. Puff. What? The ship suddenly flew high, and everyone, under the sudden jump, was thrown into the air. First hit the head of the cabin. Then, it fell under the action of gravity again. Chapter 42 The reason why everyone becomes a hunter. At this time, in the cabin, a large number of candidates rolled like pearls in the shaking pearl milk tea. However, these are not under the attention of Mu. There was only one person he was paying attention to at this time. A candidate who rolled over his head while throwing up. I go. Facing the vomit coming towards her face, Mu's eyes widened. Without thinking too much, he bounced straight out of the hammock. After pushing away the piece of vomit and standing still, he patted his chest with lingering fear. So far so good. If only this foul-smelling vomit hit my face. Even if I am fine, I will be disgusted enough to vomit. Finding another seat and sitting down again, Mu breathed a sigh of relief. The wind and waves continue to dance wildly, helpless ships. It can only sail tenaciously in this erratic ups and downs. Mu estimated that if it wasn't for the captain of this ship, whose driving skills were superb, I'm afraid I'm already on the way back to Whale Island with Gon. If this is the case, the fun will be great. Time is slowly passing by, and the wind and waves outside seem to be exhausted and are slowly subsiding. Until now, the waves caused by the wind and waves outside can no longer make the candidates in the cabin fly around. The rare pause made those candidates who were about to vomit their stomachs out just now. I felt better, and even showed the expression of the rest of my life after a catastrophe on my face. At this time, most of the candidates had their faces covered with hot towels sent by Gon. He looked uncomfortable, but looked outside with lingering fear. Because they are worried that there will be another wave of storms, many candidates have never left their hands from various objects that can be firmly grasped at this stage. The stiff palms all showed that they no longer wanted to be devastated by the second wave of storm. Mu doesn't care about this, he just knows. Advertisement. This hurdle is already over. He wasn't worried about failing the test. He just didn't want to stay in this cabin full of disgusting stomach acid and food residues combined with all kinds of stench. In order to avoid inhaling the smell, he had already stuffed tissues up his nose. But, that effect is not good. You guys, come to the captain's room. At this moment, the white-bearded captain walked into the cabin with a pipe in his mouth with an expression that was nothing more than that, and shouted at Mu and the others. As for the Mu who were called, their condition at this time was the best for among the many candidates. Hearing this, Mu knew what this was about. Without any hesitation, she just lifted her foot and followed the captain out. Cousin, wait for me. Followed by Gon, shouted and followed. Then, there were Leorio and Kurapika who didn't know what was going on. The four followed to the captain's room and stood in front of the captain. Except for Mu who knew the situation, the other three did not speak, quietly waiting for the captain to speak to see what this guy wanted to do. Facing the gaze of the four people, the captain breathed out a mouthful of thick smoke without any time. After the smoke dissipated for a while, he asked, "What's your name?" Mu. Mu was the first to say his name. Gon. Leorio. Kurapika. The three of Gon, who followed closely behind, also spoke their names. In the eyes of Leorio and Kurapika, if it's just the name, it's not a problem. Why are you taking the hunter test? The captain exhaled a puff of smoke, the pipe in his left hand signaled lightly, and looked at Mu seriously with both eyes and asked. Facing the captain's question, Leorio said loudly in displeasure, "You're not an examiner, why are you pretending to ask these questions? I want to know what's going on with the career that Dad is obsessed with." Gon raised his hand and said first. Advertisement. Mu answered, "I am here to become stronger." Hey, you two said it too easily. Leorio looked at Mu and said. Facing such words, Gon smiled and said, "If it's just a reason, it shouldn't matter. When you take the hunter test, the examiner doesn't answer the questions. If you want to quit, just say so." Mu raised his eyebrows and looked at Leorio and said. What do you mean?" Leorio said blankly. Kurapika also froze, narrowed his eyes and said, "It means that the captain is the examiner, Leorio. I am a descendant of the Kuruda clan. The reason why I became a hunter is to hunt down the phantom troop who killed my people 4 years ago." Kurapika continued. "Do you want to be a bounty hunter? Those are A-level criminals. Even seasoned hunters are unwilling to attack them. It's like sending them to death." The captain picked up a bottle of wine and said after taking a sip. "I'm not afraid of death, I'm just worried that the anger in my heart that wants to bury them will gradually fade away." Kurapika's eyes became terrifying. Mu seemed to see some life energy fluctuating in Kurapika. But, now, it's just as if the aura is rising above him. "Here I am, I took the hunter exam for the money. Money, as long as you have money, you can buy anything. Big house. Famous cars. Wine." Leorio excitedly explained why he participated in the hunter test. Although this is indeed Leorio's real idea. But Mu knows that Leorio's deep thinking is not like this. Character can't be bought with money, Leorio. Kurapika looked down on this money-oriented behavior. "It's the third time," Leorio said with a stern face. Seeing this, Mu knew that Leorio and Kurapika were still in conflict with the plot. He didn't care about this, but followed him out to the theater with great interest. It's just that, looking at the development in front of me, which is the same as the plot. Watching the scene where Gon rushed over to save people regardless of anything. Mu was speechless for a while. "Kaka. By the way, I took out the mobile phone I bought at Whale Island, took a picture of Gon's glorious moment, and showed it to Mito when I got back." Chapter 43, The Shortcut to Port Duray. Cousin, don't show the photo to Mito aunt, she will hate me." Gon chased after Mu and said eagerly. "Don't worry, as long as you don't be so impulsive in the next test, then this picture will never be seen by Aunt Mito." Mu said with a smile. But Gon wanted to try harder. Mu narrowed his eyes and said, if you are talking too much, I will send the photo to Aunt Mito right now. No, don't, I won't say it. Gon hurriedly waved his hands and said. Looking at Gon, who was terrified, Mu was very satisfied. Let this kid dare to mess around, so he won't be scared to death. At this time, the four of Mu have passed the test of the first small level. Now heading to the next location of the hunter test. And the situation just now is exactly the situation where Gon jumped into the sea to save people and was photographed by Mu to intimidate Gon. It's a very simple intimidation, that is to make Gon restrain his thoughts of dying. Although the effect may not be obvious, Mu decided to save himself some trouble. Although I am not afraid of trouble, but it is quite boring to keep on being troublesome. Time flies, and soon this ship, which has encountered the biggest storm in previous years, just docked like this. Standing on the deck of the ship, Mu and the others discovered that this is an overcrowded port. Before getting off the boat, Mu was overwhelmed by the sight in front of him. In his impression, there was a scene that could be compared with what he was facing. There is only spring travel. In the port, the low air pressure of those candidates made it obvious at a glance that these were not characters that were easy to get along with. Although in Mu's memory, none of them were successful in the end. However, this scene left a deep impression on Mu. Under the watchful eye of the captain, the four got off the boat. Mu, Leorio and Kurapika got off the ship. Just to get off the ship, only Gon, the kid, was kindly reminded by the captain. Advertisement. Coincidentally, this scene was seen by candidates passing by. For this, Mu just smiled and let this kind of thing develop slowly. In his opinion, as long as he can become a hunter, he can learn more profound thoughts and skills. All other things are trivial. As for the plot, he doesn't care at all. No change is the best, and he is not afraid of changes. After getting off the boat, Mu greeted Gon directly and walked towards a big mountain in the distance. For the bus stop not far away, I completely ignored it. Gon didn't have any objection to this, and he also believed what the captain said. Hey, Gon, aren't you going to take the bus? Leorio yelled at Gon. Gon is the main thing, Mu is just incidental. Already, it was the three of them who experienced trust rescue together. Mu is not in this list. If it weren't for Mu being Gon's cousin, Leorio and Kurapika would probably be more wary of Mu. I even worry about whether Gon will be used. No, I'll go with my cousin. Gon shook his head and said, Leorio, what about Kurapika, why don't you go and have a look together? No, why do you have to go there? Obviously, the request this time is to let us go to Kent, and we can only go there by taking the bus here. Leorio asked, very puzzled. Gon smiled and said, I don't know, I just think there is nothing wrong with following my cousin. Hey, even if he is your cousin, you don't need to believe him like this, don't you want to be hunter and find your father? Leorio said with difficulty. I can't pretend that I didn't hear this. Is Gon trusting me as a cousin, is it in your way? Mu stopped and asked Leorio with false eyes. Since you are his cousin, you can't drag Gon into the water. The Hunter Association doesn't have much time left for us. If we go to that mountain this time, maybe we fail because of the lack of time. Leorio said very seriously. Leorio, cousin. Gon wanted to explain to Mu, but was interrupted by Mu first. Advertisement. Well, you're doing it for Gon's good anyway, so I won't hate you, let me tell you the truth. Those guys, absolutely none of them, were able to make it to the final hunter test location. Mu pointed to the candidates who were scrambling to get on the bus at the bus stop not far away, and said with a sneering expression. Leorio was taken aback, and hurriedly asked, why do you say that? Do you really think that the buses they got on are sure to go to Kent? Mu said with a slight smile. In fact, those buses are all moving away from Kent. In other words, once a candidate sits on it, thinking that he can easily go to Kent City, then this year's hunter test completely missed them. Mu said with a smile while spreading his hands. Suck. After hearing what Mu said, both Leorio and Kurapika were taken aback. Ah, so that's how it is. The captain said just now, let me go to the big tree on the mountain. Gon said with a nod of his head. Sure enough, you can't relax. The hunter test has millions of people signing up every year. How can the test be relaxed? It's a good thing we didn't bother to take the bus, you say, Leorio? Said Kurapika, nodding. Leorio's forehead was covered with cold sweat, and he said with a dry smile, pulling the corners of his mouth slightly. Yes, yes. Those buses can be seen as fake, how could they be real? I just want Gon and I to find another way to get to Kent. Oh, yes, let's just believe it. Mu squinted his eyes, looked at Leorio and said quietly. Of course it's true, Clam. I've seen through these tricks a long time ago. Leorio laughed a few times, and then said stiffly. Seeing Leorio's guilty look with eyes rolling around, Mu no longer provoked Leorio's embarrassing nerve. Turning around, Mu continued to walk towards the foot of the mountain. Seeing this, Leorio also breathed a sigh of relief. After that, he hurriedly followed up and never mentioned the embarrassing scene just now. Chapter 44 The Disgusting Person's Choice. Frightening multiple choice test. As soon as they saw Mu and the others coming, they saw an old woman in ethnic clothes rushing out and yelling at them. Slap! Then, while Leorio and the others were in a daze, they saw another group of supplementary exams appearing behind the old woman, applauding the four of them. The sound was so loud, it was like a large-scale performance here. Mu's eyes are good, and he has already seen the palms of those assistant examiners start to turn red. I'm going to ask a question and you have 5 seconds to answer. If the answer is wrong, then I will judge you to be disqualified from this year's hunter test. The old lady said to the four Mu with no expression on her face. According to what you said, is it possible that the four of us count as together? Leorio was stunned, pointing at himself and the 3 people around him and asked in surprise. The old woman nodded and admitted, that's right. That's right, they got the wrong answer, and they will also implicate me. Leorio pointed at Kurapika, Mu, and Gon and said in surprise. It seems that this is a difficult thing to accept in general. Impossible. Kurapika closed her eyes and said in a disgusted tone. Mu raised his eyebrows, squinted at Leorio and said, what gives you such confidence that you think we are holding you back? Now, I suspect that you will become our hind legs, so in order for us to pass the level, you should not answer the questions for a while. What do you mean? Why do you think I can't answer it? Humph, I want to answer it for you. Leorio said angrily. Please, I need to be a hunter. Kurapika opened his eyes, looked at Leorio and said seriously. Mu nodded and said, that's right, I also need to become a hunter now, to complete my practice. Although not directly pointed out. But between the lines, both Kurapika and Mu expressed their disapproval of Leorio's ability to answer questions. The attitude and distrust of the two made Leorio grit his molars in displeasure. He pouted, secretly making up his mind. It's decided, I want to rush to answer. Leorio is the kind of person whose thoughts are easy to express, especially in the presence of people who are still familiar. Advertisement. Because, Leorio's expression was directly received by Mu and Kurapika. Mu and Kurapika looked at each other involuntarily. After that, the heads of the two of them nodded slightly. Then, they quietly came to the left and right sides of Leorio. Then what about you, are you also with them? The old lady didn't ask the question directly, but asked the secret place behind the four of Mu. No, I'm not with them. If you still can't argue, then let me answer the question first. At this moment, an ordinary-looking examinee came out from the secret place. There was a very proud expression on his face, as if he was proud that he followed Mu and the others to come here. However, he didn't know that among the four Mu, except for Leorio who didn't find him, the other 3 are aware of his existence. It's just that everyone didn't say it. Faced with the appearance of new candidates, Mu and the others let him start answering the questions first. Then, they heard a hot topic. Even Mu already knew it would be this kind of topic. However, when he really heard it, still get angry. He even thought of what he could do if something happened to Catherine and his future woman. Strength. Mu only thought of that. Only with enough strength can he avoid such disgusting things from happening. The examinee passed and left the way the old woman and the others made way for. Leorio, who didn't know why, was very angry about this. He totally disagrees with this inhumane answer. You can only choose from 1 or 2. An ambiguous answer is also regarded as a wrong answer. The old woman continued to speak seriously without giving Mu and the others time to react. You won't come up with such a question. Leorio gritted his teeth and glared at the old woman and asked. Advertisement. He no longer wants to be in the limelight, he just wants to let the old lady in front of him know. What is still cruel? Please listen to the question, in the future your child will be trafficked by human traffickers, if you can save the next one, who will you save? 1 is daughter and 2 is son. The old lady ignored Leorio's question and started asking questions directly. Leorio, who thought he would hear an answer, froze, and then became furious. On the other side, Kurapika and Gon were lost in thought again, obviously stumped by this type of question again. Yes, they don't have children now, and it's hard to imagine their life with children in the future. However, judging from the mother and girlfriend's problems encountered by the examinee just now, the issue they are now dealing with is not limited to the issue of sons and daughters. Like Gon. If one day, Mito and his mother-in-law, the 2 most important people to him, were arrested. At that time, if he could only save one of them. So what are the options? This situation can also be encountered with Leorio and Kurapika. Stop joking, How could there be such a stupid question? Leorio, unable to vent his anger, suddenly roared at the old woman. The question is a disgusting question, but I have to admit that it is a very real question. Ordinary people are fine, and this kind of thing rarely happens. But for those of us who are going to be hunters, as long as there is such an enemy, this kind of thing will happen. Mu said very unhappy. Leorio shouted angrily, I don't agree with this kind of test, now I'm leaving, and I'll use my own way to go to Kent City. After all, Leorio turned around and wanted to leave here. Forget about doing these tests here that make him so angry that he wants to punch someone. However, Leorio wanted to leave, but the old woman would not let him go so easily. Chapter 45 The dilemma passed. It's too late. Those who give up the answer are out now. Now, answer my question within 5 seconds. The old lady looked at Leorio and said seriously. UBD. Leorio's face was throbbing with veins, his eyes glaring at the calm old woman in front of him. No need to guess, Leorio already has the intention of doing something. 5, 4, 3. The old woman began to count down slowly, trying to put more psychological pressure on Mu and the others. Facing the countdown, Mu is not in a hurry, but just thinking about how to become stronger. And Leorio at the side, as expected, started to roll up his sleeves angrily, planning to give the old lady a blow from Pangu. It seems that these two boys are completely aware of it. That child is also very good, and he is still thinking seriously. This year's hunter test looks like it will be very lively. Now, no matter what, they can pass. Although the oldest boy didn't understand my question, he would be a good hunter with this kind of emotion. Don't think about randomly answering an answer, that is the best answer. Relatives are not goods, and their value cannot be measured. If you are faced with such a difficult problem, you only want to find the one with the highest value to choose. Or something that suits my thoughts. This kind of guy who is not sincere in his feelings will only bring disaster to the world if he really becomes a hunter. This year's hunter test, there are many seeded players. Ah, see if I don't beat you to the ground. Leorio's anger was no longer suppressed, and he just jumped at the old woman. Mu raised her eyebrows, and kicked in the past. Boom. In the next second, Leorio was kicked flying tens of meters away. Scoff. Leorio slid his feet on the ground for a certain distance before stopping. After standing still, Leorio looked at Mu angrily and asked, such a stupid question, do you really want to let her dictate? I don't know if it's right or wrong, but I know that if I let you drop it, our hunter test will really come to an end. Mu glared at Leorio and said. Are you an idiot? You can't even see such an obvious answer. Advertisement. Leorio was taken aback, and asked with a puzzled expression, what do you mean? It means that we have passed the test, and not answering is the best answer. Karapika said. Ah. Ha ha ha, I'm sorry old lady, I was impulsive. If you are angry, I will give you this. You can beat me twice to calm down. Leorio said with a dry smile. At this time, he was very embarrassed. A test that was supposed to be doomed to fail. Unexpectedly, they actually passed the level. Young man, don't be so impulsive in doing things in the future. Of course, please maintain this mood well. You can pass. The old woman did not take the stick, but looked at the 4 people in front of her with satisfaction and said. Gone, gone, we are leaving. Mu shouted to Gon who was still thinking about the question just now. The awakened Gon murmured in distress, well, it still doesn't work, I can't answer it anyway. Hearing Gon's words, both Leorio and Karapika couldn't help laughing. Even Mu, who knew this for a long time, laughed along with him at this time. That is, only the Gon at this stage will be like this. Wait for Gon, he really met when someone important died because of him. Mu can even imagine that Gon will definitely do all kinds of willful things to drive those who value him crazy. Thinking of this, Mu couldn't help sighing. Mito, Gon, it's really hard to keep an eye on him. In his case, only after becoming the strongest in this world. Only then can all kinds of tragedies be avoided. If not, Gon will probably hurt many people in the future. It's time for us to go. Mu walked directly towards the passage that the old woman and the others made. Seeing this, the 3 of Gon hurriedly followed. They already know the correct route. Even from the mouth of the old woman just now. I learned that it takes only 2 hours to walk to the big tree on the top of the mountain. It doesn't sound like it's too far away. However, Mu, who has watched anime, knows that this is completely ignoring Hiruto. Advertisement. Can you walk to the top of the mountain in 2 hours? There is no such thing as a lie. In the plot, Gon and the others walked for at least 4 hours. It is even said that they need to walk for 5 hours to reach the top of the mountain. Such a long distance, such a long time. If you don't walk faster, you may not be able to reach the top of the mountain late at night. If it wasn't for Gon and the three of them, Mu would have flown directly there. When he is running in the air, he can take up to 2 people with him. They are all portable. The third person needs close contact. Good guy, not a woman. Mu doesn't want to bear this at all. So, use it to make yourself unhappy. He might as well walk together. Gon, the problem is over, you don't need to think about it anymore. Walking up the mountain path, Leorio looked at Gon and said worriedly. However, if such a day really comes, we will also encounter such a choice, right? Gon asked suspiciously. As soon as these words came out, Kurapika and Leorio couldn't help but fell silent. They know that this is a very objective question. It's not that as long as they don't think about it, the problem won't exist. A few of them have embarked on the path of hunter. They don't even need to think about it, they also know that in the days to come, this kind of dilemma will definitely appear in them. When the time comes, what should they do? Don't think about it, all the problems are because you are not strong enough. Working hard to become stronger is what you should do now. If you can't solve the problem, then solve the person who caused the problem, it's a very simple matter. Even if it fell into the river, if you just drain the water, no one will drown. Mu interrupted the meditation of the three and said. Chapter 46, The Script of the Vicious Fox Family. After a period of walking, the 4 of Mu finally came to the big tree on the top of the mountain. After walking so far, the sun has completely descended at this time. The 4 of Mu who haven't had dinner yet feel a little hungry. Mu's damage transfer can only allow him to transfer the damage to his stomach. But he doesn't care about his hunger. At this time, under the big tree in front of the 4 of them, there is a wooden house made of logs, which is integrated with the big tree. It was extremely quiet here at night, and I didn't hear any animal calls. Only the sound of some insects sounded around. For some reason, Kurapika and Gon became wary. Not knowing why, Leorio walked towards the wooden house carelessly. Only Mu, who has watched the plot, knows what is going on now. No, this wooden house is a vicious fox family. In order to test the candidates, the whole family put on a play. In this regard, Mu is very curious, does the drama of the vicious fox family change every year, or does it not change for many years? No way, it seems that the candidates who come here are all newcomers. In order not to be troublesome, this family never thought about changing the script frequently. The plays are all the same, but yes, different candidates are different. Only for insiders like Mu. The test for a while is probably just a formality. In order to pass the level, he will have to let the vicious fox test Gon and the others in a while. Therefore, Mu can't directly break the drama. After all, the hunter test is all about passing the test. What if Gon and the others are judged to be disqualified from the hunter test if they don't take the test? Thinking about something, Mu kept walking. They followed Gon to the door of the wooden house. Quiet, at least for Leorio. But, for Mu, Kurapika and Gon. Inside the wooden house in front of you, it can be said to be very lively. The voice is not low, and there are quite a few of them. Heartbeats, breathing sounds, and smells, etc. These small movements can provide a lot of information to Mu, Kurapika and Gon. Let them have a little understanding of the wooden house. Boom boom boom. Leorio, standing at the front, knocked on the door without any hesitation. For a moment, the dull knock on the door slowly passed through the trees in this secluded mountain forest and disappeared into the distance. Boom boom boom. A sound that bounced back through the environment tune rang in the ears of Mu and the others. The sound of the door seemed to come back from the nether world. Listening to it, Mu's skin was covered with goosebumps. Just because that voice is really too penetrating. Gan, this kind of voice, this kind of environment, if you put it in any supernatural world, it is estimated that it will be a good time for those ghosts to haunt. Well, although it is not a supernatural event now, it is the case of the vicious fox family. Anyway, it was a horror event. Tisk, it's not a mortal incident. Nobody. Leorio muttered happily, then we're coming in. Not waiting for Kurapika and Gon, who had discovered that there was someone inside, to stop it. Leorio, whose hands were faster than his mouth, directly opened the wooden door in front of him. Squeak. As the wooden door that had not been lubricated opened, a harsh sound suddenly appeared in the air. It's just that at this time Leorio and the others have not paid attention to the sound of the wooden door. When the wooden door was opened, the situation in the wooden house was also clearly presented in front of Mu and the others. A tall and fierce fox is holding a woman in national costume with one hand. It might be a very serious and crazy face, but because of the vicious fox's scimitar-like eyes, this makes the vicious fox look very sinister and cunning. In addition, at the feet of the vicious fox, there was a man also wearing national costumes. The man is very stubborn, even if he is injured all over, he still wants to stop the vicious fox and reaches out his hand to save the woman. The scene in front of me is easily reminiscent of a monster breaking into a commoner's house at night, seriously injuring the hostess here, and grabbing the hostess by the way. Advertisement. Kurapika and Gon are very strange. When they stood in front of the gate before, they didn't realize this at all. But now, this kind of scene made the two of them doubt their own ears. Gurgling gurgling. The vicious fox standing in front of Momu and the others suddenly uttered a strange cry at them, as if talking. Seeing this, Kurapika, Gon, and Leorio directly entered the fighting stance. Regardless of whether their suspicions are correct, what is in front of them? It is more important to save lives. However, Momu was indifferent to this, and leisurely walked a few steps to the side to give up the space. Everyone in the wooden house noticed this subtle movement except Leorio, including the vicious foxes who were acting. It was precisely because of this that these vicious foxes were surprised, and a strange look flashed in their eyes. Momu doesn't know yet, he is in the heart of the fierce fox. It is already certain that he will be disqualified from the hunter test. Because in the fierce fox's family, those who choose to stand by when encountering injustice really do not meet their bottom line. Although, hunter doesn't have to be a good person. But at the very least, don't be so indifferent. It is precisely because they have such good people who are willing to accept them in hunter that they can live here quietly. Moreover, from the Hunter Association, he obtained the job of Hunter Assistant Examiner with a good salary. With such a good life, they might like a desperate guy like Momu. But, now is not the time to talk about it. The test will continue, and it cannot be delayed because of Momu alone. Thinking of this, the vicious fox gave Momu a vicious look, and then rushed towards the gate. Help, my wife! The seriously injured man who fell to the ground also glared at Momu, and then continued to act and shouted. Apart from Momu, there are still 3 remaining candidates to take the test, so don't reveal the truth. I'm going to save people. Gon left a sentence and rushed out of the gate. I'm going to see Gon. Kurapika yelled. Soon, Gon and Kurapika disappeared into the forest. Chapter 47, The Vicious Fox completes the level. Sir, please calm down. Your injury is very serious now. If you don't deal with it quickly, your life will be in danger. Leorio hurriedly ran to the side of the seriously injured man, and while persuading him, started emergency treatment in numbers. Bored, Momu found a seat at the scene and sat down, dragging his cheeks, watching Leorio busy. Leorio, I didn't expect that you are still a veterinarian. Momu said with emotion. He knew that Leorio was a doctor, but he could heal a beast like a vicious fox. This is something he didn't expect. Although the ferocious fox has turned into a human being, there should still be some differences between them. What did you say? The seriously injured man sat up in surprise, staring at Momu with wide eyes. He knows my identity? Did you know this early in the morning? No wonder he was indifferent to our play. After all, we all know that we are acting, so how could there be too much performance? Lie down quickly, my companions have gone out to rescue your wife, and they will definitely rescue your wife. Leorio hurriedly pressed the seriously injured man down, and said soothingly. Momu, if you don't help, don't come here to make trouble. Well, I can only treat people, not veterinarians. To this, Momu shrugged and said, no problem, I will keep quiet. After finishing speaking, Momu really didn't say a word, and just watched Leorio busy with his chin. Oops, I didn't bring some medicine with me. At this moment, Leorio suddenly exclaimed. Quickly stood up and shouted to Momu, Momu, help me take care of him, I will pick some herbs, and if there is any accident, just call me loudly, I will use the fastest speed came back. After speaking, Leorio ran out of the cabin. At this time, he was rushing towards the way he came, and on that way, he saw the herbs he needed. Sir, I really can't move now. Excuse me, can you help me move me over there? Thank you. The seriously injured man lying on the floor said in a pleading tone. Advertisement. If you really found out my identity, let me see. Momu looked at the seriously injured man in front of him, pondered for a moment and said, this kind of temptation is completely unnecessary, I know what you are, and I also know what their situation is. Sure enough, since you have already seen our identities, it will be considered that you have passed our test. I still have something to do. This candidate should wait here for a while. The seriously injured man understood that Momu really knew his identity. After leaving a word for Momu, the seriously injured man stood up directly from the ground, where did he still have that seriously injured posture? Momu nodded casually, and gestured towards the door with his chin. Watching the back of the seriously injured man disappearing through the gate, Momu ignored the messy scene around him, sat quietly and waited. After waiting for a while, Leorio returned to the cabin with the vicious fox man who had no injuries. Since you know they are assistant examiners, why didn't you remind us? Leorio walked to Momu and asked. Mu looked up at Leorio strangely and said, if you want to lose the hunter test qualification, you can just tell him directly, there is no need to drag me down on my side. Besides, didn't I give you a hint, can you blame me if you can't guess it? When did you give the reminder? Leorio asked suspiciously. No. Once I came into the wooden house, I didn't bother with these assistant examiners once. It's so obvious, don't you have any doubts? Mu said with an unbelievable expression, could it be that you really think that I don't care? Seeing Mu's expression, Leorio could only smile dryly. Of course not, I just didn't expect that there is still a test here. Leorio said very bluntly. Yes is the best. Mu looked at Leorio and said. How could he believe what Leorio said? This guy absolutely didn't react to the matter of the assistant examiner at all. At that meeting just now, I may not know how to arrange myself in my heart. It's just that Leorio was slapped in the face for some trivial things. Mu also stopped holding on to her. After waiting for a while, I saw Kurapika walking in with the vicious fox woman outside the gate. When Kurapika saw the scene, he also knew that Mu and Leorio had passed the test. Advertisement. Nodding to the two, and looking around, Kurapika asked, it's just gone. That's right, but, considering that boy Gon's ability, this level is not difficult for him. Leorio continued. In this regard, Kurapika also thinks so. Mu, who already knew that Gon would pass the test, was not worried. After waiting for a while, as expected, several people waited until Gon came back. Beside him, there are two tall fierce foxes. Gon smiled and introduced the situation of the two vicious foxes to Mu and the others. He even wants to tell Mu and others how to tell the gender of the vicious fox. However, regarding this matter, Mu and the others were at a loss. From their point of view, the vicious fox couple in front of them are exactly the same no matter how they look at it. Where is the difference between male and female? Facing the sight of the vicious fox couple looking over. The three of them, Mu, smiled dryly and nodded in response. However, although they can't tell the difference, they all passed the test of the vicious fox family. Got the qualification to go to the hunter test site. After everyone tidied up, they flew into the sky with the vicious fox family. 4 ferocious foxes, one with one, just took the 4 of them to the next hunter test venue. The next stop, the destination is Kent, the first test venue of the hunter test. It's a bit far from Kent City here, so even if they were flying high in the sky, the group of people didn't arrive in Kent City until morning. Block 10, Number 5, Section 2, Camellia Tree Street. That's where the hunter test comes in. It is also the content on the note in the hands of the vicious fox youth. Chapter 48 Arrival at the venue of the first test. Well, if I remember correctly, it seems to be a barbecue restaurant. It seems that you should be able to eat something, and you should be able to drink cold drinks. Since noon yesterday, Mu hasn't had a normal meal. Lunch and dinner are supported by a little dry food that they carry. To be honest, dry food can fill the stomach. However, Mu's desire for tongue and tongue cannot be satisfied. Moreover, it is very necessary to run a marathon for at least 10 hours and have a good meal. Next, I need to run. It stands to reason that I should find a motorcycle and enter together. But now the problem is, Mu really can't think of any store that would allow customers to push their cars into the store? Not to mention taking it to the elevator, you can't even enter the store. However, there is no folding battery car here, and he has no way to get rid of this bug. It's not the ability of the space system, it's just so helpless. Now in front of Mu, there are only 2 choices. One is to find a skateboard or pulley, and the other is to do nothing. Skateboard pulley, Mu thinks it is really unnecessary. Finally, after thinking for so long, Mu found that his final choice was the original 11th route. Shaking his head with a grin, he continued to walk behind the vicious fox youth. Soon, Mu discovered that they had been brought to a huge square by the vicious young fox. Huge high-rise buildings, various shops, and pedestrians make this place look extraordinarily prosperous. At this time, Leorio, Gon, and Kurapika were already standing in front of a luxurious high-rise building. The 3 of them expressed their emotions cautiously, and talked about their feelings to the tall building. Mu couldn't help laughing. This scene reminded him of the scene in the plot. Since the visual sense is too strong, he is also very happy. Leorio, Gon, and Kurapika looked at him for no reason. Advertisement. It's not over there, it's over here. Mu joked, pointing to the side. Hearing this, Leorio and the others looked at him in disbelief. Just as he was about to refute, he saw the vicious young fox beside him stop them, pointed to the side and said something like Mu. The 3 of Leorio, Gon, and Kurapika were shocked and hurriedly turned their heads to look over. An old barbecue restaurant with only 1 floor appeared in front of their eyes. The 3 of them looked at each other, looked at the tall building next to them, and then at the barbecue shop, but found that there was no way to compare them. Immediately, Leorio, Gon, and Kurapika were a little dumbfounded. Kaka. Momu put away the camera and said with a smile, "Hey, your expressions are so funny." Leorio, Gon, and Kurapika have long been familiar with Momu's photoshoot. During this time, as long as there are some fun and interesting things, Momu will take out the camera to take pictures. The good name is to preserve the beautiful scene. Whether others believe it or not, the three of them just believe it. However, Gon still thinks that Momu is planning to take a picture of his mistake and send it back to Mito Ant. Thinking of this, Gon panicked for a while. Tisk, isn't it your first time to participate in the hunter test? How do you know it's there? Leorio asked very unconvinced. Momu squinted her eyes and grinned, casually pointing to the door sign beside the barbecue shop and said, "You should be able to see the sign on it." Listening to Momu's words, Leorio, Gon, and Kurapika looked intently. But they saw that the words written on the door plate were exactly their destination this time. This is too small. This barbecue restaurant is so small, can it really accommodate so many candidates? Leorio said in disbelief. That's right, we're not the only candidates, are we? Gon also said doubtfully. Only Kurapika was thinking, and he said thoughtfully, the Hunter Association won't be so stupid. Since the ground can't hold it, then just transfer the position to the underground. There should be more than enough space there. That's right, the underground space, Gon said in a daze. As they talked, they followed the vicious fox young man into the crowded barbecue shop. They still couldn't see where the hunter test venue looked like. Advertisement. While scanning the surroundings, the group listened to the conversation between the ferocious fox youth and the boss ordering food. The three of them didn't know what it was, but Momu, who knew the plot, was very clear. This is the code. Please come with me. After the code was given, a waitress came out and guided Momu and the others to the private room inside. Soon, several people were taken to an empty private room. Here, on the dining table in the middle of the private room, some food for the candidates to replenish their strength has been placed. Seeing this, the few people who hadn't had breakfast sat down unceremoniously. The ferocious fox youth squinted his eyes and said with a smile, "I wish you all the best. If it's yours, next time, I'd like to lead you the way." "Ah, what do you mean? Aren't you eating?" Gon asked suspiciously. "Of course not, this is our destination." Momu reminded Gon helplessly. Then he turned his head to look at the fierce fox youth and said, "However, if you can't speak, don't say it. What do you mean if they were them, would you still be willing to lead them the way next time? Talk like they're doomed." The vicious young fox smiled indifferently. There hasn't been a hunter for 3 years, and it's hard for him to believe that Momu and others will succeed in becoming a hunter. After waving goodbye to the vicious fox youth, the four of Momu felt that the private room was descending rapidly. "That BD, it's really rude to say that he is willing to bring us next year? Isn't this cursing that we can't pass the customs this year?" Leorio said very angrily. Kurapika lowered his eyes, cut open the steak in front of him like a gentleman, took a piece with a fork, and said, "One every 3 years." After finishing speaking, he put the beef into his mouth and began to chew. "What are you talking about?" Leorio asked suspiciously. "That's the pass rate for the hunter test." Momu chewed on the steak, shaking the knife in his hand and said, "1 in 3 years, maybe not even this year. Hunter has great power, but relative is very dangerous. Therefore, the Hunter Association has always held the idea of preferring shortage to excess." Chapter 49 A few people's views on Hunter. As soon as Momu's words came out, Leorio broke out in a cold sweat. He's already starting to feel like his chances of becoming a hunter this year are a little off. Since hunter is so dangerous, why are there so many people who are not strong enough to want to be hunter? Gon asked inarticulately while eating the food. Kaka. Momu put away the camera and said, "Gon, you can't talk when your mouth is full of food." "But, cousin, you just..." Gon looked at Momu anxiously and said, "Auntie Mito won't care about me, but she will care about you." Momu grinned and said, "Is there any problem?" In a word, Gon's whole body sank. He slumped his shoulders and said, "No more. Yet." Momu said looking at Gon's cheek. Immediately, Gon hurriedly chewed silently. This scene made Leorio, who wanted to complain about Gon coming to participate in the hunter test without knowing anything, had to put away his words. Seeing this, Kurapika and Leorio couldn't help but looked at each other, feeling sorry for the fact that Gon is being controlled all the time. At the same time, I am very envious. Not for anything else, just because they haven't been taken care of for a long time. Gon. Hunter is the most lucrative/noble profession in the world. Leorio and Kurapika called out the hunter profession in their perception almost at the same time. However, judging from the current situation, the two of them have completely different perceptions of hunter. It can even be said that they are two opposite directions. One is money and reality. One is glory and ideal. The three different views of the two made the two of them dislike each other even more. Leorio thinks that Kurapika is arrogant and prudish. Kurapika thinks Leorio is a Philistine who wants money. So Nai Wenbei thinks that the hunter profession is relatively the most free profession, and they are not opposed by them. The two have particularly different views on hunter's license. Advertisement. Of the two of them, one saw hunter's free access and earning power, which Leorio needed in order to become a free doctor. Another person saw hunter's ability to maintain the world. However, there must be a clear statement. In Gon's view, both Leorio and Kurapika are right. I even feel that the views of Leorio and Kurapika can be seen together. How, Gon, what are you doing, hunter? Leorio and Kurapika chose to pull Gon off when they couldn't settle down. Regarding this, Gon hesitated, wanting to find a statement that was not biased by anyone. Don't listen to what they say. What kind of profession is hunter in this world? You need to confirm it yourself. When Leorio and Kurapika stared at each other and Gon was struggling, Mu on the side interjected. All of a sudden, the attention of Kurapika and Leorio was attracted. Although it didn't attract people, it was very disappointing. However, they also know that what Mu said is not wrong. Ding! At this moment, the elevator carrying them stopped. Looking up, the number displayed on that floor is exactly 100 floors. Obviously, they stopped directly at the 100th floor underground just like the plot. However, Mu does not think that this is really 100 floors. If it is really 100 floors, the time cannot be so long. It is very possible that the 100th floor is only displayed on the elevator, but it does not mean that it is on the negative 100th floor. Soon, the elevator doors opened. As the elevator door next to it opened, the four people who were still sitting in the elevator also stood up. Mu wiped the corner of his mouth and took a drink from the table. He directly ignored the heavy pressure coming from outside the elevator. The atmosphere outside is very dignified and depressing. It's like putting people in a microwave to warm them up, which makes people feel uneasy everywhere. However, Mu walked out of the elevator without hesitation. The three of Gon followed closely behind. As soon as they appeared outside the elevator, the four of them saw a group of candidates standing closely together in front of them. Advertisement. Follow the four people to look around. It can also be found that the candidates in front of them really have all kinds of ghosts. Tall, short, fat and thin, white, black, copper and grey are all among the pile of candidates. And the most important thing is that the ferocity and evil spirit of this group of people are particularly ferocious and violent. What attracted the most attention was that the examinees in front of them were sizing up Mu and his group of four. As for what to see? Mu can only think of one thing, that is whether they have the characteristics of being opponents or not. Soon, the examinees confirmed that Mu and his group were not easy to mess with. Among the group of Mu, except for Mu, there is no one worthy of their attention, and they think they will not be their opponents. Candidates who had just raised this view turned their attention to Mu, who brought them a lot of sense of crisis. In fact, it is not surprising that these candidates have such thoughts. The combination of Mu and the others is really weird. A little kid. A person who should be a girl but does men's clothing. A middle-aged man who looks old at first sight. These are not taken care of by those candidates. What they care about is that Mu has the same weird aura from Hisoka from time to time. How to let people relax their vigilance. In this regard, Mu did not care much. This is the number plate for you guys. Please don't keep it on your body so you don't lose it. When the four of Mu walked out of the elevator, a bean-faced man who had been standing aside for a long time stepped forward and handed out the number plate while introducing the situation. Number plate. Mu took the number 406. Of course, this is the reason why Mu participated at the end. Mu, who got the number plate here, put it on his body casually. His eyes were involuntarily fascinated. Kaka. In the next second, Mu took out his camera and took a picture of Gon in the background of the examinees beside him. Gon was used to this. Ignoring Mu completely, Gon was busy pinning the number plate to himself. Chapter 50 Tonpa's Introduction. What's the matter, let's go. Mu put away the camera, and calmly urged Kurapika, Gon, and Leorio to move forward. Hey, Mu, why do you take pictures of everything, is it necessary? Leorio asked Mu in a low voice. Mu nodded with a smile and said, it's not necessary for me, but for some people, it is very necessary. As soon as these words came out, Leorio had no choice but to express his sympathy for Gon's sadness. Gon, you should take it easy when you do things in the future. Leorio suggested to Gon. At Leorio's words, Kurapika couldn't help but nodded in agreement. Gon smiled helplessly at this. By the way, Mu, your number plate is 406, that is to say, there are 406 candidates here. Leorio looked around and said. That's right, 406 people, just including you are the last candidates to arrive, luck is really good, just before the time for the final explanation. As soon as Leorio's voice fell, a voice from the side answered and agreed with his guess. Momu and the others looked for their reputation. But I saw a short, middle-aged fat man sitting on a pipe at the side of the tunnel with a smile, greeting Momu and the others. This man, Momu is very impressed with him. Tonpa, also known as Tonpa God. In the previous life, this was a god man who was advocated by the majority of netizens. It is even said that in the previous life, some people thought that this guy was Dong Freaks who wrote Journey to the New World. Unbelievable, for this kind of words, Momu has never met himself before, and Momu is still skeptical. Now, that's bullshit. Yo, hello, my name is Tonpa. As he said that, Tonpa jumped off the pipeline and walked to the side of Momu and the others. While smiling, he reached out to shake hands with Momu and the others. But, in the face of this strange enthusiasm of strangers, both Karapika and Leorio warily chose to ignore. And Momu, looking at Tonpa's palm. Advertisement. Guessing whether Tonpa's palm will be smeared with some weird poison or something. Of course, it's just curiosity. Poison is also harm, for Momu, it has no effect at all. Trying to prevent him from completing this level of the hunter test is undoubtedly wishful thinking. Gon looked at Tonpa curiously, and greeted him with a nod. But there was no handshake with Tonpa. Seeing this, Tonpa was not annoyed. In the previous hunter tests, there were too many things where his enthusiasm was ignored. After all, he has encountered countless candidates in so many hunter tests. And there are not a few people like Momu and Leorio. Faced with this kind of thing, he knew how to deal with it. He just needs to continue looking for suitable topics. For example, you are all newcomers. No, all of a sudden, even Karapika and Leorio, who had just ignored Tonpa, were attracted attention. Can it be seen this way? Gon asked very puzzled. Of course, after all, I have participated in the hunter test 35 times, and I know the situation of the regular candidates for the hunter test very well. Tonpa smiled very proudly. Gon and the others looked at Tonpa in surprise, 35 times. The acting is really natural. Momu rubbed his chin while watching Tonpa's performance. He picked up his camera and took a few photos. Here Karapika and Leorio muttered with shame on their faces, is this something to show off? Also, Momu, why did you even take pictures of him? Leorio turned to look at Momu and asked. It's okay, just learn, this kind of confident face. Momu looked at the photo and said casually. You have to learn this kind of thing. Momu's words made Karapika and Leorio look at each other and complain. The murmurs of the three made Gon smile dryly at Tonpa. As for this, even if Tonpa was annoyed, he could only keep a smile on Gon, expressing that it was fine. Advertisement. For the plan in his heart, he had to endure it. You bastards, be proud, it's now, I'll ask you to squat and not get up later. Tonpa used the famous Forrest Gump technique on himself, and immediately, his mood improved a lot. Even, almost laughed. That means you know all the candidates here. Seeing that Tonpa wasn't angry, Gon also asked his own curious question. Of course, how about this, let me introduce to you some of the people worthy of attention. Tonpa said very proudly. While talking, Tonpa guided the eyes of Momu and the others, and the group looked in the direction of the candidates. Number 103, BY Peng, is a snake charmer with a lot of snakes on his body. If there is nothing wrong, don't approach him in the end. Tonpa pointed to a middle-aged man in tight clothes and said. Number 76, King Gli, is a martial artist with superb martial arts skills, and his strength should not be underestimated. Number 225, Doton, a boxer with amazing strength. Numbers 197, 198, and 199, they are the three Murray brothers. When you encounter them, it's best to hunt them down, because they seem to know how to attack together. Number 384, Greta, this is a powerful hunter, pay attention to the weapon in his hand, it is used for blowing arrows. What? Just when Tonpa wanted to continue to introduce candidates' information in order to gain the trust of Momu, a loud scream suddenly sounded from the group of candidates in the distance. This made Tonpa's body tense involuntarily. A group of 5 people looked for the source of the sound and turned their eyes. But I saw a red-haired man dressed as a clown, smiling and playing the cards in his hand, and said something incredible. At this time, the screaming examinee was standing in front of him. However, the hands had been severed and scattered on the ground like petals. For a while, the smell of blood became stronger. Oh, be careful, if you hit someone, remember to apologize. Hisoka seemed to be serious about teaching some polite questions to the candidate with the broken arm. Grunt. The candidates were frightened and retreated one after another. Chapter 51 Can't win, but can kill. But the examinee with the broken arm was twitching from the pain at this moment, unable to answer Hisoka's words at all. Who is this person? Don't you care about being so unscrupulous? Leorio asked in surprise, pointing at Hisoka. His name is Hisoka, he is number 44 this year, and he was a popular candidate for Hunter last year. It's just that because he didn't like the examiner in the end, he lost the election after beating the examiner half to death. For the trust of Momu and the others, Tonpa gritted his teeth and whispered, no matter how scared he was. The sound is really small, so small that only Momu can hear it. This kind of person can also participate in the Hunter test. Leorio said that this is ridiculous. This is inevitable. The Hunter test will change the examiner every year. As long as the examiner agrees, even the bad people can participate in the test. Tonpa continued. For example, I am one of them. While Tonpa was introducing various information and Gon and the others were introducing Hisoka's situation. Momu didn't listen, because he knew what Tonpa said. Therefore, Momu is currently observing Hisoka and Yermi, who goes by the pseudonym Gitaracker. His gaze was bright and aboveboard, and he stared straight at the two of them. Because, Momu doesn't think he can make the line of sight very secret, he knows that a layman like himself is in the eyes of Hisoka and others with amazing fighting awareness. Whether it is looking directly or peeking, it is almost the same as a reporter holding a camera in front of them. In this case, Momu was spotted right away. He didn't look back, and even raised his eyebrows at Hisoka and Yermi. The action was very provocative, with the intention of attracting Hisoka and Yermi to do something to themselves. Facing Momu's situation, Yermi narrowed her eyes slightly, then turned her head to avoid Momu's sight. Obviously, he is not going to pay attention to Momu. Another lunatic like Hisoka. Compared with the ignorance of Yer fans, Hisoka is much more active. Seeing Momu's provocative raised eyebrows, he was very motivated. Squinting his eyes, his right hand shook without warning. Whoosh! A card wrapped with a little thought energy was quickly cut towards Momu. The speed was so fast that Momu didn't react at all. Yes, Momu's attack power is very strong, and his defense power is also off the charts. Even the linear speed is extremely fast. Advertisement. However, his practice time was too short after all. Relatively little practice has been done on neural responses. Therefore, Momu has great shortcomings in moving around. It is even said that his strength in this aspect is not much different from what Leorio thought. If you want to become stronger, you need a lot of practice. Of course, if you can't respond, then you don't respond. He is not afraid of these attacks. Snap! Momu paused, looked at the cards that fell from his left shoulder, and reached out to grab them. The attack was on the left shoulder. Obviously, Hisoka did not intend to directly kill Momu, the person he was interested in. Looking at the cards in his hand, Momu couldn't help curling his lips. He expressed his displeasure at the fact that Hisoka had launched an attack but he hadn't reacted. No, the next task of my practice is better to focus on the responsiveness first. Looking away, Momu looked up at Hisoka with glowing eyes. He curled his lips in boredom, and then threw out the cards in his hand. The cards spun in the air and flew for 1 meter, and then the balance was broken, and it fell to the ground in a crooked manner. Knowing that he can't keep up with Hisoka's rhythm, even if he fights, he can only fight with a wide range of attacks without distinction. Momu is not interested in Hisoka anymore. The energy harvested is not directly proportional to the energy expended, it is too laborious. Whoosh! Snap! Another card was thrown at Momu. Feeling this power, Momu sent it back directly, so as not to occupy his own storage space with less than 200 times. Boom! The energy sent back directly tore the cards that had lost their energy into pieces. Seeing this, Hisoka was a little puzzled, and looked at Momu with more interest. I want to continue to try and test out Momu's ability. Bang bang bang! For a moment, Momu seemed to be setting off firecrackers, and there were a lot of explosions. Advertisement. Although it is very subtle, it is very dense. And this kind of situation, after maintaining for more than 10 seconds. It stopped immediately. Don't get me wrong, it's not that Hisoka isn't interested, and it's not that Momu started attacking Hisoka to blow up the tunnel. It's because, Hisoka, if he doesn't stop, then the cards he brought out this time will really be used up. For unnecessary trouble, Hisoka had no choice but to hold back, but the fire in his eyes did not decrease by half. Look, look, it won't lose a piece of meat anyway. Momu didn't care at all about being targeted by Hisoka. After all, he did it himself. So, it's better to stay away from Hisoka as much as possible. Tonpa continued talking. That's right, he is stronger than many hunters. You have no chance of winning against him. Gon, you heard me clearly. After meeting him, you can run if you can, and call me if you can't, understand? Momu turned around and interjected. What? Leorio said in surprise, can you beat him? No, I can't do it for now. Momu shook his head and said. Then you. But I can kill him. Momu interrupted Leorio's inquiry and continued. Clam? You can't beat Hisoka, but you can kill Hisoka? What is this with? The few people who were still paying attention to Hisoka's threat to themselves now feel that Momu's situation may be more serious. They've all started to make up their minds. This is a disease that needs to be cured. Faced with the expressions of several people, Momu didn't explain too much. He also won't talk about the conditions under which he can kill Hisoka. It was the fact that it would kill everyone else present but himself. Everyone turned their attention back to Hisoka. In their view, all in all, just stay away from Hisoka. However, they also know that if it is really unavoidable, it is their best choice to stand up and resist. Chapter 52, the test begins. It is impossible not to resist. After all, the four people present have their own principles and bottom lines. A person whose dreams are definitely not weaker than others. At any time, it is impossible to be directly intimidated by people. After all, that is the greatest insult to relatives and friends who have passed away. Ah, by the way, after talking so much, you should all be thirsty. I have a drink here, do you want a drink? That's what he said, but Tonpa didn't mean to wait for Momu to choose. He directly handed the drink in his hand to the four of Momu. Facing the drink handed to them, Momu and the others instinctively picked it up. After Momu got the drink, he suddenly realized that he had accepted Tonpa's drink. He froze for a moment, then shook his head with a broken smile. Mr. Tonpa, your drink seems to have expired. Just as Momu was feeling emotional, Gon at the side was already spitting out his drink. Their hands were really fast, and they just took the drink, opened it and drank it. And the fastest drinker is Gon. It's just that Gon's sense of taste is very weird, and he can taste a little bit of strangeness. No, Tonpa is obviously a colorless and tasteless drug. But Gon can still taste something wrong right away. It is simply the tongue of God. In other words, with this kind of ability, it would be too wasteful to be a dad hunter instead of being a gourmet hunter. Facing Gon's questioning, as well as Leorio's and Kurapika's questioning, Tonpa rubbed the back of his head with a dry smile and backed away. That guy must have some conspiracy. Leorio guessed at Tonpa's back. Tonpa, the rookie killer, is a guy who destroys rookies for the first time to participate in the hunter test, and beats rookies physically and mentally. Momu said with a nod. This BD is too bad. Leorio said angrily. That guy was planning to attack us just now. Damn, he almost succeeded. At this point, if it is not still in the time of the hunter test. It is estimated that Leorio is already beating up Tonpa violently, so it is bad luck. Advertisement. Of course, that Tonpa, you just need to pay attention to it a little bit. The people I'm talking about next, you have to keep in mind. Momu said with some seriousness. Seeing Momu's expression, the three of Gon looked at each other, and then nodded seriously to Momu. Among those people just now, avoid Hisoka as much as you can. Besides, there are a few other people that you need to pay attention to. Momu introduced in a low voice. There is a guy with nails all over his head over there. His situation is the same as Hisoka's. He is someone you can't deal with. You must avoid him when you meet him. Hearing this, Gon, Leorio, and Kurapika couldn't help but want to turn around to have a look. Don't look. However, before the neck even started to turn, Momu called out coldly. This situation made the necks of Leorio and the others stiff. Number 301, Gitaracker, remember this number. Number 294, Hanzo, this is a ninja with superb fighting skills. If you encounter it, you must avoid it, especially you, Gon. Ah, I will. Gon paused, then replied. Looking at Gon's expression, Momu also knew that this kid probably didn't care about his words. But it doesn't matter, he will obey. Number 246, Peng Si, is a bee controller. This kind of poisonous bee is very poisonous. If you are not sure, please stay away. This time Momu did not hide anything, and told Gon and others a lot of information about the candidates present, which made Leorio horrified. It is also the sheer size of the strong that makes Kurapika amaze the world. However, Gon, who Momu wanted to warn the most, now his eyes became brighter and brighter. I'm afraid I thought of it, and I feel excited to be able to compete with so many capable people. Maid, it was hard to make people give up on the hunter test this time. Now after listening to your introduction, I don't know if I can survive. Leorio said very painfully. However, even with that said, Leorio has no intention of quitting. Obviously, he also had reasons for having to take part in the hunter test. Leorio, please pay attention to the polite words. Kurapika glared at Leorio, pointed to Gon's direction with his eyes, and said very dissatisfied. Looking at Gon, Leorio was also taken aback for a moment, then scratched the back of his head with regret and said, sorry, I was too excited just now. Ring 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 ring. At this moment, a different kind of bell suddenly rang in the tunnel. Advertisement. It's really noisy. Leorio covered his ears and said unhappily. The other three ignored Leorio, and followed the direction of the sound. But I saw a man who seemed to be missing a mouth posing there. In his hand, he was holding a somewhat strange alarm clock, standing on the huge pipe beside the tunnel. The alarm clock rang for a while, and after everyone's attention was turned, he turned off the alarm clock in his hand. The bell just now means that the registration time has ended. The mouthless examiner looked at the candidates and said slowly. Its sound is small though. However, in this already calm tunnel where the sound of heartbeat can be heard. And with a little skill, the voice clearly reached the ears of the candidates. Blah blah blah. In the dark tunnel, a large group of people were running. These people are exactly MOMU, the group of candidates, and the examiner. The speed is getting faster and faster. No way, why did the people in front start running? It seems that the examiner started to speed up. What does it look like? This is the examiner speeding up. In the team, there were subtle discussions. The examinees, however, discovered that the speed of the examiner leading the team was slowly increasing. I haven't introduced it to you yet. I am Sassy, the examiner of the first test. I will lead you to the second test venue. As the examiner, SACI, while striding forward with his legs, spread his voice gently to the ears of every examinee. This statement confuses many candidates. Why did you go to the second test venue? What about the first test? Chapter 53 Breathing Rhythm. The first test is actually very simple. Candidates only need to follow the second examiner to the second test venue. In the eyes of many candidates, this seems to be a very simple endurance test. However, the smart people of the candidates knew it. This kind of endurance running without knowing the time or the final test location. It's okay for a short time, but if the time is too long, it is actually the most tormenting. Of course, this matter has nothing to do with MOMU, and it has nothing to do with Gon. Not even related to Kurapika. Only Leorio, who is less physically fit, has a huge relationship. Of course, Leorio didn't feel this way at this time. Whoosh. At this moment, a figure quickly passed by MOMU and the others. Hey, you're so despicable, you're breaking the law. Leorio pointed to the skateboard under Bai Mao Chiya's feet in front of him and shouted angrily. Why? Chiya turned her head and asked with a puzzled look on her face. Still asking why? This is an endurance race, a test of our endurance, yet you cheated. Leorio shouted angrily. No, the examiner said as long as you can keep up with him. Gon turned to look at Leorio and said. Leorio looked at Gon angrily and shouted, Ah, Gon, which side are you on? Then he said very unhappily, damn it, if I knew this was the case, I would have brought a motorcycle in. Actually, I also thought about this kind of thing, but I didn't find a way. How can I bring a motorcycle into a restaurant? MOMU interjected. Damn it. Leorio froze for a moment, then curled his lips and shouted in displeasure. Leorio, shouting indiscriminately will only quickly waste your energy, and also, you are too loud, Kurapika said slowly. The tone was very flat, but the meaning in the words made Leorio even more angry. Bastards, I want to break up with you. Leorio pointed at MOMU and the others grinned and shouted. Ah. Gon stared at Leorio with wide eyes, obviously his young heart was frightened by Leorio's serious words. He's lying to you. MOMU pressed his temple and explained to Gon. Advertisement. After hearing what MOMU said, Gon breathed a sigh of relief. Afterwards, he started talking with Chie. Kaka. MOMU casually took a picture of the care of the two of them. Regarding this, Gon and the others are no strangers to it, only Chie is very curious. After questioning, Chie was overjoyed, pointing at Gon and laughing. In the sound of joy. Time flies by. In a blink of an eye, it has been running for more than 3 hours. However, even after 3 hours, none of the candidates in the tunnel was left behind. This situation made MOMU very emotional. If this was in the previous life, with the final distance of 42 kilometers in the marathon, this group of candidates would have finished running long ago, so how could they continue to run? Time continued to pass. Slowly, the examiner who ran ahead seemed to start to speed up again. For this matter, MOMU and the others didn't feel it, they just increased their speed slightly. Perhaps without damage transfer, MOMU would be a bit difficult to deal with. However, as far as the current situation is concerned, as long as MOMU is not dead, then he can keep running without stopping at all. But compared with MOMU, Leorio's situation is much worse. After running for more than 3 hours, Leorio began to lose his physical strength. This can be seen from the sweat on Leorio's body surface and his slightly panting breath. In his case, if he keeps running like this, he will reach his limit in just 1 to 2 hours. Especially now, Sassy was speeding up. This time may be faster. Leorio's situation was noticed by Gon and the others. Gon was in a hurry. Advertisement. However, he doesn't know how to help Leorio. As a last resort, Gon looked at Mu and asked for help. Seeing this, Mu sighed. I really found out that if you are asked to run, you are really running hard. Looking at Leorio's situation, Mu also said with emotion. Don't you know that you need to adjust your breathing rhythm for running? Breathing rhythm? Leorio and Gon asked in surprise. Mu nodded and said, it seems that I don't know. Gon, you don't need to know this breathing rhythm, you can just exercise according to your instinct. If you know, it will hinder your performance. Yes, people are different. Gon's talent is extremely strong, relying on instinct, he can adapt to the breathing rhythm that suits him best. This kind of breathing rhythm, if learned by others, can also become stronger, but it may not be suitable for others. In particular, this breathing rhythm is not suitable for novices. After instructing Gon, Mu looked at Leorio and said, then you have to listen to what I say. I will call a relatively basic breathing rhythm, although the lungs will be uncomfortable at first, but it can make you persist come down. Thank you. Leorio nodded gratefully. Without further ado, Mu taught Leorio some simple running breathing rhythms. Leorio is worthy of being a medical student. He knows his body very well, coupled with his unyielding perseverance, this forced Leorio to quickly enter that state. At this time, Leorio has been able to control his breathing rhythm and slowly adjust his physical problems. Although, as a beginner, he is not very proficient in this, but from Mu's point of view, this is already very good. Here, Gon saw that Leorio's breathing rhythm began to slow down, and his physical strength recovered a little. He also accepted Chiya's invitation, said something to Mu, and ran to the front line. Mu didn't keep up, he knew he had to run for a long time. In addition, there is nothing to grab here, so there is no difference between running ahead and running behind. Therefore, Mu chose to run slowly, as long as he does not fall behind. You're welcome, it's a very simple technique. You just need to pay attention, and you can easily find that all the candidates present know some of these techniques, including that little fat man. Mu stopped Leorio's thanks and pointed to the front not far away. The little fat man said. Chapter 54, The Three Murray Brothers Pounce on the Street. Time passed slowly again. Mu and Leorio were running, they were not the last batch of candidates. They passed the little fat man that Mu had just shown Leorio to explain, and the three Murray brothers who were surrounding the little fat man. It's just that, compared with the panting little fat man who was on the verge of dying, the three Murray brothers beside him were in very good condition. Or run, or jump. The three of them had been running for so long, but they didn't show any signs of fatigue. It was seen that the three of them were physically strong. Fool! Stupid! Stupid! A burst of insulting words suddenly sounded from behind, which made Leorio turn his head and look over. Seeing the performance of the three Murray brothers, Leorio was very angry and stared with gritted teeth. Leorio even cursed at the three Murray brothers a few times. He even wanted to drive away the three Murray brothers. However, it was stopped by Mu. What do you want to do? Mu stopped Leorio and said. What are you doing? Of course I'm helping him, fair competition, they use such despicable means. Leorio said angrily. That fat man's situation is obvious at a glance. Even if the three people are driven away, it won't help. Mu said slowly, this is Hunter's test. In that state, even if he perseveres, he will just throw his life here. Ah, this. Leorio was stunned for a moment, and then reacted. Seeing the situation on the little fat man's side, he bit it, and then continued to shout at the three Murray brothers. It was just that, and he didn't go up to stop the drive. Obviously, he also agrees with what Mu said. It's just that he just can't understand the behavior of the three Murray brothers. If Leorio can scold, then the three Murray brothers will also scold. After scolding the little fat man to the point of collapse, the three of them set their sights on Leorio. This time, no money, just scolding Leorio. Gan. Mu raised her brows involuntarily as she listened to the swear words in her ear. It's fine for you to harass others, but now you're still bothering him? Give you face. Advertisement. Mu's expression froze, and with a flick of his feet, he dodged towards the three Lee brothers. I am so special that I am not Hisoka's opponent in terms of tossing speed, isn't it the opponent of you bastards? Thinking like this, Mu quickly approached the three Murray brothers. Maybe it's because the speed is still not too fast, and the strength of the three Murray brothers is not bad. Therefore, Mu's actions were immediately discovered by the three Murray brothers. Regarding this, the three Mori brothers laughed disdainfully, and then wanted to start a war with Momu. Whoa! Idiot! Momu grinned, and was thinking whether to speed up, when the other party came directly to her door. This saved him a lot of trouble. Bang bang bang! In the next second, the smug expressions of the three Moli brothers froze. Then, his eyes were white and he fell to the ground. Maid, it's so cool to scold. Momu said impatiently. Afterwards, regardless of the three Moli brothers who fell to the ground, they continued to run forward. Leorio, who witnessed this scene, widened his eyes and looked at Momu's back in horror, unable to speak for a long time. What, are you going to give up the hunter test? Momu turned his head and looked at Leorio and asked. Leorio finally came back to his senses, and rushed up in a hurry. You killed them? Leorio asked in surprise. No, I'm not a murderer. Momu waved his hand and said, however, they want to continue to participate in the hunter test, I don't think they can do it. Leorio breathed a sigh of relief, no one wants to be with a murderer. Even if this person is Gon's cousin. But Leorio didn't know. Not killing the three Mori brothers is not just because Momu is not a murderer. In addition, there is also Momu who thinks that the three Mori brothers are not guilty of death. Also, Momu doesn't want to turn against mainstream people like the Hunter Association before he learns the Nian Chi skills he needs. The two continued to run, and slowly, they passed many candidates who started to fall behind. Even, he has caught up with Kurapika, the guy who runs in the middle. Advertisement. Yo, Kurapika, you're here too. Leorio greeted Kurapika very proudly. Leorio, is it really okay to waste energy like this? Kurapika looked at Leorio and said. Leorio smiled and said, it's okay, I'm used to this breathing rhythm. Hearing this, Kurapika noticed that Leorio's breathing rhythm became much calmer. This kind of talent also made Kurapika look sideways. Look ahead. Isn't it? Do you do that? Just when Kurapika was about to speak, there was a flurry of movement in the large army of candidates in front of him. The three of Momu looked over, and there were three expressions on their faces. Momu doesn't matter. Kurapika is firm. Leorio's face was pained. Is it necessary? How long did they build this staircase? Leorio complained. According to the number of floors we go down to the tunnel, there are 100 floors, even if it is only 3 meters, it is about 300 meters. Coupled with the gentleness of the stairs and the angle of inclination, I think it should be more than 10 kilometers. Kurapika estimated and analyzed. Leorio didn't want to talk anymore, he was tired from running the marathon, and now he had to climb the stairs, wouldn't it kill him? The staircase that may be more than 10 kilometers long in front of him made Leorio's eyes dizzy. Suddenly, Leorio sensed something was wrong. Hey, that examiner actually started to speed up again. Leorio couldn't help shouting. Momu glanced at Leorio, but didn't speak, and ran away by himself. Leorio next to him was still worried, but after a while, he found the candidates around him. Not long after climbing the stairs, their speed began to drop rapidly. Momu, Kurapika, this is an opportunity. Leorio shouted excitedly. After the words fell, he started to accelerate on his own. Seeing this, Momu and Kurapika glanced at each other, easily allowing him to keep up with his own speed. Leorio, you didn't take the hunter test for money, did you? Kurapika ran beside Leorio and asked. Chapter 55, Tunnel Exit. As for Leorio and Kurapika discussing their childhood stories, Momu didn't think to listen too much. He already knew about this kind of thing, so there is no need for them to say it themselves. The dull climbing of stairs continued. As time passed, Momu finally saw the tunnel exit ahead. This test was really boring, but fortunately, it finally came to an end. With an unhappy mood, Momu quickened his pace a little regardless of Leorio and Kurapika, and walked out of the tunnel exit. Standing at the exit gate, Momu looked at the scene before him as he walked. The Lumini wetlands, also known as the Lair of Deceit, is an area where a large number of rare and wild beasts live by trapping and hunting. In the plot, this scene does not take much space, but the information displayed is very rich. Therefore, Momu is also very impressed here. However, the deepest impression is Hisoka's examiner game, in which the gorgeous and murderous picture. However, this stuff doesn't seem to have anything to do with Momu at all. He is not afraid of Hisoka, even if he is at the end of the team, he can pass the level without injury. That's how confident it is. Even, if there was no one around them at that time. Momu can also use a super wide-range attack to forcibly kill Hisoka. Of course, Hisoka had to come to the door alone. If Gon was on the sidelines, there was no way but to ignore Hisoka. In the plot, Gon will encounter Hisoka. Although in the plot he passed safely. However, now is reality after all. Momu will not leave Gon's safety to fate. After all, he promised Mito to take care of Gon. If this makes Gon die here, what's the face of him? If it weren't for this, Mu would be able to fly by himself, so why would he need to walk slowly here? He is lying. This is a lie, you must not believe his words. Advertisement. At this moment, some important information about the Lumina wetland was introduced here. Next to the tunnel, a man who was clutching his waist walked out, and he was seriously injured at first glance. He is a fake, I am the real examiner. The person next to the tunnel yelled at the candidates, trying to tell them the truth. In order to make his words sound more believable, he even pulled out a dead ape monster who also looked seriously injured. Look at this is the famous monster in the Lumina wetland, the man-faced ape, don't you understand? After seeing this, he is pretending to be an examiner to deceive you. The man looked at the examinees, angrily shouted loudly. Faced with this kind of discourse, there are many wavering people among the candidates. They talked a lot and looked at Sassy in surprise. Among them, Leorio is also in this column. I only heard. Leorio looked at Sassy in surprise and said, I was deceived, he is just a fake. Are you being stupid, or are you trying to lighten the mood? He himself said that the man-faced ape is a kind of magical beast with slender hands and feet, who can only pretend to be a human being and use sweet words to deceive its prey. What do you think, the person in front of you who can always lead in the tunnel, the speed examiner who is pressing down so many candidates, is some kind of fraudulent creature with a human face? Mu said helplessly. Hearing what Mu said, Leorio reacted, and then he could only smile dryly and cover the back of his head. Seeing this, Mu was speechless. He is transmuter, Leorio is transmuter, Razor is transmuter. 3 transmuters have 3 different personalities. If it weren't for the fact that the 3 of them were a little careless in their work. Mu believes that Hisoka's personality analysis method is effective. Whoosh whoosh. At this moment, several cards flew through the air like blades and shot towards Saci and the fake examiner. Chi chi chi. The 3 cards were cut into the fake examiner's head with ease like a sharp knife cutting tofu. Its power is so great that it is not lost to gun bullets. Even more powerful than a gun bullet, the card had already been directly buried in the fake examiner's head, leaving only a bit of the end of the card. Suck. The candidates gasped. Mate, if this cuts on his body, wouldn't it be so cold? That card, the card is a little more effort, it can cut the guy's whole head. Advertisement. With such great power, it is simply not like what ordinary cards can do. How the hell did he do it? I can't afford it, I can't afford it. Thinking like this, many candidates swallowed involuntarily. So that's how it is, the ones here are the real examiners. Hisoka squinted his eyes and said laughingly while playing with the cards in his hand. The examinees looked in the direction Hisoka was looking at, but they happened to see the cards that Sats held in both hands. Being able to catch this kind of cards that can easily sink into the head with bare hands, the candidates also confirmed Sassy's identity as the examiner. All of a sudden, many candidates laughed awkwardly. Then, the team set off again. At the very beginning, Mu suggested that it would be better to follow Sassy. And now, Gon and his group are also running closely behind Sassy with Mu. As soon as he walked into the Lumina wetland, Mu couldn't help raising his eyebrows. Looking down at the muddy ground beneath her feet, Mu went straight to trouble. He doesn't care about speed and stamina. It's troublesome to say so, but it's because Mu doesn't want her shoes to get dirty. Not paying attention to these anymore, Mu ran with a relaxed expression. Running and running, Mu found that the distance between Leorio, Kurapika, and Gon was Chie, which was getting wider and wider. Mu shook his head at this. But it didn't catch up. What Mu has been paying attention to is the various conditions of the wetland here. It's very dangerous in the Lumini marsh. Moreover, the dangerous things are not just the ground under your feet. There are also those rare monsters in the wetland that need to be paid attention to. Gon is very sensitive to crisis response. Generally speaking, as long as you are careful, Gon will not fall on those monsters. Here, the most dangerous one is Hisoka. Chapter 56, Lumini Wetlands. Running, Mu suddenly found that their surroundings slowly began to be filled with fog. At the beginning, the mist was still a faint layer, but slowly, it became so dense that the surroundings became invisible. The figure in front of him was nothing more than a faint black shadow. This scene directly caused the candidates to fall into uneasiness. Candidates who ran halfway down the line, they all knew one thing. Once in this invisible place, if you lose the trace of the team in front, that means that they have fallen into an unprecedented crisis. The death rate will also increase greatly. Candidates who want to understand this, in order not to die here and then lose the qualification for the hunter test, they all quickened their pace. He intends to catch up with the figures of the examinees in front to avoid his own death. It's just that they are doomed to fail in this kind of thing. Because Hisoka, who was slowly falling into the middle of the team, couldn't bear it anymore. First, he was aroused by Mu, and then he was upset by the boring test of the tunnel marathon. The current him is like a powder keg, he can hit it with a single touch. He even said that he would catch it at any point. So, not long after the mist rose, Hisoka began his examiner hunt. What? What's going on? Leorio asked, frowning and looking ahead. Running beside him were Kurapika and Mu, who seemed to be traveling. What else can it be, but that Hisoka can't help his murderous desire? Mu explained casually. Kurapika looked ahead, heard the tragic cry, frowned and suggested, we can't get any closer, let's make a detour. Yes, I agree to detour. Leorio nodded his head in response. He really didn't want to deal with a guy with amazing strength like Hisoka. If he could avoid it, he would still choose to avoid it. Of course, it would be impossible for him to escape like a dog. Avoiding and running away are two different things. The two reached a consensus, and then looked at Mu at the side together, waiting for Mu's answer. I don't want to take a long way. Mu did not agree with them. Advertisement. Instead, continue to run forward, even if the big boss Hisoka is in front of you. Listening to Mu's words, Leorio and Kurapika couldn't help being stunned. Then he hesitated. Sorry, I have to be a hunter because I know there is danger ahead, but when I can avoid it, I don't want to rush in. Kurapika said slowly. Leorio struggled, he wanted to follow Mu, the person who helped him. However, becoming a hunter and making money so that more patients can be treated for free is his biggest dream. Knowing that there is danger ahead, and there is no need to forcefully rush into it. If you still have to work hard to break through, it would be too stupid. Don't worry, you two should take a detour. If you come here together, I can't use it. Mu said, waving his hands. Kurapika and Leorio looked at Mu in surprise, then nodded to Mu. Then they ran out together to the right. Here, the three parted ways. This scene stunned the candidates who followed them. He looked at the back of Mu, and then at the back of Kurapika and Leorio. For a while, I didn't know how to choose. However, there is not much time for them to choose slowly. If you continue to choose, Mu or Leorio will disappear. For a moment, the candidates who were behind Mu were divided into two groups. One group followed behind Mu, and one group followed behind Leorio and Kurapika. Take 5 steps to the right here. Running, Mu looked at the situation ahead and said something in his heart. Without hesitation, the figure moved 5 steps directly to the right. What? Candidates who didn't know what Mu did, when Mu safely crossed that small area, they didn't change their body shape and ran straight ahead. No, in this kind of place, any situation cannot be taken lightly. One mistake was to let many candidates behind Mu step on the landmine mushroom. Bang! The landmine mushroom that was stepped on directly burst out a large number of spores. Advertisement. These spores entered the candidates' bodies in an instant. In an instant, it multiplied on these candidates. In an instant, these candidates lost their lives one by one. The danger index can be imagined. Listening to the screams close to her ears, Mu remained indifferent. Glancing ahead, he jumped up casually and landed 5 meters away in a parabola. The candidates who followed closely behind him, although they don't know how Mu avoided these dangers. But after seeing Mu's actions just now, and the miserable conditions of those candidates, he did so without hesitation. They jumped up one by one. However, without Mu reminding them, they didn't know how far to jump. What? No, some candidates jumped too short and fell into the ambush of the hidden giant frog. In an instant, it entered the stomach of the waiting giant frog together with a piece of soil. Looking back, Mu found that there were still many candidates behind her. This made him raise his eyebrows involuntarily. Then go ahead. Thinking like this, Mu continued to look forward. After a while, his complexion changed. Mu found that there was a group of very beautiful butterflies flying slowly in front of her left. When they were flying, with the flapping of their wings, a little phosphorus powder floated out of them, shining in the mist. It's like a dream. However, although these butterflies look unusually beautiful, it does not mean that these butterflies are not dangerous. Because these butterflies are in this wetland, they also have a troublesome name, hypnosis butterfly. As long as the creatures inhale those phosphorus powders for a moment, they will fall into an uncontrollable deep sleep. Hey, it's usually fine, but if you sleep soundly in such a dangerous place, you are undoubtedly gambling with your life. Now the flying direction of this hypnotic butterfly just collides with when Mu passes by. Chapter 57 Hisoka's Broken Arm. Puff. Mu didn't care about the group of hypnotic butterflies, and rushed over directly. The body and breath are contaminated with a lot of phosphorus powder that makes people sleep. However, Mu's movements didn't seem to be affected at all, and his footsteps were still so stable. Could it be that the phosphor powder of the hypnotic butterfly has failed? This is clearly not the case. This point, from the damage energy that MOMU has been slowly increasing, we can know that MOMU is not immune to this kind of damage. Yes, hypnosis is also a kind of harm to MOMU. It seems that as long as it is hurt in MOMU's subjective opinion, it will look like hurt. Ignoring the hypnotizing butterfly's attack, MOMU briskly ran forward. MOMU's brisk movements caused serious misjudgments to the examinees following him. They think that MOMU can run there, which means it is safe there. Immediately, without even thinking about it, he rushed over directly. Puff puff. Then, the candidates who rushed into the hypnotic butterfly's phalanx first fell to the ground and fell into a deep sleep. Seeing this scene, the expressions of the candidates who followed behind changed. Then he braked quickly and stopped his footsteps. Then, looking at the back of MOMU who was going away, he gritted his teeth for a while. There was resentment and jealousy in his eyes. Among this group of candidates, it was obvious that they attributed this incident to MOMU's trap. However, even though they were so jealous, they had nothing to do with MOMU. Don't say blame now. Whether you can even keep up is a question. Well, get rid of it, that's good, it saves me from having to take care of these idiots when I go to war with Hisoka. MOMU glanced behind him, muttering in satisfaction. Without hesitation, MOMU speeded up directly. MOMU, who concentrates on her journey, is extremely fast. Because he doesn't need to think about turning. In this case, MOMU only needs to use the energy stored in the golden core to bounce himself out. It's simple and fast. Advertisement. Soon, MOMU rushed to the position where Hisoka played the examiner. Here, MOMU saw Hisoka standing alone in an empty place. And around him, there were quite a few candidates lying in disorder. At this time, these candidates are already beyond salvation. After all, they are all dead, if they can be saved. That is resurrection. The two are two different things. Looking at Hisoka standing in the center surrounded by corpses, MOMU didn't have any intention of talking to him. This time, he came here just to test the combat gap between himself and first-rate Nin. His basic strength is not good, so he can only rely on the energy stored in the golden core to fight. The amount of energy stored in the golden core determines the upper limit of MOMU's strength. But, as said before, reaction speed can be the biggest disadvantage of MOMU. Boom. In an instant, MOMU charged at Hisoka. A flick of the muscles under his feet, coupled with the momentum of the moment when the golden core energy sprayed out from the solace of his feet, made MOMU's speed break through 100 in an instant. At least at straight line speed. Facing MOMU's actions, Hisoka was stunned, and then ecstasy climbed onto his face. Whoosh. Throwing out a few cards wrapped in Nian Chi, Hisoka's figure dodged to the side. Slap. Although the speed of the cards is fast, the power is not bad. But the moment he touched MOMU, he was directly shattered by the power sent back by MOMU. Boom. Then, MOMU slammed heavily on the position where Hisoka stood just now, smashing a shallow hole in the ground. Hisoka didn't care about this, he had seen moves that were more powerful than this one, let alone such a shallow pit less than 1 meter. Without any hesitation, Hisoka punched the face of MOMU who was right in front of him and sideways to him. Boom. Hisoka's fist landed heavily on MOMU's face, and then Hisoka flew upside down. Obviously, this is MOMU using the ability of damage transfer, directly sending back the damage Hisoka inflicted on him, and bless some golden core energy along the way. Bang. Advertisement. Hisoka, who didn't know why, hit the ground a few meters away heavily, and turned over in his body. After spinning around in the air, he stood on the ground. Hisoka, who was already 10 meters away from MOMU, didn't do anything this time, but looked at his trembling right arm with a surprised expression. Bone cracked. Hisoka said in surprise. Moving his arm, feeling the pain on it, Hisoka looked in the direction of MOMU. When he turned his head, the Nian Chi on his body was also gently circulating, wrapping Hisoka's right arm. He is not an enhancer, and he has not practiced the enhancer's recovery Nin, so he cannot perform high-speed healing on his arms. But despite this, Hisoka is able to forcibly adhere to the position of his fractured bone with his own Nin's flexible love, so that he can maintain a relatively intact state. Boom. At this moment, MOMU attacked Hisoka again. With an even faster speed, he smashed at Hisoka. The time was right at the moment Hisoka turned his head. Okay. Faster. Hisoka paused in surprise, and crossed his hands in front of him without any hesitation. Hard. Gathered all his display capacity directly on the arm. Bang. Instantly, MOMU's fist collided with Hisoka's arm. Ka. In an instant, Hisoka's body flew upside down with a powerful force. Just a broken arm? The reaction speed is too fast. MOMU stood where he was, frowning and looking at Hisoka with his hands hanging down in the distance. Afterwards, he looked down at the sticky pink strip of thought energy under his feet. Although the thought energy disappeared quickly, it prevented Momu from attacking Hisoka again. Hisoka grinned as he looked at Momu, who didn't continue to attack after his mind energy disappeared. He didn't care about his crippled arm at all, but shook his right hand that he had just protected with his mind, very proud, and licked his lips with his tongue involuntarily. Ability, it should be a rebound. Chapter 58, the second test begins. Boom. The Lumenu wetland, which was slowly calming down, suddenly sounded a loud alarm today. Everyone couldn't help but look at the place where the sound came from. Suddenly, everyone's pupils shrank suddenly, and they looked at the dirt slowly falling from the sky in horror. Hey, is this someone who planted a bomb in the wetland and blown up the dirt? It should be that some candidates were too unlucky to encounter the trap set by the Hunter Association. Otherwise, we didn't encounter them, but they did. Listening to the discussion next to his ear, Sassy, who is the examiner, was stunned. Because he knew that he hadn't planted any bombs in the Lumi Ni wetland at all. After all, he didn't need such things. In this case, it is obvious that the location of the explosion just now was definitely caused by the candidates themselves. To be able to make such a huge amount of damage, Sassy couldn't believe how strong it must be. Bang! At this moment, a green-haired woman rushed out of the warehouse behind the candidates, and after a few jumps, she stood on the top branch of a big tree. The wings of his nose fluttered slightly, and his complexion became extremely ugly. There is no smell of gunpowder, so it is not SAC's arrangement. The green-haired woman came up with a guess in surprise. At the same time, I also became a little interested in the person who caused this movement. Shaking his head, he ignored the candidates who came over. After waving and saying hello to SACI, the green-haired woman returned to the warehouse. At this time, SACI also restrained his expression. No matter how exaggerated the situation in the wetland was, he could only pretend that he didn't see it. Even so, Sassy was very worried at this time, if the person who caused this situation had a conflict with Menchi. Maybe the situation will be difficult to end. Just when Sassy was worried. On the side of the wetland, Momu, who had just blown hundreds of meters away with a punch, retracted her arm, turned her head and looked in one direction. What AFG cheater, can we avoid it like this? Momu looked at hundreds of meters away, and complained to Hisoka, who was still standing despite his wobbly body. Yes, the power of Momu's strike is an attack that President Netero can bear to death. He got out of the way by Hisoka. This means that Hisoka was in just less than 1 second. It actually spanned a distance of hundreds of meters. Advertisement. The speed directly broke through the speed of sound. Of course, Momu could see for sure, that was not Hisoka's running speed. Instead, he used his own nin, that kind of elastic thought energy, to wrap himself, and then use the big trees on both sides to eject and achieve it. Hisoka is treating himself as a marble, Nyankai as a rubber band, and the two big trees as slingshot sticks. The initial velocity of an ordinary slingshot is around 70 per second. And the more advanced slingshots can easily break through 100 muzzle velocity. Even the limit speed can reach a speed of 160 meters per second. This is still the case in everyday life. Obviously, nin cannot be calculated according to common sense. As a first-class nin player, Hisoka's strength cannot be underestimated. His power is even more powerful with a talent like Chiya who stabilizes the voltage. Even if Hisoka's body is more than 100 katis, when he uses this slingshot to eject, its speed is still very easy to break through the speed of sound. Especially when Hisoka is desperate. Of course, this method cannot be used frequently. It consumes a lot of thought energy, and it will be dangerous when it lands. It will only be used in special cases. And before, when avoiding Momu's attack that brought him a sense of death crisis, it was the best time. But even then, Hisoka was injured enough to be hospitalized. Ho 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 ho. I wish I could keep fighting. But Hisoka grinned, and he looked at his physical condition. Without any hesitation, he turned around and left. Looking at Hisoka's somewhat embarrassed back, Momu's eyes flickered. In the end, he still didn't choose to pursue. This time period is not very suitable for killing Hisoka, it is better to find another time. With this in mind, Momu shook his head and shook his arms. Then he took a step and ran towards the second test site. Just now he has confirmed the position from high altitude, as long as he follows the direction, he will be able to arrive. Advertisement. Along the way, Momu didn't care about anything, and ran towards the predetermined direction. The damage transfer ability allowed Momu to directly ignore all kinds of traps, and rushed over like a reckless man. Not long after, Momu finally arrived in front of the warehouse of the second test venue. Here, many candidates have already arrived at the venue. However, Momu's focus is not on them, but on Hisoka. However, Momu looked around, but couldn't find Hisoka. This made Momu feel rather strange. What followed was only speculation, Hisoka hadn't arrived yet. However, as time went by, Momu discovered that Hisoka still didn't show up. After a while, the examiner called the examinees to announce that the first test of the hunter test was over. Hearing this, Momu realized in a daze, Hisoka, this pervert who wanted to have fun in the hunter test. He quit the hunter test. This situation is something that Momu did not expect. He thought that Hisoka would continue to participate in the hunter test with his seriously injured body. But now it is discovered that Hisoka did not choose to do this. Tisk. Regarding this, Momu couldn't help curling her lips. He was just thinking about finding a chance to kill Hisoka in the next test. But now it seems that he has no way to do this. Gilyalu. In the air, there was another roar that seemed to shatter the air. Hearing this, Momu withdrew her own eyes and looked over. As the clock stopped exactly at 12 o'clock. Ka. Hum. The warehouse door in front of Momu is also slowly opening. The scene that first came into the eyes of the candidates was the two figures, one tall and one short, a man and a woman. The woman sitting in front is a normal woman. Chapter 59 Changes in the plot, Momu's seriousness. Although the woman's clothes were a bit revealing and she didn't look like a girl from a good family, she was still a human being after all. However, the man behind the woman was way off the mark. Even if she was just sitting on the ground, her standing body was better than that of the woman sitting on the sofa. It must be at least 1 to 2 statures higher. The huge size really gives people the feeling of a mountain rock. Behind the two, there are rows of kitchen tables. Candidates, this is the examination room for the second test. I am your examiner, Food Hunter Menchi. The woman said directly. After finishing speaking, the man behind him also answered, I am Food Hunter Bokara. This time the test question is cooking. As Menchi's question was mentioned, the candidates on the scene started talking about it, and a large number of candidates expressed their displeasure at this, and even laughed at Menchi's position as a food hunter. Menchi was very upset about this, but he still endured it. Cooking, this is the second test question, you just need to prepare us some food that satisfies us. Menchi sitting on the sofa, shaking the 5 braids on the back of his head, casually crossed his legs and said. Maybe other people don't know who Menchi is, but Momu who has watched anime knows a lot. Menchi, as a gourmet hunter, is impeccably professional. But, because of Food Hunter, her character has also become extremely picky. Once annoyed, he will become like to be carried by others. Just now those candidates laughed at Food Hunter. Momu could already imagine how troublesome the next test would be. Now, if you want to pass the level of Menchi, I am afraid that even the head chef of a 5-star hotel will not be able to pass the level. Momu pressed her temples with a headache. What's the matter, cousin? Gon looked at Momu eagerly and asked. Advertisement. It's okay, I just feel that the next test will be very troublesome. Momu said helplessly. Ha ha ha, don't worry, if it's just cooking, I'm still very sure, I will help you when the time comes. Leorio said with a big smile. Hearing this, Momu paused, then looked at Leorio with a strange expression. Not only Momu, but also Kurapika, Gon, and Chia beside him have this expression. Obviously, none of them believed that Leorio's cooking skills would be good. Seeing this, Leorio was very angry and wanted to argue. First of all, the dishes I specified. I want to eat a whole roasted pig. As long as it is in this forest, any pig is fine. Boera said drooling. Only qualified people can continue to take my test. And the qualification standard we set is very simple, that is delicious. Yes, as long as we say it's delicious, you've passed. The deadline for the test is based on our food intake. Menchi said jokingly. Bang bang bang. As Menchi's voice fell, there was a sound of chaotic footsteps at the scene. However, the candidates around Momu had already run out of this area to find the ingredients they needed, pigs. Seeing the positive actions of the candidates, Menchi nodded his head in satisfaction, and suppressed the anger raised by the candidate's sarcasm just now. Momu, why are you not in a hurry? Could it be that you want to give up becoming a hunter? Leorio asked Momu who was walking unhurriedly behind. Hearing this, Gon, Chie, and Kurapika running in front of Leorio all looked back at Momu. Obviously, they were also curious about it. Don't worry, as far as the current situation is concerned, those candidates, even if they know the exam questions, are useless. That's Gourmet Hunter, do you really think that you can pass their test if you make a little food? Momu looked at the candidates in the distance with a look of disdain and said. Ah this? What Momu said surprised Leorio and the others. Then I thought about it, and found that it was true. Advertisement. In the Hunter, the Gourmet Hunter branch, generally speaking, usually goes in and out of various dangerous areas for delicious ingredients, and the difficulty is no worse than that of the Bounty Hunter. It's just because the earning power of low-level gourmet hunters is not as good as that of general bounty hunters. Karapika explained to several people in a low voice, so, according to what Momu said, this test may really depend on the tastes of the two examiners. Oops, I can't cook. Chia and Gon shouted together. Ha ha ha, usually you are not self-reliant, but I still have a little confidence in cooking. Leorio smiled proudly. Momu thought of the performance in the plot of Leorio, and reminded that what they need is delicious food, not survival food that can fill their stomachs and eat immortality. Listening to what Momu said, Karapika nodded in agreement. What do you two mean? I usually cook for myself, why can't I eat it? Leorio shouted angrily. Oh, do you know the steps of roasting a whole pig? Momu asked casually. Leorio's face froze. Haha, we have to catch the pigs quickly, or they will preempt them. For Leorio's way of changing the topic, Momu is very contemptuous. The complexions of Karapika, Gon, and Chia are also very strange. Seeing Leorio blushing, angrily shouted at the four of them, hurry up, or you won't be able to pass the test. Don't worry, that Boera's test questions are very simple, we can't pass it. Momu shook his head lightly and said, the problem now is that Menchi is what we need to care about. She's not that easy to get along with. I can't help but Momu is not worried, the current plot has long since become a rich and old thief who doesn't know each other. Although the plot is cleared with the help of President Netero. But now even Hisoka has withdrawn from the hunter test, so what else will not happen? Sassy didn't call, Menchi insisted not to pass the test to the candidates, and Netero didn't pay attention to this side. No matter which one it is, it can cause Momu's goal of becoming a hunter to be defeated. Chapter 60 If you don't pass, then make trouble. Hearing what you said, I feel that our next test is very pending. If that woman directly said that our food is not up to standard, wouldn't we be designated to be eliminated? Leorio said very annoyed. No, I still need to find my father, I can't fail here. Gon said seriously. Glancing at Gon, Momu looked away. In the field, it doesn't matter whether Chia thinks about becoming hunter or not. The rest are necessary to become hunters. Therefore, these things need not be said much. In order to be able to pass the level, we have to find a way. Momu said. What way? Leorio asked happily. Momu narrowed her eyes slightly and said, I will finish that Menchi's exam carefully in a while. Once she really has the idea of not passing the test for the examinee on July 13th, she will have to make a fuss. We'll only have a chance if we get someone from a higher level in the Hunter Association involved. I agree. Karapika nodded first. Leorio breathed a sigh of relief, and then said with a smile, since there is a way, it's much simpler, look at me, I must make the scene extremely lively. Please, what Momu is talking about is that woman who won't let us make trouble when we pass the customs. Don't make trouble together. We were disqualified from the test. Chia rolled his eyes and interjected. Haha, small matter, it's time for us to catch pigs now, if we slow down, we may not be able to catch up. Leorio changed the subject and said. Although the topic shifted a bit bluntly. But it was agreed by everyone. After all, regardless of the second stage of testing, the most important thing now is the first stage of testing. The few people didn't say much, they continued to run towards the forest, intending to find pigs in the forest here, and plan to get a pig back. As for roasting a whole pig? Hey, Momu has never done such a thing in his past and present lives. Cooking, let alone anything. In this world, most of the food is obtained by ordering takeaway. Or go to the store to eat. And not to mention the previous life. Even if his mother asked him to cook, he didn't ask how much water to put. Now let him roast a whole pig? Advertisement. It's just a joke. Eat if you are not afraid of death. By the way, who of you can roast a whole pig? Momu asked while running. It's not easy to roast a whole pig, just roast it on the fire and then brush with sauce. Leorio interjected triumphantly. Hearing this, Momu didn't even look at Leorio, but turned to Karapika and the three of them. Hey, what do you mean, isn't that how a whole pig is roasted? Leorio shouted angrily. Leorio, although I have never roasted a whole pig, I think the internal organs of the pig should be taken out before the test. Gon said hesitantly. Chia nodded and said, indeed, among the roast suckling pigs I eat, there are no internal organs. Looking at the situation of the four people around, Karapika couldn't help but sighed. Then slowly said some steps of roasting a whole pig. Fortunately, he has read enough books, even if it is roasting a whole pig, he knows a little bit. After listening to Karapika's words, Momu's eyes lit up. They lamented that roasting a whole pig is not difficult at all. This emotion made Karapika look sideways. I really can't figure out why Momu and the others are so confident. Okay, if you don't catch pigs, it will be too late. Kurapika urged Momu and the others to say. In this regard, Momu is not worried. In this forest, there is only one kind of pig, and that is the wild boar. This kind of pig weighs at least a lot. Most importantly, the weakness of this type of pig is protected by the huge nose. The difficulty of defeating them is not low. On the court, Momu doesn't think everyone can do this. Rumbling. At this moment, Momu and the others suddenly felt a slight vibration from their feet. It seemed that the ground was trampled by a huge force. Several people looked along the source of the shock, and various changes appeared in their eyes. In front of that, a group of examinees rushed towards them with an ugly face and a large group of boar-nosed wild pigs running wildly. Advertisement. Here we come. Momu said with a smile. Wow, there are quite a lot. Chi said, looking at the group of Hoan pigs with ease. There are so many, which one should we catch? Gon asked in confusion. Kurapika didn't say anything, he was trying to figure out which one of the jaguar was injured, and if there was one, then he would be dead. Hey, hurry up and step aside, if you are hit by those pigs, you will be injured. Leorio shouted anxiously. Facing Leorio's words, Momu and the others did not respond. Whichever pig bumps into you in a while, then catch which pig, you don't need to think about it. Momu suggested. This proposal was approved by Chia and the others, they all nodded, and then stood up separately. Seeing this, Leorio's face was stiff, thinking that Momu and the others were crazy. After hesitating for a moment, he followed suit and stood aside, looking at the group of big-nosed mad pigs in front of him. Soon, the group of big-nosed and wild pigs rushed in front of Momu and the others. One of the stronger big-nosed wild pigs aimed at Xiaomu. Well done. Momu said with a grin. With a leap, Momu jumped into the air. Then without any hesitation, he kicked the head of the big-nosed mad pig. Ka! The powerful force directly smashed the skull of the big-nosed mad pig. Brain-dead big-nosed mad pig 1.0 fell to the ground and hiccuped, then slid a few meters on the ground along the inertia. It's easy. Momu said with a smile. After finishing speaking, he directly lifted the big-nosed wild pig that fell to the ground. Come on, I'm going back first. Momu greeted Kurapika and the others, and ran towards the warehouse without looking back. Their weak point is the head. Momu, who ran away for a while, could not help but twitch her mouth. Listening to that familiar voice, Momu felt very headache. He thought that Gon wouldn't shout this time. Who knows, finally shouted out. This made the examinees who hadn't found a way to kill the big-nosed mad pig, but were hunted down. They successfully killed the big-nosed mad pig one after another. Chapter 61, the first candidate to pass the customs. Momu returned to the warehouse and found that he was the first one back. He raised his eyebrows, and then found some kitchen knives nearby. After walking back to his own grill, Momu looked at the huge dead pig in front of him. Well, let's get started. Momu nodded, and then started to follow the cooking steps heard from Kurapika. I saw Momu holding a kitchen knife in his right hand, and walked directly in front of the belly of the big-nosed mad pig in front of him. Scoff. He raised the knife and stabbed the big-nosed wild pig in the belly. Puff. Immediately Momu swiped hard, and a huge gash was made in the belly of the big-nosed mad pig. In an instant, the blood and some internal organs of the big-nosed mad pig sprayed out from the wound and fell to the ground. At the scene, the smell of blood became stronger in an instant. Momu frowned, held his breath, picked up the huge wooden stick at the side, and cleaned the internal organs of the big-nosed mad pig. 05 Wow! The internal organs were pulled out, which made the big-nosed wild pig empty at once. At this moment, the examinees who ran back after Momu got busy too. Pig hair and internal organs are not processed. He directly took down the barbecue iron rod, stabbed it hard, and instantly pierced it from the chrysanthemum of the big-nosed mad pig to his mouth. Then it was struggling to put it on the grill. During the period, someone saw the way Momu handled it, and his complexion changed. Hurry to find the kitchen knife. With the knife in his hand, he bled and cleaned the internal organs of the big-nosed mad pig directly on the grill. For a while, the grill was filled with all kinds of internal organs, blood and other sundries. He pulled out the internal organs casually. Candidates began to ignite the fire. Seeing this, Momu was slightly surprised, and then hastily accelerated her speed. Although it is known that Boera can eat dozens of porcupines. However, don't be afraid of 10,000, just in case. After casually cleaning up the blood on the big-nosed mad pig, he put it on the grill and started to roast it. Advertisement. For this disrespectful approach to ingredients, Menchi, who was sitting beside him, looked very ugly. She is extremely upset now, and can even be said to be very angry. If it weren't for the fact that she was still in the test, she might jump out and beat up Momu and his group. Such a waste. Angry, Menchi revealed a little of his habits. For example, Her right foot was shaking involuntarily at this moment. Looking at Menchie's situation, Boera was very entangled at this time, and he didn't know how to deal with it. Mu doesn't care about Boera's entanglement, he is still working hard to roast the whole roasted pig in front of him. During the period, Mu also saw Gon and the others walking back. The kitchen knife is there, hurry up. Mu pointed to the kitchen knife on the side and said. Oh, thank you Mu. Leorio said happily. This also saves them a lot of time. The few people did not hesitate, and started to deal with the big-nosed mad pig according to the steps Karapika said before. Then, like Mu, it was grilled on the grill. According to Karapika, it is not difficult to roast a whole pig to taste delicious. Just make a few regular cuts with the kitchen knife on the body of the big-nosed mad pig. The next step is to brush with oil, brush with soy sauce, and sprinkle various seasonings, so that the meat inside the roast pig can be cooked and tasty. Then rotate the rocker boringly to keep all parts of the roast pig at the same heat. Finally, according to the taste of the eater, sprinkle some seasonings such as cumin powder or chili powder. In this way, a delicious roasted whole pig that ordinary people can make is successful. As far as the food at Food Hunter is concerned, then forget it. Impossible. Time passed slowly. The roasted whole pigs from Mu's side are roasted so fragrant under their almost identical processing steps. The smell of barbecue slowly took over the smell of the scene, and also covered up the smell of blood and fish that was still stinking just now. This situation also attracted the attention of all examinees, including Menchie, Boera, and Sassy, who was secretly observing from the tree. It's okay, at least some candidates have cooking skills. The anger in Menchie's heart subsided a little. Advertisement. On the other hand, after watching the whole roasted pig by Mu, the candidates couldn't help but look at their own roasted whole pig. His complexion changed drastically, and they imitated Mu and they began to brush the roast pig with oil and seasoning. It's just that the way they apply oil and seasoning is really too rough, it's like plastering the wall. This made Menchie, who had calmed down just now, the trigeminal nerve on his forehead became tense again. Damn, why does such ABD exist? What do they think of food? Toys. The anger in Menchie's heart became even stronger, and his eyes wished to scare all the candidates present. Too bad. Saci saw this scene and felt helpless in his heart. Time flies. Soon, Sham's whole roasted pig was finished first. Without any hesitation, he directly brought the whole roasted pig that he had just roasted, and came to Boera, whose 307 saliva was about to flood into a river. This is my roast whole pig. Mu gestured to Boera. Boera couldn't wait any longer, so he directly grabbed the whole roasted pig that was twice as big as Menchie's body in Mu's hand, put it in his mouth and ate it wildly. The huge mouth bit off a third of Mu's whole roasted pig in one bite. Kaba kaba. The roasted meat and bones were in Boera's mouth, crunched like tofu, and then swallowed by him. 1 bite, 2 bites, 3 bites. Looking at the Boera in front of him who performed 3 mouthfuls and 1 pig for himself. Mu is dumbfounded. Then I laughed out loud. Tasty. After eating, Boera directly talked about his feelings at this time. Great, it worked. Mu grinned. Boera licked his lips with insatiable desire, then nodded to Maimu and said, you passed. At this time, Boera was in a good mood and smiled with his eyes closed. Mu smiled and returned to his grill. He has already cleared the customs, and then only needs to wait for the second half of the test to start. Chapter 62. Do they know how to do it? How is it? Mu. Leorio asked curiously. Obviously, I cleared the level, but you still have time to wonder about this, why don't you hurry up and take a look at your whole roasted pig? Mu responded, then looked at Leorio jokingly and reminded. Hearing this, Leorio hastily returned to his own grill, watching the fire. Soon, some candidates sent the whole roasted pig to Boera first. The roast whole pig brought by Mu before made Menchie feel that the situation was not too bad. But when she saw the roasted whole pig sent by the second candidate, anger couldn't stop rushing into Menchie's heart. Can eat? There is a model for them to copy, and it can still be baked like this. This is not a technical problem at all, but a problem of carelessness. The steps are so clear, just pay more attention, read more, and collect more information. You can get a roast whole pig that is not bad. Even if the taste is not very good, at least it is still within the edible range of ordinary people. But now, Menchie looked at the roasted whole pig in front of Boera, which was charred and bloody. Nerves were almost broken. Angry Menchie almost couldn't help jumping up, and used the roasted whole pig on the face of the examinee who was the second to send the roasted whole pig. Looking at the smug examinee, Menchie felt flustered. This is no longer coping, but completely treating her and Boera as fools. What annoyed her the most was that, as her partner, Boera, a foodie, showed off the whole roasted pig with 3 bites left. Afterwards, he also gave the examinee a delicious clearance evaluation. All of a sudden, Menchi was out of breath and almost choked to death. Fortunately, not all candidates are so reckless. Thanks to the hard work of Gon and the other 4, they brought a pretty good whole roasted pig. This steadied Menchi a little. Advertisement. The test is over, the second test, the first stage, a total of 71 candidates passed. Menchi gave Boera a hard look, and then announced the number of people who cleared the level this time with a cold face. Hey, he actually ate 71 whole roasted pigs. What kind of a pot is this? Boera's performance really scared all the candidates. Even Leorio and the others are discussing this matter at this time. Menchi looked unhappily at the candidates who were talking about it. He glared at Boera angrily again. Seeing this, Boera could only smile dryly and did not refute. The test for roasted whole pigs is too loose, which Boera himself knows. However, the Hunter Association needs fresh blood to join. It has always been demanding, so it is better to choose some people with good character. However, Menchi doesn't think so. She believes that the Hunter test must be highly demanding. What if she came to test it, be soft? That is absolutely impossible. Listen to me clearly, now the second half of the test starts, and the food I want to eat is sushi. Menchi was very dissatisfied in her heart, and she didn't hide it. She said the test questions she wanted to set with a cold face. Sushi. Which place is this dish? Have you heard? I've heard it and I won't tell you, idiot. Menchi's test questions appeared, except for a few people who already knew what sushi was, the rest of the candidates were confused and asked the people around them. However, no one knows about this kind of dish that is too small. At the scene, only Momu and Hanzo, the guy from the sushi production area, knew about it. Even Kurapika, who has read a lot of books and knows the ingredients needed for sushi, doesn't know what sushi looks like. Seeing the candidates like this, Menchi slowly became complacent with his angry expression. Advertisement. Then began to introduce the origin of sushi to the candidates. The information is very simple, that is, the place where the sushi is produced. Other key information was not mentioned at all. Put your ears up and listen clearly. Although it's all sushi, I only accept nigiri sushi, you know. If you know, then start testing. Menchi said seriously. As soon as Menchi's test order was issued, the candidates all ran to Curry's kitchen table and stood still, regardless of whether they could make sushi or not. However, they don't know anything, they can only stand in the kitchen and think hard. Sushi? What on earth is this? That guy didn't give us any information. Why? Chia said angrily. Hearing this, Leorio also complained in agreement. I read this record in an ancient book, sushi seems to be a combination of rice and fish dishes. Kurapika thought, and said the information he had read before. Wah, Leorio just wanted to exclaim in joy, but Momu pinched his chin, making him unable to speak. What do you want to do? Momu looked at Leorio and asked, could it be that you want to call out the ingredients you need? What? Listening to Momu's words, Kurapika, Gon, and Chia all looked at Leorio strangely. Hey, I'm sorry, I'm in a hurry, Leorio said with a dry smile, let's go find the fish. Don't worry, for sushi, I actually know that it does use rice and fish as Kurapika, no Majao, said. Momu waved his hands and said in a low voice, however, the fish needs to be sliced, and the rice should also be shaped into cuboids the size of 2 thumbs. 2. Leorio, who was about to shout, looked at the eyes of Momu and the other 4, and couldn't help swallowing the words behind him. Momu then continued, the making of sushi is very simple, so we must complete it as quickly as possible, and then send it to that Menchi. Are there any questions? The 4 of Kurapika looked at each other, then shook their heads to say no. If not, then let's go. After all, Sham took the lead in turning around and walking towards the warehouse gate. Followed by Kurapika 4 people. The actions of a group of people immediately attracted the attention of everyone in Kengkuri. Do they know how to do it? Chapter 63 Either too tight or too loose. What, there are still people who can cook this kind of dish in my hometown. Hanzo exclaimed in shock looking at the backs of Momu and the others. The actions of Momu and his group, as well as Hanzo's stupid self-explosion, instantly let the examinees know the fact that Momu and his group and Hanzo can make sushi. Wow! In an instant, the examinees rushed towards the warehouse door in a hurry. Can't miss it. Candidates hurried, and finally caught up with Mew and the others. It turns out that fish is needed to make sushi. In front of the examinees, Momu and 5 people are catching fresh fish in the river. Immediately, in the minds of the examinees, it was immediately determined what the ingredients needed for sushi were. No, they really know. Hanzo shouted holding his head like a dead father. It seems right. The examinees nodded their heads in satisfaction and found that their guess was correct. Puff puff. Without any hesitation, the candidates jumped into the river one after another and started fishing. Facing the situation of the examinees, Mu and the others smiled and brought up the fresh fish they just caught from the river. Then, went ashore. Goodbye, let's go first. Leorio said very embarrassingly. After finishing speaking, he shook the fresh fish in his hand along the 420 way, with a very proud expression. Leorio, if you become a public enemy, you will be finished. Mu kindly reminded Leorio. Forward. Hearing this, there were also the sights of Kurapika and the others who were watching from the side. Leorio's expression changed involuntarily. He withdrew his hand with a dry smile, and his steps straightened up. Seeing this, Kurapika shook his head amusedly. Then I saw Mu, the person who had just persuaded Leorio, was catching the herring at the examinee behind him with a crazier pace than Leorio. Ah, this advertisement. Leorio and the others looked at Mu dumbfounded. Didn't you say that? Leorio asked hesitantly. It's a bit boring. I'll see if I can attract their hatred and finish the hunter test. Mu retracted his arm casually, explaining why he did so. Hearing this, Chiya's eyes lit up, and he hastily raised his arm to the examinee behind him. In fact, he also felt, that the hunter test was boring, and there was such a method, so he also wanted to try it. The actions of several people made the group of candidates behind them very angry. They sort of had their eyes on Mu and his group. Try to make it as soon as possible. Back in the warehouse curry, Mu urged. Then start making sushi directly. The process is very simple, just as Mu said before. They sliced the fish on their hands, and then used their palms of different sizes to form a cuboid rice ball of different sizes. Finally, put the sashimi on the cuboid rice ball and pinch it to finish. That's it, a very simple sushi was made. The 5 people who had finished making the sushi walked quickly to Menchi with the sushi confidently. Hey, try it, this is sushi, Leorio said with a hint. He looked at the 5 people in front of him, and the 5 pieces of sushi on the table that were almost identical except for the size. Menchi looked very unhappy. Tisk, it's fine if I know it, but I still tell others. Let me see what kind of sushi you guys can make. Thinking about it, Menchi stretched his chopsticks into the leftmost sushi plate on the table under the gaze of Mu and the others. I picked up a piece, dipped it in soy sauce, and put it in my mouth. The taste is just so-so. The rice balls are squeezed too hard, and none of the rice remains intact. Poor review. As Menchi said, he ate another stack of sushi. It's no different from the last one. If you have more strength, go to move the bricks. Menchi looked upset, but he didn't spit out the sushi in his mouth. No need, she doesn't waste food. Afterwards, Menchi ate the sushi of the other 3. Advertisement. If it is evaluated, it is mediocre, and its strength is either great or small. Then she took a sip from the glass beside her. Call. Menchi put down the cup in his hand, looked at Mu with both eyes and said with a smile. Not qualified, go back and do it again. Gan. That BD, didn't we make the sushi? Why didn't you pass the customs for us? Back at the kitchen counter, Oli said cursingly. It's probably not tasty, let's make it more delicious. Gon said with a smile. But we are here to participate in the hunter test, not to learn how to cook. Leorio held his head and said very unhappy. For this point, Mu and Chia agree very much. Let's hurry up and make the second one, as she said. Kurapika said while getting busy. Mu and Leorio looked at each other, it was to look at Gon and Chia who had already started. Sighing, he also joined in. They started making sushi according to the problems Menchi pointed out. There is no strange modification, just to control the intensity. Soon, several people from Mu finished the new sushi. Several people stood in front of Menchi again, but their moods were completely different. If it doesn't work this time, we're really going to make trouble. All are unqualified, the strength is too loose. Damn it, that woman is definitely targeting us. Leorio shouted angrily. Go on, we still have many chances. Kurapika started making sushi again. I'm still doing it. How can my cooking skills be improved so easily? I'm afraid we will be able to do it a few more times. Chia said with a very unhappy expression. But if we don't do it, we won't be able to pass the level. Gon said. What Gon said was not wrong, it also made Leorio and Chia calm down for a while. How many pieces of sushi do you think she can eat? Mu suddenly asked. Obviously not everyone is that big guy with such a big appetite. And, the other candidates came back. Chapter 64, The Outraged Menchi. Hearing what Mu said, Leorio and the others couldn't help but look towards the warehouse gate. However, as Mu said, many candidates have already returned. With so many candidates, not many are needed. It only takes one round for Menchi to be filled. In other words, Mu and the others simply don't have a next chance. If they don't succeed this time, they are doomed to fail. But, just look at Menchie's take on their sushi. Mu and the others really don't think they can pass the level in Menchie's hands. If so, what else is there to do? Thinking of this, the faces of Leorio and Chia were very upset. Take a hunter test and end up failing because of poor cooking. This is outrageous. Gon, Kurapika, why are you doing it again? Leorio asked, looking at Gon and Kurapika who didn't give up. Maybe it will work next time, Gon said with a smile. Gon is right, we don't know if it will be successful next time, maybe it will be successful, Kurapika nodded and said. Seeing this, both Taya and Fu Oli were persuaded. Also joined in. Only Mu was alone, watching the show on the sidelines. He really didn't think it would work. Thinking like this, he watched the four of Kurapika come to Menchie with newly made sushi. Then, less than a minute later, he was rushed back. Yo, welcome back. Mu said with a smile. Ah, that woman is targeting us, it is impossible to succeed at all, we are not chefs. Leorio said angrily. Just when Mu and the others were discussing what to do next. This guy Hanzo, officially holding a piece of sushi he made himself, came to Menchie very confidently and put it down. Then proudly said to Menchie, eat it, and pass me. Terrible attitude and disrespect for the food. Also, the sushi they make is even worse than the ones made by Mu and his team. Advertisement. Sushi is obviously Hanzo's hometown dish, and he eats a lot of it himself, but he doesn't know the steps of making sushi at all. Of the two pieces of sushi that came out, one was too strong and flattened. One piece was not strong enough, and it fell apart before Menchie could clamp it. With this kind of performance, Menchie can still give him a pass, that's the hell. Go back and do it again, it's not as good as 406s. Menchie immediately asked Hanzo to go back and make sushi again. Hearing the verdict, Hanzo also knew that this test would not last a round. Immediately, he talked about the steps of making sushi, and that sushi is just such food. Okay, I'm sure, it's impossible for anyone to pass the test next time. Mu nodded and said, let's get ready, this time we want to continue the test and let the higher level examiners end. To this, Leorio and the others didn't believe it. How is it possible that no one can pass the level? Immediately, he observed carefully. However, the more they observed, the more surprised Leorio and the others became. It was really hit by Mu, and then, none of the candidates could pass Menchie's test. When Mu and the others were discussing how to do things, outside the warehouse, Saci was squatting on a branch and hiding herself with leaves. At this time, I also noticed that Kankuri's progress was not good. If it is really allowed to go on like this, then no hunter will be born this year. This is not good, there are many excellent seedlings in this year's candidates, if they give up, who knows if they will appear next time. If this kind of seedlings are not tested in the next session, then the Hunter Association will suffer a great loss. It is even said that if these seedlings join other forces, it is very likely that there will be no opponents in the new generation of hunters. Saci was very worried. Without any hesitation, he took out the mobile phone directly from his arms. Press a few times casually, and call the general manager of Hunter's test. Only the current president of the Hunter Association, Netero, can be the general manager of the Hunter test. Not even the 12 earthly branches. Because they more or less have their own ideas, and even want to reform the Hunter test charter set by Netero. 0. Seeking flowers. After a few beeps, the phone went through. It was Netero's secretary who answered the phone, that is, the Domian guy who distributed the number plates to Mu and the others. Next, it was Sassy who reported the test situation he said he had seen to Domian. Sassy, who was paying attention to the situation in the car, soon discovered that the test on curry was coming to an end. Advertisement. Okay, I'm full. Menchie, who was sitting on the sofa, put down the chopsticks in his hand, then knocked himself on the head with a face of embarrassment and said with a smile. Full. What does it mean? Menchie spread his hands, and said with an expression that I couldn't help it, that means, this test is over, and you are all unqualified. 0. Ta. All? The candidates looked at Menchie in disbelief. Just kidding. However, after a few seconds, the candidates did not see Menchie changing his decision. BD, who can accept this reason? The unprecedented absurdity made the candidates very angry. Especially people like Leorio. I worked hard, overcame many difficulties, and came to this level with perseverance. Isn't it just to get the hunter certificate and become a hunter to make a lot of money? But now, someone actually lost their qualification for this year's hunter test because of a poor cooking taste? Can this be tolerated? It's so unbearable, even dogs can't bear it. Yermi felt very troublesome at this time. His next assassination mission happened to need the assistance of Hunter's certificate. Without Hunter's ID, his work cannot be performed. But now, he has to lose the props to complete the task because of a food taste problem. Isn't this hindering him from carrying out the task? Generally speaking, Ye Mai would directly kill those who obstructed their mission. A few chanting needles were clamped in his hands for a moment, and he looked at Menchi, with waves of malice slowly radiating from his body, and he rushed away crazily. What? Menchi's body froze slightly. Yu Guangmiao turned towards Yirmi. Chapter 65 Questioning Menchi, isn't it because of the taste? Faced with the dissatisfaction of the candidates, Menchi didn't care, and even smiled and asked the candidates to work harder next time. Now, however, Menchi found that things seemed to be in trouble. Although she wasn't afraid, but in the hunter test, the examiner was injured because of the examinee's counterattack. Then the examiner was completely reduced to a laughing stock. Just like the idiot from last year. But, obviously, Illumi was not the only one who was almost blown away by the candidates. Boom. At this moment, a loud noise caught everyone's attention. Looking for the reputation, he saw a tall fat man standing beside a smashed kitchen table with an angry expression. Stop joking. How can this kind of thing be accepted? Just because of a trivial matter like not knowing the taste of the so-called 997 food, I was directly judged to be disqualified from the hunter test, and I didn't come here to be such a waste job as a food hunter. Everyone in Lioreo knew this person, because they had heard about it from Tanpa before. Twiman, number 255, is a powerful fighter. Just like this, his fist smashed a 5 cm thick stone slab, but his hand was unharmed. It is enough to see that this is a top player in the entire human group. That is to say, I have not yet learned to recite the breath. Otherwise, the strength should not be underestimated. Menchi doesn't care about Twiman's anger, she is now focusing on Yirmi, who is on the sidelines, and is alert to Yirmi's actions. Seeing that he was ignored, Twiman became even more angry. No more patience! Shouted, and headed towards Menchi. This action made Ye Mai and Mo Mu stop their plans, and stood where they were, quietly watching the development of the situation. Advertisement. Boom. However, Twiman, who rushed to the front of Menchi, was slapped by Boera behind Menchi before Menchi could make a move, and was slapped away like a broken doll. Mo Mu clearly saw the rising spirit in Menchi's body. Tisk tisk, if Boera didn't fight this time, that Twiman would be disabled even if he didn't die. Mo Mu waited for a while, but Netero in the plot did not appear. I also guessed in my heart, maybe Sassy didn't go to inform. If this is the case, then something must be done. Mo Mu nodded to Lioreo and others beside him. Watching Mo Mu's movements, Gon gave a dry laugh, and Karapika closed his eyes with an expression of not wanting to get involved. There are only two people, Chie and Lioreo, one is eager to try, and the other wants to show his strength. Facing the urging of Mo Mu, Gon and Karapika are two guys who are unwilling to play tricks. He lay directly on the ground, closed his eyes tightly, and turned a deaf ear to the outside world. Chia and Lioreo brewed for a while, and then squatted next to Gon and Karapika. Wake up, what's wrong with you? Shouted anxiously. Karapika, didn't you say you wanted to become a hunter, why did you collapse now? Wake up and talk to me. Lioreo shouted not to be outdone. The voices of the two immediately attracted the attention of everyone present. Everyone turned their attention to MOMU5. They looked at Gon and Karapika who were lying motionless on the ground, and Chia and Lioreo who were anxiously shouting at the side. There is also MOMU who stands aside with an ugly face and shakes his head from time to time. For a while, it was not clear what happened. It's too dark. After preparing for so long, just for this hunter test, but in the end, I lost my qualification to become a hunter because of a job that I would never be able to do in my life. No wonder Gon and Karapika fainted with excitement. Fall. MOMU said seriously, there are so many professions in this world, can food hunter be the only one? Everyone here has their own ideals and goals. Advertisement. We respect your profession, but now you use it as a stumbling block to our future. Do you think our life is just playing? As hunter as an examiner, you can do this kind of thing that forces others. Do you want us to go back this year to practice cooking well, and sign up to be a food hunter next year? In other words, you think that if you are strong, you can dictate the career choices of the weak. While talking, MOMU was already facing Menchi with a sarcastic expression. Menchi was extremely annoyed by what MOMU said. He stared at MOMU with wide eyes and shouted, UBD, this is the test question I set. If you can't pass, can you still blame me? Hehe, if you want nigiri sushi, haven't we already made it? Why do you say that we failed your exam? You didn't see them slandering the food, and then took your anger out on innocent candidates like us. MOMU with a sneer, he said loudly to Hanzo. Is that right? The rest of the candidates were stunned, looking at MOMU in confusion. Then he suddenly reacted and nodded hastily. That's right, that's it, we are all innocent, it's all that bald head's fault. Hey, diverting the conflict, you want me to let you pass? Menchi paused, then said disdainfully. She hasn't seen any scenes before, so she won't be fooled by Mu's tricks. Although it is true that Hanzo is very angry with this bald head. 18,2. Do you really think I didn't let you pass because of the smell? Who do you think I am? 5.4. I'm the examiner of the hunter test. How could I do such a thing? Menchi was very angry said. UBD, you actually look at me like that, and you plan to make a big fuss about it. Turning black and white here, I really want to kill this BD. On the other side, after listening to Menchi's words, Mu's group was stunned. In their view, it is because of such things that Menchi can't pass the level. But now it seems that this is not the case. Impossible, don't try to lie to us, you definitely disqualified us because of the smell. Leorio jumped up, pointed at Menchi and shouted loudly. No, Leorio, maybe the examiner is right, we may have missed something. Kurapika sat up thoughtfully and said. Chapter 66, A Heart of Ups and Downs. Kurapika sat up suddenly, no one was surprised. As long as you are not stupid, you will not think that Kurapika and Gon really fainted from excitement. The people present are rare and strong in the world. How could there be such a weak mental capacity? Moreover, no one would believe the exaggerated acting skills of Chia and Leorio just now. Now, everyone is watching Kurapika curiously, waiting for him to see the problem. Including Mu, a traveler who is familiar with the plot, is no exception. After all, he has only watched anime, and he doesn't know everything. How could it be possible to know so many details that have never been shown in anime? We will be considered a failure because of the taste, but it's not the examiner's taste, but the reason why we neglected to add flavor to the sushi. Kurapika said slowly under the gaze of everyone. Taste? Isn't sushi just made of white rice and fish? Where are there other flavors? Mu asked strangely. He recalled the sushi he had eaten, and found that there was nothing else except the sauce. 05 sauce, Menchi already has it, so he doesn't need to prepare it. Strange. Mu looked at Kurapika waiting for an explanation. No, the taste is actually a bit off. Kurapika shook his head and said, did you find out that there is nothing else here except the ingredients we need? That's right, we've all seen this, where is there any other smell? Leorio asked, also puzzled. The rest of the people nodded, expressing that they all thought the same way. Kurapika shook his head under the eyes of everyone and said, I thought so too at first, but, we overlooked something, and that was the lemon that was left aside. Lemon? What's the matter? Isn't that used to drive away the smell? Chia asked suspiciously. I thought so before, but now it seems obviously not. It should also be an ingredient for making sushi, but it was ignored by us. This is a test of our ability to collect information on tasks. Having said that, Kurapika was silent. Because if this is really the case, then it seems that it is not an incredible thing for this group of people to be rated as unqualified. After all, what is being tested now is the ability to collect information, which is a must-have ability for Hunter. If the taste is eliminated by the examiner because of personal preference, it would be really uncomfortable. But now, the reason for being eliminated is because their information collection ability is not enough. Then you can't blame the examiner, but you can only blame Mu and others. Advertisement. Hearing this, Mu herself was silent. Gan. In it, is there such unknown information? Mu is having a headache now, and he finds that he can't seem to find a reason to make trouble. It's over, I won't really fail this kind of test that must be completed. Mu is very confused, obviously something that can be passed in the plot. How come he can't do it anymore? Wait, it couldn't be because of Hisoka. There is no Hisoka's murderous behavior of staring at Menchi, which leads to some changes in the plot. Suck. Mu gasped. Ho 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 ho, even if that's the case, none of the examinees passed the exam, so it's not justified. While the examinees were waiting for Menchi's final verdict with ugly faces, a heroic voice came from the distant sky. Coming. Mu was overjoyed. Maid almost thought he was going to get cold. The appearance of the voice immediately attracted the attention of everyone in Kenkuri. Menchi and Buera were also stunned, stood up abruptly, led the team out of the warehouse, and looked towards the sky. Mu followed closely behind, followed by the rest of the candidates. Things turned around, and the candidates who were not reconciled all followed him out. In the sight of Mu and his group, an airship with the logo of the Hunter Association was slowly flying towards them in the sky. Suddenly, everyone saw a figure and jumped out of the airship that was hundreds of meters high. What? Everyone stared wide-eyed in horror, looking at the figure that fell rapidly. How dare he do it at this height? Doomed. Advertisement. Boom. The figure slammed heavily on the ground in front of the candidates, and there was a loud bang, followed by a wave of unreal dust. Call. After the dust dissipated unnaturally, everyone saw the figure in the smoke. It was an old man wearing wooden clogs, with a smile on his face. He walked out unscathed. President of Netero, Chief Executive of Hunter Testing. Candidates who did not know the existence of Nan all looked at Netero in awe. Then he looked at the airship hovering at an altitude of 100 meters. Grunt. Guru 230. The candidates swallowed hard. They were shocked by Netero's performance of jumping from such a high altitude without any injuries. Among these people, including Hanzo, who is the strongest under the two nefarious people, this is the case. Because they know that if you let them do it too, even if they don't die, they will be injured to varying degrees. Menchi. Netero walked up to Menchi and shouted. Yes. Menchi replied with his head down. Your test this time is to test whether the candidates have the courage to challenge unknown events, but in the end you think that the candidates have a problem with their attitude, so the judgment is unqualified, right? Netero squinted, stroking his beard and looking at Menchi. He couldn't help but glance at Menchi's mouth, but he didn't make any other movements. There is lust, but no lust. Or in other words, being able to control yourself. Look at it a few more times, but it's just a matter of cultivating sentiment. No, it's because all of them didn't find the clues I arranged, so they were disqualified. Menchi explained. Clam? Why is it different from what the guy from the bean noodles said? Netero paused, nearly ripping his beard off. Chapter 67 You have to try. Advertisement. At this time, Mu, like the other candidates, boarded the airship and embarked on the road to re-examination. He was standing by the window of the airship at this moment, watching the scene below. It's just because the airship is flying in the air, even Mu can only see the small mountain in the distance. After getting closer, Mu was able to see how big this mountain is. The mountain as a whole presents a circular trapezoid, which looks like a pudding. And in the middle of the mountain, it seems that because of fission, a huge cliff has been formed. Below the cliff, there is a river passing by. It's amazing, and because it looks like it's being separated from it, it's as if the mountain was cut open by some huge titan with a huge long knife. The power of nature is truly astonishing. Soon, the airship carrying a group of candidates flew over the Pudding Mountain Rock. Under the watchful eyes of the candidates, the airship slowly landed on the top of Pudding Mountain Rock. Scoff. The hatch of the airship opened, carrying a puff of white gas. Then Menchi Swipe walked out of the airship first, and stood on the rock. Under the watchful eyes of everyone, Menchi walked directly to the edge of the hundreds of feet high cliff. Probing the probe, Menchi scanned the abyss below. The height of 100 feet, and the strong wind blowing from the crack, made Menchi nod in satisfaction. Afterwards, Menchi waved behind him, indicating that the candidates could come closer. Without any hesitation, Mu came to the vicinity of Menchi early and stood still, looking down at the cliff as well. Afraid? What are you afraid of? He can fly, and you are afraid of falling. However, this scene made the rest of the candidates very frightened. Afterwards, Menchi began to explain the content of this additional test. It's very simple, just jump down and pick up a spider vulture's egg. Saying so, however, for this statement, most of the candidates are complaining. Simple? How the hell is it so simple? Only courageous candidates like Gon would watch around the cliff, thinking about how to get the spider vulture's eggs. Cliff wall. Advertisement. No, that's simply not possible. Although there are many places to grab on the cliff, if you have superb climbing speed, you should be able to go down. However, the question is whether there will be a strong wind blowing up this place. Rock climbing, which is already difficult to hold steady, is likely to be blown off the cliff wall. In the end, it can only be the result of one death. Because there is a river below, your vision should be very deep. In other words, if you control your falling posture, you should not die. Seeing Leorio's nervous expression, Mu casually reminded. For Mu's reminder, Leorio wanted to refute it. But the uneasiness in his heart forced him to pay more attention to the situation of the cliff. At this moment, Menchi glanced at the candidates at the scene boredly, and then quickly took off his shoes. He stood up, glanced at all the candidates, sighed and reminded, I'll give you a demonstration first. After finishing speaking, Menchi pushed his feet hard and jumped straight to the cliff in front of him. Hey! What is this doing? The examinees exclaimed one after another, walked quickly to the edge of the cliff, and looked down anxiously. Mu, who had been here for a long time, didn't move at all, quietly watching Menchi hanging on those spider silks with ease. At this moment, Menchi was waiting motionless, as if waiting for something important. Time passed slowly as the candidates wondered what Menchi was doing. Suddenly, Menchi let go of his tightly clenched hands, and instantly fell downward under the action of gravity. Soon, he let himself continue to fall in the posture of lying in the air. Once again, among the candidates, someone exclaimed again. Tang! Menchi precisely grasped a huge spider vulture egg hanging from the spider web, and even continued to fall when he tore off the spider vulture egg. Broke in. Isn't this courting death? www. Just when the candidates thought that Menchi was cold this time. Hoo! A gust of wind blows from below. Advertisement. Menchi was instantly stopped by the gust of wind from falling potential energy. Even, after a second, she was even blown directly back to the edge of the cliff. Ah, this! Looking at the casual Menchi in front of them, who seemed to be returning from shopping, the candidates were very surprised. I know, there will be strong winds coming from the cracks in the cliffs of this rock. As long as we grasp the timing well, we can do what the examiner does. Among the candidates, someone exclaimed about the strong wind in the crack. This made the candidates who hadn't reacted suddenly realize it. But, say so. Let them be unprepared and without any safety measures, jump off the cliff to pick up spider vulture eggs. This is not so easy to do. After Menchi announced the start of testing, Gon was the first to jump, laughing all the while. Kika. Mu put away the camera expressionlessly. You really don't miss any opportunity. Leorio complained. Mu grinned, and then jumped down without any ambiguity. Seeing this, Fu and the other 5 also jumped down together. Seeing that Mo and Mu are so brave, the rest of the candidates are not to be outdone. Most of the people, like falling, kings, beans, jumped off the cliff. Soon, dozens of figures were hung on the spider threads in the crevices of the cliff. If you adjust the atmosphere and add some lighting, it will be a horror movie with an excellent atmosphere. Time is slowly passing by. Mu, a group of candidates hanging on the spider's thread, are quietly waiting for the strong wind on the edge of the cliff to appear. It stands to reason that Mu can fly. Why does he continue to stay here and wait with the rest of the candidates? Couldn't he just fly down and pick off some spider vulture eggs? Indeed, Mu was able to do just that. But, why do it? He lived like this kind of thing of hanging on the spider silk, waiting for the time and then picking the food. I have never seen it, let alone tried it. Now that there is such an opportunity, and whether it is life-threatening, if you don't try it, how can you be worthy of yourself? Chapter 68 Delicious. Advertisement. Mu thought so, but after waiting for a while, he, like the other candidates, found that he couldn't grasp the timing of the strong wind at all. This discovery made many candidates a little anxious. Fortunately, Mu doesn't care about this. He himself doesn't know, but Gon beside him knows. Just follow the rhythm of Gon, it's easy. However, among the candidates who didn't know this, there was such a person, who was staring at the cliff below nervously at this time, and he was even more frantic in his heart to cheer himself up and fool himself. Suddenly, under the gaze of everyone, he let out a heavy breath, and then let go of his hands holding the spider silk. Hey! The examinee let his body fall downwards, and then caught a spider vulture egg as he passed by it. The next step is to wait for the strong wind to appear and take him up. However, after a while, when the examinee found that he had fallen to a position where it was almost impossible to go up the cliff again, he cried out in horror. Ah! If the timing is wrong, it will put him in danger of serious injury or even death. Fear filled his brain and heart in an instant, so that he could only vent his emotions with screams. Yes, there's a river down there, and it might not die. 400 However, even if he knew this was the case, he still couldn't bear the fear of falling from a high altitude. It was as if this planet threw him away into the universe. What happened to this candidate immediately caused many candidates to show hesitation. Is the timing right or not? It's now. At this moment, Gon beside Mu shouted loudly. Then, he let go of his hands and let himself fall quickly. Seeing this, Mu was also delayed. As soon as the fingers of both hands were loosened, they also fell down. This shout was like an order, and most of the candidates let go of their hands. A group of people fell straight down, and then grabbed the nearest spider vulture egg. Mu was no exception, and even said that he even took down 2 spider vulture eggs in his hand. Advertisement. Not greedy, mainly because he heard that this stuff is delicious. Hoo. At the same time that Mu and his group grabbed the spider vulture eggs, the strong wind below the gap suddenly hit. The strong wind pushed their bodies and threw them towards the sky above the cliff. The edge of the cliff was right in front of him, and Mu and his party stepped over it. At that time, most of the candidates who brought back the spider vulture eggs from the crevice of the cliff returned to the edge of the cliff safely. The 5 Mu who were holding the spider eagle eggs couldn't help but look at each other. Very satisfied with this. Ah! At this moment, a scream sounded from the side. Everyone looked at it, but they saw a candidate dancing and falling down. Regarding this, Mu remained indifferent, watching this man waving his hands and feet. He knew what was going on with this candidate, he just missed Gon's instruction and didn't let go of his hand in the first place. If it is at other times, it will be slow. But not here, this little delay directly led to him, even if he successfully picked off the spider vulture egg, he was still a little short before he could return to the edge of the cliff. Yes, that's just a little bit off. From the examinee who wants to swim back to the cliff, Mu can see the extreme desire for life in his eyes. People are like this, even if they know they will fall, they may not necessarily die, as long as they calm down and find the right angle, they will not die. However, the fear of falling from a high altitude has already been the unwillingness to lose the hunter test qualification. It made the examinee unable to calm down, let alone control it by himself. After this episode, Men, AFC, Chi also counted how many candidates got the spider eagle eggs. No more, no less, that is, dozens of people. In this regard, Leorio said happily that he finally passed the test. However, the second he spoke, he was slapped in the face by Menchi. Menchi's words let the examinees know that getting the spider eagle egg is not considered as completing the test. They also have to cook them and eat them. Advertisement. I thought it would be a difficult exam question. I didn't expect it to be such an easy question. Hearing this, the candidates confidently came to the cauldron that had been prepared earlier. This is another test that tests the candidate's timing. Mu doesn't know how long it takes to cook spider vulture eggs. But, with Gon present and the reaction of Boera, the insider, Mu doesn't worry about these problems at all. He just needs to wait for the opportunity and pick up the spider vulture eggs with Gon. To be honest, this step is very easy. Soon, Mu, like everyone else, got the cooked spider vulture eggs. Delicious. Mu said in surprise. He looked at the bitten spider vulture egg in his hand. It never occurred to me that the delicacy of an egg would be unbelievably delicious. He has eaten eggs, duck eggs, and goose eggs. However, Mu doesn't think eggs are delicious, so it's just okay. However, the pure natural spider vulture egg in his hand is the first time Mu has eaten the ultimate delicacy since he has lived for so long. How can Mu let go of this kind of food? Immediately, like everyone else, he entered a state of frantic eating. After a while, he ate all the spider vulture eggs that were the size of a watermelon. In the end, the food was too full, and Mu had to strengthen his stomach with Nian Qi to strengthen his stomach's digestion ability. At this moment, a huge gong sounded, which represented that the second test of the hunter test was finally over. In the second half of the second test of the hunter test, a total of 46 people qualified. Menchi announced loudly. Set a value that is completely different from the plot. For this, Mu paused, but he was not surprised. Anyway, now he successfully passed the second test. Then, under the guidance of Menchi, the candidates boarded the airship beside them. Chapter 69, The 72-Hour Limit. Advertisement. The qualified candidates have already left, and there are no qualified candidates left. They need to wait here for a while, and they will not be able to board the airship until the next airship arrives. Then they were sent to the nearest city, and then left on their own for the return trip. At this time, Mu and others standing on the airship. There were several people standing in front of them, Netero, Hahuan Usaci, Menchi, and Xiahara. In addition, there are some staff that come with the airship. It's just that these staff members didn't come over to look directly at Mu and the others, but watched secretly from a distance. Hello candidates, this airship will arrive at the next test site at 8 o'clock tomorrow morning. During the period, before I contact you, you can move freely on this airship. Of course, please don't break into the room that is already occupied, and you can't interfere with the work of the staff for no reason. The Domian man put on a professional smile and said slowly to Mu and others. Hearing this, the candidates breathed a sigh of relief. Then after Netero and the others left, they each looked for a place to rest. Gone, let's go exploring. Only after Netero and others left, Chia couldn't wait to suggest to Gon. For this, Mu wanted to complain. As far as he knew, Chia himself had an airship pilot certificate, so it could be said that he was already familiar with airships. But now, they have shown interest in the exploration of airships, which makes it difficult for Mu not to complain. However, he also knew that the reason why Chia behaved like this was because he met a friend who was the same age as him. It's just that, compared to the distress of most of the candidates, Gon and Chia's energy is really strong. It has been more than a day since noon yesterday, until now. At this time, neither of them felt sleepy at all, and they even planned to take an adventure in the airship. This kind of energy is really staggering. What he can say is that he is worthy of being a child. The backs of the two little kids quickly disappeared before Mu's eyes. Regarding this, Mu just shook his head lightly, but didn't care much. He intends to find a seat and sleep too. Advertisement. After one more day, even he would be quite tired. Although it has the ability to transfer damage, being stuck does not belong to damage. Maybe he will trigger the damage transfer ability only after he has endured for a few days and his body and brain start to be damaged. Of course, there is no need to worry that MOMU will be hypnotized or fall asleep due to other things. Sleepiness is indeed sleepy, but whether to sleep or not, it depends on MOMU's own thoughts. As an ordinary person with ability, MOMU certainly won't try to support her. After all, there is no danger, and if you can sleep or not, you can't practice immortality. As for the volleyball fight between Gon and Chia and Netero, it's none of his business, and it's impossible to succeed. Tossing and moving between square inches is really a bit difficult for MOMU now. You let Netero compete with him in straight line speed, MOMU dares to shake Netero so that he can't even eat the exhaust. Like MOMU, Leorio and Kurapika looked at each other and planned to rest. After a busy day, especially Leorio, he is much more tired than MOMU. I think it's better for us not to let our guard down. According to my guess, there should be other tests here. After all, we are participating in the hunter test. When MOMU and the others were looking for the location, Tonpa walked aside and kindly reminded. However, both MOMU, Leorio and Kurapika ignored Tonpa's warning, when he was just farting, and left silently. After more than a day of testing, people are still not resting like this. Is this testing Hunter, or testing the machine? Seeing the three of them leave, the corners of Tonpa's eyes twitched involuntarily, sulking secretly. Damn it, just wait, I'll find my chance. And where are the three Murray brothers? Could it be something urgent? I quit the Hunter test? 0. Tonpa thought while walking, planning to find another opportunity to interfere with MOMU and the others. After finding the seat, MOMU sat down directly, leaned against the wall and fell asleep directly. This time MOMU slept very well. Advertisement. And when he woke up, it was already past 9 o'clock in the morning of the next day. Sufficient sleep makes Yam very energetic. This made him feel that there was no big problem even if he didn't take a bath. After waking up, I washed up hastily, and then had a little breakfast. Everyone, I've been waiting for a long time. After a night of sailing, we have arrived at the destination of the third test, and now all candidates are invited to wait at the exit. 0.0. The bean-faced man's peaceful voice rang through the radio in the airship. Although the voice was calm, it was from the radio after all. Therefore, the examinees were quickly awakened. Woke up with eyes open from sleep. The first step for the candidates was to eagerly come to the window to check the environment of the first test. If you don't know the plot, MOMU will do the same. Instead of washing and eating breakfast like this. Soon, the airship stopped on a high tower. MOMU walked in the candidate team and got off the airship together. As far as the eye can see, they are all huge stones. Hello everyone, the position you are standing on is the top of the tower called the Trap Tower, and the content of the third test is also very simple. As long as everyone walks to the ground alive within 72 hours, it will be considered a success. The Domian man looked at the examinees in front of him, and calmly relayed what the examiner said in the third test. It is very simple in words. However, the candidates who believed in this matter did not fall. Then, let's start the test now, please work harder. After the Domian man had finished encouraging the candidates, he turned around and walked up the stairs of the airship, boarded the airship and left. After the airship lifted off and left, the candidates who stayed behind became active quietly. Chapter 70 Fall to Death or Be Eaten Alive. Advertisement. MOMU looked around and thought about the situation. Although he knew the situation of this level, it was quite difficult to find those hidden secret doors. Of course, this is without using the Nian Chi technique. If MOMU uses circle, even if the range is not large, he only needs to stick it on the ground, and he can know where the secret door is. It's just that the action is not good looking, and Xiaomu has no such plan. MOMU was not in a hurry, and casually looked at the status of the candidates around him. In a place like the Trap Tower, which seemed to have no way out, he wanted to know how these people found the secret door. This point is not revealed in the plot, so MOMU is very curious about it. After all, if you want to go down to the ground here, it is really not easy to 450. MOMU, who was observing, suddenly found a candidate who seemed to feel that they needed to climb down from the bank of the Trap Tower. MOMU is not very familiar with this candidate, but he can remember his performance in the plot. He is candidate number 86, a guy with extremely strong rock climbing skills. The Trap Tower at the foot, in MOMU's view, is almost without gaps. But in the eyes of candidate number 86, there are many gaps in it. Therefore, even if the tower wall is 90 degrees perpendicular to the ground, it is not too difficult for candidate number 86. Under the attention of MOMU, Gon, and Chie, after a while, number 86 has already climbed down 1/10 of the height of the Trap Tower. If nothing else, just give this climber a little more time. Then, it is not surprising to call him by the achievement of the first examinee who went down to the bottom of the tower. However, Mu, who knows the plot, knows that such a thing is simply impossible. If it's really that easy, then as the examiner of the third test, I'm afraid he will be killed by his peers. Sure enough, when candidate number 86 was still a little away from the middle of the trap tower, the examinees standing on the top of the tower were surprised to find that there were several monsters with strange appearances flying towards them in the distance that day. The target was the candidate number 86 who stayed in the middle of the trap tower, an awkward position where he could neither go up nor down. Hey, let's go for a while, if you don't let go, you will die, maybe if you let go, you will only be seriously injured, Mu shouted suddenly. Hearing this, Chi on the side also nodded in agreement. Advertisement. But the rest of them didn't think that candidate number 86 had a chance of surviving. Whether he let go or not let go, it is almost dead. It's just that this also allows him to choose his own way of death. Whether he was torn apart and eaten alive, or fell to his death in an instant, all depended on his guts. Faced with this kind of choice, people who have not experienced it themselves will probably say that they choose to fall to their death and gamble. However, when in situation number 86, the fear of death. Even if it would be less painful to die if he fell to his death, he still hesitated and did not choose to let go. Instead, he looked up to the top of the tower and shouted loudly for help, "Please, help me." Although it was asking for help. However, no one can save him. In other words, someone could save him, but he didn't do anything. Such as Mu, such as Yamai. Not Gon, though he could try it with a fishing rod. However, the line of Gon's fishing rod is not that long. The total height of the trap tower has reached at least 300 meters. Half of it also has 150 meters, Gon took the head to save it. Without rescue, and he was unwilling to let go, candidate number 86 had no power to resist when faced with the attack of those flying monsters. He could only scream while being taken away by several flying monsters. A few flying monsters hit you in the air, and I ate it all at once, as if I was eating a buffet. Tisk, it wouldn't be so painful even if you jumped down, but in the end, because of your own fear, you made yourself die even worse, man. Mu looked at the flying monsters flying away and said with emotion. At the same time, in his heart, there is even more desire for strength. This kind of strength is not just about storing energy and making one's attack power stronger. He also wants to make his body stronger. But, Mu also knows. Relying solely on exercise and the aid of Niankai, his growth also has a limit. Netero is one of the models. Advertisement. Hundreds of tons of physical strength, coupled with a powerful Niankai cultivation base. Although it makes Netero's strength surprisingly strong. However, Mu still thought it was too weak. Much worse than the Ant King. The attack speed is really strong. However, Netero can hit the Ant King countless times, but he can't withstand the Ant King's random attack. This is not what Mu wants. He has the ability to transfer damage, so he doesn't have to worry about being hurt. However, relying solely on the stored energy to fight, the flexibility is still too poor. In a daze, Mu began to think about the development of her own universal golden elixir. In his mind, of course, the almighty golden elixir is not limited to the current level. Otherwise, it would not be endowed with a universal vocabulary. A golden elixir must look like a golden elixir. If it cannot strengthen itself, then it is nothing like a golden elixir. It's just that Mu is still a little uncertain about how to develop the universal golden elixir. There are several directions, turning back and forth in Mu's heart, which makes him very entangled. Just when Mu was struggling, most of the candidates did not waste time, and gave up the idea of studying the number 86 candidates' plan. It was also in 4.2 that they began to look for secret doors on the top of the trap tower. Mu can fly, in fact, he can really go directly down the wall of the trap tower. It's just that Mu didn't think of doing this. 72 hours, if the guy in the trap tower doesn't open the door after going down. Isn't he going to stay outside for 3 days? Of course, the chances of such a thing are very small. The biggest reason is that Mu promised Mito to watch Gon, so he must watch. They all agreed, and Yuanmu didn't want to be such a person who broke his promise. As for flying down with Gon? That's even more impossible. Gon specified that he would say that if he wants to participate in the trial, or pass the level with his own strength, he doesn't need to think about it. Chapter 71 Learned a lot. Advertisement. Ka. Mu directly stepped on the secret door, and with the sound of a mechanism, she landed gently in an empty room. This kind of room, which is almost equivalent to being sealed, made Mu feel a little depressed. He doesn't like this kind of space very much, and always feels like he's about to suffocate. If it weren't for ruining this place, it is very likely that I will lose my test qualifications. In the end, it will only be worth the candle. Putting away these unnecessary thoughts, Yuanmu looked at the 4 people beside him. At this time, the 4 of Gon, who were posing in various poses, couldn't help laughing dryly after seeing the people around them for the first time. Just before, they were saying goodbye. But it never occurred to them that they would meet again in less than a few seconds. That's embarrassing. Several people coughed a few times, ignored this stupid thing, and began to look around. For this, Mu thought it was quite funny, but he didn't chase after him. In the eyes of everyone, the room is extremely sparse and empty, and the objects inside can be seen almost at a glance. And the holding table placed alone by the wall became the observation target of Mu and the others. 05. Seeing this, Mu and his group also walked over. Way to vote. From now on, the 5 of you must obey the principle of the minority obeying the majority until the end. On the top of the holding platform, such a passage is being written. All of a sudden let Leorio and others clearly know the customs clearance conditions of this place. Because Mu knew the situation a long time ago, he didn't feel much about it. Soon, the introduction of the third test examiner in the broadcast was also finished. Hurry up and put it on, we started earlier, and we can pass the level earlier. Mu said as he picked up a countdown wristband, and put it on his left wrist without any hesitation. Seeing this, the other 4 nodded their heads. This was obviously necessary. Unless one of them is going to drop the test. But this is simply impossible. Advertisement. After all 5 people put on their wristbands, there was a rumbling sound. At this time, in front of Mu and the others, in the closed room with no exit, a wall the size of a door suddenly rose, revealing the thick iron door behind the wall. Do you want to open this door? O/X. 5 people stood in front of the iron gate, and a question option appeared on the screen on the iron gate. Faced with such a silly choice, Mu and the others couldn't help but rolled their eyes. Is this something to consider? If you don't open the door, do you want to stay here until you lose your test qualification? Shaking their heads, Mu and the others casually pressed the E button on their wristbands. Beep beep. After the 5 people selected the option to open the door, the iron door also opened in response. The situation is much better now, there is no Tonpa in the plot to make trouble. The choices of Mu 5 people, in most cases, can be consistent. Even if it is a different choice. For the 5 people who all know each other, the atmosphere will not be depressing, it will only be relaxed and happy. Ha ha ha, this kind of test came in together with 5 people we know, for us, it is not difficult to choose at all, Leorio said with a very embarrassed smile. Leorio's embarrassment, although he didn't like this performance, his words got everyone's approval. It's just that people are different after all. Since childhood, the personal living environment is different, the family education is also different, and of course the people and things they come into contact with are also different. This has also caused their personalities, thinking, and 3 views to be different. Everyone is unique, especially Leorio and the 4 of them. Mu is okay, his previous life was very ordinary, and he can be regarded as the choice of ordinary people. Moreover, he also knows the plot, so he just needs to make choices accordingly. But the situation of the Leorio 4 is different. One family was almost wiped out, one was a family of killers, one was watching a friend die in pain, and one could be regarded as a single-parent family. It is precisely because everyone is like this that there are bound to be differences in some choices. Advertisement. Just like Mu and their current situation. After walking a few steps, the question in front of them made them choose whether to go left or right. There was a slight difference in the choice between them. Both Leorio and Gon chose the left. However, the final decision of the 5 people still chose the right side. Although it seems that 5 people are choosing, Mu knows that the most important person is himself. The choices of Gon and Minefield are almost without brain. In most cases, their choices will be the same. However, Chia and Kurapika are deliberate, and their choices will be biased. In the next choice, it is estimated that there will be many pairs of opposites. At that time, Mu, the middleman, his choice will become the most critical link. As it is now, left or right is his choice. However, in order to be able to pass safely, Mu still chose the most familiar route for 570, which is the right side. After all, his purpose of coming here is very clear. Just to be hunters, make trouble? Let it go for now. Wait, shouldn't you choose the left side for this kind of choice? Leorio asked with a puzzled expression. Gon on the side was also puzzled, but he didn't say much, just looked at Mu and Kurapika curiously. Faced with this kind of inquiry, Kurapika explained in a rare and serious way, no, from the perspective of behavior, when people make direction choices, they almost always choose the left side. As long as the examiner understands this, I'm afraid he will arrange a more difficult test for us on the left. Yes, I've heard of such things. Chia nodded and said. I didn't say that, of course I chose the right. Mu said with a smile. Leorio said very angrily, if you want to choose the right side, you should say it earlier. Of course, it's also possible that the examiner knew this and put a harder test on the right. Mu waved his hands and said, but no matter which side it is, we have to choose one. You're right, it's true. Leorio no longer struggled. Gon listened, and nodded in a daze, receiving a lot. Chapter 72 Leorio F.Ed. Advertisement. The atmosphere of the few people was very good, talking and laughing as they walked towards the right passage they had chosen before. The pace was unhurried, but it didn't take long before the road ahead was cut off. In front of the few people, there was a bottomless abyss, and in the middle of this abyss stood a large stone ring. On the other side of the arena, there is another passage. Presumably, that is Mu's customs clearance route. And in that passage, there are 5 prisoners wearing prison clothes hiding in the darkness at this time, watching them quietly. We are the hired trial officers of this test. If you want to continue to pass the level, you must compete with us. The format of the competition is one-on-one, and the order is up to you to decide. The content of the competition is proposed by us, and you have the right to discuss it. There is no tie in the competition, there are only 2 options, admit defeat and die. Now you can discuss whether you want to participate in this competition. If you accept, press O, if you refuse, press X. When Mu and the others were observing the aisle and couldn't see the real prisoners, one of the prisoners directly took off his cloth prison clothes, announcing the test content of this position loudly to Mu and the others. It's very simple and very complicated, it's just a variety of different competitions. A vote is a must, without a vote Mu they can only be trapped here. Beep beep. As the Mu 5 people pressed their fingers to start voting, a few seconds later, the voting screen showed that all 5 of their votes passed. Quick battle, I'll be the first. Mu said in front of Leorio. That guy should be a mercenary, there is a high probability that it will be a battle-type competition, and it is not suitable for you to go up. Mu is so active, Leorio has something to say about it. If you fight, I can do it too. Shaking his head, Mu said slowly, the mercenary on the opposite side, I'm afraid the choice of the competition will be a death match, and this method is used to buy time. Leorio, your strength is not bad for ordinary people, but you will definitely not be his opponent. Don't rush to refute, look at Kurapika and they didn't refute my words. Hearing what Mu said, Leorio looked angrily at the 3 of Gon who were nodding aside. Without waiting for Leorio to speak, Mu continued, that is to say, if you go up to fight him, the most likely thing is that he strangles you by the neck, and then abuses you hard, making you speechless. Impossible, absolutely impossible, I will lose to such a small character. Gon, do you think I will lose to him? Leorio shouted angrily. Advertisement. Facing Leorio's words, Gon scratched his cheek with his fingers dryly. Although he didn't speak, everything was in silence. Watching this scene, Leorio only felt that his heart was stabbed severely. BD, I'll prove it to you. Leorio shouted angrily. As he spoke, he raised his hand and shouted, I am the first person to play. What? Gan. Never thought that Leorio would make such a fuss. Mu was taken aback for a moment. Even if he came back to his senses immediately and wanted to stop it, it was already too late. Below the passage, a small path stretched out to the side of the ring in the abyss. The person in the first competition is confirmed. No, I'll go, Mu said to the radio on the side. Rejection, those who have already made a decision, cannot make changes, candidates please hurry up to the ring. Obviously, it is impossible for Mu's words to be passed. Hearing this, Mu couldn't help but gritted her teeth and felt a headache. Then he breathed a sigh of relief and regained his composure. He patted Leorio's shoulder expressionlessly and said, you wish for luck. Hey, Leorio, you are really brave, but remember to admit defeat, otherwise, we are afraid that we will lose the qualification of the test. Chia said with a smile. Kurapika lowered his head with a headache, and persuaded him, Leorio, don't be too confident. Come on, Leorio. Gon cheered Leorio up and shouted. It's still Gon who can talk, neither of you thinks highly of me, just watch, I will win this competition. Leorio felt that his self-esteem had been severely hit, and he said very unconvinced. In this regard, what else can Mu do? He can only say with a blank face, yes, yes, please work hard. Well, if the situation is not right for a while, I will directly hit Leorio and make him admit defeat. No matter what, let that mercenary catch Leorio, otherwise, things will be difficult. However, the situation here will also be watched by the examiner, and he will act blatantly, for fear that he will be sentenced to cheating. Advertisement. It seems that I can only be a little overcast. Leorio is doomed to lose this game. For the next candle competition, it is better to let Gon go. As for the guy with the spider tattoo, I'll do it. Kurapika keeps saying that he wants to seek revenge from the spider, but if he is really asked to do it, I'm afraid he won't do it. With good intentions, there will always be reservations when doing things. He didn't even want to kill, he only thought of the other party to admit defeat. I'm afraid there will be a lot of trouble and a waste of everyone's time. In the end the woman guesses the question of male and female and can let Kurapika go up. Either win or lose. We must all pass this competition. Let's discuss the content of the competition. My suggestion is, deathmatch. The mercenary on the ring looked at Leorio and said with a flamboyant smile. The expression on his face looked very cold and stern, and it seemed that he was definitely not a good person. Of course, here are all prisoners, and there can be no good people. Wang Nyazeo, his real name is Badu Te. In this trap tower, an ultra-long-term robber and murderer was sentenced to 199 years in prison. And now, the guy standing in front of Leorio, in order to reduce his punishment. I'm afraid that I can do anything, but to abuse others and silence others is simply too childish. Accept. Leorio said, frowning. Bato, who thought he could delay this choice for some time. Now he was also stunned, and then came back to his senses and said with a smile, if that's the case, then let's fight. As soon as the voice fell, Bato launched a rapid charge with his fastest speed and most fierce expression. Its imposing manner will also make Leorio's heart pause slightly. Fortunately, he is not a coward, and he was not frightened. Gritting his teeth, he got ready. Chapter 73 I think you are a joke. I surrender. Leorio, who shouted out the word admit defeat with difficulty, fell directly on the ring, panting heavily. At this moment, he still had a look of surprise and uncertainty in his eyes. An intense resentment. He originally thought that he could defeat the enemy and win this competition. However, he obviously underestimated the other party's experience. At the beginning of the battle, he fell into the situation of being suppressed and could only resist with effort. Although he fought hard to resist, he wrestled with his opponent for several rounds. However, in the end he was caught, and the enemy grabbed his own neck. If it wasn't for the fact that the opponent let go suddenly for some unknown reason, he wouldn't be able to say the word admit defeat, dragging down Momu and the others. The failure made Leorio feel ashamed to face Momu and them. After all, this time, he forced himself to choose to play. Beeb. Leorio squinted at the digital display above their side of the aisle. At this time, the number above has already changed its appearance, from 0 to 1. The score suddenly changed from 930 to 0:1. They are 1 point behind. What are you doing? Why did you let him go in the end? You could have held on to it for 72 hours. Yeah, you guy, you shouldn't be soft-hearted. Idiot, I also need some time to commute my sentence, but you have to live to get it. What's the meaning? Bato, who had returned to his side of the passage, looked in the direction of Momu with an ugly expression on his face. The other party has a strong man with special abilities. When I was holding that little guy's neck just now, something attacked my numbness, which made me let go of my hand involuntarily, which made that little guy open your mouth and admit defeat. Suck. Hearing Bat Dut's words, on the field, except for the big man sitting in the dark, the others all gasped. They are aware of the existence of people with special abilities. After all, in this trap tower prison, the warden Lieber is such an existence. Although they themselves don't have any special abilities, they are very, impressed with this ability. Advertisement. It's just that they think that special abilities are innate, and they don't know that these abilities can be obtained through practice. In the next competition, you must not choose combat as the content of the competition, otherwise, we won't be able to delay it for an hour. After listening to Batdut's words, the other three nodded their heads. While Bato warned the rest of the prisoners. Leorio, who returned to the passage on his side, lowered his head and apologized very remorsefully. That's good too, haven't we ruled out a powerful opponent? Gon smiled and comforted Leorio. Chia didn't speak and didn't care about it. I only lost once, so there are still 4 chances. Most importantly, he does not have to pass the hunter test to become a hunter. Dispensable things, so what if you lose? Kurapika will not say Leorio at this time, because he knows it is not suitable to say these things at this time. As for Momu? Anyway, he will win in the end, and he doesn't care about it. At most, it's just a little late to win, which is not a big problem. Soon, the second prisoner came on stage, a thin man with mid-length hair. As for Momu, it is still the same as the plot, gone. Sai Zha's competition proposal is still the same as the plot, and the candles held by both parties will burn longer. The contest between Gon and Sai Zha did not change at all. Gon's candle burned the fastest at the beginning. But in the end, relying on Gon's quick wit, he still managed to win the competition just like in the plot. So far, Momu's side has moved back to a game, reaching a score of 1-1. Yeah, good job Gon! Leorio shouted excitedly, pumping his fists. Now, as long as they win 2 more games, they will be able to pass this test. In this way, Leorio's inner self-blame can also be reduced. As for the prisoners, they will have no sentence to reduce or remit. The third match also started as usual. It's just that the situation is different from Momu's impression. This time it wasn't the cowardly and strong man in blue who came up. It was the woman who bet with Leorio on whether she was a man or a woman in the plot, and was given tofu by Leorio. Advertisement. At the beginning, Momu planned to play the card, and he will play again next time. But he didn't want to, Kurapika didn't want to compete with the opponent at all. Because he was also worried that this would be a life and death struggle. For men, Kurapika can still kill, but for women, he can't do it. As a last resort, Mu can only play by himself. Standing in the ring, Momu thought that the other party would have a gambling competition. But I didn't want to, the other party didn't mean to mention gambling at all. Instead, he chose another weird competition. I can't help laughing. Yes, keep laughing. It's a competition between the two sides who can hold back the laughter, and whoever can't hold back the first will be considered a loser. During this period, both parties can use any method to make each other laugh. Yes, anyway. Momu has one head and two big ones. Never thought it would be like this. This gave him a headache. At the beginning of the competition, Momu had some infinite moves. Seeing Momu like this, the other party was also happy and relaxed, delaying the time well. What to do, it's so difficult to make others laugh. Gon said anxiously. Yeah, if you say hit someone, I'll teach her how to behave every minute, so I want her to laugh? How should I do this? Chia said speechlessly. Momu, scratch her soles, scratch her armpits, I don't believe she doesn't laugh. Leorio said loudly. Leorio, this is sexual harassment. Kurapika had to remind Leorio. Even if the other party is a prisoner, this is sexual harassment. It will not change because of this. Also, she was able to raise this point because she must be very confident in her body, so she shouldn't laugh because of this. So, we can make her laugh by telling jokes. Leorio shouted with bright eyes, yes, Momu, tell a joke. I think you are a joke. Momu said angrily. Chapter 74. Advertisement. Hey, why are you still scolding me? Leorio didn't care what Momu said, he just wondered why his proposal was not accepted. Obviously, Momu probably won't tell jokes. Chia said with a shrug. Gon nodded and said, also, I won't scratch people's soles and armpits. Ah, what should I do? If I knew this, I wouldn't be the first one to go up. If I were allowed to go up now, we would have won. Leorio said very annoyed. Hearing these words, the three of Kurapika looked at Leorio with serious expressions on their faces. Obviously, this was amused by Leorio's crazy speech. Momu didn't pay attention to Leorio's tricks, he was thinking about it. How can I make the woman in front of me laugh out loud? Dealing with him will never want him to laugh, because once he smiles, the other party's attempt to procrastinate will fail. However, Momu is also clear that he wants to make the woman in front of him smile. The difficulty is actually quite high. The woman in front of her, named Huan Lilut, is also a super long-term prisoner. It's different from other people who entered this trap tower because of murder. Lilut was sentenced to 112 years of hard labor for participating in the trafficking of rare creatures and violating the gambling law. In addition, she is also a psychiatrist who is especially good at psychological warfare. This kind of person wants to make her laugh, it's hard for Xiaomu to imagine that he can succeed. In the plot, the content of the competition with Leorio is gambling. The two of them first gambled on the life and death of the big blue-skinned man and whether he passed out. In the end, Leorio lost the bet, but it also ended the battle that Kurapika had not yet finished. Afterwards, Leilut took advantage of Leorio's lustful psychology and gambled on whether she was a man or a woman, disturbing Leorio's heart. Finally, in the fist-guessing competition, they used psychological warfare again and almost won the time of Leorio and his party. Leorio not only lost the competition, but also lost 50 hours of time because of it. The current score is 1-1. If I admit defeat this time and end the competition quickly, then continue. The battle between Kurapika and Chia must be won. I don't need to worry about combat power. However, Kurapika's temperament is also a problem. Momu is also worried, if Kurapika makes a mistake in the end, then he will be in trouble. Advertisement. All members are disqualified from the hunter test. Tisk, I still have to work hard. Thinking like this, Momu looked deeply at the red-haired woman in front of her. A head of hair that was carefully groomed even in prison was tied into two fan-shaped double ponytails by two yellow ribbons. A simple yellow-grey prison uniform couldn't hide her fair skin that hadn't seen the sun all year round. The body is a little petite, and the face is not old. It is hard to believe that such a woman will be sentenced to 112 years in prison. It is conceivable that the rare creatures that this woman sold before probably touched the interests of those high-level officials in the country. Gambling is probably also caused by psychiatrists. Let's be honest, a psychiatrist, in any world, is a dangerous profession. Because it will be in contact with too many criminals. This woman, Leilut, is probably also after meeting a gambler, she found that gambling is very interesting, and then went crazy. Just like the Harley Quinn in the DC world, because she came into contact with such a neurotic as the clown, she also made herself crazy. Facing Mo Muse sizing up, Leilut looked at him flawlessly, with a flat expression and no intention of smiling. A few minutes passed slowly. Seeing that Leorio is very anxious, he can't wait to go up and change. Would you like to do something for me? I can save you all the punishment time. Mo Muse said suddenly. Clam. What? Everyone was stunned by Mo Muse's words. Even Leilut himself was laughed at by Mo Muse's arrogance and arrogance. In this kind of place, facing his 112 years of punishment time, a hunter candidate dared to say that if she was asked to do something, she would be exempted from her punishment time? Ha 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 ha, little brother, do you know what you are talking about? Who do you think you are? Leilut said to Mo Muse with a smile. 0, asking for flowers. Facing Leilut's words, Mo Muse didn't care, but turned to look at the camera on the side and said, I should have won. Forward. Advertisement. Yet. Well done, Mo Muse. Leorio jumped up and shouted excitedly after being stunned for a moment, waving his fists. Karapika on the side also smiled. Gon and Chia were very emotional. The prisoners were not happy about this. On the contrary, it was the person involved, but Leilut ignored it and continued to smile. While laughing, he wiped his tears from laughing. Little brother, it seems that what I said is not wronged. You are a very good joke. I haven't laughed so happily for a long time. Thank you. Leilut adjusted his emotions. Then he said to Mo Muse. Looking at Leilut in front of him, Mo Muse shrugged and said, it's the truth, there's nothing you can do if you don't believe it. After finishing speaking, he didn't care about Leilut's stunned expression, and returned to his side of the passage. As a psychiatrist, Leilut has her own research on whether Mo Muse is lying. And after her analysis, she found out. Mo Muse, a hunter candidate who seemed to her to be just a teenager, really didn't lie. Instead, she is really confident that she can reduce all the punishment time. This. Is it too incredible? Not a lie? Then why do you think you can reduce the sentence time of a severe prisoner? And it is still such a long sentence as 112 years? Whatever it was, she knew it was an opportunity. Even if it doesn't work, she still wants to try. If you fail, you will be disappointed at most. I'm willing to do things for you. Situation, Leilut shouted loudly to Mo Muse's back. Hearing this, Mo Muse paused, then said without turning her head, then wait quietly for a while. Okay. Leilut nodded heavily and said. Even if he went back to the passage and was ridiculed crazily, Leilut didn't show anything. Chapter 75, 3-1. Advertisement. Although the matter between Leilut and Mo Muse caused a lot of doubts and ridicule. However, none of these can stop the competition from continuing. Now their score has come to 1-2. Mo Muse and his group, they only need to win one more game, and they will pass. Boom. At this moment, a small situation appeared on the side of the prisoner. A big man casually smashed a big hole in the wall beside him, and then stood up. Go away. Johnny said without questioning. Faced with this request, the remaining blue-skinned prisoner who hadn't appeared on the scene shrank to the side and was scared. I suggest that we give up this competition. Even if we lose, we still have another chance. There is no need to take risks. Leorio looked at Johnny's face with an extremely sad expression. 720 said with a look. I agree. Karapika, who has not played yet and experienced the spider incident, also saw Johnny's identity and suggested. Obviously, both of them knew the horror of the Johnny in front of them. For the sake of safety, they felt that it was worth giving up a competition. Chia put his hands in his trouser pockets, and said boredly, aren't you going? Then I'll do it. Chia. Don't be brave, that's not a role you can deal with. Leorio shouted loudly. He wanted to stop Chia and let Chia play. Because, in Leorio's opinion, that's really stupid. Not a character I can deal with. Chia was stunned for a moment, then squinted and said with a smile, if it's true, that would be great. After speaking, Chia walked on the stone path casually, without giving Leorio and the others a chance to stop them. Damn it! Leorio said angrily. Mo Muse squinted at Leorio and said, what are you doing? You think the other party is a murderous monster with strong strength? Think Chia will not be his opponent? Isn't it? Leorio said angrily, damn it, if I could win, this kind of thing wouldn't happen. Advertisement. Mu glanced at Liorio's self-blaming appearance, but didn't continue talking about him. Instead, he shrugged casually and said, "Don't worry, Chiya's strength is much stronger than yours. On the court, besides me, he is the strongest one." "Suck." Liorio gasped. "Really? How is this possible? Doesn't he look like that?" Liorio said in confusion. In his opinion, although Chiya's strength is indeed good, it is only good. But now, according to Mu, Chiya is the second worst among them. Regarding Mu's statement, and the person who thinks he is the strongest, Liorio does not believe it. However, whether Liorio believes it or not, the situation will not change. Just when he was wondering, Chiya had already completed the competition. Grunt. "What kind of stunt is this trick? How can it take out the human heart all at once?" Liorio shouted in horror. Chiya didn't hide this, but changed the shape of her palm casually like a child would show off. "Of course it's not a stunt, it's just a simple way to take out his heart," Chiya said, waving his arms. In this competition, the rule of 5 rounds and 3 wins was used. Now Mu they and the prisoner score is 3:1. Already completed the competition. Although there is still one game that has not started, it is over, and there is no need for the last prisoner to come up. Of course, the last prisoner who couldn't compete didn't dare to say anything at all. When facing Mu and his group, he timidly got out of the way behind him and let Mu and the others walk over. When the road was given to Lilut, Mu nodded to her, and didn't say much. Now, there is no such thing as losing $0 hours to Liorio in the plot. The time Mu and the others have is also extremely loose. Advertisement. When there is enough time, the atmosphere of Mu and his group is also very pleasant. In this atmosphere, the group continued to walk slowly forward. After a while, the slow-moving people came to another choice. There are 2 more doors ahead, one is on the left, the sun is on the right. Choose the gate again. Liorio looked at the 2 doors in front of him and said. How do you say, do you still want to choose the right side? Gon walked between the 2 doors and asked while looking at the door. Chiya on the side is also thinking and looking at it. Karapika shook his head and guessed, no, if I were an examiner, I wouldn't use the same method for the second time. This time, we should choose the left side. Wait, I think we should still go to the right. Liorio said with a firm face, after all, how do you know that the examiner won't use the right rule again? Liorio is right, this is indeed something we should think about, after all, if the examiner does the opposite. Deliberately grab our minds and predict our predictions, then the chances of going to the right will be greater. Karapika said slowly after pondering. That's right, he predicted our prediction, and we can also predict his prediction and make his plan fail. Seeing that Karapika agreed with his words, Liorio smiled proudly. Mu, what do you think? Although the analysis of Liorio and Karapika was good, Chiya's intuition told him that the chance of going left is higher. However, he is also not sure about this, so it is necessary to find someone who is still thinking to verify it. 2.5. I think it should go to the left. Mu pointed to the door on the left and said. Trouble, there is no picture here in the plot, how do I know which way to go? Right now it's just a matter of intuition. At this moment, Mu felt very helpless. I thought that there should be a direct path to follow, and then I will reach the disputed choice in the plot. But I don't want to, the situation has become like this. Since everyone has their own ideas, they can only pass the vote. It is agreed that in the end, no matter whether it is left or right, don't be angry. Liorio made everyone's psychology in advance, so as to have a psychological preparation. Then. Why did you choose the left side? And there are still 4 votes. Chapter 76 turns out to be the 1999 version of the plot. Advertisement. I can't believe Liorio's incomprehension. The 4 of Mu looked at each other, then shook their heads, and walked towards the passage on the left. Seeing this, Liorio rushed to catch up and ask. Don't get me wrong, we are not targeting you, we just feel that your luck is a little bit bad, avoiding your choice, that is the right choice. Mu patted Liorio's shoulder and said. These words were agreed by the 3 of Gon, who looked at Liorio and nodded in agreement. You. Liorio looked at the 4 of Mo and Mu dumbfounded, pointing at them and saying nothing. Let's go, who knows how much time it will take. Mu greeted several people and said. The 3 of Gon also followed closely, leaving only Liorio standing there in a daze. Stop, tell me clearly, what makes my luck worse? Liorio came back to his senses, and shouted loudly at the backs of Mu and the others. Faced with these words, Mu and the others completely ignored them, and even laughed. Although they encountered many traps along the way, the strength of Xiaomu and the others was not enough. Except for Liorio who is having a bit of a hard time, the rest is fine. 05. In this way, Mu and his group soon came to the last selection mechanism in the plot. Now there are two options before them. The first one is that there is a long and difficult route for them to choose. This route can pass 5 people, but it takes at least 45 hours to pass the customs. The other route is a very fast route. It only takes 3 minutes to reach the bottom of the trap tower, but it can only pass through the owner. If this is placed at the time of the plot, if there are only a dozen hours left for a group of 5 people, then it must be carefully considered. But now, Mu and the others still have a full 68 hours left. Guys, choose the hardest route, even if it takes another 50 hours. How about even 60 hours? Mu and the others still have 8 hours left. They have so much time, Mu and the others don't have to think about it at all. Everyone directly pressed the button and directly chose the path that could pass 5 people. As for the difficulty issue? Advertisement. Hey, it's not that they are bragging. Among the people present, except Leorio's response is a little behind, and Mu and others need help from time to time. As for the difficulty of the trap they encountered just now, how difficult is it? Easily passed all kinds of traps. When we got to the bottom of the tower, except for Leorio's tired face, the rest of Mu's mental outlook was very good. There's no way they're doing a hunter test. And here, Mu's third test is over. Next, they just need to wait for the time to end, and they will be cleared. A few people found a place at random in the hall on this floor, and sat down to rest. Well, not all of them. Just Mu, Leorio, and Kurapika. Gon and Chia are too energetic, and they still haven't stopped being good friends. The team has already begun to explore the situation on this layer. Seeing this, Mu shook his head, then closed his eyes, meditating on the redevelopment plan of the almighty golden elixir. In this case, time is passing by rapidly. After Mu and the others reached the bottom of the tower, the remaining 10 hours were consumed in this way. And now, the third test is officially over. The number of people who passed it was surprising, and it turned out to be different from the plot that Mu knew. Only 24 people passed in the plot. However, Mu observed the number of people around and found that there were at least 34 people here. Even without the 3 brothers Hisoka and Moria, there are still 34 people. This point really surprised Mu. Calmly, Mu followed the flow of people out of the trap tower one by one under the guidance of the examiner. After leaving the tower gate, the first thing Mu saw was the endless sea. Coupled with the slight sea breeze blowing across his face, and the warm sunshine shining on Mu who has not seen the sun for 3 days, he only felt refreshed. Advertisement. Afterwards, Mu saw Lieber, the examiner who hadn't met in the third test. At this time, he was standing in front of the candidates, waiting with a smile. And Mu found Lieber's hair condition, the messy wind-blown hair already showed that he had been waiting here for a while. I'm Lieber, the examiner for the third test. First of all, I would like to congratulate all candidates. You have passed the third test. So here, please immediately board the airship behind me. Lieber looked at the candidates with a smile, then pointed to the airship that was slowly rising behind him and said, Airship? Shouldn't you be drawing a number? And then an island for match 4. After listening to Lieber's words, Mu couldn't help but paused, feeling very puzzled. 827. No, wait. This is not the plot of the 2011 version, but the 1999 version. Of course he has seen these two versions of animation, and he also knows the difference between the two versions of animation. Although, these two editions of the anime are all about the story of the world of Hunter x Hunter. However, Mu knows that there are some differences in the plot between the two. For example, in the 2011 anime, Gon and the others relied on their butts to forcibly slide down the last 3-minute passage. In the 1999 version of the anime, it was a little different. They used a different method. First, they used Chiya's skateboard as the chassis, and then used Gon's fishing rod to fix it, and then installed a large wooden board on top. It can accommodate 5 people together. In this way, a large skateboard was made, and 5 people passed the final journey together like this. It was all before the end of the countdown, and the customs clearance was completed. Of course, this is a small matter. The most important thing is, in 2 versions of the anime. After the third test, the plot is different. In the 1999 version of the anime, between the third test and the fourth test, a plot of Gunkanjima was added, which is the current situation. Chapter 77, You'd be a fool if you believe it. Advertisement. On the airship, Mu walked to the window and casually cast his sight on the sea below. Seeing the sea blue water shimmering there, Mu couldn't help but relax. It seems that my mood is much better. The speed of the airship is not fast, but it is not slow, after all, it is flying in the air. No, after flying for a while, Mu noticed the situation on the sea not far from here. There is a crescent-like island, staying there alone. In this regard, the rest of the candidates also observed. Compared with what other candidates saw, what Mu saw would be clearer. Relying on the strengthening of the Niankai that will be on the eyes by concentration. Mu's vision has also been strengthened, not just allowing Mu to see the thoughts hidden by others. And near the Crescent Island, he saw the wreck of the big star hitting the rocks, just like a plot. There are so many shipwrecks even on the surface of the sea, so there must be many sunken ships in the bottom of the sea. By the way, under the surface of the sea, there seems to be all kinds of priceless treasures. Thinking of this, Mu's eyes lit up involuntarily. Tisk tisk, although the matter of money is a trivial matter, it is my luck to meet such a good thing here. Mu rubbed his chin and muttered. His voice was so small that no one could hear it except himself. There is no doubt, Mu is paying attention to those treasures. Although you can't get all the treasures, you can always get a little bit. Holding the idea of wealth and freedom, Mu laughed. If it weren't for his lack of spatial ability, his idea would not be just to take a little bit. I'm afraid that even if he is still participating in the hunter test, he will pick up all of them. Let's find a way to leave. Advertisement. Smiling, Mu quickly adjusted her mood again and restrained her expression. In this way, the airship quickly landed on the Crescent Island. They did not land on any flat mountain. Because there are people living here, and there is also an apron. But this is not a built house, but a huge warship embedded in the mountain. The airship landed on the tarmac of this huge warship. From the window, on this warship, not only the tarmac is clean, but also the deck and many places have been carefully cleaned. Following the flow of people, Mu and the others got off the airship together. An elderly couple appeared in front of them. Although they were just two old people, Mu could tell that their bodies were very strong. When the rest of the examinees saw the two old couples, they also guessed that maybe the old couples were the examiners of the fourth test. In this regard, Mu, who knew the plot, did not refute Leorio's guess, because this couple is really the assistant examiner for this test. Although there is no thought energy, but the physical fitness is not low. Every candidate has worked hard. Welcome to our hotel. The old couple bowed to Mu and his group of candidates. Mu knows that the current arrangement is actually a temporary plan for the Hunter Association to allow candidates to rest for a period of time. But, since it is related to the Hunter Association, Mu believes that this matter is probably another conspiracy of the Hunter Association. After all, otherwise, it would be impossible for the Hunter Association to send them here without going anywhere. Also, for things like rest, Mu thinks that it can be done no matter in the airship or in the Glasses Island. But the Hunter Association chose not to do this. This made Mu have to wonder, did the Hunter Association specially let them come here to do white jobs to help them find treasure? Advertisement. Mu, who thinks of ordinary people, secretly slandered the Hunter Association in his heart. But he also knew that this was just his own wild imagination. In the plot, those treasures were not taken away. We are the owners of the only hotel on this island. My name is Bana and this is my husband Gina. The old lady Bana smiled and introduced the situation of herself and her wife to the candidates very gently. In this regard, Mu listened casually, and did not intend to interrupt. Are you saying that this is a hotel? Really? Hanzo, the chatterbox representative, took a step forward and asked the two couples directly. Yes, this warship has been remodeled by us, and then cleaned up, and now it can provide you with accommodation and food. The old gentleman, Gina, introduced the warship under everyone's feet with a smile on his face. The two old men remodeled a stranded warship by themselves, and they were able to clean it up. Mu doesn't believe in such a thing. In it, there is definitely the handwriting of other Nan people. Even if there are no Nan people to join, there will be many strong young people who will start to transform. This hotel once had the honor of receiving King Nibra, and many celebrities have stayed here. Our hotel is known as the Beau Palace on the sea. Ji's expression recalled the past, said with pride. You two, let's not talk so much nonsense, I think you should also be the examiners of this hunter test. Hanzo interrupted the memories of the two old people, and said with a determined face, Chien Deseo. Hearing this, Gina and Bana looked at each other as old people, and then Bana nodded and said, You're right. Then, without waiting for Hanzo to speak, Bana turned sideways to the Mu candidates behind Hanzo and said, Now, let me convey the message of the Hunter Association to you. Every candidate, you have worked hard in the third test. Considering everyone's physical condition, we will test the fourth test 3 days later. During these 3 days, please rest here to your heart's content. With a smile on her face, Bana announced to Cao Mu and others the information given to her by the Hunter Association in a calm tone. In this regard, Mu raised her eyebrows and was not moved by it. Knowing the plot, he knew that the so-called 3-day rest period was just a cover. If you believe it, you are really stupid. Chapter 78, The Old Couple on Battleship Island. Advertisement. He is thinking about one thing now. Tonight, the two will leave in an airship. If he boarded the airship at that time, does that count as a successful pass? Mu is very curious about this. Okay, here we go, trying it tonight. Then bring Gon with them. Thinking like this, Mu decided to find some time to explain the situation to Gon and the others. I can't tell you everything, just talk about your worries, Gon, and the others will know what to do. While Mu was thinking about these things, the examinees who heard what the two old men said were excited and discussed. You can rest. That's great, but why didn't I say it earlier, thanks to the fact that I have made so many preparations. Phew, I'm very tired all over now, it's great to be able to rest. Yeah, taking advantage of 3 days so much time, I'm going to make some adjustments. Damn it, why do you have to rest for 3 days, it's too unfair to us. Yeah, many of us have already rested at the bottom of the tower for 2 days, at least 1 day, why should we rest with the 673 people who are stuck in time to pass the customs? I want to file a complaint. Idiot, there is a reason for the itinerary arranged by the Hunter Association, how could it be possible to make the test unfair? That's right, I think so too. How could the Hunter Association let us rest in vain? There are definitely exam questions that we don't know about. Damn it, I thought I could have a good rest for a few days. Tisk tisk, there are still 3 days. As long as I use it well, I can definitely eliminate those newcomers. The Hunter test is not just about strength. Anyway, the test won't start right away. You should be able to take a good bath now and have a good time. The candidates who were talking about it were divided into 2 factions after they learned that they had to rest for 3 days. One faction feels that the Hunter Association is humane. Advertisement. One faction felt that the Hunter Association was unfair. However, in the end, it seemed that something was wrong with the Hunter Association, and it was generally believed that this was after the Hunter Association's exam questions. They directly reached a consensus and agreed to the itinerary. Then they walked towards the cabin together, planning to find a better room to live in first. Hearing someone talking about taking a shower, Mu remembered that he hadn't taken a shower for several days. Frowning, Mu shook his head slightly, smelling his own skin and clothes. Well, I seem to have gotten used to the smell on my body. Mu herself doesn't seem to smell bad. But she didn't know if he didn't smell bad. It doesn't smell bad now, it's just because he got used to these smells. If it was replaced by 2 old men, Gina and Bana, the smell on their bodies would be enough to make the 2 old people scold. Desired to find a room to take a bath. However, Mu knew that there was still something to say next. Free housing? That is impossible. Everyone, please wait a moment. Sure enough, when the other candidates were about to enter the cabin, they were stopped by the Gina couple. Under the watchful eyes of Leorio and others who don't know why, the Gina couple said very seriously, if you want to stay with us, you need to provide us with a deposit of 10 million nuns. 10 million. Leorio yelled, why don't you grab it? He thought this kind of thing was too absurd. Let me ask, what if he could have 10 million? Will his friend still be, alive and die? Isn't it just robbing now? Mu answered quietly. Amount. Listening to Mu's words, Leorio and the others couldn't help being embarrassed. I still have to pay. Gon was also confused at this time, he was just a child. Living expenses are only a little bit, you want 1,000 square? Advertisement. Is the current Hunter test so crazy that you can't do it without money? Leorio said with an ugly face. It's not just Leorio's ugly face. Many of the rest of the candidates looked ugly. They come to take the Hunter test, just to become a hunter, and then make a lot of money. But now, the Hunter Association tells them that if they don't have money, they won't be able to pass the level. However, they have no money, so they want to become hunters and make a lot of money. All of a sudden, an annoying closed loop was formed. Of course, if you can't afford the money, I have other ways to help you. Really? Many candidates who speculated that this might be a part of the Hunter test were all clear in their hearts. What way? Candidates who haven't thought of this yet asked. Everyone can use our existing resources to pay. Gina said calmly to the candidates. What do you mean? Some students still asked in confusion. Seeing Najina, he pointed to the surrounding environment and said, everyone, there are a lot of sunken ships on this small island, and you must have seen it. And in some shipwrecks, there may still be a lot of treasures that have not been discovered. Now, you only need to find these treasures, salvage them and send them to us, and then we can use them as housing funds after we evaluate them. The Hunter Association is a good means. This method can not only test our information gathering ability, but also test our eyesight. It can even test our underwater coping ability. Amazing. In the hearts of many candidates, there is a burst of emotion. There is still treasure here. Leorio's eyes seemed to have changed into that of a nun. He, if there are a lot of treasures, then I will not become a hunter and take the treasures as my own. If I sell it directly after exiting the hunter test, I can also make a lot of money. With enough money, I can realize my ideal. Thinking like this, Leorio's eyes changed several times. Chapter 79, 300 Million Treasures. Advertisement. Looking at his MOMU, I also found that there seemed to be not a few people who had the same idea as Leorio in the scene. You are taking advantage of the fire and robbing us, you want us to work for nothing. Many candidates questioned the Gina couple very dissatisfied. If it weren't for the fear of the Hunter Association, many greedy candidates would have taken action directly. After all, becoming a hunter is also to make money, and holding treasure now is also to make money. There is no difference between the two, obviously it is better to take the treasure now. I don't know that after becoming a hunter, candidates who can learn non-jail energy. When making a choice, it is obvious that MOMU does not have such a calm judgment. Of course not, our main business is actually antique dealers, and the current area is under our name. It's just because it's too troublesome to hire people, and the strength is not enough. So we cooperate with the Hunter Association, and the candidates bring us some valuable treasures, and we will also provide free accommodation for the candidates. This is a win-win situation, so please work harder. Finally, I would like to remind everyone that we will determine the size of your room level based on the value of the treasures submitted by you. Gina said with an expression that this is all a cooperative business. By the way, the Hunter Association was moved out to warn candidates. This method is indeed effective. Leorio is much quieter now, and there is no thought of taking the treasure for himself. At this time, MOMU also no longer had such thoughts. On hearing, "Here is where the Lord is," he knew that his idea of secretly taking away the treasure would not work. However, at this time, MOMU is more concerned about the issue of room grades. Room level? Leorio asked confusedly. Yes, according to the value of the treasures you provide, the rooms you can live in will also be divided into luxurious and ordinary. Most importantly, depending on the room, the food you can get will also be different. Advertisement. To be rich is to eat meat and vegetables, but for ordinary people, there may be only bread. Gina smiled and explained. Although he was smiling, he looked very kind. However, in the eyes of the candidates at the scene, this is a devil who wants money. Following Gina's words, everyone also took action one after another. MOMU didn't care much about which room she lived in. After all, he also knew that it was impossible for them to stay here for a long time. It's just that he hasn't eaten well for several days, and he really wants to eat a meal of meat, which is the most important thing. Therefore, MOMU decided to spend more time looking for more treasures. However, there is a problem now. After all, he is not a person like Karapika who knows all kinds of uncommon knowledge. Like most candidates, he does not know the origin and source of the treasures in the sea. Looking around, it's just looking for a needle in a haystack. But he doesn't need to worry too much. There are so many candidates, he just needs to find some more treasures, which is more than the rest of the candidates. At least in this way, he can also get a good room. With this in mind, MOMU took action like the rest of the candidates. Because he didn't know where the treasure was, MOMU had no choice but to find a broken ship and jump on it. Then, finding a spot, he jumped directly into the sea water. Although MOMU really didn't know that those treasures would be more valuable. But MOMU knows that gold and precious stones are two kinds of things, and if you find them, you can never go wrong. He often practiced in the seabed, and he didn't care about the sea water at all. Not found on the sea. Then go directly to the bottom of the sea, just hang out in the big supermarket under the sea. Without the trouble of taking a breath, MOMU found the treasure, that was a serious one. After a while, MOMU found a lot of treasures, one of which was being held by MOMU right now. Advertisement. Well, looking at it is full of gems and gold, it must be counted to hundreds of millions of nuns. MOMU secretly nodded with satisfaction in her heart, and then rushed out from the bottom of the sea with the rest of the treasure. Holding a box found from the sunken ship in both hands, containing the treasures he found, he slowly returned to the deck of the warship under the shocked gaze of all the candidates. 0. Asking for flowers. Can't help these candidates not being shocked, after all, most of them haven't opened yet, even if some candidates have harvested some treasures, they don't dare to judge easily. After all, no one knows whether this kind of judgment will only have one chance. Everyone is like this, but now MOMU is directly holding a box of treasures and going back to estimate the price. This is really too fast. During the period, MOMU also asked Gon if he wanted to help. But it was rejected by Gon. He said that he had to work hard to take the hunter test, but he would feel farther and farther away from his father if he was handed over by others. At this, MOMU rolled his eyes. Not paying attention to the examinee's stares, MOMU directly put the box of treasures on the table in front of Gina. Let's see this, what level of room can I get? The number of rooms on a warship is obviously limited, especially the deluxe rooms. Therefore, Mu knows this kind of thing, the sooner he gets a good room, the better. It's very fast. Gina was also surprised by Mu's speed, and then began to observe the treasure box on the table. Gina observed the treasure box very carefully, and he was surprised to find that although most of the treasures in that box were pediatric items, the sum of them was not enough for 10 million ring nuns. However, there is such a treasure in it, but it is priceless. The value of this box of treasure is about 310 million. Here, this is your personal luxury room. Ji said, taking out a key and handing it to Mu. Satisfied, Mu picked up the key pushed by Gina, waved to Leorio and the others happily, and walked towards the room in the cabin of the warship. Hurry up, go find the treasure. Now, the examinees were in a hurry, how dare they look at others. They set off one after another, and hurriedly began to look around for the place where they thought there would be treasure. In the case of the candidates outside, Mu had already walked outside the door of his room. Chapter 80 Don't sleep deep tonight. Advertisement. The room was okay, although not as luxurious as the 5-star hotels outside. But at least it is worthy of the word luxury. Without hesitation, Mu rushed to the bathroom and washed her body comfortably. Wait until after you take a shower. Mu is curious about the situation outside, and also stays in the room with nothing to do, and she won't find such time when she practices mindfulness. Due to various circumstances, Mu decided to go out to see how other candidates struggled. Came to the outer deck, Mu randomly found a chair. Sitting in the shade, I looked at the candidates who were still busy looking for treasure in the sea. This posture made many popular people's teeth itch. Then, when they got the room too, he came to Mu's side in a similar manner, imitating Mu's movements and postures and began to have fun. For a time, the mentality directly changed the mode. Where is the tooth itching from before, but now they just feel dark and refreshed. After a while, the room was allocated. At this moment, the broadcast announced that the candidates should go back to their rooms, where there was already lunch prepared for today. Hearing this, the candidates did not stay outside and returned to their rooms. When I opened the door, I saw that there were 1 or 2 convenient dining tables in the room, holding all kinds of food. The examinees took a closer look, and for a moment, 2 completely different emotions of joy and sorrow appeared on their faces. The examinees in the low-level room looked at the bread and water in front of them, feeling bitter. The food in the second-class rooms is better than that in the low-class rooms. At least they have a few extra slices of ham. This kind of eating made the examinees so angry that their livers hurt, but they had to accept this. Because there is nothing else to eat. Mu, who also returned to the room, went straight to the dining car in the middle of the room. Without any hesitation, he directly lifted the stainless steel lid on the dining car and checked the food inside. A steaming grilled fish, a serving of rice, a small plate of pasta, and a plate of seaweed, and finally a glass of cold drink was placed next to these foods. Advertisement. From the perspective of the choice of ingredients, there is a high probability that they have just been obtained from the sea. Such a food is very common in the outside world, and it doesn't even cost 3,000 rings. However, here, it has become a delicacy that all candidates will envy. Especially just now, Mu has heard the morning of other candidates, saying that his food is only a piece of bread and water. Even a medium room is nothing more than a few extra slices of ham. In his heart now, he is extremely satisfied. People, what they are most afraid of is comparing each other. It was just a very common thing. But when there is someone worse than himself, then he will become the best one. Mu is very satisfied with his foresight. Otherwise, he would have to eat bread now. Terrible, meals without meat, are they really meals? After finishing his lunch, Mu took the cold drink from the dining car and came to the deck calmly, found a place where he could lean against the wall, tipped over the chair, lay on it, and leisurely looked at the distant sky. There will be an afternoon of doing nothing, as if to confirm that this is a place for candidates to practice. Such an approach is indeed very beneficial. Candidates who were still vigilant before, after time passed, have let down their vigilance now, and began to concentrate on enjoying this relaxing rest time. Mu knows the truth and also knows that things will only start at night. So, he wasn't in a hurry, and he didn't go directly to Gon and the others to talk about it. Because, Mu knows clearly, if Gon knows that guy, maybe he will tell others kindly. In order to avoid this, Mu thinks it is better not to say anything. Lying on the chair, Mu has no way to go to the sea to collect energy. Therefore, I just exercised my mind control a little bit. Time flies, and soon it will be evening. It's dinner time again. Advertisement. After dinner, Gorm returned to the deck to stay. Boom. When Mu was lying on a chair looking at the sea, suddenly a ship caught fire in front of his eyes. The fire was very large and fierce, obviously, this was caused by the addition of ingredients. The intense flames turned the originally dark sky into fiery red. Mu paused, trying to understand what was going on. In the story, Karapi fell into memory when he saw the boat of his own people. After being enlightened by Leorio, he burned the boat after passing by. Watching Karapika and Leorio jump out of the burning ship, Momu knew that the plot didn't change much. But think about it, this is an inevitable event, as long as the ship can be found, it will almost always be the case. Unless there is any special ability to help. Well, if I remember correctly, this time should be around the same time. Thinking like this, Momu directly covered her ears. Black. Sure enough. There was a huge roar in the warship, which made Momu nodded involuntarily. Then he turned his head and looked at the highest point of the warship, where the command room of the warship was located. Although he didn't see the figures of Gon and Chie, the two little devils, but Momu knew that there must be the two of them. Because of 1.2, only the two of them have so much energy to investigate these. It's called an adventure. Regarding this, Momu could only roll her eyes, but didn't comment much. Don't sleep soundly tonight. Momu said slowly to Karapika and Leorio who came to him. What do you mean? Leorio asked puzzled. There may be unexpected situations tonight. Momu said casually. Leorio was puzzled, but he didn't refute. He actually felt a little bit, but he didn't know what was wrong. Listening to Momu's words, Karapika also recovered from the sadness of his compatriots. Suddenly, he turned his head to look at the airship on the deck. What's wrong? Leorio asked anxiously, what did you find? Chapter 81 succeeded, but not successful. Advertisement. Karapika said solemnly, the airship didn't turn off, although it fell to the lowest state, it's undetectable. However, it really didn't flame out. Momu paused, and looked at Karapika in surprise. He knew the plot, so he had such arrangements and considerations. However, he did not expect that the airship did not turn off. Leorio was also a little surprised by this, but fortunately he didn't exclaim this time. Since we have to rest for 3 days, it should be possible to turn off the airship, but now, this airship has not turned off. Leorio said in surprise, they are going to use the airship again in a short time. That's right, I think Momu has discovered this a long time ago, so he has been staying on the deck to be vigilant. Karapika nodded and said, I didn't react because of various things and things about my compatriots. Fortunately, Momu reminded me. Great, if that's the case, the few of us are likely to be the final winners of this session, I'll go tell Gon and them. Leorio said excitedly 05 No, Gon can't tell him yet, that kid is kind-hearted, if you let him know about it, all the candidates will know it within 10 minutes. Momu shook his head to stop Leorio's movement and said. So, we can only play with them tonight until the airship starts. Leorio hesitated and said, then what if we don't move tonight, but take us away tomorrow? In this way, won't we be very sleepy? No, if this is the case, the Hunter Association will not design this level, so they will not use airships during the day. Karapika shook his head and said. Momu nodded and said, that's right, so, everyone, please keep your mouth shut. Leorio and Karapika looked at each other and nodded tacitly. After that, time was still slowly passing by, and after a while, the sky that was originally dusk completely turned black. Because the lights are not turned on outside the deck, and Momu can't stay here to stop Gina and the others from moving. Therefore, Momu also returned to her room. He didn't even turn on the light, he just got into bed and fell asleep. In addition, Momu also reminded Chia to stay awake and focus on the outside. As for Gon, he has no idea. It was already asleep at this time. Time passed slowly while Momu and the others were waiting. Advertisement. Even so, it was a few hours. Blah blah. Momu, who was pretending to be asleep, suddenly opened her eyes, and the corners of her mouth twitched slightly. Without any hesitation, he set off directly and rushed onto the deck. Like him, there are Leorio and Karapika, and Chia is even carrying Gon who just woke up. Several people quickly arrived on the deck. But he watched the movement on the deck calmly, watching the movements of the Gina couple. The two of them haven't boarded the airship yet, if they go out at this time, it will be a warning. Therefore, Momu proposed a long time ago, and acted at the last moment. Here, except Gon. The other three knew about this plan. No matter how puzzled Gon was, he watched silently while being suppressed. As the Gina couple boarded the airship, the engine of the airship immediately became active. Momu 5 people acted instantly. There is no need for Momu to remind them, they all know that this timing is the best choice. At this time, the airship has not yet started to lift off, but the engine has started. Just in time for Momu and the others to have the opportunity to board the ship. Inside the airship, Gina and Bono were looking at Momu and the others with frightened expressions who were about to pull the airship hatch. Obviously, since the Gina couple did this kind of thing, they have never encountered such a situation as Momu. So much so that they were a little lost. It's their business that they lose their minds, but Mu won't lose their minds. He directly raised his right hand, clicked, and stabbed into the side of the hatch, intending to open the hatch and get in. Wait, don't do anything, this is a test, please stay on the island. Bana opened the window and shouted loudly to Mu and the others. Test. Chia looked at Gina and Bana suspiciously. He didn't quite believe it. Advertisement. It's just that Gina and Bana nodded their heads frantically to confirm, and they had no choice but to believe it. Gan. I knew it wouldn't be so easy for me to pass the level. Mu complained fiercely in her heart, and then pressed her temple with a headache. Ka. Then, Mu let go of the locked airship hatch calmly. Looking at the few extra fingerprints, Mu directly ignored them. As Mu let go of his hand, the airship slowly lifted into the air. Tisk, after preparing for so long, they still want us to stay and test, can't they just tell us to test? Leorio said 467 very upset. I don't think they thought that after a busy day, we would continue to wait here. Karapika said speculatively. Mu sighed and said, forget it, they are examiners, whatever they say is right. Today. At this moment, hurried footsteps came from the cabin, and a few seconds later, another candidate appeared on the deck. Mu and the others turned their heads to look, but saw that Hanzo was the first to appear, standing on the deck, looking at the airship flying up into the sky with a look of surprise on both cheeks. Blah blah. Soon, the rest of the candidates who reacted also rushed from their rooms to the deck. Like everyone else, they all saw the flying airship flying away. It is conceivable that they will definitely not be in a good mood at this time. Are we being left here? No wonder I've been very restless, so it's because of this. Probably not, this is a hunter test after all. Yeah, I guess, it's supposed to be the hunter test too. Guess why so many, ask them if they don't know. The they here, of course, refer to Mu and others. After all, their men were the first to appear on deck. Chapter 82 I'm here to help, in a dream. Advertisement. What is the test? They should have said it. Baokuer looked at Mu and the others, and asked seriously. Ghost knows, it didn't say what kind of test it is. Mu glanced at Baokuer, shook his head and said. That's right, those two old men didn't say what kind of test it was, but since it's our test, there should be some information we need in this warship. Everyone can look for it first, and we will gather here later to see if we can find anything. Karapika thought for a while, and then suggested. This suggestion was approved by all candidates. Sure, it's a test for them who all want to be hunters. The test in front of you must be passed. Now that a decision has been made, the candidates will not waste time, and all ran back to their rooms, and changed into their original clothes. Then came out and joined the ranks of collecting test information that might be saved. A group of candidates were almost searching around in the cabin. Only Mu was left on the scene, including Leorio, Karapika, and Chia who hadn't slept before. Mu was very upset about this. I thought I could follow the airship, but now he is asked to come back and continue the test. If you know this is the case, then he will fall asleep. How can I stay up all night for so long like now? It's even going to last all night today. Thinking of this, Mu felt a burst of liver pain. For the situation in the cabin, Mu didn't care at all, because he knew what the next test would be. It's very simple, just survive the storm in a few days. For this point, Mu is about to laugh out loud. There is no need to worry at all. He doesn't need a boat to survive. Big deal, he'll just stay in the bottom of the sea like this. Besides, with such a strong storm, if Mu doesn't collect some energy, Mu will feel sorry for her gold finger and then. Therefore, seeing so many people approaching the cabin to search for information, he just shook his head. He stood outside, raised his head, and looked at the highest position of the warship. Advertisement. Over there are a large number of barnacles attached to it. There will be such a situation, Mu clearly knows that there is only one situation. That is to soak in seawater. It can only be done if it has not been soaked in seawater for a period of time. Shaking his head, Mu didn't remind Gon what they meant. Tired, he planned to go back to sleep. Anyway, he won't die, so what's the point of being unscrupulous? Everyone, come here. At this moment, Karapika came to the deck with an unrecognizable piece of paper and shouted. Mu, who wanted to go back to the room to sleep, paused and walked over. It's okay to sneak away to sleep in the dark. If you go to bed openly, you may be disturbed and your sleep quality will deteriorate. Soon, Mu saw the map in Karapika's hand. This is? Oh, come to think of it, there is indeed such a scene in the plot. Mu was stunned for a moment, then reacted. Then, he looked straight at the guard island on the map. Of course Mu knows what's going on this island. After all, that's the name of the venue where Hunter tested the fourth test. He is now on the battleship island. The fourth test was on the side of Isle of War. In the plot, it was taken alive by the airship. Only, now Mu wants to know. What if they went straight to the Isle of Vigil? Will it be recognized? Okay, now the goal is clear, the Hunter Association wants us to go to the guard island by ourselves. Many candidates said in surprise. Advertisement. This statement has been recognized by all the candidates. After knowing that this is a test, any information found in the warship will be amplified to become a part of the test. This is human nature, and it is not so easy to suppress. Absolutely right, everyone, take a look here. Just when the candidates were thinking about how to find their way in the vast sea, Leorio came over again holding a big box. Everyone looked at it, but saw a bunch of compass in the box. Oh, this time, there is no need to guess, the content of the test is clear. The problem before us now is that we still don't know how far the guard island is from here. It is too risky to rashly go to sea by boat, and it is very likely that you will be buried in the bottom of the sea. Said Kurapika seriously. I found a measuring tool, which is just able to measure the approximate distance between the two islands and determine the direction. Hanzo interjected. He shook the measuring tool he found earlier in his hand. Now, there is a map, a compass, and a measuring tool. The purpose is already obvious, it's a certainty. The content of the test is already known, so of course the candidates will not waste time here. Candidates who can measure, but those who can't continue to explore the cabin to see if they can find better clues. Mu took it very seriously, walked into the cabin with a serious expression, and then walked into her own room. Lie back on the bed, close your eyes, and plan to search carefully in your dream. Time passed quickly, and the sky lit up. Is it Zhao? On the deck, Greta, who was quietly watching Kurapika and the others measure their position and direction, suddenly got up and walked out at this moment. Although the movement is very light, it also attracted the attention of many people. It's just that the examinees don't pay too much attention to these now, anyway, they can already determine the content of the test. Now as long as you can know the position and direction, then the next step is to rely on your own means. Withdrawing their gaze, they were also observing the measurement of Kurapika and his group. In fact, they have already measured the direction, but they still have no way to determine the distance between the two islands. The parameters are too few to measure at all. Baokur put down the tool in his hand and said with an ugly expression. Go on, even if you only know a general idea, that's a good breakthrough. Kurapika said comfortingly. Chapter 83, Stay Alone. Advertisement. Others are working hard to find information, but you are sleeping here lazily, get up for me. In Mu's room, a young girl's crisp voice suddenly sounded. Then there was a buzzing sound. Alerted, Mu opened her eyes and sat up. Ignoring the bees beside him, he looked towards his eyes. Whoa, good guy. A group of people were surrounding him, all looking at him angrily. Obviously, when he learned that he was slacking off, there were good candidates and candidates who felt unhappy. They all ran over. And those candidates who don't care are still trying to find information. Just, why are you here, Leorio? Mu rolled his eyes and thought for a while. Before everyone denounced him, he said, what do you know, I just let myself think about the problem in the most comfortable posture. That would help my thinking. You, well, what did you come up with? Baokur asked angrily. If nothing happens to this warship, it will be submerged within 2 days. Mu shrugged and casually said an unbelievable sentence. Impossible, how could such a thing happen, you are absolutely talking nonsense. If you don't believe me, you can also go to 013 to see if there are barnacles on the highest wall of the warship. Mu waved his hand indifferently and said. Hearing Mu's resolute words, many people's complexions changed. Hastily rushed out. When they came to the deck, the candidates stared at the towering walls of the warship's conning tower and were stunned. The same is true for the rest of the people. The extremely obvious barnacles are all based on the truth of what Mu said just now. After being stunned for a while, everyone was shocked, thinking of a terrible consequence. If this place is going to be flooded, then they. At this time, Greta, who had left alone before, walked over with a heavy face and said, I went to see the water reserve on the side of the water tower. There is not much water. According to my estimation, it can support us at most dozens of times. It takes 2 days for a person. This time, all the candidates were silent. Advertisement. As long as you are not stupid, you can clearly know that there is not much time left for them. It is even said that at most it can have a day. Before tomorrow, they must leave this, Ufti, warship island. Candidates who wanted to understand this point stood up one after another. Then the action began. Boats, they need boats. The direction is already known, although it is not clear how far the location is, but they can only do so. Otherwise, there is only one dead word. When Mu came out of the room, he was also taken aback by the scene in front of him. Because, the examinees did not think of using the warship under their feet to escape as in the plot. Instead, they all planned to find ships to leave here. Even when they were looking for ships, Kurapika and the others determined that the furthest voyage from the guard island to the warship island would not exceed 2 days. After that, there are already many people who plan to go to sea directly using wooden planks. Riding on the sea is still in a stable state. If you leave early, there will be greater benefits. For this, Mu is also very emotional, but indifferent. Seeing all the candidates leave, Mu just moved a chair and sat on the deck to wait. Mu's leisurely attitude puzzled the examinees. At the same time, he secretly mocked himself. I think Mu is too arrogant and has a high content of death. Mu, hurry up, we are leaving. Leorio shouted anxiously to Mu. Beside the 4 of them, there was a small boat that was not bad, loaded with some supplies. All is ready except for the opportunity. Just wait for Mu, the last person. In this regard, Mu glanced at them, then waved his hands and said, you guys go, I still have something to do. Advertisement. Cousin Mu. Gon shouted anxiously. Come on, I don't need you to worry. Could it be that you have forgotten how I practice every day? Mu waved his hand impatiently and said. I forgot, let's go first, remember to catch up quickly, the test seems to have a time limit. Gon paused, then said embarrassedly. After speaking, he greeted Leorio and the others to leave together. Facing Gon's approach, Leorio questioned him angrily. In this regard, Gon had to explain to the 3 of Leorio. What? Mu, he is exercising under the sea. How could he do such a thing? Leorio shouted in horror. After finishing speaking, he turned his head and looked at the battleship island, which was already some distance away. Yeah, the pressure on the bottom of the sea is so strong, just holding your breath, a few minutes is already the limit, not to mention you said that he can stay on the bottom of the sea 10 days is 10 days. Kurapika said in disbelief. Chia poked Gon's cheek suspiciously and said, could it be that he went down with the oxygen tank? You don't know. Chia is not surprised that Hai can exercise, because he has also tried it. He just suspected that someone could hold his breath for so long. Even for him, half an hour is already his limit. No, cousin Mu didn't bring anything with him when he went into the sea. Gon hurriedly explained, however, I feel cousin Mu has a move that I don't know about. What do you mean? Leorio asked puzzled. The 3 of them became interested, what kind of moves can make people not breathe in the bottom of the sea, and they can stay there for a whole day? I'm not very clear, I just feel that there is something strange on cousin Mu, but I don't know what it is. Gon shook his head and said. Chia asked curiously, then you haven't asked? I asked, but cousin Mu didn't say anything, he just said, I will know when the time comes. Gon shook his head and said helplessly. Listening to Gon's words, Kurapika and the others couldn't help but frowned, lost in thought. They were able to analyze one thing from Gon's words. The reason why Mu is so different from ordinary people is that they have mastered something that they don't know. And this kind of thing can make a person extremely powerful. Even if it doesn't become very strong, they also know that this thing can reduce the need for oxygen. Chapter 84, Not Satisfactory. Advertisement. Sitting on the deck of the warship island, Mu suddenly widened his eyes. He sat like this, his eyes looking straight ahead in that direction. Although Mu can only see a white line at this time. However, Mu can see that it is a white line connecting the sky and the earth. He may not see clearly at this time, but Mu knows what it is. Waterspout. This waterspout is commonly known as the dragon sucking water or the dragon hanging water, etc. The formation of a waterspout is a tornado that occasionally appears over warm water. Its uppermost end is connected with thunderstorm clouds, and its lowermost end extends directly to the water surface. Immediately afterwards, it will rotate and move at the same time. Among them, this kind of air column-shaped waterspout full of water vapor and rapidly rotating is as dangerous as a tornado. It can even be said that this kind of Shualonggang tornado is even more fatal. Because of the large amount of water, no one was killed by the fall, but all had to suffocate. The internal wind speed of the waterspout can exceed 200 km per hour. That is the minimum wind speed of 55 meters per second. In this case, not to mention people, even ships weighing several tons or even tens of tons can be rolled up. Of course, whether it is a tornado or a waterspout, their periods of occurrence are very short. Generally speaking, as long as it can avoid the range of being absorbed, it is actually not a big problem. Of course, only for others. They would think of avoiding this kind of waterspout, but Mu planned to rush in directly to see the effect. Thinking of this, Mu's eyes became a little excited. Hurry up, row the boat hard, we can't touch the waterspout, or we will die. FKU, who doesn't know about this, but our current speed is already the fastest, and now that the wind is so strong that it interferes with our movements, how can we increase our speed? Come on. I don't want to be entangled by that waterspout. Ah. While Mu was looking at the waterspout excitedly, the candidates who were far away from this side were paddling all kinds of oars with all their strength, just to avoid the waterspout rushing towards the warship island. Gone, in this situation, is Mu really okay? Leorio asked worriedly. Chia then said, I still find it hard to believe that he can do it. Yes, don't worry, cousin Mu will rush to do something he can't do. Gon said confidently. Advertisement. As Gon said, Mu doesn't do what he can't do. So, before the waterspout gets close, Mu flew directly towards the waterspout. Then, it plunged into the waterspout. In an instant, Mu felt the energy in his body gathering crazily. Its speed is much faster than that in the seabed. Of course, this is not to say that the seabed pressure is worse than that of the waterspout, but that the frequency of damage caused by the waterspout to Mu itself is higher. Time flies by. That waterspout disappeared. Without the waterspout, Mu also stopped, jumping up and down in the air, feeling the energy on her body. Afterwards, he was disappointed. Although a waterspout can store more energy per second than hundreds of meters under the sea. However, the duration is too short. In such a situation, it is better to stay in the bottom of the sea. After all, when Mu's golden core stores energy, there is a limit to the number of times. He now has a potential capacity of more than 24,000. Just enough to allow Jindan to store energy 240 times. Compared to storing a day's deep sea pressure energy, this small session of waterspout energy. Honestly, what a waste. Shook his head. Mu found a floating plank and sat down. Then rowed towards the guard island. After rowing for half an hour, Mu stopped rowing. He looked up at the sky, watching the airship that was slowly landing towards his position. Above, Mu also saw Gon and others waving at him. With a grin, he boarded the airship. This test is officially over. 0. Ask for flowers. First of all, congratulations to everyone, you have completed the additional test for the third test, and a total of 24 people have passed the test. Advertisement. Now, you only have the fourth test and the final test left. The fourth test will be conducted on the Isle of Defense, and this airship is on its way to the Isle of Defense. During this period, there will be 9 hours of free time. And before going to Guard Isle, we need to do a small activity. After Mu stood up, Lieber directly started the layout of the fourth test. Listening to Lieber's words, the exhausted examinees had to brace themselves for fear of missing any important information. I heard there are still 5 hours to start. They also breathed a sigh of relief. They are very tired now, and they can fall asleep directly on the ground. All candidates know that if they don't get enough sleep, their combat status will be greatly affected. Not conducive to the next test. Snap. Lieber snapped his fingers, and then a staff member walked over with a lottery box. Next, you just need to draw lots in this box. Li Bofang said with a grin. Draw lots. The candidates wondered. But Mu was not surprised at all. He knows the plot, although there are some changes now, but it doesn't matter. The lottery was drawn quickly. As the last person to finish the test, Mu was also the last one to finish the lottery. The person he drew was an examinee whose plot hadn't reached this stage, so it was already certain. I have won the customs clearance qualification by myself. Needless to say. Everyone fell asleep one after another. Soon, 5 hours passed, and the airship also stopped at a cliff on the guard island. Candidates, the fourth test site has arrived, please get off the plane and gather within 5 minutes. As soon as the airship stopped, the radio on the airship rang. The candidates who were still asleep were all woken up. The same is true for Mu, after opening his eyes. He left the airship with the rest of the candidates. Chapter 85 You are the prey, you are the hunter. Advertisement. From now on, please follow the chronological order of reaching the bottom of the trap tower. Leave. When one person leaves, the next one needs to wait for another 2 minutes before leaving. Please also note that you need to stay on the island for 7 days. During these 7 days, you will take care of everything by yourself. After 7 days, candidates who can score 6 points need to return here to pass. Then, please be the first to go. The pro-examiner didn't call the number, after all, the next hunt was an activity around the badge of the number. The first examinee who passed, after the female assistant examiner finished speaking, walked directly into the forest in front of him. For this, Mu and Gon can only wait in place. After all, their clearance time in the trap tower is the last. After the first candidate 463 logged in, the second candidate then logged in. 2 minutes 1. When it was Mu's turn, almost 40 minutes had passed. Waited and waited, finally got the order of Mu. Let's go. Mu waved his hand casually, and then walked into the forest. His clearance order is earlier than Gon's, so he's not the last one. After entering the forest, Mu didn't stop to wait for Gon. Walk straight in one direction. That was the direction in which he had focused on his prey. If he is lucky, he may be able to meet his prey. As for Gon's safety, Mu thinks that there is no Hisoka, and Gon is only a little skinny at most, so it's not a big problem. Besides, Gon's hunting candidate is the number 80 Shiba, that is, the woman with the gun. As long as you avoid Yamai, it's not a big deal at all. Well, it can't be said that it's not a big deal. With Yamai's pathological brother-in-law, if he saw Gon, he would probably kill him if he had the chance. So, Gon will still be in a dangerous state after all. But fortunately, there was no problem a few days ago. As long as you take care of Gon's situation before this time, there will be no problem. Walking in the dewy forest, Mu had many thoughts in his heart. In the next second, Mu soared into the sky and flew into the air. Advertisement. He didn't care about the mood of the man in black who had been following him all the time. Mu stood in the air, looking around at the scene around Wire Island, looking for his prey. It wouldn't have been such a hassle. However, his prey had changed his route a long time ago, and now Mu has lost the position of his prey. As a last resort, he could only fly to such a high altitude to check. Soon, Mu found his hunting target this time. Grinned. Mu catapulted in that direction. The hunt was smooth, as easy as buying free stuff at the supermarket. Putting the badge away, Mu looked for Gon's location again. It was found that he was following a woman at this time, and behind him, there was another black man following him. However, Gon didn't know anything about it. Instead of going directly to help, Mu just hung behind them. Possesses the ability to hide the aura of extreme. Even if the black man is a proficient hunter, he has no way to discover the existence of Mu. Time passed in a hurry, and in the blink of an eye these people were all looking for an opportunity. Until in a forest, the sassy lady with a sniper rifle finally found such an opportunity. I saw that she found a suitable position for sniping, concealed her figure, and observed the weird man with nails all over her face vaguely. Her name is Shiba, her number badge is number 80, and her prey is the weird man with nails all over her face, Gitaracker number 301. That is, the year fans that Mu knows. Picking up the sniper rifle, trying to find the best opportunity. Then, with her finger, firmly pressed the trigger. A gunshot rang out, and a sniper bullet shot at Yamai rapidly. Brush. While Shiba was waiting intently, a fishhook carrying a fishing line struck her neck. What? Shiba was startled and wanted to dodge the zero. Boom. However, at that moment, her neck was hit by a round bead. Advertisement. The next moment, Gangjian fainted on the ground. In the next second, the sniper rifle in front of Shiba who hadn't fallen down was instantly blown to pieces by a flying bullet. On the other side of the bullet path, it was Yermi who caught the bullet and then threw it back. Yermi met the eyes of Gon, who appeared next to Shiba and was panting heavily. Gon is a little excited now, he has successfully hunted. Yermi is thinking about whether to kill Gon here. But in the next second, the line of sight looked elsewhere. Gon was very surprised. Although Ilumi's murderous intent was fleeting, he was still shocked and couldn't move his body. Blah blah. Someone stepped on the dirt and walked out slowly. People who come and go talk while walking. Gon, the timing of hunting is perfect, but hunting is not just about hunting. Don't forget that while you are hunting, you are also the prey. Cousin Mu. Gon's eyes lit up and he shouted happily. It was Mu who came, and he was following the black man before. When the black man was about to shoot Gon, he directly interrupted his actions, and he is now in a coma. And the badge on his 5.6 was also held by Mu. At this time, Mu was putting it in his hand, throwing it up and catching it. Go and get your prey badge first. Mu stopped Gon's words, and then looked towards Elmi. He didn't speak, just watched. And Illumi looked at Mu in the same way. Both of them can sense the possibility of the other's thoughtfulness. However, when fighting for naughty people, they don't rely on their strength to win. Unless the span is too large. However, it is obvious that Yuanmu and Illumi did not have a large span before. It stands to reason that Year fans would not be afraid of Mu. But he thought of one thing. Among the candidates, there are only 3 Nin. One is him, and the other 2 are Hisoka and Mu. Chapter 86 Leorio's Luck. Advertisement. The kind of intensity attack that broke out during the first test before. And the reminder Hisoka gave him. They all said that the Mu in front of them is not easy to mess with. It can use less than half of his total energy to cause an attack of that intensity. The first thing Year fans think of is Nin, which can break through the limit of storage power. This kind of person, if you hit him a few times, he may not necessarily die. However, if the opponent hits you, that would be dangerous. Therefore, in the absence of a conflict of interest, Ye Mai does not want to confront Mu. Elmi left. In this regard, Sham did not stop. In the face of these people who are stronger than himself, what he can do is to use large-scale attacks to bombard them. But at this time Gon was on the sidelines. This time, Yer didn't know if he was going to die or not. Gon designated is dead. Let's go, find a place to stay for a few days, and wait for the time to pass. Mu greeted Gon and said. Well, aren't we going to help Leorio and the others? Gon said hesitantly. Mu paused, then looked back at Gon and said, do you think they would want you to help? Gon froze, then shook his head. Obviously, 05 also knew that with Leorio's character, how could he need his help? Unless it's a last resort. Otherwise, everyone will only think about completing the hunt by themselves. In particular, asking a 12-year-old child to help, the blow to Leorio's self-esteem is not insignificant. Now is the first day of testing. Having made a decision, Mu also took Gon and left here, planning to find a place to live. According to Gon's proposal, it was to find a tree hole to hide himself. But how could Mu think of doing this, and immediately rejected Gon's proposal? After searching for a while, Mu and Gon found a nice lake. That's the lake that Gon used to exercise in the episode. This time Gon did not exercise, but because Mu trained Gon in advance. Looking at the lake in front of him, Xiaomu nodded with satisfaction. Decided to stay here. Gon looked around worriedly. It's too empty here. This idea was quickly dismissed by Mu. Later, Mu proposed that he planned to build a temporary shelter here. Advertisement. Immediately drove Gon to cut down the tree. The name is Exercise. Soon, the house was built. Not high, only 1.8 meters. Just enough to walk straight. There are leaves to keep out the rain, and you don't need to worry about being drenched. There are 2 beds in the house, which happen to belong to Mu and Gon. House is move-in ready. The water source, Mu is also ready when Gon is preparing the materials. Now, they are just missing some food. Without any thinking, Mu directly asked Gon to go fishing. Has hooks, and is a great fisherman. If he doesn't go, will Mu go into the water to catch fish? Not bad, it seems that we have oral intake today. Mu said with a satisfied smile. Looking at the prey brought back by Gon happily, Mu also directly lit the fire and started to barbecue. Madness. Mu's behavior made the candidates nearby couldn't help ridiculing. As for the candidates thinking, Mu doesn't know. And even if he knew, he wouldn't be filtering. If you can't see it, then come and beat him. Let's see who's the last one. Soon the aroma of the grilled fish rose up, and it continued to drill into Mu's nostrils. Grunt. Mu and Gon swallowed their saliva from time to time. It can be seen that the 2 of them are also hungry. After a while, the lake fish was finally roasted. However, no matter how anxious he was, Mu didn't eat directly. In order to make the grilled fish taste better, he also sprinkled some minced peppers he found on the road on the grilled fish. All of a sudden, the aura of grilled fish became more alluring. Grunt. This scent made the nearby candidates swallow their saliva involuntarily. Clam. Taking a big bite of the grilled fish, Mu let out a sigh of relief and began to eat happily. Gon next to Mu looked worriedly at the rising smoke, and then started eating too. It's already like this, so what else can he say? Advertisement. When the soldiers come, they will block the water and cover them with soil. While Mu and Gon were eating grilled fish, those candidates who were hiding themselves in the forest and looking for prey all noticed the white smoke in the distant sky. Idiot. Almost all candidates had such an idea in their hearts. In their view, this kind of guy who lit a fire during the test is really stupid. After thinking about it, most candidates have no intention of passing. Only a small number of candidates rushed in the direction of Bun. Some of them want to pick up the leak. Some are looking for their own prey. No matter what they think. Not long after, these people all met Mu. Then, these people rushed to the street again. Among these people, there is also a candidate for the quality of hunting Mu. It seems that hitting 500 counts as fishing in troubled waters and grabbing a badge. But I didn't want to be directly suppressed by Mu. Just for a while. There are several badges on Mu's hands. And there's still no badge necessary. If these badges are given to a candidate, it can let him pass the customs directly. There is no harassment of candidates. Mu and Gon also spent 4 days leisurely by the lake. To this day, Gon is still worried about Leorio and their situation. Thinking about going to see it. Mu had no choice but to accompany him for such a trip. It was also this trip. Only then did Mu know that Leorio was still the same as in the plot, unable to find his prey. Because I didn't know who Leorio's prey was before. Therefore, Mu directly believed that Leorio's prey was Peng Si. However, after confirmation, Mu discovered that the plot had already changed. Leorio's prey was not Peng Si at all, but someone else. For this, Mu is also full of emotion. Because, that examinee was one of the people who Mu had collected virtues before. That is, if they don't go to Leorio. This time Leorio is afraid that he will directly lose the qualification of hunter. Chapter 87 Fair Grouping. Time flies, and in a blink of an eye, the fourth test is coming to an end. Woo! A huge ship's whistle sounded, almost resounding throughout the entire guard island. The fourth test is officially over. Candidates are requested to return to the coast within an hour. Candidates who have not returned after the time limit will be treated as unqualified. After the sound of the boat, there was a radio broadcast. Listening to the sound of the broadcast, the candidates who were hiding in the forest came out one after another. 1, 2. In the end, 9 people came out. Needless to say, the Mu 5-member group, Illumi, Bokuer, and Hanzo are all pretty good. The last person, Mu was very surprised. It turned out to be Peng, a female examinee. It's surprising that Hisoka's absence can only cause such a small change. After Hunter's airship arrived, the candidates boarded one by one. Mu walked to the dining area, asked for a cold drink and waited. Everyone, the president's interview is now underway. Candidates who hear their numbers, please go to the first interview room on the second floor. Without making Mu wait long, the radio on the airship rang. Then, on the broadcast, the candidates' numbers were called one by one. All the way up to Mu. Boom boom boom. After Mu arrived at the destination, she tapped on the door in front of her with her knuckles 3 times. Please come in. Netero in the reception room said directly. Ka. Mu opened the door and walked in. In the interview room, Netero sat cross-legged in front of a heart character with a drawing board in one hand and a writing brush in the other, and did not look at Mu. Sit down, as an interview before the final test, I will ask you a few questions for reference. Netero looked up at Mu and said. Advertisement. Mu sat down and pointedly said to Netero, excuse me. First, why do you want to be a hunter? Netero looked at Mu and asked. It's convenient. Also, my Nian Chi cultivation is not enough, and I need to practice more systematically. Mu said without hiding. This is not something to hide. Netero nodded, and began to write and draw on the drawing board with the brush. While writing, he asked, I see, which one do you think is the most outstanding among the remaining candidates except you? Kurapika. Mu said nonchalantly. In Mu's view, only Kurapika, a well-rounded guy, can be called outstanding. The rest of them just have a better practice environment than him. In this regard, as long as Kurapika is given some time, he can do better. It's him. One last question. Among these 8 people, who do you want to compete with the least? Netero nodded, and then continued to ask. The person who doesn't want to fight is Gon. Mu directly gave such a choice. Gon is not only troublesome to fight, but also his own. In a fight, he would only admit defeat in the end. Well, thanks for your hard work, you can go out now. Netero was not surprised by Mu's decision. He also knows that Gon and Mu are cousins. Netero's interview time is not too long, and Mu is still the last few people, so the time is faster. Soon, everyone completed this interview. At this time, Netero also got a distribution plan that he was very satisfied with. This plan surprised Menchi and his 4 examiners. Also asked if Netero was joking. The answer I got was, seriously. Although they were shocked, this was the decision of President Netero, and the 3 Menchi did not refute it. Candidates, please adjust your state to your heart's content, the airship will arrive at the final test location in 3 days. The broadcast was the same as the rest of the time, and it was called 3 times in a row. For 3 days, and still on the airship, Sham had nothing else to do. Advertisement. After thinking about it, he decided to exercise his mind control. Along with his thoughts, the air film around him also began to move consciously, with some strange ups and downs appearing from time to time. Mu intends to use Nian Chi to simulate weapons and animals, but his control is obviously not good enough. Time flies, and the airship soon arrived at its destination, and then slowly landed on the tarmac of a luxurious hotel. Then Mu also heard the assembly broadcast of the airship. After waiting for the candidates to gather, Dumian led Mu and his party directly to the hotel. Soon, the group was brought into a huge hall. This hall is too big. Come to think of it, this place should have been a huge hall for banquets. After looking at it for a while, Mu withdrew his gaze. Then put the line of sight in the middle of the hall, the blocked object standing there. The final test is 1-on-1, and the battle groups are as follows. Netero, as the chief examiner of the last test, said the content of the test, and lifted the veil with his hand. As the veil was lifted, what was displayed in front of the candidates was an extremely unfair battle group. Mu doesn't care, no one here is his opponent. The condition for the final victory is very simple, you only need to win the next game to qualify. Netero raised a finger and introduced the content of this test. And the examinee who thought that there was only one qualified candidate in the end was also surprised. Good Zhao. They didn't expect it to be such a test method. But it's also good, compared to only one person who is qualified, there are currently 8 people who can be qualified, and the chances of them becoming hunters are too high. Most candidates are confident that even if they are not the strongest, they will not be the weakest either. Why is the grouping so unfair? Baoqier asked, frowning. He was very dissatisfied. Judging from the grouping, he only had 3 chances and Gon and Hanzhou were missing 2 chances. This grouping is based on the previous test scores and performance, that is to say, candidates with good grades and good performance will have more opportunities to get. Netero said seriously. Chia frowned and said in dissatisfaction, I don't understand, you should explain the scoring in detail. Chapter 88, The Hunter Test Ends. Advertisement. Netero pondered for a moment. No. The roar was so loud that the candidates couldn't help covering their ears. Why? Chia shouted angrily with staring eyes. Because this is confidential, but I can briefly say that the scoring criteria fall into 3 categories. Netero coughed lightly and said, physical fitness, spirit, and impression, among which impression is the most important. To be specific, it is your talent to become hunter. In the end, a duel has no weapons and no rules, and only one condition for victory. Netero stroked his beard and said, if you make your opponent soberly shout that I admit defeat without killing him, you will be qualified. Once you kill your opponent, you will be eliminated immediately, and the rest of the candidates will pass the test without the need for assessment. After finishing speaking, Netero nodded to a man in black beside him, and stepped aside. Then, the first round starts now, Hanzhou vs. Gon, please come out. A man in black with a big nose walked out, waved his hands and started the first round of the duel. Now, except for Hanzhou and Gon, everyone on the scene retreated to the 967 wall. Gon, if you can't do anything, just admit defeat, otherwise, I guarantee that all kinds of photos of you will appear on Aunt Mito's phone in a while. When passing by Gon, Mu narrowed his eyes and grinned. What? Gon looked at Mu in shock, and was anxious to refute the explanation. I don't listen, anyway, if I see you making fun of your body, then Aunt Mito will know about your plight, so just figure it out. Mu held up his palms to stop Gon and said. After speaking, he grinned and walked to the side wall. Gon was silent and helpless, looking anxiously at Mu, and then, while Mu was cheering, he patted his cheeks with both hands, cheered up and confronted Hanzhou. What did you say to Gon? Lioryo asked curiously. It's nothing, just let him admit defeat when he can't beat, or just send the photo back. Mu said casually. Ah, this. Mu's words made Lioryo and others look sideways at him. At this time, can you really give up so easily? Start. At this moment, the referee suddenly shouted. Whoosh. Without any hesitation, Gon directly used his fastest speed and rushed to the side, intending to use his own speed to find opportunities. Whoosh. However, compared to Hanzhou's speed, the gap is too big. In an instant, Hanzhou's figure appeared in front of Gon. Advertisement. Day. Under Gon's shocked expression, Hanzhou just slapped the hand knife, and Gon's brain fell into a dizzy state. Puff. In the next second, Gon fell to the ground. Crouching down, Hanzhou was about to start the torture. However, at this moment, a deep malice surged towards him. Whoosh. Without any hesitation, Hanzhou stepped back a few steps and stood tens of meters away, looking at Mu's direction in surprise. Gon Mu ignored Hanzhou and squinted at Gon with a camera. The stunned Gon was already thinking of killing him and not admitting defeat. Some spirits were awakened by this call, and I also saw Sham's actions at this time. Oops. Gon is not afraid of anything, but he is afraid of making Mito sad. I don't know if you can. If he found out, Gon can guarantee that Mito will chase after him and take him back. With a sad face, Gon knew he couldn't beat Hanzhou. It was meant to be a challenge. Now I have to give up, the idea. I admit defeat. Gon said with difficulty. Satisfied with this, Mu put away the camera. The competition is still going on, wait until Mu and Gon play. Before Gon could strike a pose, he just opened his mouth and surrendered. Although Gon is very unhappy, he can't beat Mu. After that, Pengxi was not so lucky. Although it is a girl. However, Jim doesn't know her well. Knocked her down straight away. He even grabbed the wings of 2 bees and threatened them. It directly made Peng Si cowardly admit defeat. Advertisement. On the other side, Chia conceded defeat twice in a row. One time, I didn't want to fight Baokuer. The other time was not wanting to fight Lioryo. Seeing this, when facing Peng Si, Yermi gave up without even thinking about it. Admit defeat, I'll admit defeat. A good hunter test, after being led by Mo Mu. It turned into a recitation meeting of admitting defeat. Several examiners in Menchi were surprised, a little funny, but they didn't dare to laugh. He just looked at the smiling Netero out of the corner of his eye. I'm really not sure what Netero is thinking at this time. I admit defeat. After another sentence of I admit defeat, Netero broke the defense. 9 people, a full 9 rounds of trials. Except that Kurapika played seriously against Bokuer, and then Bokuer lost. Hanzo took 1 shot against Gon and Mo Mu against Peng Si, and they immediately conceded. The rest were even more outrageous, and they gave up without even making a move. Strictly speaking, this test was simply a failure. It's better to have Mu 9-man melee than the current situation. However, things have come to this point, and it can only be like this. The final test was at the expense of Chiya's failure, and the Hunter Association won 8 hunters this time. During this period, there was no reason for Gon to be in a coma. There were many twists and turns in Chiya's meeting with friends. It's even going to evolve to the point where Mo Mu and Yamai are fighting. But this is not the case. Chiya still left, but this time she left with a smile, claiming to go home and explain her purpose. To save someone from doing trouble in the future. Candidates, for the time being, go back to your room and rest for the night. Tomorrow we will introduce some information about Hunter and the issuance of Hunter licenses. Domian came forward and said, the time is 9 o'clock tomorrow morning, please don't forget. After the voice fell, the examinees formed their own teams and returned to their rooms. It's finally over. Next, I just need to practice seriously, and then I can use the Greedy Island game console to go back in September. Chapter 89, The Gate of Trials. Advertisement. Soon, the next day's talk about Hunter and Hunter's credentials was over. Hunters can use this Hunter ID to enter 90% of the forbidden countries and 75% of the restricted areas. Can enjoy 95% of the public facilities and enjoy the financing amount of first-class enterprises. And if you sell it directly, you will get the amount of 7 lifetimes worry-free. However, this is also the need to take good care of yourself. The Hunter Certificate, the Hunter Association will only issue it once in a lifetime, and it will not be reissued. According to data from the Hunter Association, 1 in 5 hunters in the past lost their Hunter ID within a year. Therefore, the first test of becoming a hunter is to guard your own Hunter ID. However, all this has little to do with Mo Mu. He didn't think anyone would be able to snatch his Hunter credentials from him. And now, he has another thing to do. That would be a trip to Zaldik's house with Gon. Although there is no problem in the plot. However, who knows if the Zaldik family will take action because of the previous plot changes. In case. A group of people walked towards Kukulu Mountain. It's like flying an airship for 3 days. Then it was a train ride for several hours. Mo Mu finally arrived at the town at the foot of Kukulu Mountain. Kukulu Mountain is huge, not a small mountain range. You can feel this hugeness even more when you are close to Kukulu Mountain. To get to Zaldik's house, you need to take a sightseeing bus. Therefore, Mo Mu took a group of people to sign up. After a few minutes passed. After the sightseeing bus was full of tourists, it also started to head for the Zaldik mansion in the dry mountain. Advertisement. Along the way, Miss Changua spoke in her charming voice. That was a message she didn't know how many times a day she had to say. For this job, she must maintain a vigorous expression. Mo Mu didn't care, he focused more on the scenery of Kukulu Mountain. Before crossing, he had never seen this kind of scenery before. Only when he has strength and is not forced by life, can he have such time and mentality. Soon, the sightseeing bus arrived in front of Zaldik's house. Oh, looking at it now, it's really spectacular. Standing in front of the trial gate of Zaldik's house, Mo Mu couldn't help but sighed. Although I have seen the Gate of Trials in the anime, it was in the anime after all, and it is like now. The impact of seeing it with his own eyes is not too big for Mo Mu. Standing in front of this trial door, Mo Mu could only feel an oppressive aura pressing towards him. It's unbelievable, does this whole mountain really belong to Zaldik's family? Lioryo still couldn't believe this fact. Yes, starting from here, the mountains above belong to the Zaldik family, so our sightseeing ends here. Mo Mu and the others did not speak, but the lady tour guide on the side said with a professional smile. Professional ethics are strong. Humph, they are just some killers. With such a great reputation, they are not afraid of death. At this moment, a voice shouted coldly. Everyone looked around, but saw 2 guys with various weapons on their backs walking towards the gate of the trial with all kinds of faces. The tour guide dissuaded me as usual. Boom. Not only did those two people not listen, they even started bombarding the door of the trial with explosives. However, in the face of the hard door of trial, the explosives only heard a sound. Seeing that their goals could not be achieved, these two men also began to threaten the guards on the other side. Then he got a key and sent himself to San Mao's mouth, becoming a food. Crash. Following the appearance of the two dead bones, the tourists and tour guide who had just noticed this situation backed away to the sightseeing bus with a look of horror on their faces. Go, get on the bus. The tour guide shouted in horror. Advertisement. The lady tour guide urged the tourists to get on the bus. During this period, seeing that Momu and the others hadn't moved, they hurriedly greeted them. After learning that Momu and the others were not leaving, the tour guide did not waste any time and asked the driver to drive. Chi chi chi. The sightseeing bus slid away. It's amazing, the ejection start has come out. Momu looked at the disappearing sightseeing bus and said with emotion. When we are not talking about these things, how can we find Chia now? Leorio pointed to the Shilian gate beside him and said. You have also seen that it is not a door at all, it is a wall, and that door cannot be entered at all, and it will be eaten by monsters. That's called the door of trials. If you don't have a key, you can get in as long as you push it open. Momu said slowly. Just push it away, then it's very simple. Leorio shook his shoulder and walked over and said. Then began to exert force on the door of trial. What? Leorio gritted his teeth and pushed the door in front of him with all his strength. His eyes were dissatisfied, he was gnashing his teeth, his veins were bursting out, and his blood vessel seemed to burst. But he just slipped and slipped on the ground, and the door of the trial couldn't be pushed open at all. Hey! Why can't you push it? Didn't you say that you don't need a key? Leorio, who couldn't push them away with all his strength, soon began to pant. The first door weighs 2 tons on the left and right sides. Momu said slowly, it's not a miracle that you can't push it open. Karapika looked at the trial door in surprise and said, just the first door. Yes, it's the first door. There are 7 doors in total in the door of trials, and every 10 doors are twice as heavy as the previous door. Momu nodded and continued to introduce. That is to say, to open all the doors, at least 256 tons of force is required. How is this possible? Karapika looked at Momu in shock and said. Momu said with a smile, this world is not just what you see. The hidden things are beyond your reach. However, now you have this qualification. You mean, Hunter ID? Karapika figured out the key after a second thought. That's right, why Hunter is so strict and the number is so small, it's just screening people who are suitable for Nin. She didn't hide anything this time.